The Lost Heir of Rowena. Book 1. The Spiral Beneath the Feather. This is the story of Luna Lovegood. Before anyone knew who she would become, before she became strange to others, before she began listening to the castle's breath, and finding her mother's voice in the stillness between, you will not find battles here, but you will find courage. You will not find heroes, but you will find those who remember. Let's begin. Prologue. A bell in the fog. The greenhouse smelled of cinnamon bark, dragon root, and something faintly like starlight. Rain tapped against the curved glass above, soft and constant, a lullaby for the earth. Luna Lovegood sat cross-legged on a mossy stone floor, her toes bare and damp, her fingers curled around a half-polished seashell. Across the room, her mother danced. Not a dance with music, exactly. Pandora Lovegood spun between tables littered with scrolls, crystal flasks, and rune-carved bones, humming low to herself. Her wand twitched mid-air, pulling golden script from a floating chalkboard. "Everything sings, Luna," she murmured, voice light as fog. "You just have to listen to the bits the rest of the world forgets." A hummingbird made of smoke fluttered above her shoulder. Pandora flicked her wand, and it dissolved with a sigh. Luna blinked slowly. "Do the walls sing too?" Pandora paused. She turned toward her daughter with a rare stillness, dark blonde hair cascading over one shoulder like wild ivy. "Oh yes," she said softly. "Especially old walls. Especially those built with secrets." Luna looked around at the ancient stone of the greenhouse's base. The Lovegoods' home was built on foundations far older than their name, tucked deep in the hills of Ottery St. Catchpole. Sometimes when the wind blew just right, the walls did sound like they were whispering. That night, the whispers grew louder. Later, much later, Luna would remember that moment. Her mother, beautiful and strange, brushing a lock of hair from Luna's brow before returning to her work. The spell she was crafting was delicate, dangerous, something meant to peel back the veil between thought and magic. And when it shattered, when the sound rang out like a bell through the fog, Pandora was gone. Luna didn't cry right away. Not then. She simply sat, clutching the warm seashell, and listened to the silence. Somewhere far beneath the earth, under stone and root and time, a door shuddered open, and began to wait. Chapter 1. The Girl in the Spectre Specs. The greenhouse always breathed in the early morning. Luna Lovegood stood barefoot on the mossy stones, the hem of her nightdress damp with dew, and listened. The air was thick with the scent of sweet root, violet ash, and something faintly metallic, like starlight caught in a bell. Her fingers brushed along the rim of a chipped terracotta pot, half covered in curling leaves. The vines had overgrown everything. Her mother's enchanted herbs now spilled from the tables like slow-moving rivers, whispering in a tongue only they remembered. Luna leaned in. She pressed her ear to the ancient stone wall that lined the greenhouse's foundation. It was older than the rest of the house, older even than the Lovegoods. There were faint carvings on the lowest blocks, runes worn smooth with time. This morning, they hummed, not loudly, just enough for her bones to feel it. "You're still here," she whispered. A raven called from somewhere high in the trees. The light beyond the glass was silver gray. Mist pooled along the hills, and the world felt as though it hadn't quite woken yet. She touched the shell pendant that hung around her neck. It was warm from her skin, a polished crescent of sea glass and shimmerstone, once part of a charm bracelet. Her mother's. Pandora Lovegood had loved this greenhouse more than the house itself. She used to spin through it like a spell in motion, sorting clippings, scolding carnivorous leaves, humming softly as she drafted diagrams of magical frequencies and emotional resonance. Luna could still see her, sometimes, not as a ghost, just in echoes. The way wind moved a certain curtain, or the way dust caught a beam of sunlight, that was where magic lived, Luna thought, in the spaces between. A faint knock came on the greenhouse door. "Moonbeam?" Her father's voice, bright and musical. "We've got 3/4 of an hour before the train departs, and exactly 1 full minute before breakfast is no longer socially acceptable. Toast and rosehip jam, I'm afraid." The Fooper eggs hatched in the pantry again. Luna gave the wall one last glance. It had stopped humming. "Coming," she said softly. She took a final breath, deep, grounding, and padded back toward the house, mist curling around her feet like a sleepy cat. The Lovegood house didn't believe in straight lines. It tilted slightly to the left, as if it were listening to something distant, and the staircases creaked in different keys depending on the time of day. Bookshelves burst from the walls like ivy, stuffed with crumpled scrolls, teetering journals, and one alarmingly smug-looking bust of Gwendolyn the Weird that refused to stop humming sea shanties. Luna drifted through it all like a leaf on water. She stepped into the kitchen and found her father standing over the stove, wearing robes patterned with prancing dirigible plums and a set of brass goggles that made his eyes look like magnified coins. "Ah, there she is," Xenophilia said brightly. "The moonbeam herself, keeper of the lost, hearer of the unheard. Would you prefer your toast with or without predictive jam?" Luna blinked. "Predictive? It told me I was going to trip over a hedgehog this morning." "I did." He offered her a lopsided smile and passed her plate. She sat at the old wooden table, her legs folded beneath her, and took a bite of the toast. It was sweet and slightly smoky, with an undertone of something floral. "Do you think Hogwarts will hum like the walls do?" she asked after a moment. Her father tilted his head, serious beneath the goggles. "If it does, listen closely. Some buildings keep their best secrets in song." He sat across from her, pushing aside a stack of quills that had begun copying each other's spelling mistakes. "I packed your wand," he said. "Your charm beads, 2 copies of the Quibbler in case you feel homesick, and of course, this." From beneath the table, he produced a curious-looking object wrapped in silk. Luna took it with both hands and unwrapped it slowly. Inside lay a pair of specter specs. Larger than usual, one lens-tinted amethyst and the other a smoky gray, each etched with tiny glowing runes. One side had a dangling feather charm. The bridge was reinforced with polished mother-of-pearl. "They're not perfect," her father said, "but they should help you see things most people pretend not to notice." "They're beautiful," Luna whispered. She slipped them on. The world shifted slightly. Not visually, but vibrationally. She felt the air move differently. The wood grain on the table shimmered faintly. The corners of the room darkened as if holding their breath. She smiled. "A real one." "Thank you, Daddy." Upstairs, her trunk lay half-packed at the foot of her bed. Luna moved through her room with slow care, placing each item with thought. Her rune chart, her beetle wing comb, the dream journal with the sketch of a glowing stone, a pouch of salt from the coast, her mother's shell pendant, now tucked into a velvet pocket sewn into the lining. She paused at the window. The hills stretched out below, layered in mist and light. A raven wheeled above the treetops and let out a single echoing cry. Luna watched until it vanished. She closed the trunk with a soft click, fastened the lock, and whispered, "Ready." From somewhere deep in the floorboards, a faint vibration responded. Not words, not a sound, just a low, familiar tone. King's Cross Station was louder than Luna had expected. The air was thick with voices and suitcase wheels rattling over concrete. Pigeons fluttered overhead. Steam hissed beneath the iron beams. A woman dropped a newspaper and didn't notice it vanish beneath the crowd. Luna stood very still, her specter specs perched on her nose, her hands folded calmly over the handle of her trolley. Her father stood beside her, tall and vaguely tilted, as if caught mid-thought. He wore his favorite wide-brimmed plum hat and robes trimmed in thread that shimmered between violet and green. From his pocket poked the head of a small, stuffed, crumple-horned stork. They looked like they had stepped out of a painting the rest of the station couldn't see. "You remember what to do?" Xenophilius asked, eyes soft behind his spectacles. "Yes," Luna said. "Find the space between platforms 9 and 10. Walk through the pillar. Don't blink." "Good girl," he said, smiling. "But blinking is fine, actually. Unless the pillar is blinking back." She tilted her head and looked at the brick archway. The pillar didn't seem to be blinking, but it was humming, so faintly that it seemed to rise from the soles of her shoes. "I think it's expecting me," she said. Her father nodded. "Of course it is. You're not late, after all. Not every place knows how to wait." She stepped toward the barrier. A Muggle family bustled past, oblivious, their little boy crying about lost crisps. Luna waited for the moment between footsteps, for the breath between heartbeats, and walked into the stone. The station melted. In its place rose iron arches, thick with steam. The Hogwarts Express glowed scarlet, its windows gold-edged and flickering with candlelight. Owls hooted. Cats wove between trunks. Children in long robes clustered in small knots, some hugging parents, others already laughing together as if they'd always known one another. Luna exhaled. This, finally, was the part that felt real. Her father caught up to her. a bit breathless from adjusting his hat mid-walk. "I'll send you a nargle catcher by owl," he said, "just in case they're worse up north." She nodded solemnly. "Thank you." He crouched to her level, then, more serious. "You'll hear things, Luna," he said softly. "Things no one else hears. Don't be afraid of them, and don't let anyone tell you they're not there." "I won't." He reached into his pocket and pressed something small and round into her palm. It was one of her mother's rune stones. Carved with soft curves into river-polished white. "Fei-hu," he said. "Wealth, luck, and beginnings." She held it close. Then, with a final kiss on her forehead and a flourish of his robes that accidentally knocked over someone's owl cage, he stepped back and waved. The owl was fine. Luna boarded the train without looking back. She found an empty compartment near the end of the train. It smelled faintly of peppermint and dust. The window was cracked at the corner, and the cushions had a faint shimmer to them, as though charmed to feel like clouds. She placed her trunk under the seat, her owl cage beside her, and sat with her legs curled beneath her. Students passed in the corridor, some laughing, some bickering, one boy dragging a suitcase twice his size. A pair of twins chased each other, scattering fizzing sweets across the floor. No one came in. Luna didn't mind. She opened her dream journal and began to draw. Not anything in particular. Just shapes. Swirls. A curve that kept returning. It looked like the runes she'd found scratched into her windowsill last week. One she hadn't drawn herself. The train gave a gentle lurch. The world outside began to move. Luna paused. She felt it again. That subtle vibration. Not from the train. Deeper. Like a heartbeat beneath the floorboards. She pressed her palm to the seat. It pulsed once. "Hello," she whispered. Outside, the countryside rolled by. Green fields, gray stone fences, flocks of crows lifting off into the wind. Inside, Luna sketched, without looking, letting her hand follow the pull of something just beneath the surface. The train carried her north, through fogged and fading summer, toward a castle she had never seen and yet somehow always felt, toward walls that would remember her name. The train clattered into rhythm, a sound like footsteps in a long corridor. Luna sat cross-legged on the seat, her specter specs pushed up on her head, her pale eyes scanning the flickering reflections in the window. The countryside blurred past. Green hills sloping toward shadowed woods, distant sheep drifting like clouds across the land. She traced her fingers along the curve of her dream journal. A shape kept returning in her mind. Not quite a spiral, not quite a rune, like the curl of a vine wrapping inward. She began to sketch it again on the edge of the page, and then the pencil paused. There was a word there. She hadn't written it. The page beneath her hand now bore 3 characters in looping antique script. Not in English, not in Latin, just symbols. They pulsed faintly, as if reacting to her breath. Luna tilted her head. "Well," she whispered, "that's new." She reached into her satchel and pulled out the smooth stone her father had given her. "Fei-hu." She placed it gently on the page. The ink shimmered gold and vanished. She smiled, not surprised, but pleased. Outside the window, a single bird followed the train. It looked like a raven, but its wings shimmered silver where the light hit them, and its eyes flashed blue as frost. It flapped once, slowly, and vanished into the clouds. Luna turned the page and began to draw it from memory. The train slowed as twilight settled across the sky. Students in the corridor began gathering their things, chattering excitedly, some changing into robes, others peering out the windows with wide, shining eyes. A prefect passed by, shouting something about trunks and first years and hurrying along. Luna remained seated, her dream journal in her lap, the drawing of the silver-eyed raven still wet with ink. She watched as the fields outside blurred into forest, the sky deepening from gray to indigo. The air changed, not in a way most would notice. But Luna sat up straighter, her head tilting slightly, as if listening to a far-off chime. The train pulled into the station with a great hiss of steam. The windows fogged. Lamps flickered on above the doors, casting everything in soft amber light. She stepped off into the evening air. The platform at Hogsmeade was crowded, loud, full of shifting shadows and rising mist. Somewhere, an owl screeched. A group of Slytherin boys shoved past her, laughing too loudly. "Fur's years, over here," came a deep voice. Warm, rumbling, and vaguely hairy. Luna turned. The man who called them over stood taller than anyone else on the platform. Wild beard, beetle-black eyes, hands the size of stew pots. He waved them toward a path lit by lanterns. "No more'n 4 to a boat," he bellowed, grinning. The crowd of 11-year-olds surged around her. Luna moved at the edge of it, quiet, light-footed, like a shadow walking beside the noise. The lake stretched out before them like a sheet of black silk. The boats rocked gently at the dock, tied with thick rope and etched with runes so old they looked like weather patterns. Students climbed in nervously, some clutching their trunks, some clutching each other. Luna stepped into a boat with no hesitation. She sat at the front, her back straight, eyes fixed on the far shore. 3 other first-years climbed in after her. A nervous boy with round glasses, a girl with a streak of green in her hair, and a tall boy with ink-stained sleeves who muttered something about frogs. None of them spoke to her. Luna didn't mind. She trailed one hand in the water. It was cold. Cold like midnight. Cold like something very old. And beneath it, something moved. Not quickly. Not threatening. Just aware. Luna leaned closer. The waters shimmered. "Hello," she whispered. A pulse rippled across the surface. The boy beside her squeaked and pulled his hand away from the edge. "Did you see that?" he whispered. "No," Luna said softly. "It saw you." The castle rose into view around the bend. It wasn't sudden. It unfolded, piece by piece, as the boats glided across the lake. First, the towers, then the long row of glowing windows, then the great gate, and the stone bridge stretching toward shadow. It was vast and crooked and glowing gold in the blue dusk. Its walls were overgrown in places with ivy, and its windows flickered like memory. Luna stared up at the tallest tower. It stared back. The boat nudged softly against the dock, and lanterns swayed above them, casting reflections like fireflies onto the water. The tall man led them forward, up a winding path toward the castle. The closer they got, the louder the hum became. It wasn't real, exactly. Not something anyone else seemed to hear. But to Luna, it was unmistakable. The castle was singing no melody, just hope. A long, low breath held for centuries, vibrating softly beneath her ribs. She touched the shell around her neck. The runes inside it pulsed once. "Home," she whispered, and the wind shifted just enough to answer. The entrance hall was vast and echoing, full of flickering torchlight and cool stone air. The new students stood in a loose cluster, robes damp from the lake mist, eyes wide as dinner plates. A few whispered nervously. One boy sneezed and tried to hide it like a crime. Luna stood slightly apart, turning her head slowly to take in the walls. They were tall and pitted, warm to the touch despite the chill. She leaned a little closer, running her fingers along a seam in the stone. It thrummed faintly. Behind her, someone cleared their throat. She turned to find a tall witch with severe bun-tight hair and robes like folded parchment. Her eyes were sharp behind square spectacles. "Miss Lovegood, I presume." Luna blinked. "Yes, the walls are humming." Professor McGonagall looked at her for a beat longer than necessary. "Hogwarts is an old place," she said at last. "It remembers more than we do." Then she swept past the rest of the students, her voice crisp as cracked ice. "You will now proceed into the great hall for the sorting ceremony. Stand straight. Speak clearly. Do try not to burst into tears. It won't change the outcome." The doors opened with a slow groan, and golden light poured out like honey. The great hall took Luna's breath in a quiet, private sort of way. Candlelight floated high above their heads, swaying gently as if breathing. The ceiling was a mirror of the night sky, deep indigo brushed with stars and the faint curve of a half-moon. Long tables stretched out in 4 perfect lines, students in robes of green, red, yellow, and blue all turning to watch. She noticed none of them. Her eyes lifted to the rafters, and then to the carvings at the corners, and then to the quiet space above it all. It felt like someone was watching. Not a person. A place. The sorting hat sat alone at the front of the room, draped over a crooked stool like a worn crown. It looked frayed and drowsy, but Luna could feel magic pressing out from it. Slow and warm, like tea steeping in thought. "Lovegood, Luna," came McGonagall's voice. She stepped forward without hesitation. The hat dropped over her head. Darkness. "Well now," came the voice, smooth and gravelly, like pages rustling in a firelit room. "What a curious mind." Luna said nothing, not aloud, but her thoughts swirled like smoke. She did not ask to be placed anywhere. She listened. "So much openness," the hat murmured. And grief, too, recent. But you carry it lightly. Not because it is light, because you've grown used to the weight. Luna blinked beneath the brim. Your mother, the hat said gently. Luna breathed in. She always walked with one foot in the other, like you. Or silence. The hat's voice shifted, as if leaning in. There's something else. A pause. You've heard them, haven't you? Heard what? The walls. The tone, the breath beneath the stone. Luna didn't answer. She didn't need to. I haven't said this in many years, the hat whispered. But something is waking, and it sees you. Then, with surprising clarity, the hat called out, Ravenclaw! There was polite applause from the table draped in blue and bronze. Luna stepped down, adjusted her specter specs, and walked calmly to her seat. She sat between two girls who promptly turned to each other and resumed whispering. Luna folded her hands in her lap. She looked up at the enchanted ceiling. And for just a moment, she thought one of the stars winked at her. Ravenclaw Tower was the highest in the castle. Its winding staircase climbed in slow spirals, lit by lanterns that flickered with blue flame. The first years moved in a tired huddle, feet dragging, robes whispering over stone. They'd pass tapestries that rustled when no one touched them, windows that looked out onto stars they didn't recognize, and portraits who murmured behind fans as the children passed. Luna lingered at the back of the line. She touched the stone wall as she walked. It was warm, not from torches, from memory. They reached a landing at last, a wide circular door with no handle, only a great bronze knocker shaped like an eagle. The eagle opened its beak and spoke. What comes once in a minute, twice in a moment, but never in 1,000 years? Half the students stared blankly. A trick question, someone muttered. That's not fair. It's the letter M, Luna said quietly. The door swung open. A few heads turned. One girl frowned. Luna stepped through, calm and quiet, and into her new home. The Ravenclaw common room was like stepping into the night sky. The arched windows stretched nearly floor to ceiling, revealing a sky full of stars. Too many, Luna thought, to be just the sky outside. The ceiling shimmered like mist on velvet. The walls were pale blue stone and covered in curling silver inlay, as though the room had been drawn by moonlight. Bookshelves curved around the walls in spirals, reaching toward a central dome where an enchanted orrery turned in silence, mapping planets Luna didn't know the names of. There was a fire, pale and flickering white blue. The hearthstones around it were etched with star charts and runes. And the walls whispered, not words, not yet, but Luna felt it immediately. A pressure behind the air, a vibration in her ribs, the sensation of standing in a room that remembered. Her dormitory was quieter. 5 canopied beds, all draped in soft silver blue. A wide round window looked out into the night. Luna's trunk sat neatly beside the bed farthest from the others. The other girls were already whispering. She heard her name once. She didn't mind. She changed into her nightdress, pulled the canopy closed, and placed her rune stone beneath her pillow. The shell pendant she held in her hands for a long time, letting it catch the starlight through the window. Then, barefoot, she slipped from bed. The common room was empty, save for a single portrait of a dark-eyed woman reading a book that seemed to change each time Luna looked at it. She wandered toward the far wall, her hand trailing the stone. There. Just behind the largest bookcase was a narrow seam in the wall. Luna knelt. She brushed her fingers over the edge. A shape glowed faintly beneath her touch. Not visible, just warm, like a breath held between stones. And then she heard it again. That tone, not music, not a voice. A note, resonant, ancient, almost too deep to hear. It trembled through her fingers and down into her bones. She closed her eyes. Pandora, she whispered, and the wall pulsed. A light shimmered across the floor for an instant, barely more than a ripple of moonlight. Then it was gone. Luna stood, slowly, and looked back at the stone. It no longer hummed, but the space behind it felt thinner than it had, like a door was thinking about opening. She returned to bed, her bare feet silent on the stone. The other girls were asleep. One murmured in a dream. Luna slid beneath the blankets and pulled the shell to her chest. Somewhere deep in the castle, far below the dreaming towers and candlelit halls, a second note echoed through the foundation stones. It did not come from a room, or a person, or a spell. It came from the castle itself. It came for her. Chapter 2. Feathers and Firsts. Luna Lovegood woke before the stars had finished fading. The room around her was dark and soft and silent, the edges of the world still shaped by dreams. Her 4 dorm mates breathed in slow rhythms behind their curtained beds, unaware of the pale hush creeping in through the tower's tall, round window. Luna slipped out from beneath the covers, bare feet finding cool stone. She moved quietly, like a thought not yet spoken. The room felt different this morning, not just because it was new, though it was, but because something in the air was watching, not with eyes, with attention. She walked to the window and pressed her forehead against the glass. The sky stretched out in a tapestry of deep gray and violet, clouds stirring like ink in still water. The forest beyond the castle rolled in slow waves, dark with mystery. The lake shimmered faintly in the distance, catching the light that hadn't quite arrived. Somewhere down in the grounds, an owl passed overhead. Its wings silent, its shadow longer than it should have been. Luna watched it go, her breath leaving a pale smudge on the glass. Behind her, the other girls murmured in sleep. She touched the shell pendant at her chest. "Morning," she whispered. "Let's try to hear something new today." She dressed slowly, brushing her hair with her fingers until the tangles stopped resisting. Her robes smelled of parchment and lavender. Her specter specs rested on the nightstand, catching the faint blue light filtering through the curtains. She tucked them into her satchel, though she didn't feel the need for them this morning. Today, she wanted to see the world as it was. Her trunk sat neatly at the foot of her bed. The brass clasps clicked open with a small, respectful pop, as if they knew her touch. Inside were carefully packed bundles. Her rune journal, her beetle wing comb, 2 tiny jars of mistletoe balm, and a black notebook filled with her mother's notes, only half legible, full of loops, symbols, and scattered musings on resonance frequencies and oral imprints in sentient buildings. She ran her fingers over the first page. "The castle is awake whether you are or not," she smiled. The common room of Ravenclaw Tower felt like it had been built inside a forgotten star. The tall, arched windows were rimmed with pale frost. The bookshelves spiraled up the walls like trees grown from knowledge. Overhead, the enchanted dome glimmered with the soft traces of constellations, now fading as day approached. The Ori in the center of the room turned in silence, mapping a sky that didn't quite match the one outside. Luna padded across the carpeted stone floor, listening. The quiet was alive. It wasn't absence. It was waiting. She moved between the shelves, trailing her fingers along the spines. Some whispered her name. One sneezed softly and snapped shut. By a low bench near the hearth, a chessboard sat mid-game. The pieces were locked in the stalemate, their tiny faces scowling at each other. A handwritten note beside the board read, "Do not interfere. The rooks remember." She nodded politely at the white rook, who nodded back. Along the eastern wall hung a tall, thin portrait. The plaque read, "Lady Eleonora of Windsdeep, mathematician, mind reader, metaphorically alive." The painting was still, empty, but the canvas shimmered faintly like someone standing just behind a curtain. Luna stepped closer. She reached out and tapped the bottom edge of the frame. It rang. Not like wood, but like crystal. A moment passed. Then the portrait stirred. A woman faded into view, tall, dark-haired, her face pale and sharp like a falcon's, her robes drifting with symbols that shifted when Luna tried to read them. Lady Eleonora peered down her long nose and frowned. "Well, you are early." Luna tilted her head. "The castle wakes early." So do things best left alone." Eleonora's eyes narrowed. "What's your name?" "Luna Lovegood." The woman leaned closer. "Lovegood." That line's gone quiet. Luna blinked. "You've heard of us?" "I heard of her," Eleonora said. "Your mother." Luna's fingers curled slightly around her pendant. "She used to read old languages to plants," she said, "and sang to stones when they cracked." Eleonora studied her. "That sounds about right." There was a long silence. Then, "You carry her voice." Luna looked up. "Do you know what the walls are saying?" The woman's eyes flickered. "Not yet." Then she vanished. Luna made her way to one of the tall windows and settled cross-legged on the cushion beneath it. She pulled her dream journal from her bag and turned to the page she'd left open the night before. The sketch of the raven was still there, but the eye had changed again. It was now a spiral of interlocking lines, not a rune she recognized. It looked like a door and a question all at once. She tried to redraw it, but her quill snapped in her hand. She blinked down at it. The broken end of the feather glowed faintly, only for a moment, then nothing. She opened her notebook and jotted down, "The raven's eye changes each night. It isn't a bird, it's watching back." A soft sound caught her ear, a rustle. One of the books on the nearby shelf had fallen open. No one had touched it. She stood slowly and crossed the room. The book's title was Magical Mechanics of Spatial Memory. It flipped its pages as she approached, faster, faster, until it stopped on one in the middle. A diagram, a spiral within a square within a circle. A caption below it read, "Resonant patterns in architecturally sentient structures. Some castles breathe, some remember. A few answer back." Luna reached out to touch the page. The text blurred, then reformed into new words, not printed but etched faintly across the surface like someone had written it in a dream. "She is not the first, but she might be the last." The book snapped shut. Luna stood very still. She pressed a hand against the stone wall behind her. It pulsed once beneath her palm, just once. She returned to the window, heart steady but fast. The sky outside had begun to lighten. The clouds thinned into strands of peach and lavender. A single raven flew across the treetops, circling once above the towers. The castle seemed to sigh. Luna whispered, "Good morning." And far below her feet, in a chamber no one living had entered in centuries, something heard her voice and turned. The halls of Hogwarts in the morning were half asleep and murmuring. Luna walked them alone, a soft hum beneath her steps as the stones shifted with the castle's slow awakening. Her shoes made almost no sound on the polished floor, and the cold crept gently up from beneath the flagstones, like the castle still remembered the night. She had a map, somewhere, folded and tucked into her sleeve. But she didn't need it. The corridors made sense if you stopped trying to understand them. Doors appeared when she expected them to. Staircases led her exactly where she intended to go, so long as she didn't look down too often or ask too many questions. That felt fair. The castle, after all, had its own way of thinking. She was early to breakfast. The great hall was just beginning to fill. The enchanted ceiling hovered between gray morning mist and blue silver promise, and the tables sparkled faintly with clean plates and polished goblets that hadn't yet been touched. Luna chose a seat near the far end of the Ravenclaw table and poured herself a cup of something the teapot claimed was clairvoyant chamomile. It tasted like stars. Other students trickled in, some yawning, some laughing, some still wrapped in scarves and half-dreams. None of them sat beside her. She didn't mind. She watched a pair of Hufflepuffs trying to charm their toast into folding itself like sandwiches. One succeeded. The other launched a piece of buttered bread into the air, where it caught fire and had to be extinguished by a stern-eyed Slytherin with a water charm. Luna smiled and returned to her tea. First period was charms. She arrived with time to spare, her satchel slung over one shoulder, her journal tucked between her notes and her runestone. Class was held in a high-ceilinged room on the third floor, full of floating candles and a collection of instruments that looked like musical wands. Long rods with tuning fork tips and carved staves running their length. One hung from the ceiling and let out a low, harmonic tone whenever someone spoke too loudly. She loved it immediately. "Good morning. Good morning, my bright young charms," piped a voice from the front. Professor Flitwick stood on a stack of books beside the chalkboard, nearly hidden behind a tower of spell cards. His robes were sky blue, and his spectacles sparkled as if freshly polished by magic. He clapped his hands, and a flurry of parchment quills soared into the air. "Today, we begin with the most foundational of spells," he declared. "The levitation charm, one of the oldest, simplest, and, if performed well, most elegant incantations in all of wizardry." He waved his wand, and a feather on his desk rose into the air, twirled once, and gently settled in his palm. "Now, quills and partners." Chairs scraped, students bustled, a few feathers hit the floor. Luna remained seated. No one asked to pair with her. She gently opened her satchel and withdrew a small quill of her own, long and soft, tipped in silver black. One of her mother's owl feathers. She placed it on the desk in front of her. "Wingardium Leviosa," she murmured, her wand held steady in her right hand. Nothing happened. She tried again, adjusting the motion to a gentle upward flick, as Flitwick had demonstrated. The feather twitched. Then, very slowly, It rose. But something was wrong. The feather didn't just float, it moved, curving in a slow spiral around her head, then looping again as if carried by an invisible breeze. It began to glow faintly at the tip. Not bright, just humming. Luna watched it, head tilted, eyes wide with calm interest. Then it dipped low, nearly brushing her desk, and began to write. Her parchment, untouched until now, fluttered once and held still. The quill moved, gracefully, precisely. It wrote 3 words. She already knows. Luna blinked. The quill dropped. The glow faded. She looked around. No one was watching. Flitwick was helping a Gryffindor pair whose feather had burst into soft glitter. A boy at the back was making his partner's quill dance like a snake. Luna picked up the parchment. The words were still there, ink that shimmered faintly as though written under moonlight. She glanced at her feather. Still, ordinary once more. She smiled, folded the parchment carefully, and slid it into her journal. Some lessons, she thought, were older than textbooks. The rest of the class passed in a shimmer of incantations, bursts of errant wind, and Flitwick's delighted clapping. Luna kept mostly to herself. She cast the levitation spell again, but the feather no longer glowed. It hovered politely, turned once in the air, and floated back down with the dutiful charm of a well-trained spell. She didn't try to make it right again. That felt like a question not to be asked twice. After class, the students gathered their things, laughing and trading stories about whose feather had hit whom in the face, or how many times they'd accidentally reversed gravity. The room rang with cheerful noise. Luna moved slowly, gathering her quill and parchment. She slid the feather back into her satchel, wrapped in soft linen, separate from her others. The ink had dried completely now, though the letters still shimmered when she looked at them from the corner of her eye. She already knows. She wondered what it meant. Her, as in Luna? Or someone else? She was nearly the last to leave the classroom. Professor Flitwick was erasing the board with flicks of his wand, humming a high-pitched, glassy tune that made the floating candles flicker in time. He didn't seem to notice her pause just before the door. There was a small archway on the right-hand wall, decorative, framed in twisted wood and curling metal, filled in with pale blue stone. It was humming. Not loudly, not in any way that would have drawn attention. But Luna stepped closer, slowly, and reached out a hand. The air near the stone was warmer than the rest of the room. Not heat, resonance. Her fingers hovered over the center of the arch. She saw something, briefly, a shimmer, like water touched by wind, and for the smallest instant, a pattern in the stone beneath her palm, a ripple of light in the shape of a spiral. Familiar, not identical to the rune she'd seen before, but close, related. The same family of symbols, maybe? Then it was gone. She stepped back. The stone was plain again. Professor Flitwick turned just as she left. "Ah, Miss Lovegood," he called gently. "Very fine work today. You've a light touch. That's quite promising." "Thank you, Professor." He hesitated, then tilted his head. "Is everything all right?" Luna blinked. "Yes," she said simply. "I think the room was listening." Flitwick's brow furrowed, then his expression softened into something unreadable. "Hogwarts always listens," he said quietly, "especially to those who know how to listen back." She nodded and left. The corridor was quieter now, emptied of most of the other students. The castle creaked gently in the morning warmth, beams shifting slightly as though settling into the day. A breeze passed down the hall and caught the edge of Luna's robes, tugging her briefly toward the staircase that led down toward the greenhouses. She paused. Listened. Nothing whispered. Not yet. But she had the distinct feeling that the feather hadn't written to her. It had written about her. And someone, or something else, had written it. She touched the rune stone in her pocket, and it pulsed once. Soft, affirming. Luna smiled and turned toward the stairwell, her first spell still humming faintly in her fingers. The greenhouses behind the castle steamed with life. From the path, they looked like sleeping beasts. Arched backs of copper-rimmed glass, their frames wrapped in ivy that hissed softly when touched by sunlight. Dew clung to the iron hinges. The air smelled of damp soil, lemon balm, and something faintly electrical, like air just before a thunderstorm. Luna walked alone along the gravel path, her satchel slung over one shoulder, her hands tucked into the sleeves of her robes. The morning mist hadn't fully lifted yet, and her shoes were already wet with it. She didn't mind. There was something comforting about this part of the grounds. The trees nearby stood tall and quiet, and the wind moved through the greenhouse windows like breath. The whole place felt softly alive, not just with plants, but with attention. Greenhouse 3 had a new plaque on the door. First year herbology, Professor Asphodel Glassmeyer. Please do not antagonize the prickle bushes. Luna reached the door just as a group of chattering Gryffindors arrived behind her, talking loudly about some Slytherin who had hexed his own shoes the day before. One of them gave Luna a polite nod, but didn't slow down to walk with her. That was fine. She pushed open the door and stepped inside. Warmth wrapped around her instantly. The greenhouse was larger than it looked from the outside. Rows of raised garden beds stretched into the misty space, filled with strange, humming greenery. Some leaves glowed faintly blue. Others had veins that shifted in patterns like language. Hanging baskets overhead dripped with golden vines that swayed of their own accord. And at the center stood a tall woman in robes the color of rich loam, her hair streaked with moss green and bound into a braid that seemed to shimmer with small buds. "Good morning, class," she said, voice low and steady. "I am Professor Glassmeyer. This is Whispergrass." She gestured to the plants beside her, tall, reedy stalks with pale silver-green blades that quivered even without wind. Their roots sat in shallow beds of moss and stone, no soil at all. "They are magical recorders," the professor continued, walking slowly between rows. "They do not merely echo sound, they interpret it. Emotional resonance, tone, thought, tension. You speak near them, they speak back." Several students leaned in curiously. Glassmeyer smiled without softness. "They are not toys, they are not parrots. They do not care what you say. They care what you mean." A pause. "You will each take one pot. Sit. Introduce yourself to the grass." Luna moved toward a pot near the end of the bench. The blades inside were thin and gently curling, almost translucent. They shimmered faintly with condensation. She set down her satchel, and placed both hands on the edge of the planter box. The grass turned slightly toward her. She blinked. "Hello," she said softly. The blaze rustled in reply. The greenhouse buzzed with soft activity. Students settled into pairs or small clusters, murmuring cautiously to their planters. Some took it more seriously than others. A Ravenclaw boy to Luna's left was muttering a memorized self-introduction as if the grass were a stern examiner. The Gryffindors across the aisle were giggling, daring each other to see if it would repeat insults. Professor Glassmeyer glided between benches, sharp-eyed and silent. She carried no wand, but plants seemed to lean slightly as she passed, like they knew her voice even before it arrived. Luna leaned closer to her pot. The whispergrass had stopped shimmering now. Its blade stood still, alert, as if listening not to her words, but to her thoughts themselves. She hesitated, then whispered, "You don't have to repeat me if you don't want to." A soft breeze tickled the edge of the pot. The grass shivered once. Then it spoke, not aloud, not in her voice, but in a tone that resonated from the roots up into the leaves. A vibration that tingled in her fingertips. "The castle is dreaming of her." Luna's breath caught. She hadn't said that. She was almost sure she hadn't even thought it, not quite like that. The grass stood still. She leaned back slightly, eyes narrowed. Around her, the rest of the class continued. One boy's grass repeated his name in a silly sing-song. A girl's muttered frustration echoed back as a sharp buzz. A Slytherin near the front got nothing but silence from her pot and looked rather put out about it. Professor Glassmeyer paused beside her. "Yours is quiet," she observed. Luna looked up. It said something before, but I think it's thinking now. Glassmeyer raised one brow. "Whispergrass doesn't think. It reflects." "It reflected something I didn't say. Did you mean it?" "I think I might have dreamed it." Glassmeyer stared at her for a moment longer than was comfortable. Not unkindly, but with the sort of focus a healer gives to a curious symptom. Then she nodded once and moved on. Luna stared at the grass. It wasn't glowing, it wasn't moving, but she could still feel the echo of the words through her hands, like a vibration in old wood after a voice has passed through. The castle is dreaming of her. Not of you. Of her. She wasn't sure who the her was, but it made her think of the portrait in Ravenclaw Tower, the rune in her dream, the feather's message. She reached into her satchel, fingers closing around the shell pendant. The grass rustled, softly, as if in recognition, She closed her eyes, let her breath slow, let her thoughts empty. And then the grass moved again, barely, not with words, just with weight, with awareness. Like it wasn't reading her at all anymore. It was waiting. The rest of the lesson passed in a gentle hush. Students noted their observations on enchanted parchment that shifted color depending on honesty. Some papers glowed gold, others turned faintly green. One Ravenclaw's quill caught fire when she tried to cheat. Luna sat quietly, her page still blank. The words she wanted to write didn't belong to ink. Instead, she watched the blades of whispergrass in her pot gradually relax, settling into a curve that resembled sleep. The humming sensation in her fingertips had faded, but the memory of it clung like warmth after a fire. A single phrase still echoed through her chest. The castle is dreaming of her. She pressed her palm flat to the planter's rim and whispered, "I think I'm dreaming of her too." The grass didn't move this time, but she thought maybe it was listening. As they were dismissed, students gathered bags and scattered back toward the castle in clumps, their voices bright and casual again. Someone talked about a puffapod mishap from last year. Someone else had gotten a drop of whisper resin on their sleeve and was trying to stop it from repeating, "Always stop picking your nose." Luna took her time packing her things. She was halfway out the greenhouse door when she heard a voice beside her. "You didn't say it, did you?" She turned. A boy stood just outside the path. Hufflepuff robes, hands in his pockets, soft brown curls falling over one eye. He wasn't looking at her directly, just at the greenhouse glass, watching it reflect the morning sun. He repeated, quieter now. "The castle is dreaming of her." "That's what your grass said." Luna blinked slowly. "You heard it?" "I was closest. The way the benches echo, some sounds skip sideways." He glanced at her now properly. His eyes were light brown, uncertain. "I don't think you meant to say it. I don't think the plant did either." Luna tilted her head. "What do you think it was?" The boy hesitated. Then, "A memory. Not yours." She didn't answer. Not right away. Then she asked, "What's your name?" "Ellis Dawlish," he said. She studied him, then gave a soft smile. "Luna. I know." A pause. "I see things sometimes too," he said, his voice barely audible. "Things that don't belong to now." Then he turned and walked back toward the castle. Luna stood still for a long moment, her hand resting on the satchel where the shell pendant lay. The breeze tugged gently at her robes, and the whispergrass inside the greenhouse rustled once, soft, like a breath drawn through memory. Lunch in the great hall was loud. It wasn't the kind of loud Luna minded, exactly, just the kind that existed too much in one place. Conversations clattered off the enchanted ceiling like loose marbles. Cutlery scraped against dishes enchanted to self-warm. A cluster of second years at the Gryffindor table had somehow bewitched a stack of toast into singing in four-part harmony. Luna sat near the end of the Ravenclaw table, sipping something that was either pumpkin juice or mulled root tea. She hadn't asked. A few older students chatted nearby but didn't include her. One first year had accidentally elbowed her book earlier and muttered something that might have been sorry, though she hadn't checked. She didn't feel left out. She just felt elsewhere. Her thoughts kept drifting back to the whispergrass, to the phrase it had echoed, to the way the boy, Ellis, had heard it and recognized it for what it was. Not nonsense. Not accident. Something remembered. She found him later entirely by coincidence. Or perhaps not. The second-floor corridor behind the Charms Wing was usually empty at midday, and Luna often walked it when she didn't want to be where everyone else was. The sunlight there filtered through dusty windows, catching in the moats like slow-falling magic. Suits of armor lined the walls, mostly asleep, except one that occasionally let out a polite cough. Ellis was sitting against the far wall, beneath a narrow arched window, sketching something in a notebook with a very short, very chewed-up quill. He didn't look up as she approached. So she sat beside him. He didn't flinch or shift away, which was unusual. Most people did. "You draw," she said. What is it?" He tilted the notebook just enough for her to see. It wasn't a castle. It wasn't a person. It was lines. Curving, branching lines, like veins or roots or rivers that didn't follow any natural geography. "They're patterns I see," he said. "In stone, in dreams, sometimes in people." Luna looked at the lines more closely. One of the curves mirrored the rune she'd drawn that morning. She pointed to it. I saw that one in a portrait once, she said. I think it was breathing. Ellis didn't laugh. He just nodded. Some of them do. They sat in silence for a while. Sunlight crept across the floor. The armor didn't cough again. A bookish Ravenclaw passed through the corridor without looking at them. Then Ellis said, "There's a corner that doesn't behave properly. Want to see?" Luna blinked once, then stood. Yes. He closed his notebook, stood without speaking, and led her down the hall. They took a narrow side passage behind a tapestry that showed a wizard sneezing stars. The stairs behind it were steep and uneven, and Luna noticed they didn't echo when stepped on, no matter how firmly she landed. At the bottom, the corridor narrowed. It was dim here, lit by torches that flickered in green and gold, though no one had lit them. And then they reached it. A simple L-shaped turn in the stone corridor, just one bend in the hall. But Luna felt it immediately. The air was wrong. Not cold, not warm, just weighted, like sound didn't behave the way it was supposed to. She took a step around the corner and stopped. The wall in front of her pulsed. The wall looked ordinary. Gray stone, dust-lined joints, a torch bracket without a torch. But as Luna stepped closer, she saw the shimmer in the mortar. The faintest ripple, like heat rising off summer roads. Alice didn't speak. He reached out first, fingers brushing the center stone on the inward-facing corner. The wall didn't react. Not immediately. Then the ripple returned. Faint at first, like light underwater, then stronger, spreading outward in a circle from his palm. It was slow, deliberate. Not the reflex of a charm or ward, it felt intentional. Luna stepped forward and placed her hand beside his. The stone was warm, and then the sound came. Not loud, not sharp. A low, ringing tone that bloomed behind their ears, like a bell struck underwater. It vibrated in her teeth, in her chest. It felt like a question. Luna closed her eyes and whispered, "Yes." The sound deepened. A thin crack appeared between the stones, no wider than a sliver of shadow, but unmistakably there. It ran in a spiral, just like the ones she'd drawn, like the one that had appeared in the whisper grass. She opened her eyes. The crack pulsed once, and then a voice, not speech. A whisper, not words, just breath. And in it, knowing, Luna drew back slightly. The pulse faded. The crack remained, now dull and inert. She looked at Ellis. It was staring at the wall with the same stillness she felt in herself. "I think it recognized us," he said. "I think it forgot we were gone." Ellis turned to her. "Gone?" Luna nodded. "Something was here before. It remembers." He was quiet a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded scrap of paper. He handed it to her. She unfolded it. It was a rubbing, done in charcoal, uneven and faint. A spiral rune, drawn from somewhere else. At the edge, written in blocky, careful handwriting. "Same shape, new stone, wrong place. I found that near the dungeons," he said. "I thought it was a fluke. Now I think they're connected." "They're not just symbols," Luna said. "They're doors. Or maps." Ellis glanced at the wall again. "Or locks." They stood there in silence, listening. Nothing more stirred. Then, without another word, they turned and walked back the way they came, not touching the walls again. Behind them, in the quiet curve of the corridor, the spiral shimmered once more, then vanished. Evening settled across the castle like ink spreading through vellum. The lamps lining the corridors flickered with gold and violet flame, casting long, fluid shadows that wavered across the floor. Students trickled back toward their towers with the last crumbs of dinner still clinging to their sleeves, pockets, and conversation. Luna walked the long way back. Not out of avoidance, just curiosity. The halls shifted at dusk. Doorways felt closer together, or farther apart, and the portrait spoke more softly, as if unwilling to break the spell of falling light. She liked it that way. She passed a long, arched window overlooking the lake. Something broke the surface below. Slow, round, deliberate. A ripple spread outward, then stilled. The sky beyond had darkened to deep indigo, the first stars winking through the clouds. When she reached the corridor behind the third-floor charm's wing, she slowed. It was empty. Stone quiet. Shadow thick. The corner where the wall had responded to her earlier that day seemed utterly still now. Cold stone. Quiet air. Just a place between things. But she felt it again. That draw. Not dangerous, just unfinished. She stepped forward and stopped. There, fixed delicately to the wall, was a single owl feather. Long, silver-tipped, not the kind used for school quills. This one was soft and down-lined. Familiar. It had belonged to one of her mother's owls. Luna blinked slowly. She stepped forward and reached up to touch it. It was pinned by a sliver of copper wire, bent delicately into the shape of a spiral, one that exactly matched the rune drawn in her journal. A shimmer of dull magic clung to the edge of the shape, like heat around a spell just cast. She looked down the corridor. No one. She turned back to the wall. Behind the feather, hidden by the torch's shifting shadow, was a thin carving, nearly invisible, the shape of a door. Not an actual door, just a line. One carved cleanly into the stone, old and faded. She brushed her fingers over it. The stone didn't move, but it pulsed once. Then whispered, not aloud, but into her ribs. "Found you." Her eyes widened. She pulled the feather free, carefully, and tucked it into her satchel, the copper spiral she left behind. Then she turned and walked back toward Ravenclaw Tower, heart beating not faster, but deeper. Like something beneath her feet was echoing her steps. The common room was quiet when Luna returned. A few upper-year students sat near the fire, heads bent over books that turned their own pages. A first-year slept in a high-backed chair, a soft trail of drool slipping onto her collar. Someone had enchanted a constellation globe to hover just beneath the dome, casting slow-turning orbits onto the ceiling. Luna walked past them all without a word. The rune stone in her pocket was warm. She climbed the stairs to the dormitory, slipped past the sleeping shapes of her housemates, and knelt beside her trunk. She took out 3 things: her mother's shell pendant, the owl feather from the wall, her dream journal. She held them in her lap for a long moment, just breathing. Then she rose. The whole outside Ravenclaw Tower felt sharper than usual. The night air had changed. The castle was quieter, but not asleep. Not really, just listening more carefully. She walked the route by memory now, down past the tapestry of the wizard sneezing stars, through the side corridor behind the suits of armor, back toward the spiral-marked wall. When she arrived, the air felt aware. She stepped close, the feather in one hand, the pendant in the other. "I'm not asking," she whispered. "I'm listening." The rune pulsed. This time, she didn't hesitate. She pressed the shell pendant against the spiral mark. There was no light, no noise. But the wall changed. It didn't open, not in the way doors do. It became thin. The stone shimmered like heat, and behind it, just barely visible, was a shape, not fully formed. A woman, a shadow. Her robes flowed like ink through water. Her face was turned away. Luna held her breath. The figure whispered something. The wall blurred the sound. But Luna heard one word, clear as breath against her ear. "Lunara." She stepped back. The stone reformed. No glow. No crack. Just a wall again. But the name still hung in the air. She had never heard it before. Not like that. Not as if it belonged to her. She placed the feather gently into her journal and turned for the stairs, the rune stone in her pocket pulsing once more. Behind her, the spiral glowed faintly, then vanished into the stone, as if it had never been there at all. Chapter 3. The Tower That Remembers. The Transfiguration classroom smelled like chalk and polished wood and old, scorched spells that had never fully left the stones. Luna walked in last, not out of hesitation, but so she could see the room undisturbed before it filled with voices and expectation. The windows let in slanted morning light that cut across the desks like pale bars. Dust danced in the beams, slow and silver, like sleeping thoughts. She liked that. Professor McGonagall stood at the front, already writing on the board with perfect lines of flicking wand script. Her movements were spare and elegant, and the words seemed to know better than to rebel. Luna took her seat near the window, not because it was away from the others, though it was, but because she liked the way the light curved against the floor tiles. Her satchel gave a quiet sigh as she set it down, and she smoothed her robes with slow hands. Today felt thin somehow, like the space around things had stretched slightly, as if Hogwarts itself were waiting for something small and strange to happen. "Today," said McGonagall, "we begin with the foundational transfiguration, parchment into bone. Some of the students looked up sharply at that bone. After all, wasn't a word they expected to come in the first few weeks of school. But the professor pressed on, voice cool and clear. You need not worry. The spell draws from non-living matter. You will not conjure life, nor should you attempt to. A slight glance toward the more ambitious Slytherin boys. We are transfiguring shape, density, and memory. A simple flick. I'll see him. Luna didn't write it down. She already knew the word. A long strip of parchment lay on her desk, curling slightly at the edge like it was nervous. She turned it once, then again, then let her fingers rest gently on the surface. It had once been part of her dream journal. The faint edge of a drawing still showed, half a spiral broken off by the cut. Luna closed her eyes. She did not speak the incantation. She didn't need to. Instead, she whispered, so softly it could have been breath, "Show me." The parchment twitched. Heat rose against her palm, not warm but waking, like something underneath the paper had just remembered it had a shape. The change wasn't like other spells. There was no flash, no spark. The transformation happened with the patience of something ancient. The parchment stiffened, curved, densified, and became a bone. It was long and smooth, not human, not animal, not from any creature Luna knew. It felt like a piece of architecture that had forgotten the rest of the structure. Lines etched themselves across its surface. For a moment they shimmered, then resolved into a single word, Lunara. The glow faded, but the name remained. Luna stared at the bone for a long time. Not in confusion, in recognition. She didn't know the word, not in memory, but her chest responded to it. Her skin responded to it. It was the feeling of hearing your name spoken from a place you'd never been, in a voice you didn't know, but knowing somehow it belonged to you. Lunara. It wasn't just etched into the bone, it felt grown into it, like the name had been restored, not written, like it had always been there, waiting under the surface. She turned the bone slowly in her hand. The smooth curve was slightly warm, faintly humming, the way glass sings after a voice leaves the room. She didn't feel frightened. She felt seen, not watched. Seen. Understood by something that didn't need to explain itself. Across the room, Professor McGonagall moved between desks, her pace precise, heels clicking like punctuation. She paused occasionally to correct a flick or comment on wand grip, her expression always calm but sharp. Luna slid the bone quietly into her satchel. She wrapped it in the sleeve of her robe to muffle the sound. No one noticed. The students around her were busy comparing results and laughing about whose bone had turned out too bendy. She kept her hand on the satchel flap for a moment, grounding herself. There was no spell she'd spoken aloud, no textbook she'd followed, just intention and resonance. The name still echoed in her skull like an afterimage. She felt her mother's pendant warm beneath her robes. Class ended with the usual rustle of parchment and chair legs, students talking over each other, some already halfway out the door. Luna stayed behind, not because she wanted to, because she already knew McGonagall would ask her to. "Miss Lovegood," came the voice, cool as a still lake. "Remain for a moment, please." Luna stood. McGonagall didn't look angry, but she looked like someone who had found a book misfiled in a very old library and was debating whether to correct it or protect it. "You performed the transfiguration correctly," she said. Luna nodded. "But you deviated from the instruction." "I didn't mean to," Luna said. "It didn't feel like deviation. It felt like invitation." McGonagall studied her. "That parchment," she said, "was standard. Nothing enchanted. Yet what you produced was not ordinary. The material transfigured into bone, yes. But the bone bore a mark. It wasn't mine," Luna said. "No, I know that." There was a pause. The torches flickered, though there was no wind. McGonagall leaned slightly closer. "What did it say?" "Lunara." The name hovered between them. Something ancient passed across the professor's face. Too quick to name, a shift in breath, a flicker in her eyes. Then it was gone. "I see." McGonagall turned to her desk and pulled out a folded slip of thick parchment from a drawer. She handed it to Luna without ceremony. "Present this to Madam Pince," she said. "She'll grant you limited access to the under-reference annex. Mention only your name in this pass. Nothing else." Luna took the parchment. The edges were inked with tiny runes that faded the longer she looked at them. "What should I look for?" "Cases like yours," McGonagall said. "Transfigurational anomalies. Identity reformation, ancestral bindings, the books will know what belongs to you. Luna nodded. Thank you. A pause, then McGonagall's voice softened, barely. I taught your mother, she said. She rarely spoke when she didn't need to, but the castle always seemed more awake when she was in it. Luna's hand drifted to the shell beneath her collar. I think it still is. McGonagall gave her a long look, then simply said, Off you go. The walk to the library was quiet. Not because no one else was in the halls. There were students passing through, a portrait humming an aria to itself, a broom cupboard door rattling ominously. But because the castle itself had gone still, not silent, still, as though something beneath the stone was listening again. Luna moved slowly, fingers trilling the wall as she descended the spiral staircase that connected the third floor to the library wing. The stone felt warm today, not from the torches, from attention. She reached the library doors and paused. The handles were brass, shaped like phoenix beaks. She gripped them both and stepped through. The Hogwarts library was vast, too vast. Every time Luna entered, she felt it had grown since her last visit. Some days it felt like a cathedral of ink. Other days, a labyrinth of shelves. Today, it felt like a forest of breathing parchment. Madame Pint stood at her desk like a particularly judgmental gargoyle, arms folded, eyes narrowed behind crescent moon spectacles. I have a pass, Luna said gently. She handed it over. Pint squinted, raised an eyebrow, and without a word, reached under her desk and pulled out a long brass key. Third aisle from the back, she said. Turn left at the portrait of the thieving librarian. Unlock the iron gate. Do not disturb the red-bound volumes they remember. Luna nodded and moved past her without another word. The under-reference annex felt colder. Not in temperature, more in time. Dust hung in the air like memory. The shelves were older here, warped with age and strange enchantments. The wood of the floor creaked under thought rather than weight. And the books watched. She passed titles like Lexicon of Shifting Names, The Theory of Runic Memory, Sympathetic Objects and Who They Remember, Unwritten Runes and the Mind's Eye. She reached for one, Inheritance and the Spell Print, and as her fingers brushed the cover, the spine arched slightly toward her. The book opened. Not to the first page, but somewhere in the middle. No text. Just a diagram. A spiral. Cut in half, and beneath it, a name, written not in ink, but pressed into the page like it had been burned there. Luna Lovegood. The page began to warm. The name didn't fade. It didn't shimmer or blink like enchanted ink. It stayed. Heavy. Burned into the page without fire. Luna Lovegood. Luna reached toward the spiral beneath it. Her fingertips hovered just above the paper. A chill swept through her. Not cold, but memory. Like stepping into a dream she hadn't had yet. The spiral shifted. Only slightly. It rotated a quarter turn to the left, then stopped. The movement didn't come from magic. It came from the book recognizing her. Luna turned the page. There was no index, no chapter heading, only a sketch. Charcoal. Detailed. Familiar. A face she had never seen and yet knew instantly. A woman. Tall, wild-haired, eyes like cut glass. Standing at the base of a tower that looked like part of Hogwarts. But unfinished, or maybe broken. Behind her, shadowed on the hillside, a second structure. Circular, featureless, covered in vines. At the bottom of the page, in small pressed letters, Archive Record 7. Echo-bearing, name-bound lineage, unresolved. Luna whispered the words aloud. The book closed itself. She stood there for a long time, one hand still on the cover. The stack of books behind her shifted slightly, as if leaning closer. One of them, a thick black ledger with no title, emitted a faint ticking sound. Somewhere in the aisle, a scroll unfurled by itself. Luna looked over her shoulder. Nothing moved, but she didn't feel alone. Not in a frightening way, in a remembered way, like the shelves had known her once, and were trying to remember how, when she returned the book to the shelf, it pulsed under her fingers, not warm, not cold, just a quiet acknowledgement. She stepped back into the main library, the heavy air of the annex releasing her like a long sigh. Madame Pince looked up as she passed, her eyes narrowed, not suspicious, appraising. You were in there longer than I expected, she said. Luna paused. I think the books expected me. Pince didn't reply, just nodded. Once, back in the corridor, Luna found the castle different again. The path to Ravenclaw Tower had shifted. The tapestry of the Troll Ballet now hung one stairwell earlier than it had that morning. But Luna didn't mind. She let her feet follow the new path. The tower was remembering something. And now, so was she. Luna had started dreaming in shapes. Not full images, not clear stories, just impressions. Lines. Curves. Stone that didn't belong to anything she remembered seeing. A tower that had no name. A window set into a wall too high to reach, with iron bars curled like vines and a single pane missing from the top. Every night, the dream returned. Not exactly the same, but always leading her to that window. Sometimes she saw it from the outside, through mist and moonlight. Other times from within, staring out towards something she never quite reached. She never climbed, she never touched the glass. She always woke just before she looked through it. The dream followed her into daylight. In Charms, she found herself sketching the outline and the margins of her notes, not consciously, just tracing the curves she remembered. A silhouette, a lattice of shadow, a glimmer of something round. By the time Professor Flitwick had waved a stack of spellwork overhead, her parchment bore 5 versions of the same shape, each more detailed than the last. She blinked down at them. One showed cracks in the stone beneath a window. Another had ivy climbing the frame. One had no window at all, just the outline hollow. The fourth had something reflected in the glass. She hadn't drawn that. Not on purpose. It was faint, barely there. A face? Or a shadow? She quickly folded the parchment and slid it into her satchel. She didn't feel frightened, not even unsettled. But the dream was growing teeth. By evening, she found herself walking without choosing where. The corridors were mostly quiet, students in the common rooms, dinner just ending. But Luna moved beyond them, into a part of the castle where the stones hadn't been worn by footsteps in some time. She passed a hallway lined with old portraits who didn't move when she passed. A stretch of wall where the torches burned green, not gold. A stairwell that smelled like damp wool and rain, though there hadn't been rain in days. It felt like the kind of path that didn't exist until you needed it. She turned left at a wall that had no door yesterday. And then she stopped. There it was, half covered in ivy, higher than it should have been, set crooked into the stone just above her head. A window, iron latticed, one pane missing. The 13th window. Luna stepped closer. The window was recessed into a high, sloping stone wall, a patch of the castle she didn't recognize from any floor plan, not even the one she'd traced in ink from the library's oldest volumes. The ivy surrounding it was thick, moss-laced, curling inward like it was trying to reclaim the stone. She tilted her head, gazing up at it. The shape was identical to the ones from her sketches. The frame was rusted, but not broken. The bars twisted in looping arcs, not uniform like the other castle windows. They were old. Older than Hogwarts felt elsewhere. And at the top, exactly where her dreams had shown, it was missing a pane. Just one. The space beyond the hole looked dark, but not empty. She stepped closer and reached out. The wall beneath the window was warm. It didn't feel like stone, not exactly. There was a hum to it, low, like the purring of some enormous sleeping thing. Not threatening, but not indifferent either. She pressed her palm flat against it. There was give. Not enough to move through, not enough to break, but enough to feel it noticing her. A breeze stirred around her, though the courtyard was still. Her robes fluttered softly. Somewhere above, a raven called once, sharp and singular, and then silence returned like water over stone. Luna looked for a foothold. The wall had no stair, no bricks jutting out to climb, no ledges to balance on, just smooth, slightly curved surface, worn flat by time. Still, she ran her fingers along the ivy, tugging gently until one section peeled back. Her breath caught. Beneath the ivy, carved into the stone just below the window, was a spiral. Not the same as the one in the annex book, but close. This one was elongated, narrower at the top, wider at the base like the curl of a shell. She pressed her fingers to it. A soft sound rang through the wall, like a harp string struck underwater. Then silence. The stone pulsed, not visually. In her bones, it didn't open, but it remembered her. She stepped back, her hand falling to the shell pendant at her chest. It hadn't warmed this time. It had cooled, almost like a hush, not warning. Reverence. She stood there in the fading light for a while longer, watching the 13th window catch the last traces of dusk. Something behind it was waiting, or maybe dreaming. She wasn't sure which would be worse. Luna returned just after midnight. She had waited for the castle to quiet itself, waited until the hearths in Ravenclaw Tower dimmed, until the footsteps in the halls softened into silence, until the shifting staircases settled like great sleeping limbs. Then she slipped from her bed, her satchel already packed, and followed the path her dream had promised. The route had changed again. The hallway outside the astronomy stairwell was shorter than before. A door that had once led to a closet now opened to a winding passage full of dust and murmuring echoes. None of it surprised her. Hogwarts didn't repeat itself when it didn't want to. She stepped carefully, wand drawn, but unlit. She didn't need light. The memory of the path was enough. When she reached the courtyard, the stars were bright, too bright, like they were watching. The moon sat low, a crooked grin of silver. And she wasn't alone. Someone stood in front of the 13th window, staring up. He turned when she stepped through the archway. Ellis Dawlish. Of course, he didn't look startled. Just expected. I wondered if you'd find it too, he said. Luna walked up beside him. It's been finding me. He pointed toward the window. I've seen it in my dreams for a year, he said. But it only started showing up in drawings when I got here. She tilted her head. What's behind it? I don't know, he said, but I don't think it's just a window. They stood in silence for a moment. Then Luna said, there's a spiral under the ivy. I saw it, he said. I traced it. My cool broke. Mine did too. She looked up again. The missing pane still gaped like an open eye. Did you try climbing? She asked. Ellis shook his head. It didn't feel like it wanted that. It's not a puzzle. It's a memory. Luna smiled slightly. Then maybe it's remembering us back. A wind stirred, sudden and cold. The ivy shifted, curling tighter around the stone. Dust swirled at their feet, and somewhere behind them, something groaned within the walls. Not dangerously, just deeply. Like the castle was turning in its sleep. The spiral under the ivy pulsed once, nearly imperceptible. Luna and Ellis both stepped back at the same time. Neither had spoken, but they were in agreement. Not tonight. Not yet. They didn't speak on the way back. The path out of the courtyard folded differently this time. The archway behind them vanished as they passed through, replaced by an alcove filled with broken armor and a painting of a witch knitting the sea. Luna didn't blink at it, neither did Ellis. It was late, but she didn't feel tired. Not in her body, at least. Her thoughts felt stretched, like ink soaked too deep into parchment. She didn't want to sleep, not yet. Sleep would only bring her back to the same place. The window again, the spiral again. The not quite seen face in the glass. Back in the Ravenclaw common room, the fire was low. The orrery overhead had stopped spinning, its tiny moons hovering still in the model's gravitational dance. Luna sat in the blue chair nearest the hearth and pulled out her journal. She didn't light a candle. She didn't need to see the page. Her quill moved by feel. She drew the tower again, stone worn by time, ivy like ink across its sides, the window at the top curling open, one pane gone. Then she added the spiral beneath the ledge. Then she stopped. There was already something on the page. A word written in faded brown ink, not her ink. Revenience. Luna stared at it. The ink hadn't bled. It hadn't shimmered or shifted. It was just there. Quiet. Waiting. The word didn't feel ominous, but it didn't feel safe. She didn't know its meaning, but she knew it belonged. She ran her finger lightly across the word. It didn't smear. It was dry. Ancient dry. Like the ink had been part of the paper long before she'd found it. She flipped to the front of her journal, wondering if more pages had changed. They hadn't. But the page of the word felt heavier, like it was full of something invisible, a memory too large for paper. She whispered the word aloud, barely moving her lips. Revenience. The shell pendant at her chest warmed. The spiral on her wrist, one she'd drawn weeks ago and forgotten, itched faintly. She closed the journal and sat, listening to the quiet crackle of the fire. Something was coming back, and it knew her name. The word stayed with her, not just in her journal or her thoughts, but in the castle itself. It was in the shift of floorboards beneath her steps, in the soft scrape of wind at the high windows, in the faint resistance of certain doors that seemed slower to open now. Luna didn't speak it aloud again. She didn't have to. It lingered beneath everything she did, every page she turned, every corridor she passed through alone. It was like the castle had absorbed the word and was waiting to see what she would do with it. She slept only briefly the night it appeared. Or, more truthfully, she drifted, in and out of dream surface. In one vision, the tower stood in silhouette against a moonless sky, its 13th window glowing faintly like a watchful eye. Luna stood below, arms outstretched, trying to remember why she had come. In another, she was inside the tower, walking in circles, though the room was square. The spiral had carved itself into the floor. And above her, through the glass, she saw her own face staring down from the outside. When she woke, the journal had shifted beneath her pillow. Not moved, just tilted, as if it had changed weight. She touched the cover. Still cool. But the word inside had grown warmer, like a coal pressed between pages. She found Ellis in the library the next morning, long before breakfast. He was sitting cross-legged in an aisle, between the history of magical architecture and lost foundations. The builders before the founders, surrounded by open books, unrolled scrolls, and a mug of tea gone completely cold. Luna sat beside him without speaking. "I couldn't sleep," he said after a moment. "Neither could I." He slid one of the books toward her, a narrow volume bound in cracked leather. On the inside cover, written in faded ink, R. Dawlish, private copy, 1871. She opened it and found a page already marked. There, scribbled in a margin in cramped handwriting, was the word Revenience. "I didn't write it," Ellis said. "It wasn't there last night." Luna pulled her own journal from her satchel and opened to the same page. The word hadn't faded. The shape of the letter still felt known. Not hers, but not unknown either. "It sounds like it means returning," she said. "Or remembering," he said. They didn't say anything for a while after that, just sat there, between towers of books, between meanings, between the bones of something old waking up beneath their feet. They stayed in the library for hours, not because they were told to, not because the books offered answers, but because the silence there was different than anywhere else. Thicker, older, more aware. It didn't hush them. It listened. The word revenience kept surfacing where it didn't belong. In a footnote of a bestiary, in the margin of a beginner's wardwork primer, once pressed faintly into the leather cover of Wandless Traditions of the North, like it had been burned there long ago by heat without flame. None of these books had anything else in common. But Luna noticed a pattern Ellis hadn't mentioned aloud. In each case, the word wasn't written as part of the text. It had been added, or revealed, like the books had been marked after they were printed, as if something was tracking itself. She touched one of the imprints gently, just enough to feel the faint ridge beneath her fingertip. Not deep, but definite. "It's not a record," she said. "It's a trail." Ellis paused. "A trail of what?" She looked up at him. "Something that's trying to remember itself." He didn't argue, he just stared at the book like it might blink. They kept searching, following nothing but instinct. At some point, Luna stopped checking the shelves alphabetically. She let her hand drift across spines, waiting for something to feel wrong in a familiar way. 2 rows later, she found a thin book that vibrated under her touch. Not violently, just like a whisper pulling at a sleeve. She pulled it down, no title. When she opened it, a cloud of dust spilled into the light, and then nothing. Blank, except for a single sentence, pressed into the final page. "The Revenient does not arrive. It remembers its way." Ellis read it over her shoulder. They both felt the weight of it. Neither of them spoke. They moved back to their pile. The light in the library had shifted. Shafts of gold and violet now cut across the shelves, refracting off enchanted glass and old wandwood. Luna sat with her back to the wall and hugged her knees. "Do you think this has happened before?" she asked. Ellis shrugged. "If it had, I don't think it would leave anything behind." "Why not?" "Because the castle doesn't archive warnings," he said. "Only answers." Luna's fingers traced the spiral at the corner of her sketchbook. It had started to peel as if the ink itself had tired of waiting. "We're not finding a spell," she said. "We're finding a memory that wants to be used again." Ellis nodded. "And it wants us to do it." They didn't speak as they climbed the north stairwell toward the archivist's alcove. The torches along the stone walls flickered more slowly here, their flames thinner, longer, like the light was stretching to reach something that didn't want to be seen. At the top, they reached the map table. It stood beneath an arched window that looked out toward the lake, though neither of them looked at the view. Their focus was the table itself, an old cartographer's surface charmed to project Hogwarts in layers, floor by floor, century by century. Luna placed her hand on the edge. The surface awakened with a low hum, like an ancient drawer creaking open in the back of someone's mind. Thin lines of light traced the castle's outline in gold. Towers, dungeons, staircases that moved even in miniature. The floors hover like pages of a book, stacked but not touching, shifting gently in slow orbit. Ellis turned the dial at the corner of the table, cycling through ages. The castle changed before their eyes. Walls rearranged, wings faded in and out, whole sections erased and then reformed. It was like watching memory try to remember itself. "Stop there," Luna said. He froze the projection on an older version of the castle. Thicker stone, fewer towers, simpler walls. There, tucked near the outer rim of the north wing, was a shape she recognized. The spiral, faint, half buried in the structure. And just beyond it, marked with a sigil neither of them had seen before, was a hollowed-out space. No name, no label, just negative space inside the wall. "That's it," Luna said. "That's the tower. But it's not on the current map," Ellis said. He turned the dial forward a century. The tower vanished. Another. Still gone. By the time the table reached the modern version of the castle, the space had been overwritten, covered by an herbology storeroom and a service stair. Wiped clean. Luna leaned closer to the projected spiral. She whispered, "Do you remember?" The lines of the spiral glowed, just for a breath. Then went still. Ellis stared. "They removed it. They tried," Luna said, "but they didn't unbuild it. They just forgot it hard enough that the castle started pretending it wasn't there." The projection flickered, and the 13th window reappeared. Just once. Then blinked out. Yef. They sat on the stone floor beside the map table long after the projection had dimmed. Neither of them spoke for a while, not because there was nothing to say, but because there was too much to say at once, and saying any of it aloud felt like naming something that had only just learned to breathe. Luna's fingers brushed the corner of her journal. The word was still there, still quiet, still watching. She turned to Ellis. "If it's not just a word, what is it?" He tilted his head, curls falling into his eyes. "A category," he said. "A state." "Of what?" "Of existence, maybe. Or perception." He rubbed at a crease in his sleeve. "Think about it. Everything we've read points to the same pattern. Revenience doesn't describe a person or a place. It describes a moment, a condition." Luna thought about the books, the margins, the echoes. "It's not about something coming back," she said slowly. "It's about something being remembered into place." Ellis nodded. "Which means it was never fully gone." Luna stood and moved to the edge of the alcove. Outside, the lake shimmered with evening light, soft and glassy. The forest beyond stood like a secret that had never needed to be told. She didn't feel watched, but she didn't feel unseen either. "I think it's tied to the castle," she said. "To memory, but also to blood, to names." She reached into her satchel and pulled out the old transfigured bone. Ellis's eyes widened slightly. "You kept it." "I didn't mean to," she said, "but I couldn't put it down." She held it in both hands now. The surface was smooth, pale, and on it, faint like breath on glass, the letters reappeared. "Lunara." She turned the bone slightly. It shimmered once, then cracked down the middle. Neither of them moved. Inside was not marrow, not dust, but a thread of silver, curling like smoke, glowing softly. "The same color as the 13th window," Ellis whispered. "Revenient magic isn't cast." Luna whispered back, "It's inherited." They returned at twilight, just as the castle began to hush. The kind of hush that wasn't sleep, exactly. More like a long-held breath. The portraits had stopped commenting. The staircases moved reluctantly. Even the torches in the wall didn't burn so much as hover. Flames thinned and cold, throwing light that looked more like memory than fire. Luna felt it the moment they stepped past the statue of the lopsided badger. The corridor wasn't just quiet, it was listening. Not in the passive way the castle usually listened. This was active, focused, like something behind the stone was pressing its ear up against the other side. Ellis walked a half step behind her, silent. He had been different since the map table, watchful, as though now he expected Hogwarts to do more than whisper. They passed the old suits of armor. One of them saluted without moving its hand. And then they reached the corner. The spiral-marked wall waited just ahead, etched into the joint where the corridor turned sharp. Luna slowed. The air here was thick, not with dust, but time. It wrapped around her like damp wool, like a room that had been sealed for centuries and only now cracked open. The spiral had changed again. Its shape hadn't moved, but the lines were deeper, glossier, faintly violet around the edges. A pulse moved through it, soft and slow, a heartbeat, or a memory coming up from under the floor. Luna stepped closer. The spiral responded, brightening just slightly, like a lid lifting. Ellis whispered, "Wait," but she had already reached out. Her palm touched the stone, and the wall inhaled. That was the only word for it. It didn't glow, didn't shake, didn't emit light or sound. It simply drew in. Like something inside the corridor had pulled on the thread of her presence and knew her by name. Then it pushed back. Not violently, but with the weight of intention, like someone placing a firm hand against her chest. Not to hurt her, just to say not yet. She staggered half a step. The spiral glowed brighter. Then the light snapped, and everything behind them disappeared. The torch-lit passage, the stairs, the way back, gone, replaced by smooth, seamless walls in every direction. Stone that hadn't been walked on in centuries. No cracks. No door. No sound. Ellis turned in a slow circle. "This isn't the corridor." Luna didn't answer. Her palm was still against the spiral. And now it wasn't just glowing. It was inside her, the shape thrumming gently beneath her skin, like a mark that had always been there but had only just begun to wake up. The corridor didn't twist, but the air around it did. The color of the light changed first, subtly, like a breath inhaled backward. Torchlight dimmed to gray, then brightened again into a soft, flickering gold. But there were no flames, no heat, just the illusion of fire painted across stone that had long since forgotten warmth. Luna pulled her hand from the spiral. The pressure of it lingered in her palm like a brand, even though her skin showed no mark. She flexed her fingers once, then again. The air around them shimmered faintly, with something that was not mist, not magic, but memory. Behind her, Alice moved, but his footstep made no sound. Luna turned to look at him. He hadn't noticed yet. "This isn't a trap," he said. "It's preserved, like a warded timefold." She studied him carefully, or a memory spell cast on a place instead of a person. Ellis nodded, distracted. His eyes were scanning the walls. The corridor had changed. Where it had once been dusty, dull, long neglected, now the stone looked cleaner, younger. The spiral marking had darkened at the edges, as if freshly carved. The scent of old moss had been replaced by the sharper trace of oak wood and something warm, like sunlit parchment. Something had reset. Ahead of them, the corner that once led nowhere now opened into a proper archway, simple, framed in ironwood. And just beyond it, a door, heavy, ancient, slightly ajar. A silver glow pulsed through the crack. Ellis took a step forward. "Wait!" Luna's voice stopped him. He glanced back. She pointed at the ground. "Step back." He did. Nothing changed. No dust disturbed, no echo, no print. The floor looked untouched. "I didn't leave a mark," he said. Luna met his eyes. "You didn't arrive." He looked down at his hands, then at hers. "You're solid," he whispered. "So are you." But neither of them sounded sure. Then came the sound. Not from ahead, from behind. A door opening, slow and ancient, wood on stone. They turned. The corridor stretched longer than it had seconds ago, now descending gently into shadow. Spirals marked the walls on either side, glowing, faint, alive. Ellis's throat tightened. "This isn't a room." "No," Luna said softly. "It's a memory," he finished. She nodded. "And now we're inside it." The descent felt longer than it should have. The corridor narrowed slightly as they walked. though the stone remained smooth, untouched by dust or time. The spirals along the wall glowed with a quiet urgency now, less like decoration, more like warnings half whispered in a language she almost understood. They didn't speak. Sound felt dangerous here, like words might shift the walls or wake something waiting. The air changed again, and then, just ahead, the corridor opened. They stepped into a chamber that didn't exist on any map. It was circular, high-ceilinged, with no windows and no visible light source. Yet the space shimmered with a faint silver hue, like moonlight passed through water. The walls were lined with arches, each sealed with different materials. Stone, vine, rusted metal, veined marble. Only one was open. And in front of it stood two figures. Shadowed, indistinct, but not ghostly. They weren't transparent. They were present, just not now. The taller one had robes that shimmered like starlight. Their hands were clasped behind their back, still but alert. The shorter was speaking in a low voice that echoed strangely, bending through time like it was being translated by the room itself. Luna couldn't make out the words. Then the taller figure turned, halfway, and looked through her. Not at her, through. The voice came without warning. Soft, clear. She remembers the shape, even when the name is gone. Luna froze. The figure's face was still half-shadowed, but the way they stood, calm as if they had always known this moment would return, sent a quiet jolt through her. The other figure turned as well, speaking louder now. The Ravenant will be marked before she knows her place. She'll come through the spiral. Then the taller one again. Lunara. You're early. Alice gasped softly beside her. Luna's heart didn't race. It slowed, like the room was sinking to her pulse. She stepped forward, but the figures didn't react. They had already turned away. The taller one touched the wall beside the arch, and a faint silver spiral etched itself into the stone. Then both figures vanished. Not faded, vanished, like a page turned in a book she hadn't finished reading. The light dimmed. The spirals across the chamber dulled. The chamber itself began to dissolve, not collapse, not shatter, just withdraw, like it had never meant to be seen for long. The chamber unraveled around them, not in motion, but in memory, as though the space was folding itself back into the stones of the castle, like a sigh pulled inward. The arches blurred, their outlines smudging at the edges. The light dimmed to dusk gray, then violet, then gone. Luna reached out toward the spiral that had glowed on the wall, but her fingers passed through empty air. The wall was blank again. Smooth. Ella stood very still beside her. Neither of them moved. Then, with no sound, no pull, no transition, they were back, standing once more in the corridor just before the spiral-marked wall. The torch behind them flickered into sudden existence. The suits of armor breathed out long-held silence. It was like waking from a dream while still inside it. Alice turned slowly to face her. You heard it, didn't you? He asked. Luna nodded. He didn't ask what. He didn't have to. The figures in the memory had known her name. Not Luna, Lunara. They hadn't seen her, but they'd expected her. Expected her to come through the spiral. She touched the wall again, carefully. It didn't react this time. No glow, no hum. But the stone felt warmer than it had before, like the memory had left something behind. They climbed the stairs in silence. Neither of them asked whether the corridor would vanish again. It didn't. The castle was quiet now, dormant, but not asleep. When they reached the landing just below the Ravenclaw Tower, Luna paused. The torchlight shifted, just for a moment, and behind her, on the wall above the archway, something shimmered. A spiral. Faint, etched not in stone, but in shadow. Alice stopped beside her, staring. That wasn't there before. No, Luna said. It followed us. He looked at her, uncertain. What does it mean? She watched the mark slowly fade back into the darkness. It means, she said softly, we're not leaving the memory behind. A long pause. She placed a hand to her chest, where the shell pendant rested. The memory's leaving with us. The library at night didn't feel asleep. It felt guarded. The corridors between the stacks narrowed when no one watched. The lamps flickered just slightly out of sync with each other. The books rustled in place, not restless but alert. As if the library were less a place, and more a creature with shells for ribs and catalogs for memory. Luna walked slowly, her satchel tucked close beneath one arm, fingers trailing the edge of the wall as she descended the 3 steps to the restricted archives. She wasn't afraid, but she wasn't entirely alone either. The spiral mark from earlier lingered in the corner of her eye, even though it was long gone, like something she'd brought back with her from the corridor hadn't fully returned to stillness. She passed a shelf labeled Temporal Loops Artifact Inheritance. Several volumes blinked faintly as she went by. Literally blinked, their gilded spines glinting once, as if in recognition. She reached the far end of the chamber. Pince's office door was ajar. Luna knocked. No answer. She pushed gently, letting the door open fully. The room was dim. One lamp burned on the desk. Stacks of parchment cast long shadows across the floor. At the back of the room, half obscured by shelves, stood Madame Pince. She was still, not frozen. Composed, like a photograph given breath. She didn't turn when Luna entered. Didn't speak. Only after Luna crossed the threshold, fully did her voice rise. Quiet and even. You've come earlier than I expected. Luna blinked. You knew I would? Pince turned slightly, her profile catching the lamplight. Her eyes looked sharper in the dim, older and not entirely kind, but not cold either. You touched the wall, she said. Luna didn't answer. Pince looked at her fully now, the kind of look librarians usually gave to rare editions. Measured, appraising, and the spiral answered. Still, Luna stayed quiet. I need to know what the word means, she said finally. Pince stepped away from the shelves. Her expression didn't change. You don't mean a word, she said. You mean a status? Luna didn't speak right away. The word status carried a weight she hadn't expected. Not like a title, not a prophecy. It sounded bureaucratic. Recorded. Like something you'd find on a ledger beneath layers of dust. Filed, forgotten, but never erased. Pince crossed to the desk and flicked her wand once. The parchment atop the catalog entry snapped shut and floated into a drawer. She sat. Who else knows? She asked. Luna blinked. About me? No, said Pince. About the spiral. Luna hesitated. Alice Dawlish. Pince gave a slow, unreadable nod. Of course. The Dawlish line always drifts near the edge of locked rooms. She didn't explain the remark. Didn't need to. She laced her fingers and rested her elbows on the desk. You've seen something, haven't you? Luna nodded. A memory, she said. It played like a room. The walls changed. The light was wrong. 2 people were speaking. They said my name. Pince's expression didn't shift, but the silence that followed was thick enough to press against. Luna continued. They called me Lunora. They said the spiral would bring me through. That I'd be marked before I understood. And you believe them? Pince asked softly. Luna tilted her head. I didn't say I understood them, but yes, I believe them. There was another pause. Pince stood again. She walked to a high shelf behind the desk and withdrew a small locked tome bound in bronze-threaded hide. It didn't have a title. She set it on the desk. The castle doesn't bind people by accident, she said. But it doesn't explain itself either. Which means your understanding has to come through the bond, not before it. Luna studied the book. What is that? A lineage register, said Pince. Not of bloodlines, of cognitive descent, magical continuities, spellprint echoes, those the castle recognizes even when the world does not. She placed one hand on top of the book. I can open it for you. Luna looked up, hopeful. But only, Pince added, if you take the archivist's oath. Luna stared at the bronze-threaded tome. It didn't hum or glow or whisper. But it felt alive, not sentient, but aware. Waiting. She didn't reach for it. Instead, she met Madame Pince's gaze. What does the oath bind me to? Pince's fingers remained on the cover, steady. To silence, she said. To memory. To recognition. Recognition by what? By the castle, Pince said simply. And by what came before it. Luna didn't flinch. She waited. So Pince continued. The archivist's oath is not sworn by all who study here. It is not for students or professors. It is for those the records recognize. Those whose presence activates memory structures buried in the architecture itself. She tapped the spine of the book with a fingernail. You've stepped inside a space that should not exist. I didn't mean to. That's never how it works. Luna glanced down at the spiral ring faintly inked around her wrist. It had faded since the chamber, but not entirely. It still tingled when her thoughts circled the memory. You've seen someone like me before, she said. Pince didn't answer, but she didn't deny it either. She reached into a drawer and withdrew a second item, a thin band of parchment, coiled like a ribbon, threaded with copper ink. It shimmered faintly but not magically. Mechanically, as if reacting to Luna's breath, she placed it beside the book. This, she said, is the oath's conduit. You don't speak it? Luna asked. You write it, Pince replied, in your own words. The castle watches. Luna picked up the ribbon. It was warm, soft at the edges, but heavy at the core. What happens if I refuse? She asked quietly. Pince folded her hands. You forget parts of what you've seen. Not all. Not immediately. But the memory loses structure. The spiral fades. The castle unrecognizes you. Luna stared at the ribbon. And if I accept? Pince's voice dropped, almost reverent. Then the castle begins to show you the parts of itself that were never meant to be hidden. Luna held the oath ribbon in her hands. The copper ink shimmered like it was floating just above the parchment, pulsing with slow intention. The strip wasn't long, just enough space for a few sentences. But its weight told her what mattered wasn't the amount written. It was truth. She turned to Madame Pince. It doesn't have to rhyme, does it? Pince almost smiled. No, but it does have to belong to you. Luna sat down. She didn't take out a quill. The ribbon didn't need one. It responded to contact. She pressed a fingertip to its edge. And then she wrote, not a poem, not a declaration, just a sentence. I will remember what the world tried to forget. And I will not turn away when it remembers me back. The moment she finished, the ink settled, hardened, then faded into the ribbon's surface, no longer copper but a dull silver blue. Madame Pince exhaled slowly. It's accepted you. She reached for the book. The lock unlatched on its own. When the cover opened, Luna expected pages. Instead, she saw a well of light. Thin, glimmering strands stretched downward like threads of memory unwinding into a bottomless reservoir. The space inside the book was larger than it could possibly hold. Dozens, no, hundreds, of names shimmered across the surface in soft gold. Luna leaned in. Some of the names blinked out when she looked directly at them. Others stayed. And one, at the very center, was already glowing faintly. Luna Lovegood. She touched it. The light pulsed, and the spiral on her wrist darkened, just for a breath, before settling into something that no longer shimmered. It had anchored. Madame Pince closed the book gently. The castle knows you now, she said. Luna looked up. I thought it already did. It recognized your echo, Pince said softly. Now it knows your voice. Outside the library, the corridor had changed. Subtly, the torches burned lower. The shadows curved more sharply. And a spiral, barely visible, had appeared on the wall above the west-facing arch. Not glowing. Just there. Waiting. The path behind Greenhouse 4 didn't appear on any map. There was no sign, no stone marker. Just a narrow strip of uneven flagstones that only revealed itself if you turned left at the hedge after forgetting what you were looking for. Luna didn't need to forget anymore. The castle remembered for her. She and Ellis walked slowly, side by side, their footsteps muffled by wet moss and loose gravel. The morning sky hung heavy above them, cloud-thick and breathless. A storm wasn't coming, but something was. Neither of them spoke. They had tried to talk the night before, up in the tower common rooms, but every time Luna tried to explain what it had felt like. To write the oath, to see her name in that book, to feel the spiral settle into her bones, the words dissolved in her mouth like powdered leaves. Now, she didn't need to say anything. They both felt it. The wall stood just ahead. It didn't rise out of the ground. It didn't loom. It waited. Ivy covered its surface like a veil, lush, too green for the season, its leaves broad and glistening despite no recent rain. It clung to the stone, not like a climbing plant, but like a skin that had grown over a scar. Luna stopped 2 paces from the center. Ellis slowed beside her. It's awake, he said quietly. She nodded. The oath ribbon in her satchel pulsed once, warm, not hot. When she pulled it free, the once parchment strip had hardened into something between fabric and metal. Light glimmered just beneath its surface, pulsing softly, rhythmically. She stepped forward, pressed it to the ivy. The vines did not burn. They didn't retreat in fear. They obeyed. A shiver moved through the green like a sigh. Leaves curled inward, tendrils unwound. The entire veil peeled back, layer by layer, folding along invisible seams as if it had rehearsed this motion for centuries. Behind it, stone, smooth, unbroken, then pulse. The wall inhaled. Fine cracks appeared in the mortar, spiraling out in careful curves. Not damage, design. Pale light traced each line, building outwards from a single central glyph. A spiral bloomed open, not flat, not edged, but recessed, like a door blooming inward. And beyond it, dark. Not lifeless, not threatening, just the kind of dark that waits. They stepped through the arch together. No threshold, no flash, no shimmer of crossing into something protected. One moment they were in the shadow of ivy and wall, the next, they were inside. And the castle exhaled. Luna heard it. Not a breath, not in a normal way, but a soft, downward pressure in her chest, like the walls around her had finally stopped holding their breath. The space was quiet. Not silent, quiet in the way deep caves are quiet, with their own kind of heartbeat. The floor beneath her feet was smooth stone, mottled and dark, scattered with faint traces of shell-white markings worn into patterns by time. No dust, no cobwebs, but no footprints either. No sign anyone had ever walked here before. Ellis whispered, "It's clean." Luna nodded. Not cleaned, preserved. The room stretched upward. Not tall, deep. The ceiling vanished into black. A spiral staircase hugged the inner curve of the wall, built of wide stone steps without railings. They didn't spiral out from a center. They curled around a hollow shaft of open air that ran straight up the core of the tower. Luna moved to the first step. It was warm, only a little, but enough to suggest recent use. She turned back to Ellis. He was staring at the wall. No, not the wall. A mural, painted in pigment that shimmered faintly when he tilted his head. It showed a series of figures, hooded, faceless, not ominous but indistinct, like they'd been drawn from memory rather than observation. Each stood before a door marked with a spiral, their hands held outward, palms glowing. He reached out but didn't touch it. "Do you think these are Ravenians?" Luna joined him, her gaze tracing the painted hands. "They're being recognized," she murmured. She stepped back into the center of the chamber. The stone beneath her shifted. Not violently, just enough to feel. A thin circle of light traced itself around her feet. She looked up. A flicker, just above, past the lip of the first staircase turn. Light. It pulsed once, then vanished. Ellis stepped beside her. "Did you see that?" She nodded. The tower's responding. Responding how? Luna tilted her head. "To me." They climbed in silence. The spiral staircase wound upward in smooth arcs, each step carved of stone that gave slightly beneath their feet, not with softness, but with memory. Luna had never walked on anything like it. The tower wasn't echoing her, it was responding, matching her pace, adjusting. Every fifth step gave off a subtle chime, too quiet to be heard clearly, but deep enough to feel in her bones. Not a bell, not music, something older, like a spell tuned for listening instead of casting. Ellis trailed behind her by 2 steps, his breath light and even. "I feel like we're walking through something that hasn't been finished yet," he whispered. "No," Luna said softly. "It was finished. It just hadn't remembered itself in a long time." Around them, the central shaft glowed faintly. No torchlight, no sun. Just a soft, ambient blue, like the air inside a dream. Lines moved faintly along the inner column, curved symbols, some familiar as runes, others shifting too quickly to hold in her mind. The tower was writing. Or reading. She wasn't sure which. They reached a landing halfway up. It wasn't marked. No doors, no plaques. Just a wide platform with a shallow bowl set into the floor. Stone carved into a spiral depression, no wider than a hat brim, ringed with tiny inset symbols. Luna knelt beside it. The symbols weren't decorative, they were numerical. 12 in total, arranged like the face of a clock, but not hours. Each was labeled with a small arc and a color sigil she didn't recognize. Alice crouched beside her. "A calendar? Or a sequence?" Luna murmured. "Something that moves in cycles." She reached out and touched the symbol at the top. The bowl responded instantly. Not with light or sound, but with wind. A soft breeze spiraled up from the hollow center, dry and sweet, like parchment left too long in sunlit rooms. The inner circle of the bowl turned, clicking once, aligning itself with the symbol Luna had touched. Alice looked at her. "What did you do?" "I think I woke up a memory." As she stood, the breeze stopped. The inner ring of the bowl held its position. Above them, the shaft pulsed once. Then, from far above, something moved. Not a person, not stone. The air, the tower shifted. Not physically, but intentionally, like a chessboard preparing its next piece. Luna turned to the stairs. "They're going to change," she said quietly. Alice blinked. "What?" "They're listening now." And as they stepped forward, the stair behind them dissolved. Not fell, not broke, but unraveled. Stone folding back into the wall, as though the tower had decided that step had served its purpose and no longer needed to exist. The staircase led them higher than Luna expected. Past the bounds of what should have fit within the castle's known architecture, the spiral kept climbing. Slow, deliberate, widening as it rose. The air changed subtly with each turn. Warmer, drier, charged with something just shy of sound. Then, without warning, they stepped into light. A chamber unfolded around them, circular, like the base, but this space was alive. Columns curved up into a high-domed ceiling etched with pale spirals, their shapes inlaid with thin veins of copper and something darker, obsidian maybe, or dragonglass. The air shimmered faintly, and in the center of the floor, a pedestal rose from the stone. Simple, unadorned, it bore no symbol, no crest. But as Luna stepped forward, it lit. A soft glow, drawn from the walls themselves, pooled into the lines of the pedestal's surface until a spiral bloomed at its crown. The same shape she'd seen in her dream journal. The same as the feather, the corridor, the ribbon. Alice stood just beyond the threshold. When he stepped forward, nothing happened. The light held steady. The room did not react. He looked at her. It's not seeing me." Luna didn't answer. She already knew. She moved toward the pedestal and placed her hand atop it. Not firmly, not with force. Just contact. The glow shifted. The spiral deepened. And across the dome ceiling, a wave of movement spread. Symbols lit in sequence, one after another, tracing a circular constellation that had never appeared on any Hogwarts ceiling or chart. She could hear something now. A voice, but not made of words. More like intention formed from vibration. It didn't speak to her with meaning, but with memory. She pressed her other hand to the stone, and the spiral opened. Not physically, but through her. She gasped, not from pain, but from the feeling of something moving inward, like being pulled into the shape of a forgotten name. Alice stepped forward. Luna. She turned. Her eyes were glowing. Not bright, not magic. Just seen. Chapter 4. Inheritance in Stone. Luna hadn't planned to stay awake, but the journal wouldn't let her sleep. It had been hours since she'd come down from Tower N. Her knees still carried the echo of its steps, her palms the memory of stone that wasn't cold. The pedestal hadn't given her anything she could hold, but it had taken something quietly and given something in return. A knowing, tucked deep behind her ribs, where words didn't fit. The others had long since drawn their curtains and slipped into sleep. The Ravenclaw dormitory whispered with peaceful breath, and the distant sighs of castle beams settling. But Luna sat on the rug, cross-legged in her dressing gown, her journal resting in her lap. The map had changed again. It had begun the moment she returned. She'd opened the journal expecting blank pages. Instead, ink had bloomed across the center seam, not with haste, but with the careful certainty of something returning to its rightful place. And now, hours later, it was still expanding. The lines were sharp, but not rigid. Organic, as if grown, not drawn. New corridors branched out like stems from familiar halls. Some of the lines shimmered faintly when she touched them, but dimmed again when she tried to follow. Several paths curved back into themselves in impossible loops. One twisted into a figure 8, doubling back on a tower that didn't exist on any floor plan she'd ever seen. At the map's heart, her name remained. Lunara, It had not faded, had not shifted. It wasn't ink. It was embossed, impossibly clean, as though her name had been cast in silver and pressed into the parchment before the journal had ever found her hands. She ran her thumb across the letters. They were warm, just slightly, as if the page had a pulse. Beneath her name was a spiral. It had once been a single glyph. Now it was a node, connected to a growing network of passages, symbols, and new rooms. Luna recognized some. The Ravenclaw stairwell, the edge of the astronomy tower, a wall she'd once leaned against that had hummed faintly when she was sad. She reached toward the spiral and paused, listening. The castle wasn't humming tonight. It was holding its breath. She laid her fingers lightly on the page. The spiral pulsed. Somewhere deep below her, in stone not walked in centuries, something turned to face her. The map didn't stop growing. Luna watched as a new corridor stretched its way across the lower margin of the right-hand page. The ink didn't appear with motion. It appeared with certainty, as if it had always been there, waiting for her eyes to be ready. A narrow path curved outward, twisted into a soft bend, and then ended abruptly in a blank spiral. No room, no label, just a glyph. She leaned closer. The spiral was different from the others, not drawn in the same delicate silver as the rest. This one was darker, edged with small slashes along the outer coil, like time marks, or something older than writing. It shimmered for just a moment, then stopped. Luna sat back, blinking. The room the spiral pointed to didn't exist in the castle's known geometry. She could sense it. The walls wrapped wrong. The proportions were uneven. It wasn't there, not yet. But it was getting closer. Or she was. She reached into her satchel and drew out her mother's shell pendant, letting it hang between her fingers. It vibrated faintly. Not magic. Recognition. The door opened gently behind her. No knock. Just a breath of cool corridor air and Ellis stepping inside. He looked pale, wind-chapped, and very awake. "You felt it," he said. Luna didn't look up. "Yes." He walked closer, knelt beside her, and stared down at the map. "Did it draw while you were watching?" "It waited," she said, "until I asked." Ellis leaned in, scanning the outer edges. "That corridor there." He pointed to a jagged line that split off from a loop beneath the Ravenclaw stairwell. "I dreamed that last night." Luna glanced at him. "I don't mean I imagined it," he went on. "I dreamed I walked it. I remember the sound it made. The stone underfoot wasn't even." She nodded. "I think the castle is remembering with us." He exhaled through his nose. Then, quietly, "There's a symbol I've been drawing since I was little. I never knew where it came from. Until now." He opened his sketchbook and flipped toward the center. Luna's breath caught. There, drawn along the side of a loosely rendered tower shaft, was the symbol she'd just seen appear beside her name, a broken triangle, tilted inside a curve, like something ancient that had fractured once and still hadn't healed. Ellis looked at her. "You've seen it too." She turned the journal toward him. "It's on the map." It glowed faintly beside Lunara. The symbol pulsed softly, not with light, with presence. A stillness so profound it moved everything else around it, like the way sound changed when one sat beneath stained glass, or when the forest held its breath just before a storm. The broken triangle, half encircled by the curved arc, sat adjacent to her name, not touching, not overlapping, but close enough to imply a kind of orbit. Luna couldn't look away. "It's not decorative," she murmured. "No," Ellis agreed. "It's watching." They both fell silent. The journal pulsed again, almost imperceptibly. Luna ran her fingertip along the edge of the symbol, not quite touching, just close enough to sense it. "I think it's part of the map," she said, "but not drawn by it." Ellis looked at her. "What does that mean?" She frowned. "Maps don't usually annotate their creators, or their owners. This feels more like a message." "From what?" She didn't answer. Instead, she reached beneath her bed and drew out a faded leather notebook, the one with her mother's old notes, half-legible scribbles and fragmented theories on resonant fields and inhabited stone, and non-linear cognition among collapsed magical structures. She flipped past the pressed leaves and broken runes until she found a loose scrap, a page torn from something older, a sketch of a spiral, not the familiar kind used in enchantment arrays or time magic. This one had slashes at its corners, a broken curve where continuity should be. And next to it, faint and almost missed, was a mark. A triangle cracked to the middle. Ellis leaned closer. That's the same symbol. Luna nodded. Mom didn't know what it was. She called it an echo sigil. Said it only showed up in places that weren't fully present, or people. People? She wrote that some magical identities leave shadows, not of what they were, but of what they're about to become. Ellis went still. You think this is about you? No, Luna said. I think this is about something I'm becoming. The room was quiet now. The fire in the hearth had died down to its coals. The sounds of the castle, its creaks, its murmurs, its hidden whispers, had faded into something weightier. Not silence, not sleep, more like attention. The journal still lay open between them. Luna's thumb rested on the edge of the page, keeping it flat, while Ellis leaned back slightly, his sketchbook still open across his knees. Neither spoke for a while. Then the map shifted again. Not all of it. Just the space below her name. A second spiral. Smaller, sharper, unfolded to the lower left of the etched lunara. It formed from nowhere, ink shimmering across the parchment like a ripple through light. Lines branched out from its base, but they didn't follow any structure they recognized. They curved down, then turned inward, bent in on themselves. It wasn't a room. It wasn't a corridor. It was a shape. A deliberate one. Ellis sat forward, squinting. I've seen that before. Luna didn't move. Where? He swallowed. 2 weeks ago, in a dream, I was standing in a circular space. Flat walls, no corners, no light source, but I could see everything. This shape was on the floor, carved. I was afraid. Of the shape? No. He shook his head. Of what was missing. Luna tilted the journal so she could see the shape better. The new spiral was intersected by 3 runes. Not ones she recognized. They didn't look like anything in her mother's notes or in any book from the library. They weren't symbols used in charms or wards. They looked unfinished, like parts of a larger language the castle didn't want to say all at once. The ink shimmered, then stilled. Why is the map showing your dream? She asked softly. Ellis didn't answer right away. Then, quietly, because I think the castle remembers more than we do. The journal grew warm beneath her hand. Not hot, not alarming, just aware. The lines of the newly drawn shape pulsed once more. Luna's pendant trembled against her collarbone, and from somewhere below the Ravenclaw dormitory, far beyond the range of classrooms or common rooms, something aligned, not revealed, not open, aligned. The map stopped moving, but Luna was certain the castle had not. The symbol didn't belong on the map. Luna could feel it the moment she woke. It had pulsed behind her eyes the way a dream does when it forgets to fade. Persistent, impossible, and not quite hers. She hadn't fallen asleep on purpose. Sometime after the map stopped shifting, her body had given up and curled beneath her blanket, journal still open beside her. The symbol had been waiting. She sat up slowly, brushing her hair from her face, and reached for the journal. The ink had dried. Most of the map looked exactly as it had the night before, but something new had burned itself into the top corner of the left-hand page. Not part of the castle's geometry, not a corridor, not a spiral. It was a rune, jagged, crooked, deliberately broken. A triangle with a curve split down the center, the 2 halves misaligned as though pried open. A circle hovered just above the crack, unconnected but somehow essential. Luna stared at it, heart knocking a slow rhythm beneath her ribs. This symbol didn't shimmer. It didn't glow. It waited. Ellis found her before breakfast. He looked like he hadn't slept at all, his eyes shadowed, his robes lopsided. He didn't even speak when he sat down across from her in the empty study chamber. He just pulled his sketchbook into his lap and turned to a page in the middle. The symbol was there, drawn again and again along the edge. Some small, some large, some barely traced. One version filled almost the entire page, its corners bent into sharp hooks. I used to draw this on walls, he said softly. Back home, in chalk, on my wardrobe doors. Once, on the inside of a cupboard. I didn't know what it was. Luna turned her journal so he could see the newly marked corner. It drew itself in the night, she said, or the castle did. Ellis stared. It didn't reach for it, didn't touch the page. I saw it in a memory that wasn't mine. Was it a dream? Luna asked. No. His voice was even now lower than usual. I was wide awake. I was walking down by the lake. The sun was setting. I looked up at the tower and I thought I saw someone standing on top of it. Not moving, just watching. He tapped the page. This was floating in the air behind them. Luna blinked. That's not a symbol, she whispered. Alice looked at her, his expression unreadable. No, he said. It's a warning. The library smelled different that morning. Dust, always. A hint of parchment, of course. But underneath it, Luna caught something else, sharp and unfamiliar, like powdered stone just after it's been cracked. Something about the air made her skin prickle, as if the books were holding their breath. Ellis had gone to fetch breakfast. He hadn't asked if she wanted anything. He just said, "You'll want time," and left her at the base of the spiral staircase in the library's northeast wing. He wasn't wrong. She didn't know what she was looking for, but she knew where to start. Madam Pence had locked the archive annex after Luna's second visit. Said the records had begun to overread. Whatever that meant. But there was another way in. Luna ducked behind a false shelf that rotated slowly when you whispered the right syllables. Old high runes, almost forgotten. Her mother had scrawled them on a paper lining the inside of an old potion tin, never labeled, never explained. The shelf creaked open, revealing a narrow passage behind. It led into the back wall of the annex. Not into the reading room. Into the forgotten shelves. The ones that didn't catalog themselves. It was cold here. Colder than the rest of the library, though no wind reached this deep into the castle. These books didn't glow or whisper or hum like the enchanted ones in the central wing. They were quiet. And listening, Luna moved slowly, her hand brushing the edge of each spine as she passed. Some trembled. Some didn't respond at all. One of them felt warm. She stopped. It was a thin book, bound in soft brown leather. No title, no spine mark, no page tags. She pulled it free. It opened on its own. There were only 5 pages inside. The first 4 were blank. The 5th held a symbol. The symbol, drawn not in ink but in ash, sealed beneath a glassy smear of magic that had gone brittle with age. The triangle cracked, the curve slashed, the floating circle above it. But beneath it, handwritten in a spidery, familiar script, was a word she had never read before. Inheritance pattern. Type Raveniate. Her heart beat once, hard. The page shimmered faintly. And just beneath the label, her mother's initials were inked in gray. S.L. The journal was exactly where she'd left it. Open on the desk in the corner of the Ravenclaw study chamber, sunlight now stretching long across the floorboards. No one had touched it. But Luna knew something had changed. She could feel the hum before she crossed the room. The spiral beside her name was pulsing again, fainter than before, but more frequent. And where the edge of the map had ended the night before, now a new line had begun to grow. Fine and angular, branching off from a previously blank corner of the page. It didn't shimmer like the others. It burned. Dark ink etched slowly across the paper, etching downward, downward, until it stopped in a small rectangular shape. Luna leaned closer. It was a room, perfectly square. Too square for Hogwarts. No labels, no spiral, no names. Just a mark at the center of the floor. A broken triangle, ink so faintly it looked like it might not even be there if she blinked too hard. The same symbol from the book, the same as the one Ellis had drawn. And yet, this one felt older. Alice stepped into the room just as she touched the edge of the mark. "You felt it too," he said. It wasn't a question. She nodded. "I found a book in the annex." "Let me guess," he said, already reaching into his satchel. Triangle. Curve. Circle. She turned the journal so he could see. He froze. "That's not the one I saw on the sketch." Luna frowned. "It's not?" "No. This one's reversed. The triangle's cracked from the bottom. The one I drew broke from the top." He stepped closer, pointing gently. "And the floating circle? See how it's positioned slightly off-center here? Mine was perfectly aligned." Luna looked from the journal to his sketch pad and back again. "They're variations," she whispered. "Different dialects of the same word. Or the same warning," Ellis added. The sunlight through the high windows dimmed slightly, the clouds outside shifting. The room cooled. Luna didn't speak for a long time. Then, softly, "I think the castle is trying to remember something it was made to forget." Ellis nodded slowly. or trying to show us what someone buried inside it. The ink was still warm beneath her fingertips. Luna could feel it, an ambient heat, barely above body temperature, as if the map wasn't simply showing her a room but remembering it back into being. The symbol at the center of the new square, broken triangle, skewed circle, seemed to settle more deeply into the parchment the longer she looked at it, darkening as though aware of her gaze. A subtle vibration traveled through her palm. She blinked. The spiral beside her name pulsed once, then again, faster this time. Not rhythmically, urgently. Ellis stepped back. Luna. She didn't answer. Her focus was locked on the map. The lines surrounding the new room had begun to spread, only slightly. Tiny fractures extending from the corners of the drawn walls, like hairline cracks in stone. But the paper didn't tear. It shifted. Luna leaned in closer, nose nearly to the page. The cracks weren't damaged. They were roots. "It's growing," she whispered. Ellis stared. "What is?" "The room," she said. "Not in the castle, on the map. It's reaching for something, anchoring." Ellis dropped to one knee beside her, his voice barely audible. "This isn't just memory, is it?" Luna slowly shook her head. "No, this is creation." They sat frozen as the spiral pulsed again. This time, the journal's entire center page rippled once, like a breath taken inward. The new room blinked, the symbol at its core sharpening. Something echoed far beneath the floorboards. A creak. Then a second, lower and slower. From the corridor beyond the study room, a breeze passed. Not cold, but deliberate. It moved the loose parchment on the desk. It fluttered Luna's sleeve. She turned slowly toward the door. "I think the room's real," she said softly. Ellis followed her gaze. "Where?" Luna touched the tip of her wand to the page, directly over the etched triangle. The map brightened. A single thread of ink extended from the room's right edge, curling down into a corridor, and at the end of it, a spiral stair. Not labeled, not connected, but unmistakably leading below. The corridor beneath the astronomy tower had never held a stairwell. Ellis had said so with absolute certainty. He'd sketched the floor plan twice from memory and once from observation. "No stairs," he'd repeated. "No slope. Just a loop back toward the greenhouse paths." But Luna stood now in the place where stone had once bent back into the castle's flow and found something different. A seam, thin, delicate. It traced a half-moon curve along the floor, pressed into the flagstones like the memory of a door that had once been locked and long forgotten. But it hadn't been forced open. It had been invited. Luna reached for the spiral pendant resting beneath her collar. It pulsed against her fingertips. She lowered her hand to the floor and let her palm press flat to the seam. The stones warmed beneath her skin. Not all of them, just those within the arc. Then, with the gentlest sigh, the seam sank. A circle of stone uncurled inward like a closing flower, revealing a spiral stair etched from dark slate. It wound down in careful, perfect revolutions, untouched by dust or decay. The air that rushed upward was dry. It smelled like paper and old copper, like memory held too tightly for too long. Ellis hesitated at the edge. Luna didn't. She took the first step as if she'd done it before. The stair accepted her weight without resistance. Each tread was smooth, without wear. A stair unused, or maintained by magic older than the castle's own enchantments. The light didn't change. There were no torches. But the stones themselves gave off a pale, steady glow. Enough to see, not enough to dispel shadow. The darkness remained at the edges, just out of reach, watching with patient eyes. Ellis followed one pace behind. He didn't speak, neither did she. The stair curved down deeper than it should have. And still, there was no end. Only the sense of something approaching. Not above, not ahead, but within. Something in the stair itself was listening. The descent wasn't long in steps, but it stretched. The curve of the stair folded inward as if it were leading them not deeper into the castle, but further into something older. Luna counted 10 turns, maybe 12, then lost track. The air didn't change. Neither did the sound beneath their feet. But gravity shifted. She felt it in her chest first. A subtle tug, not downward, but inward, like her bones were being aligned with something buried beneath the stone. Ellis slowed behind her. "Luna," he said softly. She stopped. He gestured upward. We're lower than the dungeons. She tilted her head. The stair hadn't widened. The space didn't feel constricted. But her ears had popped 3 turns ago, and the pressure behind her eyes hadn't faded. The castle above was no longer listening. They were somewhere else now. The glow from the walls faded. Not into darkness, into absence. No light, but no fear. Only stillness. Ahead, the stair ended, and a door waited. It wasn't a door in the way castle doors are. No frame, no handle, no wood. It was a wall of what looked like pale glass, tall, arched, set within a curve of black stone that shimmered faintly with colors that changed when she didn't look at them directly. She approached slowly. The door didn't reflect her. It reflected nothing. Behind it, a soft haze. Not fog, not magic, just unformed space. At the top of the arch, barely visible, a spiral. Not carved, etched in heat, and in the center of the door, suspended without support, floated the rune. A broken triangle, cracked vertically, and just above it, the off-center circle. Luna reached into her satchel and pulled out the page from the annex. The one with the same symbol. The one signed by her mother. She pressed it gently to the glass. Nothing happened. Then, the rune pulsed. Once. The rune pulsed again. This time, Luna felt it in her hand. Not just in her fingers, but through her skin, through the parchment she held. The page from the annex, the one marked with her mother's initials, shimmered faintly in the glow from the rune as if it recognized its own origin. Ellis stood just behind her. His voice was a whisper. It sees it. Luna didn't answer. Her focus was on the door. The rune in its center had begun to turn. Very slowly, as if revolving on some internal axis. The crack down its middle widened slightly, not physically, but symbolically, like a thought pulling itself open. Then the glass door changed. Not color, not clarity. Memory. A scene unfolded inside its surface, not behind it, but within it. The fog within the door thickened, swirled, and coalesced into images. Ghost-like. Real. A woman's hand. Holding a wand, thin fingers. A pale shell pendant wrapped twice around the wrist. Luna's breath caught. That's. I know, Ellis said. They both stared. The hand moved in slow gestures, wand carving lines through mist that wasn't there. The same spiral Luna had traced a dozen times in her journal. The same she had felt beneath her palm and Tower N. The woman's voice followed, soft, layered, distant. Not in English, not in Latin, but Luna understood it. This is not a ward. This is not a gate. This is what remembers before the door is made. The image flickered. A flash. Brief of the woman's face turned in profile. Blonde. Hollow-cheeked. Eyes focused far past the edge of the vision. Luna pressed closer. Her heartbeat had gone strangely steady, like it had been waiting for this rhythm to return. The woman continued. She must carry it before she knows, or the pattern will break. If the castle forgets her, the spiral will close. Luna's hand drifted to her collarbone, fingers brushing the pendant resting there. It was humming. Not with magic. With memory, the vision faded as quickly as it had come. The glass returned to its misty stillness. Only the rune remained. Ellis exhaled beside her. That was your mother. Luna didn't speak. Her eyes were wide but distant. It wasn't a recording, she murmured. It wasn't a memory either. It was instruction. She made this. She made part of it, or helped awaken it. She turned to Ellis. Her voice had gone quiet but solid. She knew I'd come here. Not just someday. This exact path, this door. And the spiral? Luna nodded. She didn't write it into the castle. She wrote it into me. Luna stood very still. The glass door no longer shimmered, but its surface hadn't returned to neutral. It hummed softly now, just under hearing, more sensation than sound. The rune remained suspended at its center, its halves slightly parted, the circle above it glowing faintly like a small, observing eye. She looked down at the pendant in her hand. It wasn't warm. Not quite. But it had weight. As if something inside the shell had turned slightly, orienting itself toward the door like a compass. Ellis took a step forward, watching her carefully. Do you think it'll open now? No, Luna whispered. She stepped closer and laid her palm flat against the glass. I think it already has. There was no sound. No creak of stone, no rush of wind, just a subtle shift in pressure, like air inhaled, like the world folding in slightly around her. The glass didn't vanish, it simply ceased to be a barrier. It was still there, cool beneath her touch. But her hand sank through. Her fingers met air, thin, dry, heavy with old enchantment. She turned slightly, looking back at Ellis. He blinked. You can go through? I think I'm supposed to. Luna stepped forward. The glass bent around her, soft as silk, vanishing behind her as if it had never been solid at all. The moment she passed through, the hum in her pendant stopped. The air was cooler here, the light dimmer but clearer. The spiral was etched into the center of the floor in silver-white metal. Deeply grooved, aged, and marked at the edges with the same runes as the jewel. Fractured, repeating, orbiting a blank center. A voice, not a sound, rose in the chamber. Not words. Shapes. A map. Unfolding. In her mind, Ellis stepped through behind her. He shivered once, visibly, but did not hesitate. The chamber was round, its ceiling sloped and marked with layered circles that echoed Luna's dream drawings. The ones that had changed on their own, the ones she'd never understood. Now they made sense. They were layers of memory. The voice returned, gentler now, inward. Luna closed her eyes. She saw not her mother, but a pattern of names, of doors, of people who were meant to return only after something was lost. Tight Revenient, she whispered. Ellis looked at her. You understand it now? She opened her eyes. Not yet, but I think this room does. And the spiral beneath her feet pulsed in reply. The spiral wasn't just a mark on the floor. It was a mechanism, an embedded magical structure deeper than any charm Luna had studied. Not active, not inert, dormant, waiting for a key it already recognized. As she stood within its curve, the metal beneath her feet shimmered faintly, and the chamber around her adjusted, almost imperceptibly. The ceiling didn't move, the walls didn't close, but something in the room's awareness sharpened. She could feel it, not like a gaze, more like attention narrowing into recognition. Luna took a slow breath and crouched, tracing the edge of the spiral with one finger. The groove hummed slightly beneath her skin, not with power, but memory. A vibration tuned not to sound, but to thought. Ellis hovered just inside the arch. He hadn't stepped into the spiral yet. He didn't need to. The room hadn't called to him, only to her. A soft pulse echoed through the metal. Then a whisper, not in her ears, but beneath her thoughts. A thread of something older than language, winding through the spiral like a current. She didn't try to follow it. She let it find her. The spiral flared once beneath her hand, and the floor changed. A section within the center began to rise. Not much, only a few inches. A circle of metal detached itself with a faint click and lifted silently into view. Its surface was flat, featureless at first. Then it shifted. A series of glyphs surfaced in slow, deliberate rings, etched into the top like the skin of a shell being unwrapped. Each ring pulsed in turn, left to right, like a lens adjusting focus. Luna didn't speak. She didn't need to. The spiral spoke first. Not in voice, not even in sound, but in structure. The pattern of the glyphs reordered themselves, forming concentric bands that folded inward toward the center, locking into a single phrase. Luna blinked. It was her name. But not just Luna. Lunara Celine Lovegood. A breath caught in her throat. That name had never been written that way. Not on paper. Not in records. Not even by her mother. Celine was a name whispered once in passing. A middle name her father barely used. Did it read your mind? Ellis asked, stepping closer. No, Luna said slowly. It read my origin. The name turned once more, then stopped. Lunara Celine Lovegood. The spiral's center shimmered faintly, and then the space inside it opened. Not with sound, not with movement. The air itself thinned, like something ancient had drawn back a veil made of memory. Then the voice returned. If this record has opened, then the line is not broken. It was a woman's voice, older, measured. She spoke as though the words had weight, not just meaning, consequences. You are descended of the listening thread. The castle has remembered you because you have remembered it. Luna remained still, but her pulse had begun to rise. The glyphs circling the spiral's basin flared with dim copper light, one by one. Not magical flame, more like stored resonance. Thoughts frozen in spell form, encoded in metal. The voice continued. This is not prophecy. This is pattern. We leave behind structures, not stories. You are not chosen. You are placed. A shiver moved up Luna's spine. Ellis took a step closer to the edge of the spiral. He didn't interrupt. Luna closed her eyes. She let the message pass through her, rather than chasing it. We are not founders, we are echoes. But echoes are not silence. The spiral pulsed once beneath her feet. The voice, still calm, pressed on. This chamber is one of 9. Each holds a memory older than Hogwarts, encoded in architecture that breathes. When awakened, the pattern begins again. You are not here to uncover. You are here to resume. We called it the Revenient Spiral, a structure bound to thought, a thread passed through blood, a door that only opens when the name is remembered. The center ring dimmed. Another glyph lit at its edge, like a chapter turning. You are not alone in this pattern. Others have carried it. Others have passed it. One failed. One disappeared. One rewrote the spiral without knowing. You may remember them. The voice slowed. You must not become them. Luna's breath caught. Not from fear. From recognition. It was like hearing someone speak the shape of a dream she hadn't remembered until now. I know this, she whispered. She looked at Ellis. I don't mean the voice. I mean the feeling. I've had it before. Where? She touched her temple. When I was very small, I used to trace spirals into frost. Not for fun, because I had to. Ellis swallowed. And now? She looked back at the spiral's heart. Now I think they were listening. The spiral shifted again. Not visually. Not like the earlier glyphs which had pulsed in sequence or flared as the voice spoke. This was subtler. A change in tension. A tilt in the weight of the room itself, like the chamber was redirecting its focus. Ellis felt it too. He stood very still now, just beyond the spiral's edge, his eyes on the shifting bands of metal. The coppery glow moved inward, ring by ring, until it paused at the very center. A name rose there, etched clean and slow. Not Luna's, not Ellis's. Caldera of Vine. Luna read it aloud before she could stop herself. The chamber stirred. The voice returned. Caldera of Vine. Record bearer. 6th in line. Last of the awakened. First to attempt containment. The glyphs surrounding the spiral flexed in a new rhythm. 4 lit at once, forming a square around the center, then dim. This record is fractured. The bearer's echo was unstable. Luna's brow furrowed. Ellis stepped forward, voice hushed. Unstable how? The chamber did not answer, not directly. Instead, the spiral's edge shimmered. And then a second voice entered. Fainter, younger. I didn't mean to break it, I thought it would hold. A breath. The pattern is louder now, it wakes when I speak. Luna closed her eyes. She could see her, not clearly, just outlines. Movements. The way light bent around a figure in memory. If this is found, if another sees what I've seen, tell them not to try to fix it. The spiral does not need healing. It needs witnesses. The voice ended abruptly, cutting off like a severed thread. Luna opened her eyes slowly. Her heart was thudding. Not out of panic, but urgency. She looked at Ellis, who was staring at the spiral with a strange, still expression. Did you hear her? She asked. He nodded. Yeah. She didn't know she'd fail. He was quiet a long time. Then finally, I think that's why she did. The spiral began to shift again, new glyphs forming in the outermost band. But Luna didn't follow them yet. She sat, cross-legged, palms on the metal. Caldera Vine. Not a name from any history book. Not from Hogwarts. Not from any ministry record Luna had ever read. She wasn't famous. She wasn't remembered. She was placed. Just like Luna. And maybe that meant she hadn't truly failed at all. The spiral pulsed a final time. Not as a command, not as a signal. As an invitation, the chamber's tension softened. Not released, but adjusted. Like something behind the wall of magic had shifted from assessment to acceptance. Luna could feel it in the air, a readiness. A quiet that had opened. Another name began to form, but this time it didn't finish. Instead, a voice, soft, different, rose through the glyphs. This one didn't come from the spiral. It came from the walls. If she's reading this, then it worked. Luna froze. The voice wasn't old. It wasn't ancient. It was her mother's. Hello, little moon. If you've made it to the spiral, then the pattern found you. Or maybe you found it. Maybe both. Her breath caught in her throat. The pendant at her neck warmed instantly, like it was breathing in sync with the memory. Ellis looked at her, but didn't speak. I'm not here to guide you. You wouldn't want me to. I left this thread behind because it had to fray. Because if I stayed, the spiral would have locked. Closed. You're better suited to it than I ever was. But if the room has spoken to you, if it gave you your name, then that means it sees you as more than a return. It sees you as a continuation. Luna's hands trembled. Her mother's voice was not a recording, not the same as the others. It didn't echo like spell-stored language or message-preserved magic. It resonated. It felt alive. She pressed her palm flat against the center ring. The spiral beneath it pulsed in time with her heartbeat. Her mother continued, her voice lower now. You'll want to chase answers. I did, but the spiral doesn't reward answers. It rewards listening. So listen, Luna, to the walls, to the stone, to the breath of places that shouldn't speak but do. The ones no one else notices. The ones that called you before you ever came here. And when you find the last door, don't open it. A pause. Let it open you. The spiral dimmed. The rings stopped turning. The name faded. And the room went still. But Luna wasn't the same girl who'd stepped through that arch. She sat in silence, the echo of her mother's voice still humming beneath her ribs. And for the first time, she wasn't afraid of the pattern. She was part of it. The castle had changed. It didn't happen with a bang, or a crack, or even a shudder. The walls didn't move. The staircases didn't revolt. The portraits kept gossiping. The suits of armor still cleared their throats politely when passed. But Luna knew Hogwarts was different now. It wasn't something you could prove exactly. There was no specific corridor out of place, no spell misfiring, no windows blinking open when they shouldn't. But something beneath her footsteps had shifted. The timing of her steps felt witnessed. She felt it strongest as she emerged from the spiral chamber and rejoined the familiar halls, if they could still be called that. The stones underfoot still hummed, but no longer with idle curiosity. Now they listened. And sometimes, she thought they answered, not in words. In choices, doors opened to her more easily now, not unlocked, presented. She turned a corner on the fourth floor and found a passage that didn't exist in any of the castle maps. Even the enchanted ones. It was only 10 paces long and led straight back to the astronomy corridor where she'd started. But when she walked it, she emerged 10 minutes later. Somehow, elsewhere. Time didn't disobey in Hogwarts, but it sometimes shifted allegiance. Ellis called it spiral sliding. It's like certain corners are holding pieces of you, he said, watching her closely. And when they recognize you, they move faster. Or slower, Luna had replied, depending on whether you're ready. The changes followed her. Small at first. Book set open to the page she was about to ask for. Ceiling tiles that shimmered faintly when she passed below them. Feathers, always spiral-tipped, drifting through the air in places no birds could reach. One morning, the whisper grass in Greenhouse 3 tilted toward her as she walked past, even though the doors were shut. She stopped to watch it. Just for a moment, the grass didn't speak, but it curled into a spiral. Just once. Then relaxed, like it was waving. Luna didn't tell Professor Glassmeyer. She didn't tell Professor Flitwick. She didn't even tell Ellis everything. Not yet. Because there was something else. A second change. Harder to explain. It began as a feeling, like being watched, but kindly. Not threatening. Familiar in a way she couldn't name. She first saw it clearly in a high-arched mirror tucked between two forgotten classrooms. She didn't go looking for it. It simply appeared one morning, its frame wrapped in brass ivy, half covered by a hanging tapestry of a napping goblin. She paused, looked in, and blinked. The girl in the mirror blinked back. Not her reflection, another her. Same face, same eyes. But older, a little. wearing robes stitched with spiral glyphs she'd never seen before. The other Luna didn't speak, didn't move. She just stood there, silent, watching. Then, smiled, and vanished. The mirror was gone the next day. Luna returned to the hallway at sunrise, the corridor empty save for a few portraits still snoring and a broomstick propped neatly against the wall. The tapestry remained, the goblin in it now stirring his tea with a stick of licorice. But the mirror beneath had vanished. No frame, no outline, no sign it had ever been there. She stood in front of the stone wall where it had been, squinting slightly, as if staring hard enough might force it back into view. Nothing. But the air was different, denser, as if the space remembered what had been there and was reluctant to forget. Alice didn't question her when she told him. He had taken to carrying a bundle of rune-stamped parchment wherever he went, along with a pencil stub he never seemed to sharpen. Every few minutes he would stop walking, make a small note, and keep going without comment. They were walking near the defense corridor when he paused and turned to face a window that hadn't been there 5 seconds earlier. "I didn't see that before," he said. "That's because it didn't want to be seen," Luna replied. He didn't argue. He just stared at the view. A spiraling courtyard 2 floors below, wreathed in shadow. The pattern was spreading. That night, Luna dreamed of footsteps she hadn't taken. Not metaphorical ones. Literal. She stood on the 4th floor balcony overlooking the viaduct, but she could feel stone beneath her feet that didn't match the pattern. Smaller tiles, different pressure, air that was thinner, more distant. Then, in the dream, she turned and saw herself. Again, not a reflection, not memory. Another version, draped in a darker cloak. Spiral symbols stitched into the hem. A pendant at her collar that glowed with soft white light. This Luna didn't speak either. She held something in her hands. A map. Unfolding, made not of paper, but of etched crystal and memory-bound silk. She passed it forward, and just as Luna reached out to take it, she woke. But the feeling didn't leave. The pressure on her palm remained. The weight of the map was still there, even though it was never in her grasp. She sat upright in bed and opened her journal. There, nestled in the margin of the map's most recent page, was a drawing she hadn't made. A corridor, curved, like a question mark, unlabeled, but the stone at its end bore a shape she now knew better than her own name. The spiral, not drawn, etched, waiting. The corridor wasn't new. It couldn't be. Its stones were too worn, the mortar too settled. The sconces lining the walls were made of a metal that had long since tarnished, each carved with gentle, curling glyphs that flickered in and out of legibility as Luna passed. And yet, she had never walked it before. There was no mention of it in any Hogwarts blueprint she'd studied, enchanted or otherwise. No entries in the library, not even among the restricted text that muttered when you turned the pages too quickly. But it was there now, coiled behind the 2nd floor transfiguration wing, concealed by what had once been a blank stretch of wall. She hadn't opened it with magic. She hadn't whispered a spell. She had simply remembered it. The moment she stepped inside, the air changed. Not in scent or temperature, though it was cooler here, but in tone, as if sound behaved differently. Her footsteps made no echo. Her breath didn't stir the dust. She stopped at the first bend in the corridor. The wall to her left bore a marking she didn't recognize. 3 interlocking spirals, much tighter than the one in the chamber. They seemed to shift slightly as she looked at them, as though trying on different forms. One unraveled for a moment, then recoiled. Another blinked out entirely. Luna reached toward them. Her finger stopped just short of contact. "You do not need to touch it," a voice said beside her. She turned. Ellis stood at the corridor's entrance, pale and winded. "I tried to follow," he said. "The castle didn't want me to." Luna blinked. "How did you get through?" "I walked like you do," he said. "Like I'd been here before." She smiled faintly. "That's learning." They moved deeper together. The corridor narrowed and widened at odd intervals. Some walls were straight, others bowed outward like old rib cages. One door they passed was barely large enough for a house elf. Another stretched from floor to ceiling and bore no handle. Only a word etched into the surface in a language neither of them spoke, but both somehow understood. "Listen." At its base, a single feather rested. Not white, Not black, but soft gray blue with a spiral burned gently into the vein. Luna knelt and picked it up. The moment she did, the wall behind them whispered. Not aloud. In her mind, "We remember your first breath." She stiffened. Ellis stepped closer. What did it say? Luna looked at him and said quietly, "It knows things I've never told anyone." The corridor bent again, and something shifted. Not the stone, the silence. It wasn't empty. It wasn't passive. It had become a shape that wrapped around them, like pages of a book closing not to conceal but to cradle. The whisper had stopped, but the feeling remained, a kind of resonance that lived just behind the world's fabric. Luna walked slower now, not out of caution, out of reverence. Each step felt like a chord struck in a familiar tune, not a melody she knew, but one she recognized anyway, as if the corridor weren't leading her forward but homeward. Ahead, the light changed, a pale, slate-colored glow, like moonlight reflected in pewter. It came from a seam in the stone, thin and vertical, where the corridor ended in what looked like another wall. But it wasn't a wall. It was a door. She knew that before she even reached it. And on its surface, etched so faintly it could only be seen if one already knew it was there, was her name. Luna Lovegood. Ellis exhaled behind her. Has that been there the whole time? Luna didn't answer. She stepped forward, placing her palm flat against the center of her name. The stone warmed. The air deepened. The feather in her satchel shifted on its own. For a long time, nothing happened. Then something whispered. Not aloud, not in language, but in shape. A ripple moved through the wall like sound might move through water. The glow from the seam intensified, and the outline of the door pushed inward, revealing another spiral. This one was incomplete, broken at its edge. Luna reached into her bag and withdrew the journal. The page she turned to had already drawn itself. The incomplete spiral. The broken line, the glyphs in orbit. She stepped closer and pressed the page to the stone. The door pulsed once and began to open. But it didn't swing or vanish. It softened. It turned translucent, like glass inhaling. Beyond it, not a room. A passage, a short one. And at the far end, another her. Not a reflection, not a memory. The girl stood at the opposite threshold, hands folded calmly at her waist. She wore robes she'd never seen, spiral-threaded, starlight-stitched. Their eyes met, and the girl smiled. A mirror smile. An echo. A confirmation. Chapter 5. The Chamber Without Return. She did not move. The other Luna, the one standing at the far end of the passage, remained perfectly still. But it wasn't the stillness of fear or indecision. It was the stillness of knowing. Like she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and the moment had finally arrived. The passage between them shimmered faintly. Its walls were made of layered memory, not stone, not air, but something that carried both weight and silence. The space between the two girls did not stretch. It held. Luna stepped forward. So did the other. Each step mirrored perfectly, yet not mechanically. It felt mutual, a rhythm played by two hands on opposite ends of a drum. Ellis remained behind the open doorway, frozen, eyes wide. "Luna," he breathed. Neither of them looked back. Their footsteps made no sound. No breath stirred the corridor. When they reached the center, an equidistant point between the two ends, Luna stopped. So did the other. And for the first time, Luna could truly see her. She was not identical, not in the way reflections are. This girl was older by a year, maybe two. Her eyes held layers of fatigue. Her robes were worn at the cuffs. Her boots were dusted with a kind of soot that didn't belong anywhere in Hogwarts. But her pendant was the same. So was the small scar above her right wrist. One Luna had gotten at age 6 from trying to catch a falling tea kettle before it shattered. They were the same, but one had walked further. Luna reached out a hand. The other Luna did the same. They didn't touch, but their fingers hovered only inches apart, separated by a hum that lived between their skins. Then the other Luna spoke. Her voice was low, smooth. "It doesn't end here." Luna's throat tightened. "What doesn't?" The other Luna gave a slow, tired smile. The spiral, the castle, the echoes, the name. She leaned slightly closer. You've stepped through one memory. I've stepped through 7. Luna blinked. You or me? From one turn deeper. Her voice wasn't unkind. It wasn't warm either. It was weighted. Behind them, the corridor flexed. Not closed. Tightened. A strand being wound. The second Luna glanced past her shoulder, as if sensing the shift. This place, this passage, it holds the ones who step too far without knowing the shape of the return. Luna tilted her head. Is there one? The other Luna's smile faltered. Then, slowly, she said, only if you carry your name with you. All the way through. The corridor dimmed behind them. Not darker, deeper, like the light was no longer being cast from above or from behind, but pulled forward through time like thread through a needle. The other Luna, older, wearier, turned her back to the entrance and began walking. Luna followed without hesitation. The air in this passage was not cold. It was expectant. Each breath carried something sharp and dry, like spell residue left too long uncancelled. The walls were smooth, colorless, but not blank. They shimmered faintly with layered glyphs that vanished the moment Luna tried to read them. What is this place? She asked. Her voice echoed, not once, but twice. The chamber below memory, the older Luna said. The path between selves. She spoke like someone who'd walked the sentence before. The corridor bent, though the floor stayed level. It bent inward, subtly tightening like a spiral, and yet the space never narrowed. Luna noticed the floorstones began to repeat. Every 6 steps, a tile returned that bore a familiar spiral at its center. At first, she thought it coincidence. But after the 4th repetition, she stopped walking. The older Luna paused ahead of her. It's looping. The other Luna didn't turn. No, it's remembering. Luna frowned. What do you mean? It's not a corridor. It's a question. And it will not let us pass until you answer it. The spiral tile beneath Luna's feet glowed softly. She crouched and ran her fingertips along its edge. It didn't burn, but it pulsed. A familiar rhythm, not unlike the chamber spiral. But this one was incomplete. A segment of its arc had been left unfinished, like a thought waiting to be spoken aloud. She looked up. The other Luna had stepped aside now, one hand on the wall. Her eyes were on Luna alone. The spiral ends when it closes, she said, but it's meant to remain open. So the question is, what part of you must stay unfinished? Luna sat back on her heels. The weight of the corridor pressed in, not cruelly, but insistently, like breath waiting to be exhaled. She stared at the broken spiral beneath her and thought of all the times she had hesitated to explain herself. All the names they had called her. Loony, odd, wrong. She touched the unfinished edge and whispered, wonder. The tile flared. The echo stilled. The passage straightened. The other Luna smiled. Good. She stepped forward again. Then we may continue. The corridor stretched forward, not longer, just sharper. Each step carried more tension, as if the air itself was coiling around Luna's ankles, not to trip her, to test her balance. The older Luna, her future self, her thread walker, her unspoken twin, walked ahead without hesitation, her cloak dragging just slightly along the floor. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. The silence between them had grown full. The spiral tile no longer repeated. Instead, the floor changed beneath each footfall. Once, a sequence of mirrored reflections. Twice, a path made of feather-lined glyphs. Third, a floor that echoed back not steps, but words. Luna stopped. She hadn't said anything. And yet, with her last step, the stones beneath her had whispered. She almost was. The older Luna turned slowly. Their eyes met. What does it mean? Luna asked. But she already knew. The walls ahead began to shift, not physically, but perceptually. Shapes rose from the stone like vapor, becoming flesh. A figure stepped forward from the far curve of the passage. Another girl. Not a twin. Not a reflection. Not even an echo. But a version. Luna's breath caught. The girl before her wore robes inked with tight, angular wards. Her eyes were rimmed with sleep-deep shadows. Her mouth was drawn in a sharp, analytical line. She held a wand like a scalpel. Her voice, when she spoke, was precise. Emotion interrupts clarity. Wonder wastes time. You would have failed if I had not been cut away. Luna took a step back. I never became you. No, the version said. You became soft, open, frayed. She stepped forward. And in doing so, you passed. Luna stood frozen. The corridor didn't pulse. It waited. Behind her, the older Luna did not intervene. She watched. The other version circled her slowly. I would have closed the spiral, locked it in logic, extracted each pattern, filed them by number, mapped them into diagrams until no magic was left. She leaned close. But you listened. Luna's throat was dry. I was never trying to control it. No, said the Virgin. And then, with the gentlest exhale, you were trying to let it speak. She dissolved, not into mist, into permission, and the corridor opened ahead. The final bend of the corridor arrived not with grandeur, but with stillness. Luna and her older self walked side by side now, no longer leader and follower. The passage had widened, but not physically. Something in its expectation had loosened. Like the spiral had recognized them both, and was now listening for something beyond their steps. Ahead stood a chamber door. Unlike the others, it bore no glyphs, no names, no spiral. Only a seam and a shadow where light pooled unnaturally around the edge. Ellis wasn't here. No other echo walked this curve. Only Luna. And Luna, her older self, stopped. She turned to face Luna fully for the first time since the corridor began. This is where I step back, she said. The last door I refused to open. Luna looked up at her. Why? The older version's eyes were tired but clear, because I wasn't sure if what was inside was meant for me or meant to become me. She gestured to the seam in the stone. The spiral remembers forward. That's what none of us understood. It doesn't just echo what was. It sends ahead what it needs. Luna swallowed. And if I go in, then I disappear. The silence after that wasn't heavy. It was sacred. A handoff. Luna stepped forward, laying her palm flat to the blank door. It didn't warm. It didn't glow. But it knew her. And that was enough. The stone softened, not opened, but released. And she stepped inside. The chamber beyond was small. Round, lit from nowhere. At its center stood a pedestal made of mirrored stone, and floating above it was a single thread of light, thin, spiraling upward into the dark. It shimmered as she approached, and then the pedestal spoke. Not in voice, in reminder. It projected a symbol across the room, drawn not in ink or fire, but in memory. The spiral, incomplete, waiting. This is not your ending, the spiral said within her. This is your turn. The thread of light began to descend, curling gently toward her outstretched hands. She did not flinch. She received it. And when her fingers closed around the light, her older self vanished. The light didn't burn. It curled into her palms like mist drawn into form, warm without heat, bright without glare. It moved of its own accord, spiraling upward around her wrists, wrapping itself not like rope, but like a promise. For a moment, Luna felt as though she had stepped not into a chamber, but into a sentence, and she had just become its final word. Then the thread settled. Its glow dimmed to a pulse, not inert, dormant, waiting to be carried. She looked down. The spiral had branded itself lightly into the skin of her left palm, not scorched, not cut, etched. A memory of light. It shimmered when she moved. Behind her, the pedestal faded, and the chamber softened. She emerged back into the corridor alone. The other Luna was gone. No echo trailed behind her, no weight left in the walls. But the silence welcomed her. She could feel it as she retraced her steps. The corridor didn't bend anymore. It breathed. It remembered her. More than that, it had entrusted her. When she reached the top of the spiral stair, the castle greeted her as if no time had passed at all. Outside the hidden threshold, morning light spilled through high arched windows. The sounds of students drifted upward. Footsteps, conversation, the clatter of breakfast plates in the great hall far below. But Luna didn't walk toward the great hall. She turned right. She didn't know why, only that something was waiting. She found him in the viaduct wing. Ellis stood beneath the east-facing arch, journal open, his eyes flicking from a sketched corridor to the wall in front of him. He hadn't noticed her yet. She could see it in his stance, Something had shifted in him, too. His lines were cleaner now. His drawings weren't hesitant. The patterns were no longer guesses. They were memories. She approached without sound, her satchel swinging gently at her side. He looked up, saw her, and stilled. "Luna," he said. His voice caught like a breath. She nodded. He blinked. "You've been gone I found her," Luna said. The me that wasn't done yet. Alice didn't pretend to understand. He didn't ask her to explain. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled free a folded square of parchment. He opened it slowly and held it out. It was a map, but not of Hogwarts. It was a spiral, and at the center, not a name. A question. What returns when memory ends? Luna stared at the map in Alice's hands. Not at the spiral itself, though it was there, bold and deliberate, but at what wasn't around it. No corridors, no runes, no markings at all. Just one perfect spiral at the center of the page, unfurling outward in 7 coils, each thinner than the one before. And in the center, where a name or glyph might go, was a single inked phrase. What returns when memory ends? She reached out and touched the page gently, her fingers brushing the fibers. It felt warm, but not from Alice's hands. From something older. Where did this come from? She asked softly. Alice didn't answer right away. Then, I think, I drew it in my sleep. Luna looked up. He was serious. I woke up in the study chamber 2 nights ago, he said, with ink on my fingers and my journal open to that page. I don't remember sitting down. I don't remember starting it. But when I saw it, he swallowed. I knew it was real. Luna nodded once. It is. She reached into her satchel and withdrew her own journal, flipping to the newest map, the one that had appeared the moment she stepped out of the chamber. It didn't match his, not exactly, but the spiral at its center was nearly identical. She turned it toward him. It wants us to follow it together. Alice scanned the lines. They don't overlap, but they resonate. They're both true, Luna said, different turns of the same pattern. He leaned in closer, then frowned. Look here. He pointed to the 3rd ring on her map. That symbol, this loop, that's the observatory tower, but it's upside down. It's inverted, Luna said, like a reflection through the lake. His eyes met hers. Then we're not looking for a room. No, she whispered. We're looking for a memory that hasn't been made yet. They were quiet a long time. Below them, the castle shifted in its usual ways, stairs moving, wind curling through arches, distant bells marking a class change. The world was still in motion, but something under it, beneath the normal, had coiled tighter. Luna tucked the journal under her arm. There's a place the castle hasn't spoken aloud yet, she said. Alice nodded, and is drawing us toward it. The spiral didn't point the way. It unfolded it. As Luna and Alice traced the rings, hers inward, his outward, they noticed a pattern neither had seen before. Every coil of the spiral aligned with a corridor that didn't exist in Hogwarts as it was now, but still felt familiar. Certain arches they'd passed a dozen times felt different now. Stone seams they'd never noticed glimmered faintly when they stopped and waited. It wasn't navigation, it was resonance. And it was building. By midday, they had reached the far western wing of the castle, the long-forgotten viaduct archives. The door was sealed. It had always been sealed. Even Professor Vector had called it structurally unreachable. But the moment Luna stepped forward, the rune on her palm shimmered. The door sighed and opened. Beyond it was a corridor, shaped like no other in the school, sloping downward in gentle arcs, curving just wide enough to give the illusion of endlessness. At first, they thought it was a trick of the light. Then, they stepped inside, and the spiral began to respond. With each turn, the walls brightened, not by torches but from within. Ancient threads of silver light began to emerge in the seams, curling into glyphs and disappearing again before fully forming. At every 5th step, the floor vibrated softly beneath their feet. It was counting them, not to trap. To remember. Ellis slowed at the 6th turn. I've dreamed this, he murmured. Luna touched the wall. I don't think it was a dream. I think it was a pre-memory. Something the castle sent ahead so we wouldn't be strangers. The 7th turn opened into a chamber. No door, no lock, just a quiet, arched threshold. They stepped inside. The room was circular, low-ceilinged, small, but vast in feeling. At its center, a single stand held what looked like a basin carved from translucent stone, filled with liquid the color of old moonlight. Luna stepped forward. Inside the basin, a reflection, but not hers. Not Ellis's. The surface showed two people standing in the same room, but hundreds of years ago. A woman in ink-black robes with curling silver stitching. A man with hollow cheeks and steady eyes. They didn't speak. They simply watched the spiral etched into the wall behind them pulse once, then fade. Luna, Ellis whispered. She turned. He held up his map. The final ring had drawn itself. Inside it, a single word had appeared. Record. And beneath it, begin. Luna stared down at the basin. The liquid within barely moved, but it shimmered with a depth that didn't match the bowl's size. It wasn't water, it wasn't silver, it wasn't dream. It was record. Not a storage of events, but a living structure made of recognition. Like the castle itself had distilled all it could not say into a single pool. Her reflection was not there. Instead, she saw a symbol she had only glimpsed in fragments before. The spiral, yes, but overlain with a new shape. A pattern of 9 keys, each branching from the core like compass points, bent inward. And at the center, a space left blank, waiting. Ellis stood beside her now, eyes wide, arms folded against a shiver that wasn't caused by cold. "What is it?" he asked. Luna didn't look at him. "It's the record," she said, "but it's not something to be watched." Her hand hovered over the surface. "It's something to be entered." Ellis hesitated. "Like a pensieve?" "No, pensieve show what happened." She looked up at him. Her eyes glimmered like the basin's edge. "This shows what must be continued." She lowered her hand. The moment her fingertips brushed the surface, the entire basin stilled. Then flared, not with light, but with recognition. The spiral etched into her palm sparked once, and the glow raced through her arm, through her chest, through her breath, and the world around her blurred. Not away. Through... She stood in the same room, but it was no longer empty. There were voices, soft, layered. She turned. A woman stood before her, younger than the one in the memory, robes unmarked but eyes bright with knowing. "You've come to carry what we could not finish." Luna's mouth was dry. "Who are you?" The woman stepped aside. Behind her stood 8 others. Men, women, some young, some old, some in colors she didn't recognize, all marked by the spiral in different places, on palm, on collar, on brow. They stood in a circle around the basin, waiting. "You are the 9th, the woman said, "and the first to reach the center." Luna blinked. "I don't understand." "You will." The woman raised her hand. The basin shimmered again. "The 9th record is not to remember the past. It is to name the next." Luna stepped forward. The room filled with light, and she spoke. Chapter 6. Echo Form. The 9th record did not release her. Not at first. Even after the voices faded and the chamber dimmed, Luna remained within it, standing, unmoving, her palm still warm from where the spiral had burned its memory into her skin. It hadn't hurt. It hadn't even surprised her. It felt like something she had always been meant to receive. But now that it pulsed beneath her skin with quiet certainty, she wasn't sure who she would be when she left the room. The final voice had spoken of continuation, not of completion. And something about that unsettled her more than she expected. The stone beneath her feet had changed. Where before it had been cool and neutral, it now thrummed faintly, not with sound, but with something deeper, like the after-rhythm of a heartbeat not her own. When she looked down, she saw that the floor now reflected not her form, but fragments of faces, other echo-bearers, flickering and faint, impossible to recognize but unmistakably hers, versions, possibilities, unbecome selves. She swallowed. "I'm still me," she said quietly. "Aren't I?" The chamber didn't answer, but the spiral on her palm flared once. When she finally stepped through the threshold and rejoined the corridor, Ellis was there. He didn't speak. He just watched her with an expression that looked like awe and worry folded into one. "You're glowing," he said after a long pause. Luna looked down. The spiral on her palm was faintly alight. "I suppose I am," she said, "though I don't feel brighter." He nodded slowly. You feel thinner, like you're walking in more than one place at once. Luna tilted her head. That's not new, she said, but it is sharper. They walked together in silence for several minutes, retracing their path back through the archive wing. The castle was still, not asleep, but attentive. The walls no longer whispered, they observed. And Luna felt it, an ache just behind her ribs, where something inside her had unlatched. Not pain, not emptiness, just space. As though a part of her had been named in the record, and in doing so, no longer belonged entirely to her. She touched her palm. It was cool again, but the spiral still shimmered. Ellis, she said softly, have you ever had to give something up without knowing what it was? He looked at her, quietly thoughtful. Yes, he said. Once. What did you give? He hesitated. Then, my name. But only in part. Luna blinked. What does that mean? I was born with 3, he said. But one of them never stayed. It never stuck. My mother stopped saying it after I was 2. My father never wrote it again. I only ever see it in dreams now. He rubbed his wrist absent-mindedly. It's like a piece of me that got left behind. But I don't think it was lost. He looked up. I think it was banked. For later. Luna felt the spiral on her palm hum again. And for the first time, she understood. This wasn't just a record of those who carry the pattern. It was a storage for what they couldn't carry with them. The moment Luna understood, the pull began. It wasn't dramatic. No flash of magic, no glowing hallway suddenly exposed. Just a weightless tug beneath her ribs, like thread slipping free of cloth. A soft unraveling. Her fingers curled instinctively over the spiral etched in her palm. It didn't glow, but she felt it shift, listening to something only it could hear. Alice had gone still beside her. You feel it? He asked. She nodded. It's a name, she whispered. But not mine. Not entirely. She turned slowly, eyes searching the nearby walls. There was no sign, no symbol. But one of the passageways had changed, just slightly. The air around it felt thinner, expectant. I think, she said, it wants me to borrow someone. The corridor led them away from the archive wing, and into a section of the castle neither of them had walked before. Not truly. They recognized the shape of the halls, the pattern of lantern hooks, the slant of the windows. But none of it was active memory, only architecture. Yet Luna felt it all respond. Each wall hummed faintly when she passed. Each doorway stood slightly ajar, though none opened fully. Every detail invited her not to explore but to listen. This place isn't for movement, she murmured. Ellis frowned. What do you mean? She pressed a hand to one stone wall. It's for memory. Not in the pensive sense. In the present sense. This wing doesn't hold the past, it hosts it. They found the room by accident. Or maybe the spiral simply didn't need to mark it. It was small, round, tucked behind a woven tapestry depicting a stag standing on the edge of a mirror. The door wasn't locked. It didn't even creak. Inside, the walls were bare except for a low shelf filled with fragments of wax and ash. And in the center of the floor, a chair, simple, wooden, wrapped in threads of copper that pulsed with faint silver-green runes. Around it, a circle of glyphs had been scorched into the stone, almost completely faded, but still readable if one stepped inside and looked from the center outward. Luna stepped into the ring. In her spiral burned cold. A voice echoed behind her eyes. If you sit, you hold, not forever, not fully, but enough. She turned to Ellis. I think this is how the spiral keeps what we can't. He stared at the chair, uneasy. You're going to sit in that? I have to. She moved to the center and lowered herself slowly onto the seat. The moment she settled in, the copper threads brightened. The runes shifted. And a name flooded her mouth, not spoken, not shouted. Just known, Elira Thorne. Her hands trembled. The room shimmered, and the spiral whispered, This is the name that was not yours, but remembered you anyway. The name settled around her like smoke, cool, scentless, and ancient. Elira Thorne. It didn't wear like a costume. It pressed like a veil, filtering Luna's vision without removing her own. She could still feel her fingers, the spiral on her palm, the soft shifting of her robes beneath her knees, but layered on top of all that was something heavier. History. Not the kind written in books. The kind too costly to record. The room had changed. It hadn't moved. The walls were still stone, the wax remnants untouched. But the air now carried warmth from a long-dead fire, and the shelf was no longer broken. It held a row of 7 copper glyph discs, each etched with names Luna didn't recognize. But Elira did. She stood. No, Luna stood as her. Taller, shoulders squared. Her body ached in ways Luna's never had. Not from injury. From burden. Ellis had vanished. No, not vanished. He was outside the veil, not erased. Excluded. This memory wasn't for two. Luna moved toward the shelf. Her. Elira's fingers hovered over the desks. One by one, they pulsed. A gentle glow from ancient copper. Sen, she said aloud. Thale, Marlene, Evers. She didn't know the names. But her voice did. Each name she spoke sank into the room like roots finding old soil. And with each, the spiral in her palm dimmed, donating light into the space around her. She turned to the wall, and it opened. Not by magic, by design. The stones rotated inward, revealing a second chamber, sealed off from the rest of the castle. Its walls were carved with long, unbroken spirals, circling a central pedestal. And on it, a book, bound in pale gray leather, the cover cracked with time. The title was not printed. It was stitched. Forgotten, not failed. Her fingers reached for it. But something in the air pushed back. Not yours, said a voice from nowhere. Not yet. Elira. Luna stepped back. She understood. This book had been placed here not to be read, but to be carried forward, hidden in the foundation of something stronger than memory. Why did you come back? She whispered to the empty air, and the spiral answered, not in sound, in understanding, because forgetting was never the wound, only the silence afterward. The veil trembled, and Luna felt Elira step back. One step, then another, not fading, yielding. The world withdrew like breath, not erased, released. Luna felt the veil lift, not like waking from sleep, but like surfacing from deep water. Elira's presence didn't vanish, it settled, folded into her bones, her breath, her shadow. A layer, not a mask. She was Luna again. But not only. The chamber dimmed. The wax stubs had returned. The glyphs on the floor faded back into ash. The chair beneath her now felt like simple wood again, no longer coiled in thread or copper rune. Only her palm remained changed. The spiral had altered slightly. At its center, one new line curved inward. A mark for Elira. She stood slowly. The motion came with effort, not from weakness, but from magnitude. Her muscles remembered weight that hadn't belonged to them 5 minutes ago. Ellis was waiting just beyond the doorway, arms folded tight across his chest, as if he'd held a long breath the whole time. You were gone for almost an hour, he said quietly. I didn't move, Luna replied. He didn't challenge her. You were glowing, he added. She nodded. So was she. They walked in silence for a while. The halls didn't shift this time. The castle seemed to be watching, not guiding, letting them carry what they'd found. Back in the Ravenclaw study chamber, Luna opened her journal to the map of the spiral. It had changed again. Where before the center held only her name, there were now 2 glyphs woven into the spiral's heart. One she recognized as hers. The second, a sharp, elegant rune that curved like a listening ear. Not English, not Latin, but Elira's. Ellis sat nearby, sketching quietly. Then he paused. Luna? She looked up. He turned his notebook toward her. Did you write this? At the bottom of the page, in handwriting that was not his and not hers, appeared a line. If she walks forward, I will stay. If she stays, I will return. Luna stared at it. I think, she said slowly, that's how the spiral remembers us. Ellis tilted his head. As conditions? No. Her eyes softened. As agreements. The spiral had not gone quiet. It had simply held its breath. Luna felt it in the space behind her heartbeat, in the way the castle turned slightly too soon before she reached each bend, or how certain doorways refused to appear until she stopped asking. Magic in Hogwarts had always behaved with a kind of chaotic loyalty, but now it moved like something half awake, aware of her steps before they landed. It wasn't following her. It was waiting. And with every passing hour, the weight of the name she'd carried, Elira Thorne, settled more deeply into her. Names were not souvenirs. They were debts. It began with a sound. A bell. Not one of the castle's enchanted ones, but a deep, clear tone that rang once through the walls of Ravenclaw Tower just after dusk. Luna looked up from her journal. The sound wasn't physical. It hadn't come through the air. It had arrived through the stone. Ellis froze mid-sentence. His quill paused above a half-sketched sigil. "You heard that too?" She nodded. "It came from below," she murmured. "Below what?" She turned to the window. Below everything. They moved quickly. No one else in the common room seemed to notice. The fireplace flickered normally. A third year yawned over a divination chart. A prefect scolded a first year for misplacing her star maps. But the moment Luna stepped past the arch and into the hall, the stone beneath her shoes shifted. Not underfoot. Within, it pulled slightly left, toward the northern stairwell. She followed. The spiral burned faintly under her skin the deeper they went. Not pain, pressure. The kind that lives in promises not yet fulfilled. They reached a landing with a stair turned in on itself, leading to a long passage lined with tall, closed windows. On the wall beside the fifth window, a narrow bronze plaque she had never seen before. It read, "Threadwalkers, pay what was carried." Luna brushed her fingers across the inscription. It didn't glow, it didn't hum, it simply accepted the touch. Ellis stood back. "Thread debt," he said softly. "You said it was a name, but it's more than memory, isn't it?" Luna nodded. "It's an agreement, and the castle remembers." From behind the plaque, something clicked. The wall beside it cracked open, not wide, not loud, just enough for a hand to pass through, or a name to be given back. Luna took a breath and stepped forward. The gap in the wall didn't widen as she approached. It stayed just large enough for Luna's shoulders to slip through sideways, the stone smooth and dry beneath her fingers. It wasn't cold. It wasn't old. It felt recent, as if it had formed the moment the spiral deemed her ready, not a moment before. She stepped into the dark. The entrance sealed behind her. Ellis didn't follow. The spiral had chosen her for this walk, and this walk alone. The chamber on the other side was impossibly narrow. It stretched like a corridor, though Luna had the distinct feeling it didn't lead anywhere. Not physically. The walls were curved, high, lined with rows of what appeared at first to be drawers, but not drawers for parchment or quills. Each one bore a name, and each name glowed softly when she passed. Sen Elivar, Marlene Hollow, Thale, Evers, Elira Thorne. She stopped at the last one. The glyph beside it spun faintly. The spiral on her palm responded with a subtle heat, an answer to a question she hadn't asked. "Is this the debt?" she whispered. The drawer responded, not with words. With opening, it slid forward in silence, revealing a single item inside, a coiled length of silver thread, wrapped around a bone-colored wand fragment. Beside it sat a folded page, sealed with a wax stamp shaped like a spiral with one open ring. She reached for it, and paused, because the moment her fingers hovered over the thread, an image struck her mind. Not her own, but Elira's. A duel. No, a decision. Not to fight, but to hold a corridor closed. A corridor full of students. Luna flinched. It hadn't been a sacrifice. It had been a promise enforced. A thread Elira had pulled tight so others could pass. She touched the wand fragment. It vibrated. Only once. But within it came a pulse of remembered tension. The spell Elira had cast to seal a collapsing part of the castle had never faded. It had simply been inherited. And now, it lived in Luna. Her fingers closed around the thread. The spiral on her hand flared bright. The name beside the drawer dimmed, and the space behind her began to breathe. The wall behind her melted open. No stair. No exit. Just light, folded into a new path. She didn't look back. She stepped into the glow, and felt the castle take back something she hadn't known she'd promised. Light curled around her like a second skin. Not bright, not blinding, just close. It pressed gently at the corners of her vision, pulling away every time she tried to focus, as if the passage wanted her to move by feel, not sight. Luna didn't resist. The thread in her palm, Alira's thread, guided her without motion. It tugged not forward but inward. With every step, she felt the chamber behind her fade, the castle above dim, her own thoughts soften into something more like echo than intention. She wasn't dreaming. She was stepping into the absence of record. The passage opened into a small, stone-bound room. Not a memory. A sealed event. It felt like time had stopped breathing here. There was no dust, but everything had the stillness of things long forgotten. At the far end stood a circular platform of raised stone. Half sunk into the wall behind it was the echo of an archway, its keystone missing. Luna moved forward slowly. She was not alone. There was someone standing on the platform. No, not someone. A projection. Light made from memory and spellwork, flickering faintly. A woman in long robes. Silver thread. Familiar eyes. She didn't move, didn't blink. But her voice reached across the space like a soft chord. If you're hearing this, you carry my name. Luna stopped in her tracks. The woman's form blurred once, then resolved again. I couldn't let them remember this place. Not the students. Not the staff. Not even the spiral. Some things aren't forgotten because of fear. They're hidden because of truth. The arch behind her pulsed faintly. This was the door that opened too far. It didn't lead to time or space. It led to undoing. Luna's heart beat faster. She reached for the thread in her hand. The spiral on her palm shimmered. I held it shut, Alira continued. With a spell no one taught me. A vow that frayed my thread so tightly it could never unravel again. That's the debt, not the door. The silence I left in its place. The platform flickered. The light of the memory dimmed. I'm not asking you to seal it again. I'm asking you to remember it was sealed. That's all. Let the silence be known. Let it have a name. The memory collapsed. The room fell still. Luna stood alone in the chamber. The spiral on her palm burned once, briefly, then quieted. And behind her the exit appeared. Not in stone, in sound. A single, drawn breath, exhaled by something older than the castle. She turned and walked toward it, and the door led her past. The breath that welcomed her out of the chamber wasn't wind. It was recognition. Luna emerged not where she'd entered, but in a stairwell she'd never seen before, spiraling upward in 3 shallow arcs lit by cold, suspended spheres of pale blue flame. Each flame pulsed in time with her footsteps, not responsive, attuned. By the time she reached the top landing, the spiral had cooled in her palm, but the pressure remained. Not weight, not pain. Presence. Ellis waited at the end of the corridor. His arms were crossed, but the moment he saw her, they dropped to his sides. You're different again, he said. So are you, she replied. He didn't argue. They walked together in silence, the castle unusually cooperative. No blocked corridors, no twisting staircases. The path returned them to the Ravenclaw study chamber just after midnight. No one else stirred. Luna sat cross-legged beneath the long arched window, moonlight pouring in thin white ribbons across her knees. She opened her journal to the page that once held Illyra's glyph. It had changed. So had her own. Now, between the two, a third spiral had emerged. Thinner, fractal, woven into itself like a knot without end. No name accompanied it. Just a single phrase, written in a hand neither of them recognized. You remember the silence, so the silence remembers you. Luna traced it with her finger. It shimmered. Ellis leaned over, brows drawn. That third spiral, he hesitated. It's not a new echo. No, Luna murmured. It's a thread paid forward. She closed the journal slowly. Then she held out her palm. Look, the spiral had changed shape again. Its core still bore the open-ended ring, the spiral that never finishes, but now its outer loop had split. A second tail branching outward. Not in rebellion. In invitation, Ellis inhaled sharply. It's becoming a map. Luna nodded. Not for me. She pressed her hand to the journal's cover, for whoever carries this next. Outside, the wind stirred. The pages fluttered. And somewhere deep in the castle's foundation, a bell rang once. Soft, steady, and received. The second spiral appeared again the next morning. It wasn't drawn. It grew. Ink blooming into form across Luna's map like moss spreading between stones. The spiral was thinner than the first, its loops less stable, drifting slightly when she looked too long. It had no label, no directional markers, just a series of glyphs that broke and reformed every few seconds. Ellis watched from across the study chamber, a cold teacup balanced on his knee. "That's not language," he said. "It's trying to be," Luna replied. They watched the page shimmer. The spiral split, rejoined, split again. It wasn't confused. It was resisted. "Where would the castle keep a place that forgets names?" Ellis asked. "Where names don't matter," Luna said. He tilted his head. "No, I mean it. Somewhere inside Hogwarts where identity isn't anchored. Then we're not looking for a room." She turned the map slightly, tilting it toward the window light. "We're looking for a contradiction." By midday, they'd searched every known corridor between the divination tower and the west atrium. Nothing shimmered. Nothing shifted. Nothing even blinked back. But Luna kept feeling the pull behind her ears. A pressure just before turning corners. A kind of negation in the architecture. Then they found it. A hallway they'd passed a dozen times. Narrow, low-ceilinged, framed in black stone instead of the usual gray. Always empty. Always quiet. Today, it hummed. Not aloud. Inside her ribs, she stepped forward. Ellis stopped her. "Do you know what this is?" "No," she whispered. "But I know what it isn't." They crossed the threshold. Everything inside was wrong. The light bent sideways, dimming toward the center instead of outward. The stones were all mismatched. Some were warm, others ice cold. The air smelled like paper that had never been written on. But most unsettling, Luna could no longer remember Ellis's name. She turned to him, blinking. His face was familiar, his presence grounding, but his name had unraveled like thread in her mind. She opened her mouth. Nothing came out. He noticed. "You forgot." She nodded. "So did I." The corridor pulsed. Not forward. Not behind. Around. And on the far wall, written in the unfinished spiral's thin glyph, shimmered a single phrase. "Names do not enter here. Only truth without title." The corridor didn't twist or curve. It folded. The further Luna and Ellis walked, the more reality around them seemed to buckle, not with violence, but with slow, deliberate pressure, like fabric being turned inside out by thought. The floor remained firm, but each step sent a soft shimmer through the walls, ripples that dissolved the air's weight. And with each ripple, Luna lost a little more. Not memories, those stayed. Not thoughts, those sharpened. What disappeared were the labels. Her name, Ellis's voice. The words for distance, direction, form. Everything she tried to describe slipped sideways in her mind, as if filtered through fog that didn't want to mean. Ellis reached for her hand. She saw the motion, knew its purpose. But the gesture had no name now, no frame for comfort or reassurance. It simply was. He squeezed gently. That helped. The corridor thickened around them. The shimmer in the walls had become a pulse. Slow, inverse. They were walking inside a space that unspoke itself. Not silence. Unlanguage. Luna stopped walking. The spiral in her palm flared and fizzled. Not in pain, not in resistance. In refusal. The mark blurred at its edges, unable to hold form. Her breath caught. "I can't remember how to think about myself," she tried to say, but the words emerged wrong, not sound. Color. Ellis flinched, one hand to his ear. Then, very softly, he drew his journal from his bag. He opened to a blank page and let the quill hover. But it wouldn't write. Not even ink would settle here. Instead, he closed the book and drew. Not runes, not diagrams, but a spiral. His hand shook as he shaped it, long, narrow, nearly breaking at the third loop. When he was done, he turned it to her. Luna felt something shift, a thread tighten around her ribs. And the corridor sighed. On the wall ahead, something shimmered. A door. Not seen, but known. An opening that didn't use shape, only permission. Luna stepped forward and touched it with both hands. She didn't know what she was opening. Only that something needed to speak, and language had to step aside to let it through. The moment Luna touched the seam, the door did not open. It forgot it was closed. The surface unraveled in silence, not fading but becoming irrelevant. Space peeled back like breath withheld too long, and for a single heartbeat, Luna felt the corridor exhale through her chest, as if she had been the thing keeping it shut. Then, light, not golden, not white, not even color. It was intent. She stepped through, and it welcomed her. The room beyond had no geometry, no edges, no corners, no ceiling, and yet it was a room. She could feel its shape, not with her eyes, but with the shape of her presence. How far her thoughts reached before folding inward. Ellis stepped through behind her, eyes wide but not afraid. The air here didn't rest. It braided. All around them, the light moved in slow, spiraling bands, not quite runes, not quite threads, but some blend of both. They curled upward into the void like questions too elegant to require answers. At the room's center, a single spiral hovered in suspension. Incomplete. Still forming. Still. Listening. Luna stepped closer. The spiral on her palm burned once. And then, the room saw her. Not in parts. Not as Luna or Threadwalker or Echo or Carrier, but as now, the spiral above pulsed, and the light thickened. It reached downward, not like thread, but like intention with shape, and brushed her collarbone. She inhaled sharply, and with that breath came knowing. This spiral did not want memory. It did not want prophecy. It wanted witness, the kind that held without naming, that stood still as the world untangled itself and said, I see you. I will not reduce you. I will not define. Just stay. Just be. Ellis reached for her again, but this time he didn't touch. He let the spiral respond. It reached toward him too. Two threads curling together, not meeting, just echoing the space between them. And in that resonance, the spiral spoke a word. Not aloud. Not in ink. But in the shape of Luna's chest as she exhaled, a word that had no meaning, only recognition, and with it a door began to form behind them. The door didn't open. It welcomed. A seam appeared behind Luna and Ellis, soft-edged, pulsing faintly in rhythm with the hovering spiral's slow, wordless breath. It wasn't asking them to leave. Not quite. It was acknowledging that something had been completed, or rather, transcribed. Luna stood motionless beneath the spiral's light. She could feel the echo of the room in her lungs, her fingertips, her teeth. It wasn't a voice. It was a permission, something that would remain with her even when the shape of this space had dissolved. Above her, the spiral lowered slightly. Its strands curved in on themselves and wove into a smaller symbol. No longer a spiral exactly, but a mark, one that pulsed 3 times, then gently burned itself into the air in front of her. And then, into her. It did not sear her skin. It didn't even touch her body. But when it entered her chest, just above the heart, Luna felt the change. Not weight, not power. Witness. She opened her eyes. The mark hovered faintly beneath her collarbone, visible only when she stopped pretending to hide. Ellis stared. He blinked twice. And without being told, without any instruction, he stepped back and said nothing. Because the mark didn't ask for reverence, only room. When they stepped through the exit, they emerged not in a corridor, but in a mirrored alcove behind the Ravenclaw common room. One Luna had never noticed, but which now held a faint spiral etched into the window's inner pane. No one else would see it, unless they too had walked without her name. Later that night, Luna sat on her bed, fingers tracing the collar of her robes. The mark didn't glow. It didn't hum. But when she closed her eyes and listened closely, she could feel it responding to every word not said, to every truth left unspoken. It wasn't hers, but it had chosen to live in her. And when others looked at her now, they would not ask what she was. They would feel it. The shape of someone who could not be named. The mark beneath her collarbone didn't fade with sleep. It didn't dream either. Luna woke before dawn with the sense that she hadn't truly slept, that something beneath the surface of herself had stayed awake, listening, waiting, watching through her eyes even while they were closed. She sat upright in bed, drawing her knees to her chest. The Ravenclaw dormitory was still, breath soft. The sky beyond the tower's high windows was still only hints of blue. And yet, there it was again. A whisper, not a voice. A pull. This one didn't come from the castle. It came from beneath it. She opened her journal. The spiral map had changed again, but not visibly. When she tilted the page toward the window light, the ink in the bottom left corner shimmered faintly, then split. A new path. Not a spiral this time. A line. Straight. Low. Crossing under all others. A sigil blinked into form just above it, then blanked out again. But not before she read the word, Wolfrun. She whispered it aloud, and her mark responded, quietly, like a breath caught in cloth. She didn't know why it mattered. She only knew she needed to follow it. She dressed slowly, keeping the journal tucked under her robe, and stepped through the dormitory's round door. Ellis was waiting in the corridor. He didn't ask. He just nodded, and fell into step beside her. They passed through halls neither of them had walked before, some still forming, some almost erased. These weren't forbidden places. They were forgotten. A set of crumbling stairs behind the great hall led to a landing filled with sealed windows and thick iron doors. One of them opened when Luna touched the edge of her journal to it. Not with a creak. With recognition. Beyond it lay a narrow tunnel, arched in old brick, supported with wood that looked like it hadn't been touched in centuries. The air was colder here. Not foul, just old. The walls bore faint patterns, cross-hatched markings that shifted under light but wouldn't hold shape. Ellis whispered, "This isn't castle work." Luna nodded. "No," she said. "This is beneath the castle. Before it." They walked in silence. At the end of the tunnel, a door. Wooden, iron-framed. Plain, but carved into the center, barely legible, was a name worn nearly away by time. Luna reached forward and brushed her thumb across it. Wolfrun House. The door didn't resist her. It didn't open either. It simply stopped being closed. A soft pressure released from the frame. The kind that implied not so much a seal being broken, but a question being answered. Luna stepped into the dark, Ellis close behind, his hand brushing the inside of the door frame like he was trying to memorize the feel of it. The space inside was colder than the tunnel, but not lifeless. It smelled of dust, pine, and something older, like ash that had once been Spellwood. Wolfrun House wasn't a home anymore, but it wasn't entirely empty. The room beyond the entrance was a circular chamber, sunken slightly into the ground, as if the earth had tired of holding it up. The walls curved inward like a shell, painted long ago with murals that had faded into suggestion. Runes too worn to read, stars with corners that didn't align, and a forest rendered in thin silver lines, its trees half swallowed by time. In the center of the room sat a table. No chairs, just the table, and on it, a single folded parchment. Luna approached carefully. She didn't speak. Words felt too large here. The spiral in her palm didn't glow. It watched. She reached out and opened the parchment. It contained 3 short lines, written in careful, blocky script. Do not follow the second voice. It remembers in reverse. It will name you backwards. The ink shimmered, not with magic, but with wrongness. Ellis leaned over her shoulder and read the lines aloud, then frowned. What does that mean? Luna stared at the final sentence. It means there's something down here that remembers too much, she whispered, and it remembers in the wrong direction. They moved through the chamber slowly, their footsteps too loud even when silent. The walls around them began to shift, not in structure, in memory. Luna felt it first. A pull at the base of her skull, a sense that her thoughts were being turned inside out, not pulled from her, but pulled toward her, as if the air around them were trying to recreate them out of echo alone. Then she heard it, not her voice, but a voice like hers, whispering a word she hadn't yet said. Ellis reached out suddenly and grabbed her arm. It was trembling. You hear it too? She nodded. It whispered again. A name, one neither of them had spoken aloud. The name whispered again. Not loud, not urgent, just insistent, like it had been waiting a very long time to be said, or unsaid. Luna stepped forward, her fingers twitching slightly at her sides. She didn't recognize the word being spoken, but the shape of it felt familiar, as if it had once been close to her own, then twisted, turned, and handed backward through a memory too deep to surface. She glanced at Ellis. He nodded once, jaw tight, the spiral pattern in his journal dimly glowing through the front flap of his satchel. "Is not just calling you," he said. "It's choosing you." The corridor ahead bent sharply to the left, where an archway opened into a smaller room, a space domed with wood that had blackened with age. The walls were bare, the corners dark. But the mirror, it floated. There was no frame, no base, just a tall pane of glass suspended in the center of the room, gently turning in slow, unhurried spirals. Its surface was clouded, not with dust, but with something deeper, like memory misted with breath. Luna approached carefully, and the mirror responded, not with reflection. With replacement, she looked in and saw someone else. Herself, but not. The girl in the mirror had her eyes, her hair, but her gaze was hollow. Not cold, not cruel, just unfinished. She stood with her shoulders too straight, her hands still at her sides like she'd never used them for kindness. There was no pendant at her throat, no spiral on her palm, just stillness. Stillness that watched. The glass whispered again. The same backward name, Anul. Not Luna. Anul. A mirror-fold version of her. Ellis stepped forward and inhaled sharply. "She doesn't blink," he whispered. "She's not looking out. She's looking in. At you." Luna's throat tightened. "I think this is the self I didn't become." She reached out, and the mirror rippled. The girl behind the glass reached too, but she didn't touch the same point. Her hand moved in reverse. A perfect mirror. Not of appearance. Of misremembered becoming. The glass pulsed under her hand. Not from her touch, but from within. A rhythm that didn't match her heartbeat. It moved backward. The girl in the mirror, Anul, didn't blink, didn't breathe, but her gaze deepened, not with awareness, but with intent. She was not a forgotten version of Luna. She was a possibility still looking for permission. Ellis stepped beside her. "She's waiting for something." Luna nodded. "To be named properly, or finally." The parchment's warning echoed again in her mind. "It will name you backwards." And suddenly, she understood. This mirror didn't just show alternative versions. It anchored them, versions that hadn't happened but wanted to. Echoes that had been left unchosen, not denied, just unspoken. And here, they grew restless. Luna took a slow breath. "She isn't evil," she said. Ellis frowned. "But she's not you." "No," Luna whispered. "She's what I would have become if I'd silenced wonder, if I turned inward instead of reaching." The mirror flickered. Anul lifted a hand and pressed her fingers against the glass, repeating Luna's shape, but just off. Her eyes didn't plead. They expected. If Luna spoke her name aloud, she knew what would happen. The spiral would record it and anchor her. The unfinished name would gain footing. So Luna made a different choice. She reached out again and whispered, "You don't have to become. You only have to be remembered." The spiral on her palm flared gold. The mirror cracked, just once. Then faded. Not shattered. Released. The room softened. Light curled back into the corners, and the name, Anul, unwound into vapor. Ellis let out a long breath. "What did you do?" "I gave her what she needed," Luna said quietly. "Witness, not embodiment." She turned from the mirror's ghost. "She's not a warning. She's a memory of the turn I chose not to make." When they returned to the spiral map in her journal, a new line had appeared. Not a spiral. Not a path. A fold. And beneath it, 3 quiet words in a script older than Hogwarts. Turned, not taken. The parchment appeared in her satchel. Luna hadn't packed it. She hadn't seen it placed there. But when she returned from Wolf Run House and slipped her hand inside, past her journal and the feather-charmed inkwell, she felt a texture that didn't belong. Dry, grain-flecked parchment, still faintly warm. She pulled it free. It had no seal, no name. Only a single symbol burned into the corner in fine, ash-colored ink. A spiral made of cinders. She didn't open it in the common room. The mark on her collarbone still hummed too loudly, and the memory of the mirror of Anul hadn't faded. Not entirely. Instead, she slipped away, past the prefect's watch, past the silent chessboard and the breathing bookshelves, down through a turning arch the castle offered her without prompting. Ellis followed without words. At the bottom of a half-forgotten stairwell beneath the astronomy tower, they found an unused observatory deck with frostbitten glass and a ceiling full of slowly turning stars. Here, Luna knelt and opened the letter. It didn't contain words. It contained ash. As soon as the parchment unfolded, the fine black powder inside shifted. Not blown, not spilled, but formed, curling into a short spiral on the floorboards between them. Then, slowly, the ash ignited. Not with fire. With memory, the flame shaped itself into script, not written but burning in the air, ember orange and flickering. She bore a shape once. She walked the 5th turn. Her name was not kept. So her fire came here. The flame died, and Luna gasped. She whispered. Ellis crouched beside her. Who? I don't know, Luna said softly, but the spiral does. The ashes scattered gently across the floor, curling upward into nothing. Where the fire had been, only one glyph remained burned into the wood. A rune Luna had seen only once before, in the margins of her mother's journal, drawn beside a diagram labeled Pre-verbal binding through echo inheritance. She's an ancestor, Luna murmured. Ellis looked up. From your mother's line? She nodded. One who wasn't remembered. She touched the rune gently, and wants to be written back. The burned glyph didn't fade. Even after the embers cooled and the last of the ash had vanished, the mark remained etched into the wood, blackened but precise, a curve of fire memory locked in spiral form. Luna reached for it again, tracing the arc with her fingertip. The spiral on her palm pulsed once, but didn't glow. This wasn't about resonance. It was about response. She wants to be found, Luna murmured. Or remembered, Ellis said. Or both. They returned to the common room just before dawn, but neither slept. Luna sat by the arched window with her mother's old journal spread across her lap, flipping through pages of half-legible diagrams and alchemical shorthand. She stopped only when she found the symbol again, half hidden near a list of failed incantation bindings. It was next to an unfinished note. Only flame that does not burn can open the lock. Breath that is not breath must carry it in. Thread of voice, thread of fire, spiral of. The line ended mid-thought. The page smelled faintly of smoke. By the time the castle fully woke, Luna and Ellis had gathered what they needed. Her mother's emberstone pendant, a jar of air-dried belvine petals, a blank page from Ellis's ash-layered sketchbook, and the rune drawn again in fire chalk across Luna's palm. They followed the map's new ember line. It didn't trace like ink. It warmed like thread inside the page, leading them not outward, but downward, past the library's forgotten index wing, beneath the scriptorium, and into a wing of Hogwarts that had no official name. Only whispers. They passed a broken door. Then 3 archways, each thinner than the last. And at the end of the corridor, a single narrow frame, etched at the top, with words that only glowed when Luna breathed near them. Those who carried fire without light, speak now what was never taught. Luna stepped forward. Ellis waited behind her, hand resting on the stone wall. She inhaled, then exhaled across the edge of the doorway. The air shimmered, not from her lungs, but from something beneath her voice. The chopped rune on her palm ignited, and the door responded. It opened, but not into a room, into a memory flame suspended in black air. The threshold breathed her in. There was no floor, no ceiling, no air even. But Luna didn't fall. The moment she stepped through the archway, her body ceased to obey the normal weights of the world. It didn't feel like floating. It felt like being remembered by fire. Ellis didn't follow. Couldn't. The doorway stayed open, but only for Luna. Inside, everything was ember-lit and shifting. Shadows pulsed like heartbeat echoes through smoke. Runes flickered across the empty dark, not as symbols but as sparks. Too quick to read, too old to translate. And, in the center of the space, a woman made of flame and thread. She didn't glow. She revealed. Her robes were scorched velvet. Her hands bore spiral marks, 2 of them mirrored on both palms. Her hair fell in curls of flickering charcoal, and her eyes glowed not with heat, but with furnace memory. She did not speak. Not at first. She simply looked at Luna and nodded. Then, in a voice of soot and silk, "You are the first to answer, the first to breathe me back." Luna stepped closer. "You sent the Ember script?" "No, I left it, for the one who would be able to read what was never written." Her hand lifted slowly, and with it, a spiral rose, formed from cinders and smoke, curling through the space between them. "I don't know your name," Luna said, "because I wasn't given one. Only a number. 5. The spiral spun once, then paused. "I bore the 5th turn when the spiral first fractured. I was meant to carry it forward, but the war took our voices, and so I sealed mine." Luna felt her skin grow colder. "Which war?" The woman's flame flickered low. "The one they unrecorded." The spiral on Luna's palm ached now, quietly, like old light trying to become heat again. The woman reached forward. Her fingers hovered just above Luna's collarbone, just where the nameless mark still shimmered beneath her skin. "You were chosen to burn quietly," she said, "but you chose to speak." Her gaze sharpened. "So now you must carry me, not to remember, to ignite." The cinder spiral pulsed, and before Luna could answer, the flame collapsed inward. The ember spiral didn't vanish. It folded. Luna felt it curl into her chest like a scroll closing in flame, not to burn, but to wait. It did not sear. It settled, hot but bearable, like carrying the last warmth of a fire you hadn't lit but had been asked to keep alive. The woman's flame form flickered, limbs unraveling into threads of smoke. But her voice remained. "You carry my silence now. You carry what I sealed." Luna's throat tightened. She wanted to ask for a name, not for power, for remembrance, but she understood. This woman's spiral had never been anchored by title, only by turn. "What happens if I forget?" Luna asked. The voice answered, soft as kindling, "Then I sleep again. But if you speak me forward, I will burn in others." The ember spiral pulsed once more, then burst silently into dust that didn't fall. It simply became the air. When Luna stepped back through the arch, Ellis was waiting, cross-legged on the stones. He looked up instantly. "You're glowing again." She nodded, breath still catching in her chest. Then she knelt and placed her palm on the floor. The chalk spiral she'd drawn earlier had faded. But now, where her hand pressed, a new one bloomed. Tiny, precise, ember-colored, drawn not in chalk or ink, but memory soot. And at its center, a single symbol, not a name, a glyph for Carrie. Ellis knelt beside her. "That wasn't just a memory," he said. Luna shook her head. "No, it was a promise." She opened her journal to the spiral map. A 5th turn had been added. Narrow, delicate, but anchored, and beside it, in ember script too faint to see unless tilted toward firelight, a name she had not spoken aloud formed anyway. She who was 5th. Luna touched it once. The glyph warmed, and somewhere beneath the castle, something that had been waiting exhaled. It began with a sentence that shouldn't have existed. Not in any book, not on any scroll. Just 13 words, scrawled at the very bottom of a library return ledger. "If you read this, you've already been inside. Close the door gently." Luna found it by accident, or by spiral. She had gone to the library for a rune compendium and had flipped to the back of the old ledger without thinking. The page had been blank. Then, in ink she hadn't touched, the sentence appeared, as though it had always been there, just waiting for her to look right. She showed Ellis the phrase that evening, tucked into a quiet corner of the library's east wing. He ran his fingers just beneath the words. The ink shimmered slightly under his skin. Not magic exactly, just presence. "It's spiral-bound," he whispered, "but only on the inside." Luna tilted her head. "Meaning?" "Meaning, we're not meant to enter. We're meant to remember we were already there." They exchanged a look, then began to search. The library shifted more than most parts of the castle. It always had. Sections vanished, aisles rearranged themselves. Certain books refused to stay on the same shelf for more than a week. But this time, the changes felt deliberate, like something was gently nudging them off course, testing if they truly knew what they were looking for. Luna let herself stop thinking like a student. It started moving like a thread walker. She followed the weight in her chest. The way her palm warmed when certain stones passed at shoulder height. The subtle repetition of certain book spines, even when the shelves were new. And then they found the corridor. It was narrower than the others. No nameplate above it, just a strip of stone where one had clearly been scraped clean. The air smelled faintly of forgotten parchment and something emptier, like silence that had grown too still. Ellis narrowed his eyes. "I've passed this hallway before." "No," Luna said, "you will." They stepped through the arch. The moment they did, the library behind them changed. No footsteps echoed. No light from the sconces followed. And ahead, instead of bookshelves, a smooth wall, and at the center of the wall, a door that wasn't drawn in ink, but in absence. The door didn't respond to touch, nor spell, nor spiral. Ellis tried tracing the rune Luna bore on her collarbone into the stone. Nothing. Luna tried humming the low-pitched tone that had once opened the whispergrass chamber. Still nothing. Finally, she took a step back and let the silence press in. She remembered the sentence, "Close the door gently," and that was when it struck her. "It's not a door you open," she said. "It's one you reclose." Ellis frowned. "But how can we close a door we haven't?" He stopped, realization settling in behind his eyes. Unless we already did. Luna turned to the blank wall again. And this time she didn't press or spell or sing. She simply raised her hand and mimed the motion of closing something. The air shifted. The wall trembled, and a seam bloomed outward, as though they had just finished exiting. The door opened. Into shadow, not darkness. Withheld light. Bookshelves rose in long curves, like ribs of some sleeping beast. The air smelled of ink that had never dried. And in the center of the room, suspended by threads of glimmering brass, hovered a single book, unwritten, unbound, waiting. Luna stepped inside. Alice followed, hesitant but drawn. The room didn't light up, but it remembered them. On the walls were carvings, not names, not portraits, just spiral marks. 9 of them. The first 7 were burned faintly into the stone. The 8th, Ellis's, etched like a sketch he hadn't drawn yet. The 9th was Luna's. It shimmered. And just beside it, half-formed, half-faded, was a 10th. No spiral. Just a small, hand-drawn knot. "This isn't a library," Luna whispered. Ellis exhaled slowly. "It's a ledger." She nodded. A list of those the spiral trusted, and those it tried to forget. The book did not rest on the threads. It hovered between them. The brass filaments didn't support it. They held it in suspension, not physically, but conceptually, like ideas still forming, or a thought too large to touch down. Luna stepped toward it slowly. It was thick, heavy-looking. Its pages shimmered slightly at the edges, not with enchantment but with unwritten tension. It wasn't bound in leather or hide. There was no cover. The outer layer was stitched cloth, pale and soft, marked only with a spiral knot too faint to name. Her hand rose. Ellis reached toward her arm. "Wait." She touched the book, and the thread sang, not with music, with memory. Each strand vibrated with an unspoken name, not voiced, not legible, but felt. Echoes ran through her bones, each one passing like a ripple over skin. Not painful, just exact. The book unsealed. Its spine curled open like a leaf, unfurling in heat, and the first page appeared. Not inked, etched. In light, Luna leaned in. Words formed, but they weren't in any known language. They spun and faded, then reformed in imagery, thought shapes. A language of impression and spiral pulse. As she stared, the impressions settled into clarity. The first entry, a girl with a map that drew itself when she bled onto it in winter. She did not live long, but her spiral never closed. Her name was unkept. Her echo walked still. The page turned itself. Alice stepped closer. "Luna, this is..." She nodded. A ledger of unfinished carriers. The second entry. A boy who saw time folding before his 5th birthday. He drew a spiral into his own shadow. The castle sealed the stair he walked. No one goes there now. The page curled again. Luna stepped back. The spiral on her palm pulsed faster now. Uncomfortable, like a warning. "These aren't records," she murmured. "They're containments." Ellis stared at the next entry, brows furrowed. The glyph beneath it was unfinished. A spiral that folded in on itself, then ended in a simple dot. A knot. The 10th entry pulsed before it revealed itself. Unlike the others, it did not emerge in impressions or symbols. It resisted interpretation. The spiral shape beneath it, where the others had been loops and curls, was tight. Bound. A knot? Not in the decorative sense. In the sealing sense, Ellis leaned in. "That's not a spiral," he whispered. "It's the end of one." Luna didn't respond. She was watching the ink fade into visibility. This page wasn't etched in light, it was drawn in something darker. Charcoal memory. Threaded into the fibers of the cloth paper, as if written with ashes pressed from a voice. The words appeared one at a time, not in any known language, but Luna understood them anyway. He named the spiral a lie. He tried to finish the turn. He gave himself a name no one else could pronounce, so they would not follow. The spiral broke him, but the knot remembers. Luna shivered. It wasn't fear, it was recognition. The mark beneath her collarbone warmed, the way it had in the room with no name, the way it had when the mirror of a newel had reached out from a path not taken. She reached toward the page. Ellis caught her wrist. "You don't have to touch it," he said gently. "We can remember it without bringing it forward." But Luna's eyes never left the page. "I think it's already following," she said. The next line unfurled without touch. "The knot does not spiral. The knot waits. The knot listens. The knot remembers what the spiral forgets." The book closed, not gently. With finality, the threads snapped silently from the air, curling into nothing. The shelves folded inward, and the room began to vanish, not with speed, but with decision. Luna turned to Ellis. "We weren't supposed to bring this back." He nodded. "But now that we know," she touched her journal. A new mark had burned into the back page. Not a spiral. A knot. Just one. Curled tight, holding its breath. The knot did not hum. It did not pulse. It simply waited. Luna stared at the back page of her journal long after the hidden library had vanished behind them. The symbol had burned itself into the parchment. Sharper than a spiral, darker than memory, a mark made not of magic but of refusal. Spirals moved. The knot held, and she felt its weight now. Not in her hand. In her thoughts. The castle had grown cautious. Doors no longer opened as easily for her. Staircases twisted 2 steps longer than they should. The arches in the Ravenclaw corridor dropped an inch lower each morning. It wasn't punishment. It was containment. Alice noticed too. "You're being routed," he said one evening, watching her try, and fail to access the scriptorium stair. She nodded. "I think Hogwarts knows." "Knows what?" "That I'm spiral marked." She looked down at her palm, but carrying a knot. They followed the silence. It wasn't a choice so much as a pull, a pressure behind each step that told Luna where not to go. Where the castle wanted her away from, she followed into. It led them to the lowest cellar beneath the divination tower. Not even part of the original Hogwarts foundation. A place repurposed over the centuries. First as a crypt, then a storage wing, then nothing at all. Now it held a door. Just one. The wood was gray. Old. Untouched. No spiral. No hinge. No key. But above the doorframe, someone had carved 5 words. The first was scratched out. The rest read, "Not meant to be carried." Luna raised her hand to the handle. It didn't move. The mark beneath her collarbone didn't respond. But the knot on the page inside her journal? It warmed. Softly. Once. And the door breathed. The breath of the door wasn't wind. It was recognition. Not of Luna. Of the knot. It pulsed again, not in warmth, but in weight. A steady pull at the center of her chest, like a thread being tugged through something long unmended. She pressed her palm to the wood. Not the spiral-marked hand. The other. The door dissolved. Not outward. Inward. The chamber was circular, silent. Black stone walls embedded with quartz veins that caught no light. There were no sconces, no torches. Yet the room wasn't dark. It simply wasn't trying to be seen. In the center stood a low pedestal, its surface wrapped in layers of thread. Not magical. Not glowing. Thread, wool, silk, rough linen, braided, twisted, nodded. Luna stepped inside. The moment both feet touched the stone, the silence deepened. She turned to speak to Ellis, and realized he hadn't followed. Couldn't. The knot didn't admit spiral bearers. Only those carrying one. The pedestal shifted slightly, revealing a hollow beneath the woven cover. Inside, a book rested. Small, square, bound in a dull, fibrous cloth with no visible markings. Luna reached for it. Her fingers paused. She didn't need to open it to feel what it held. Dissent, not rebellion, not destruction. Dissent born from love. She opened it and read, "I did not bind the spiral out of hatred. I bound it because I saw what it asked. It was not always meant to echo. It was meant to be released." Luna's breath caught. The next page read, "I watched them chase completion. They followed turns until their minds collapsed, until they were only made of echoes. And I loved them too much to let them keep turning." She understood then. The knot was not sabotage. It was mercy. A place to stop the spiral when it could no longer serve. Beneath the final page was a name. Unfamiliar. Unspoken. Etched in a script older than binding runes, older than castle foundation. The Threadbreaker. The name at the bottom of the page shimmered faintly as Luna read it. Not with magic, with memory returning, as if even saying Threadbreaker inside her head awakened an echo long withheld. She touched the edge of the book. The cloth wasn't charmed, but the weave held something ancient, something frayed from being carried too long without release. She felt the spiral on her palm twinge, as if it too recognized what this was. A cousin, a counterweight, an intention just as old, and one never forgiven. She closed the book and stood in the center of the chamber. The knot pulsed through the air, every thread of it tangled and sleeping. This wasn't a room built to destroy spiral bearers. It was a room where they could come to stop being one, if they chose to, but it had been sealed away, because none had chosen it. Not in hundreds of years. Luna took a slow breath. "What are you asking me?" she whispered. The stone beneath her feet shifted. One knot at the heart of the pedestal began to glow, not brightly, but steadily. The threads unwound slightly, not unspooling, just loosening, like something long bound beginning to breathe again. Then a voice, not aloud, not external, rose from the page of the closed book, a memory, not a ghost. Not the Threadbreaker's voice exactly, but her decision, carried forward in magic that had no need for sound. "If you bear the spiral, and the spiral bears you back, then know this. You may walk forever and leave the world no wiser. Or you may end the turn, and let the spiral pause. I built the knot so no one else would have to. But I was wrong. Someone always does." The pedestal shifted again, now open. Inside it, beneath the memory-threaded cloth and ash-soft linen, rested a second object. A single, unlit threadfire wand, narrow and pale, coiled faintly around its own core, almost like it had knotted itself mid-creation. It was made of willing ash, a rare material used for unbinding ancient spells, not casting them, and engraved in tiny spiral script across its surface, in a language Luna had never seen but somehow understood. To unmake only what has outlived love? She reached for it. The spiral on her hand pulsed once, then dimmed, not in resistance, in deference. She turned the wand in her hand and looked up toward the ceiling of the chamber, where there was no exit, no stair, no door. And yet, the room was listening. All of it. Not to what she would say next, but to what she would carry. Luna did not speak when she left the chamber. Words would have cheapened it. There are some moments the spiral doesn't need to echo, because what's been carried can't be shared in syllables. Only presence. Only weight. She emerged from the stone threshold, into the lower corridor where Ellis stood waiting, arms folded tight, back pressed to the wall like it might steady something inside him. When he saw her face, he stilled. "You're different," he said, for the second time that month. She nodded slowly, then opened her palm. The spiral was still there, but no longer alone. Just beneath it, etched like a shadow cast by the pattern, was a knot, smaller, older, bound tightly into the edge of the spiral curve. It didn't pulse. It didn't shimmer. It watched. Alice took one cautious step forward. What did you bring out? Luna raised the wand made of willing ash. It vibrated faintly in her hand, not with power, but with a kind of focused stillness. Not meant to cast. Meant to unwind. A tool, she said. A choice. Left behind by someone who couldn't bear to keep watching the spiral break people. Alice's brow furrowed. And the castle just let you take it? No. Her voice was soft. It didn't understand what it was until it was too late. The castle shifted. They felt it in the floor first. A long, low groan that didn't echo. It settled, heavy, like breath drawn inward. A sound like pressure held back for too long. Far down the corridor, 3 torches flickered out. Behind them, a tapestry they'd passed 100 times twisted sharply on its hanging rod. Its image, a wizard, mid-transfiguration, reversing like a film run backwards. Hogwarts wasn't reacting. It was recalculating. Alice turned to her. Luna, what did you become down there? She looked past him. To the spiral torch bracket that now hung crooked. To the books that had begun shuffling their pages without hands. To the floor stones that no longer hummed as she passed, but paused. And she whispered, Someone the castle doesn't know how to remember. That night, her journal refused to close. The page where the spiral once pulsed now split at the center. And at the division point, neither spiral nor knot, a new symbol began to write itself. A spiral that curved inward and never turned back out. The letter arrived, folded inside a book she hadn't borrowed. Luna found it in the Ravenclaw study chamber after dusk, tucked inside an herbology tome she didn't recognize, its title etched in greenish ink that shifted depending on the angle of her gaze. Seeds that refused to sleep. She hadn't opened it. She hadn't touched it. But the moment her fingertips brushed the spine, something unfolded. Inside, between 2 pages near the back, lay a folded square of paper. Heavy parchment sealed not with wax but with thread. A spiral, stitched in silver, unraveled the moment she blinked. Alice looked up from where he sat cross-legged on the floor. Another one? Luna nodded. This one isn't from the castle. The parchment smelled faintly of soot and cedar. Its fibers were coarse, hand-pressed, older than the room they sat in. She opened it. One sentence was written in blocky, slanted script. I bore spiral and knot before you, and I chose silence. Tell me why you didn't. Beneath it, no name, no signature. Just a curl of twine pressed into the paper's lower corner, cracked with age, but still faintly warm. Luna closed her eyes and remembered the chamber beneath the castle, the voice of the Threadbreaker, the book made of mercy and dissent, the ash wand that now lived beneath her pillow. Alice leaned closer. You think it's her? Luna shook her head. No, not the Threadbreaker. She placed the letter gently in her lap. This is someone who carried both and survived. She would turn to her journal. The page that split. Spiral and knot now woven into each other. At the junction point, the new symbol had completed itself. A spiral that opened into a knot, then opened again. Not a loop. A permission. And, next to it, a mark she hadn't written. A name, only half legible. But enough. Eloan. She'd never heard it before, but it curled inside her chest like something long overdue. A spiral that had refused to close, a knot that had let go, and someone who had done both. The Forbidden Archives didn't appear on any student maps, not even the enchanted ones. Everyone knew of their existence, but few believed the entrance truly moved, that the door changed place depending on the weight of the seeker's intention. Tonight, the castle made no effort to hide it. Luna and Alice found the doorway just after midnight, carved into the wall behind the third-floor statue of Dame Brindlethorn, a ghostly herbologist whose stone likeness usually blocked nothing more than dust and draught. But now, the ivy curling round her wrists had drawn back, and in the exposed wall behind her elbow, a spiral, split by a knot. Alice brushed a hand against the seam. I thought these archives were sealed. They are, Luna said softly, to those who come looking for power. But not memory? She tilted her head, especially not unwritten ones. The spiral knot on her palm pulsed once. Not brightly, but with a pull. The doorway responded. Stone split along unseen lines, and a narrow spiral stair curved down into a darkness laced with dull gold thread woven into the mortar itself. not enchantment. Something older, a binding, no longer active, but not forgotten. They descended in silence. Neither spoke. There were no torches, only thin lines of glow weaving through the walls like veins. The deeper they went, the thinner the stairs became, until their footsteps no longer echoed. The castle had stopped listening, or had been told not to. At the base of the stair, the air grew heavier, cool, dense with breath that hadn't been drawn in centuries. A door stood waiting, simple, stone-framed, held shut by nothing but stillness. At its center, etched in hand-carved lettering so faint it looked like wind had written it, Uloan. Luna didn't touch it. She just stood, and the door opened inward. The chamber beyond was not large, just wide enough to hold a writing desk, a low shelf of unmarked books, and a mirror with no reflection. And on the desk, wrapped in aged linen, a braid of twine, still faintly warm. Ellis stepped closer. "Is that?" Luna nodded. She bound her silence, so it wouldn't be inherited by accident. She reached down, unwrapped it. Inside the braid of twine, pressed flat, a single parchment, no longer than her hand. And written across it, "I did not close the spiral. I unthreaded the knot. You carry both. So ask the question I could not." The twine curled into dust, and the spiral map in Luna's journal began to spin. The question formed before Luna even understood she was thinking it. It wasn't shaped by logic or spell theory or even the memory she'd gathered in the spiral's wake. It was born from the center of her, where spiral and knot now lived in quiet, coiled tension. Not opposing, not aligned, just waiting. Eloin had unthreaded the knot, but she hadn't asked. Luna was about to. She turned to the mirror that held no reflection. Its surface shimmered slightly now, not like glass, but like intention before decision. The kind of waiting that lived in spaces never truly built, only invited. The room felt tighter. Ellis didn't move. Luna stepped forward and placed both hands on the mirror's frame. The spiral on her palm dimmed. The knot remained still. Then, softly, through breath, not voice, she whispered, "What happens if the spiral ends?" The mirror reacted instantly, but not with vision. With unraveling, the silvered surface peeled backward, not shattering but pulling inward, like a thread drawn through too many seams, and beyond it, a chamber was revealed. Not real, not entirely imagined, a thought space, a place built for one question, and maybe only one answer. She stepped through. Inside was a spiral, suspended, massive, dozens of turns deep, its arcs laced with threads made of starlight and story. Each loop shimmered with echoes, names, songs, silences, doorways. Luna saw pieces of her mother, glimpses of the whispergrass, feathers, ash, books, with no titles. This was the spiral's core, not a memory. Its heartbeat, and in its center, a chair, empty, waiting. Luna walked the inner arc. She didn't rush. The closer she came, the louder the silence became. Not sound, not even pressure, just presence that had forgotten how to wait quietly. When she reached the center, she didn't sit. She placed her hand on the back of the chair. "If you never meant to echo forever," she whispered, "then why did you start?" The spiral shivered. And for the first time, it spoke. Not in words. In spiral. In motion. In letting go. The spiral uncoiled, not physically, but conceptually. As if the very idea of its beginning was loosening, willing itself to be seen one final time. Luna stood at the center of its arc, the empty chair behind her, her hand still resting on its spine. The spiral curved around her like a living diagram, not ink, not light. Memory rendered an intention. And in that rising silence it answered, not with language, not with voice. With a moment, she saw a hill, long before Hogwarts, before wands, before language had shape. There stood a woman, not magical in the way Luna understood magic, but attuned. She was speaking to no one, whispering into air, words that hadn't yet been invented. She wasn't casting. She was offering a pattern of remembering, of returning, of echo without control, a spiral formed first not to store power, but to give shape to loss. The woman wept, Her spiral held the names of 3 others. Not written, carried, bound not to magic, but to memory, to the ache of forgetting that had no answer. And Luna understood the spiral hadn't been built to last. It had been built to grieve. But grief, left unspoken long enough, becomes tradition. Tradition becomes structure. Structure demands order. And the spiral, meant to carry, began to consume, not by design, by accident, by being repeated too faithfully. Luna stood still as the spiral's memory collapsed inward, turning again, slower this time, softer, an invitation for her to choose. Would she carry this truth forward? Would she let the spiral keep turning? Now that she knew its beginning was not power, but love, the mirror reformed behind her. She stepped back through. Ellis stood exactly where she left him, though his eyes had changed. "You saw it," he said. Luna nodded, then touched the spiral knot at her collarbone. "It didn't begin as a spell," she said. "It began as a promise." The chamber behind them faded, and the spiral map inside Luna's journal unfurled a final turn. This one didn't loop. It curved out and stopped. Not closed, not broken, just enough. Chapter 7, The Spiral and the Thread. Hogwarts was quieter now, not in sound, but in attention. The corridors no longer hummed when Luna passed. The stairs no longer whispered decisions. The portraits, once eager to comment, had fallen silent when she entered a room. Even the wind seemed reluctant to speak her name. It wasn't fear. It was a kind of held breath. As if the castle had realized that Luna Lovegood, first-year Ravenclaw, spiral-marked and not carried, had stepped beyond the bounds of her role and hadn't asked for permission. She didn't feel powerful. She felt held apart. The mark at her collarbone pulsed faintly as she stood in front of the long, dark mirror at the end of the east wing. It had been there for weeks. Students passed it without noticing. Some avoided it without knowing why. No one had looked into it for long. Luna had, once. The mirror didn't reflect faces. It showed threads, one for every name spoken in his presence. But tonight, when she whispered her own, nothing formed. No spiral. No knot. Just stillness. Ellis watched from behind, silent as ever. He no longer asked where they were going. He simply followed. When Luna turned to him now, it was not with questions, but with the quiet steadiness of someone who had seen too many echoes and now craved only one thing, a beginning that didn't need to repeat. "I think it's time," she said softly. "For what?" She looked down at her hand. The spiral shimmered once. The knot remained silent, to let the spiral rest. They walked the long stair behind the arithmancy wing, where the stones always changed their count. Tonight they were steady. 12 steps, down to a door no longer hidden. The room that forgets the ending. A place spoken of only in riddles, described in half-sentences left in the margins of books that couldn't be shelved. A room that had held many endings but kept none. The door opened for Luna without sound. Inside, a single table, a blank scroll, and an empty chair. No spiral on the walls. No runes humming in the floor. Just a quill. Waiting. She stepped inside. Ellis didn't follow. This was her walk to make. The room did not echo. Even her footsteps, light and deliberate, disappeared into the stillness the moment they touched the stone. Not silenced by spell, swallowed, as though sound itself agreed to end here. Luna approached the table with the quiet of someone used to listening harder than speaking. The parchment was real, thick, curled slightly at the edges. The quill sat to its right, upright in a small holder of bone or driftwood, she couldn't tell. Its nib was dark, already inked. And waiting, there was no title on the scroll. No prompt. Just space. She did not sit at first. She stood behind the chair and looked at it, wondering who else had come here, who had written, who had chosen to leave the spiral unended, or let it go on. There were no marks on the table. No burned scars. No signs of magic left behind. But the room knew. It had seen decisions. And more than once, it had let them go. Luna lowered herself gently into the chair. The wood shifted beneath her, not unpleasantly, just adjusting. Her knees folded, hands in her lap, the spiral and knot still and quiet, waiting like she was. She looked down at the scroll. She could write anything. One sentence, one thought, one decision. But the weight in the room told her something deeper. Whatever she wrote would be remembered. Even if the spiral stopped turning, even if the knot unthreaded, this sentence would echo. She picked up the quill. It trembled once, not in her hand, on its own, as if it too was unsure what to become. Then came the softest sound, barely more than breath. You're not alone. Luna turned. A figure stood in the doorway. Not Alice. Not a professor. Not a ghost. A girl. Maybe 12. Maybe older. She shimmered at the edges like she hadn't fully decided if she was still memory or something more. Luna recognized her. Not by face. By the thread. Ilowen, she whispered. The girl nodded once. She stepped into the room, her bare feet silent, her presence not magic, but recognition incarnate. She carried no wand, no spiral on her skin, only a ribbon wrapped around her wrist, frayed, looped, unfinished. I tried, she said, voice quiet and rough. I came here too. I sat where you're sitting. What did you write? Luna asked. Elowen smiled, sad, warm. I didn't. Luna blinked. Why? Because I thought silence would save it. Her eyes met Luna's, but it only left others to carry the turning. She approached the table, looked down at the scroll, and said, Whatever you write, Luna, it doesn't need to end the spiral. It just needs to start something else. Elowen's words lingered in the room longer than they should have. Not echoed. Not repeated. Just held. As if the stone itself didn't want to let them go. Luna sat still, the quill in her hand, its nib heavy with unspoken history. The scroll before her was still blank, but it no longer felt empty. It was ready. Not for prophecy, not for power. For the one thing the spiral had never truly asked for, permission. I don't want to stop it, she said quietly. Elowen stood beside her now, her ribbon-wrapped wrist resting gently on the corner of the table. I know. I don't want to be the next name it forgets. You won't be. Her voice softened. You're the one who asked what none of us could. Luna swallowed. The spiral on her palm tingled, softly, not guiding her hand, just listening. And the knot beneath her collarbone? Still. At peace. She touched the edge of the scroll, then lowered the quill, and wrote just one line. It formed like breath made visible. The ink shimmered not with spell work, but memory. A loop in her handwriting, smooth and slow, deliberate, yet gentle. Not a command. Not a seal. A sentence born from choice. Let it echo only where it is wanted, and never louder than what was lost. She sat back. The quill dried itself. The scroll rolled closed, soft as sleep. No wind stirred. No magic flared. Something deep in the floor below the room shifted. Relieved. Elowen placed a hand on Luna's shoulder, and in that touch, Luna felt something pass between them. Not knowledge. Not even magic. Just a letting go. A memory handed forward not to burden, but to honor. Then the door creaked. Not the one they'd entered. A second, hidden one, carved into the stone behind the table, so fate it hadn't existed until now. It opened slowly. A third figure stood in its arch. Not Elowen. Not student, not teacher. Draped in threadwork, tall and still, their face unreadable, but familiar in a way that made Luna's breath still. The castle had sent someone, a witness. The archivist? The one who had watched every spiral bearer pass through the silent room. Who never judged, never spoke, only recorded. They stepped forward and bowed, not to Luna's name, but to her sentence. The archivist moved without sound. Every step they took seemed to leave no mark, and yet Luna felt each one, not on the floor. On her skin, in her ribs. It wasn't pressure, it was notation. The sensation of being written into something deeper than memory. A library without shelves. A language built on feeling rather than form. The room shifted as the archivist passed, not in shape, in purpose. The walls exhaled. The silence became complete. They stood at the far side of the table, across from Luna, and extended one hand. Not demanding, inviting, Luna rose. Elowen had vanished, though her ribbon remained. resting across the back of the chair like a promise never revoked. Luna picked it up, wound it once around her fingers, and stepped forward. The archivist spoke no word, but the spiral on Luna's palm flared gently as she held out the scroll. The sentence she'd written had dried into something more than ink. It was now thread. Dark, soft, precise. Stitched directly into the parchment's grain. The archivist unrolled it, eyes unreadable. And then they turned, not to any wall, nor book, nor stone tablet, but to the air itself. They lifted a hand, drew the sentence into the space, and inscribed it into Hogwarts. There was no light, no sound, no ripple, just a sudden shift in the room's attention, as though for the first time the castle had not only listened, but understood. The spiral was not ended. It had been heard. The archivist stepped back and bowed again to the sentence, to the choice, to Luna. She turned without a word and stepped back through the doorway. The ribbon still looped around her hand. The scroll gone, the table empty, the parchment no longer needed. Ellis waited just beyond the corridor's bend. He looked up, met her eyes, said nothing, but he saw the change. The spiral no longer pulsed. The knot no longer weighed. Instead, where both had been, a new thread had begun to glow. A thread not shaped like spiral or seal, but like path, a place to begin again. By choice. The path back to Ravenclaw Tower felt different. Not shorter, not longer. Just willing. Staircases stilled before she reached them, rugs unwrinkled beneath her steps. Even the paintings, once chattering, judgmental, aloof, offered her soft nods or silence, like musicians lowering their instruments at the close of a symphony. Luna didn't speak. She didn't need to. The spiral wasn't pulling her anymore. The knot wasn't anchoring. Now she was following something quieter. A thread that wasn't guiding her from ahead, but walking beside her. At the landing outside the Ravenclaw common room, Ellis leaned against the wall. He had a book open, though his eyes had clearly stopped reading. When he looked up, he blinked. "You look lighter." Luna gave a slow smile. "I left the spiral a gift." He tilted his head. "Was it a message? A thread?" Ellis folded his arms. "What's it connected to?" She stepped past him and laid a hand on the door knocker. The part of Hogwarts that listens but doesn't answer. The Eagle's riddle was simple that evening. What turns without returning? Luna answered, "A thread in new hands." The door opened immediately. The common room welcomed her in a way it never had before. The constellation dome overhead shimmered in soft golds and dusky blues, mirroring the inked map in her journal. The chessboard by the hearth was in mid-game. Pieces paused, not battling but resting. Even the books on the shelves had turned their spines outward, displaying titles as though offering their stories, not guarding them. She crossed to the curved window nook where her first dream at Hogwarts had begun, and sat. She opened the journal to its last page. No spiral. No knot. Just thread, drawn in a continuous line that crossed the page from left to right. No beginning. No end. Only motion. Ellis joined her a moment later, settling beside her on the cushions. He didn't speak at first, just watched the starlight fall in slow curves across her shoulders. Then, gently, "Do you think it will echo again?" She looked down at the thread line in her journal. "It already is," she whispered, "but this time, only where it's asked." The whisper grass had grown taller since September. Back then, it had shimmered with uncertainty, bending toward Luna in soft, unreadable waves. Half language, half listening. Now it stood with gentle confidence. Not rigid, not wild, just awake. The greenhouse air was thick with the scent of soil and sage. Morning mist clung to the glass panels overhead, refracting light in wide arcs. Students murmured in pairs, laughing softly, their voices fading as Luna stepped through the main arch. No one noticed her arrive, but the plants did. Professor Glassmeyer glanced up from a pot of coiling bramblevine and nodded once. Not a greeting. An acknowledgement? Luna made her way to a low bench in the far corner, where a single whispergrass pot sat untouched. No label, no partner. Waiting. She knelt beside it, resting both hands on the rim. The blade swayed gently before she spoke. "I'm not the same one who came here first," she whispered. The grass rustled, slow and low, like the hush of breath before a story begins. Not in voice, not in echo. In impression, Luna closed her eyes. She let her breath align with the quiet hum of the roots, not forcing connection, simply making room. The whispergrass shifted again, curving inward, then outward, in time with her thoughts. Then, from its base, a single blade curled toward her. Its tip brushed her palm, and a word formed, clear, internal, unmistakable. Threadwalker. Luna inhaled sharply. Not from fear. From recognition. Not a title. Not a prophecy. A path. The grass hummed once more, then bent, gently, deliberately, toward her satchel. She opened it. Inside, tucked between her journal and her mother's rune journal, was something she hadn't placed there. A folded slip of parchment tied in soft copper thread. No name, no seal. Just the spiral symbol, not inked. Stitched. Ellis had noticed her stillness and drifted toward her from the other side of the greenhouse. He crouched beside her, eyes flicking to the grass. Then the note. "What is it this time?" he whispered. Luna untied the thread, unfolded the parchment. Read the 3 words written inside. "It begins tomorrow." The parchment dissolved as soon as Luna read it. Not crumbled, not burned. It simply ceased to exist, folding inward like a thought no longer needed, like the memory of a voice that had finished saying what it came to say. It begins tomorrow. But what was it? She didn't ask aloud. The whispergrass had already quieted. Its message given. No second voice. No repetition. Just direction. She walked back to the castle with Ellis, the light shifting as clouds softened the sky above. Students laughed across the lawn. First years practiced basic charms near the stone steps, their wands flaring with enthusiasm and failure in equal measure. It all felt smaller now, not in a dismissive way, in the way a house feels once you've seen the path beyond it. Luna touched the copper thread that remained around her finger, then turned away from her dorm. They passed through 3 corridors neither of them had taken before, past a hall where the tapestries whispered backward, and a staircase that folded sideways if you blinked too fast. And then, a wall. Plain stone. No markings. No door. Except a faint shimmer, just left of center. Ellis caught it first. "It's another one," he murmured, like the mirror spiral, hidden in stillness. Luna stepped forward. She didn't speak. She pressed her hand, not the spiral-marked one, but the other. Flat against the stone, the wall exhaled. A seam appeared, then a doorway, and beyond it, a circular room, low-ceilinged, with walls etched not in runes or names, but threads. Actual ones. Copper, silver, moss green, dusky red, stitched into the stone, crisscrossing, layered. They weren't woven as art. They were records. Threadwalkers. In the center of the chamber sat a single figure, hooded, still, waiting. No wand, no scroll, only a small box in their lap, wrapped in ash-gray ribbon. The figure lifted their head. They weren't old. They weren't young. They had eyes like the air above the lake at sunrise. They said only one thing. "You wrote the sentence. I care the beginning. Are you ready for your thread?" Luna stepped into the thread chamber, not with hesitation, not with awe, but with the quiet understanding of someone who had already chosen and was now being received, not tested. The walls pulsed faintly around her, not with magic, but memory. Stitched memory, woven from names and walks and decisions long sealed. Each thread crossed another, looped gently, never knotted. There were no beginnings here, only continuations. She stood before the figure in the center. Their hands rested lightly on the ribbon-wrapped box. Ellis remained at the threshold, silent, watchful. He knew somehow this moment wasn't for him. The figure extended the box toward her. "The sentence you wrote," they said, "was the first one this place has accepted in 3 generations." Luna blinked. 3? The figure nodded. "The others who came here, they tried to end the spiral with force, or fear, or reverence too sharp to listen. They tilted their head. You wrote yours with grief and permission." Luna took the box. The ribbon came away like breath. Inside, nestled in deep violet cloth, lay a thread spindle, simple, carved from driftwood, its shaft wrapped with a single length of fine golden thread, and beneath it, a slip of parchment written in the same handwriting as the stitched spiral she'd first found in her satchel. This thread is not for following. It is for giving. Find the ones who carry silence. Offer them voice. Luna stared down at it. She could feel the spiral on her palm warming, the knot at her collarbone holding steady, not in warning, in agreement. This was not another echo. This was not another burden. This was her beginning. She looked up at the thread keeper. What happens now? They smiled. The first real smile she'd seen from anyone in weeks. You walk, and you listen, and you give the thread to the one who needs it most. They stood slowly, because that's what threadwalkers do. Behind Luna, Ella stepped forward. She turned to him. He raised one eyebrow. Are we going to tell the professors where we've been? Luna grinned. Eventually. He nodded. Good. Then added, but I think they already know. Outside the chamber, the hallway had changed. The same corridor, the same stones, but the castle was no longer silent. It wasn't whispering riddles or runes or warnings. It was humming. A low, constant yes. The spindle stayed warm against Luna's chest. She kept it tucked in the fold of her robes, wrapped in the violet cloth from the threadkeeper's box. The golden thread hadn't frayed, it didn't unwind, it pulsed faintly. Not in urgency, but in attention. It wasn't asking to be used. It was listening for where it was needed. Classes had resumed their rhythm. April had crept in, soft and hesitant. The great hall glowed brighter in the afternoons now. Dandelions bloomed along the sloped edge of the greenhouse paths. Exam whispers had begun to buzz from older students. But for Luna, time moved differently. She didn't feel behind. She didn't feel ahead. She felt parallel, watching, waiting for silence and someone else to ripple the way hers once had. It came on a Tuesday. Charms class had ended. Students filed out. Ellis had gone ahead to meet with Professor Glassmeyer about something botanical and mysterious. Luna lingered, idly rearranging her parchment, when she heard a sound from behind the supply shelf. Not a cry, not a sob. Just a breath caught too long. She stepped quietly around the edge and found a boy sitting against the far wall. Hunched knees, sleeves pulled down past his knuckles. Face hidden in the crook of one elbow. She recognized him. First year Hufflepuff. Thin voice. Never quite raised his hand. Always sat near the window but never looked outside. His name was Rowan. Luna knelt slowly. Didn't speak. Didn't lean in. She simply sat back to the same wall 2 feet away. The silence stretched. Not painfully. Not tensely. Just truly. Until at last Rowan whispered, still without looking up, "It's too loud in here." She didn't ask what "here" meant. She didn't need to. She placed a hand over her chest. The spindle warmed. He looked over, eyes red-rimmed. You feel it too? Luna nodded. I used to think I had to carry it alone. Rowan's fingers curled. I don't know what it is. Neither did I, at first. She reached into her robe, unwrapped the spindle. The golden thread shimmered faintly, visible only in the dimness like firelight caught in breath. She held it out, not to place it in his hand, just to offer it. Rowan stared. His voice shook. What does it do? Luna's answer was quiet, certain. It tells you you're not broken, just threaded a little differently. Rowan didn't reach for the spindle, but he didn't look away either. The golden thread pulsed once in Luna's open palm, not glowing, just steady, like a rhythm waiting to match breath. She didn't urge him, didn't speak. The offering wasn't a cure, it was a promise, that he didn't have to explain himself before he was believed. After a long pause, he whispered, I keep seeing things that haven't happened yet. Luna turned to him, slow and quiet. They're not dreams. Not really, he said, but they feel like memories, except no one else remembers them. Because they're from before? He pressed his palms to his temples. I don't know what's wrong with me. Luna tilted her head. Is it loud? Rowan nodded, breathing shaky. Not always, just when I try to ignore it. She gently closed her fingers around the spindle, drawing it back toward her chest. It's not wrong, she said softly. It's a thread no one else has taught you to follow. Rowan turned his head. His eyes were wet but steady. I don't want to follow it. I want it to stop. Luna didn't smile, didn't reassure him. She just listened. Because she remembered what it was to have everyone treat the silence like a puzzle and not a voice. Then she said, "You don't have to follow it yet. You can just hold it, gently, until it quiets." She extended the spindle again, closer this time. Rowan stared at it. Then slowly, like reaching for warmth without knowing if it would burn, he touched one finger to the thread. It didn't spark. It didn't pulse. It simply stilled. Rowan's breath slowed. He didn't cry. He didn't smile. But his shoulders lowered, and his voice, barely above silence, said, "Thank you for not fixing me." Luna let the moment stretch like thread between them, then answered, "Some threads just need time before they're ready to move." From her satchel, she pulled a slip of parchment, blank except for a symbol in the corner, the open spiral, the kind that curved outward without looping back. She placed it beside him. "Keep that. If it ever grows warm in your pocket, follow it." Rowan looked at her like she wasn't magic, but something even rarer. Someone who saw without asking to look through. The castle responded before Luna even reached the corridor. The air felt different, lighter beneath her steps, as though the floor had unknotted something in itself. Staircases turned without creak. Walls breathed deeper. Even the portraits she passed gave her small, quiet nods. Not deferential, not reverent, just aware. Thread recognized thread. She returned to the room through a corridor that hadn't existed the day before. The stone bore no spiral this time. No shimmer, no runes. Just the subtle scent of ironed linen and still air. The thread chamber opened before she touched the wall. Waiting. Inside, it had changed. The thread-stitched wall still curved gently, but a new pattern had begun to form near the eastern arc, a growing weave of fine gold thread. Not stitched by wand, not enchanted. Earned. Each strand was thin and nearly invisible, except when light caught it directly. It curved outward, looping through a faint outline of a single name. Not Rowan's, Luna's, but not written for her. From her, the figure in the center, the same one who'd given her the spindle, stood waiting, hands folded in front of them. "You gave it freely," they said. Luna nodded. He didn't want it at first. He wasn't meant to want it, only to know it was his to accept. She stepped closer to the wall, gazing at the threads forming behind her name. Some bent outward toward nothing yet, others curled and vanished into gaps she couldn't see. "They're not all meant to return to me, are they?" The figure shook their head. Threads don't always return. Some end in silence. Some spark into others. Some are carried so long they become something else entirely. Luna reached out. Her fingertips hovered over the embroidery, just close enough to feel the warmth of the weave. Then she asked, "How many of us are there?" The threadkeeper's voice was softer now. "More than you'd think. Fewer than you'd hope." Behind her, the spindle pulsed once in her satchel. Brighter now. Not summoning, signaling. Another thread was ready. Somewhere in the castle. Waiting. The pulse from the spindle didn't guide her in a straight line. It nudged. A soft warmth in her satchel when she passed certain stairwells. A faint hum through her collarbone when she moved too far in the wrong direction. It wasn't insistent, it was patient. Like someone humming a tune in another room, waiting to be remembered. Luna followed. Not with urgency, with care. It led her deep into the third-floor west wing, a part of the castle mostly used by upper years. Quiet, drafty, full of portraits too proud to speak unless you bowed. She passed alcoves, empty classrooms, an old examination chamber filled with stacked chairs. The spindle's warmth narrowed as she neared a tall, narrow window at the very end of the corridor. And sitting there, knees tucked up, arms wrapped around her legs, was a girl. 6th year, Ravenclaw robes frayed at the cuffs, face turned toward the glass, but eyes unfocused, watching nothing. Luna had seen her once or twice. A quiet girl, not unfriendly, just absent, not from class. From connection, Luna stepped softly until she was close enough to hear the girl's breath. Not steady, not panicked, just tired. "I used to sit like this," Luna said gently, "so I could feel the window and not the world." The girl turned slowly, eyes narrowed, guarded, not afraid, but walled, Do I know you? No, Luna said. But I know that silence. The one that settles so deep it forgets your name before anyone else can speak it. The girl blinked, looked away, and whispered, "It hasn't spoken in a long time." Luna sat beside her, close, but not touching. She reached into her satchel and withdrew the spindle. The golden thread shimmered faintly, visible only at the edges. "I'm not here to fix it," Luna said, "only to remind it that someone still knows how to listen." She held the spindle out. The girl didn't move, not for a long time. Then, she reached out, not to take it, to touch it. The thread pulsed once beneath her fingertip, and she exhaled, not in relief, in recognition. The girl didn't speak again, but when Luna rose and stepped away, the thread between them didn't vanish. It held, a quiet, golden line between two people who understood what it meant to be forgotten and chose not to forget each other. The spindle was quieter now, not silent, settled. It no longer pulled like it had with Rowan, or pulsed urgently like it had with the girl at the window. It rested in Luna's satchel like a lantern after nightfall, still warm, still glowing faintly, but without direction. It had given, and now it waited. The waiting felt heavier than she expected. Not because it hurt, because it had changed something inside her. Luna walked the halls differently now, not just with awareness, but with weight, as though each step rewrote a tiny line of the castle's memory. As though every time she passed someone carrying silence, it brushed against the threads she had already shared and noticed her. Not all threads wanted to be carried. Some just wanted to be seen. She sat alone in the Ravenclaw common room that evening, curled into her favorite windowsill, the stars tangled in her hair like soft-spoken spells, her journal light open across her knees. The spiral map had changed again. The turns no longer looped back. Each path that had once curved into itself now bent outward, reaching, splitting, sharing. Some led to names, others to symbols. Some ended in nothing at all, but each was marked with the same faint shimmer. Threadwalker given, not spiral bound. Luna traced one with her finger. It pulsed slightly. No pull, no magic, just a memory passed on. She smiled and closed the book. Ellis arrived quietly and sat on the rug below her, pulling out a sketch pad. He didn't speak, but after a minute, he held it up. It showed a figure, Luna, unmistakably, kneeling in a corridor, one hand outstretched, thread spiraling from her palm like smoke. In the air above her head, not a spiral, but something unspooled, unfinished. He pointed to it. "What happens when you give too much?" She didn't answer right away. Then, the thread learns to carry itself. Ellis raised an eyebrow. "And what carries you?" She thought for a long time, then reached into her robes and drew out the spindle. It was warm, but no longer for others. For her, the spindle pulsed once in Luna's hand, but this time, the warmth wasn't outward. It curled back, gentle and strange, as if the thread she'd given had turned to look at her. Ellis noticed it too. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "That's new." Luna nodded slowly. "It's not asking to be offered again." Alice tapped the sketch in his lap, the image of her kneeling with thread in hand. "It's asking you to receive." The thought struck her like snowfall in spring, quiet, unexpected, soft and sharp all at once. The spindle had been a gift, a path outward, but no one had told her that giving would eventually create space for something to come back. She rose, gently tucking the spindle into its cloth. "Where are we going?" Ellis asked. Luna paused by the door. "I think somewhere I was never meant to find alone." They followed the quiet. Not a pull, not even a hum, just absence. Doors she'd once felt hum with spiral weight now stood still. Corridors didn't shift. Stairs didn't speak. Even the portraits had gone quiet again, not withholding this time. Making room. At last they came to a narrow hall behind the astronomy wing. One Luna had passed dozens of times without thinking. Tonight, the sconce at the far end flickered. Not gold, not silver. Threadlight. Pale, flickering, familiar. It illuminated a seam in the wall neither of them had seen before. Luna placed her hand against it. No magic surged, but the spindle grew warm. The wall yielded. It unfolded, not as a door, but as a curtain of woven air. parting to reveal a narrow chamber filled with soft, flickering light. Inside, threads, dozens, suspended in the air like strands of breath, each coiled gently around a single object. A ring, a page, a broken quill, a button, a lock of hair. None glowed, none shimmered, but all of them felt kept. Alice stepped in behind her. What is this place? Luna walked slowly between the threads. She didn't speak until she found the center. A mirror. Not one that reflected faces, one that showed the last time you were held. She looked into it and saw her mother, singing to a shell. The mirror didn't move. It didn't shimmer or ripple. It simply showed a moment Luna hadn't known she'd forgotten. She was 5, sitting on the rug in the library at home. Rain touched the windows. Books leaned like old friends around her. And across the room, her mother, cross-legged, barefoot, humming, a conch shell cupped in both hands, held as delicately as a candle's flame. The song was wordless, circular, not spiral, not spell. Thread, a melody passed down, not to cast, but to carry. Ellis said nothing. He saw the mirror, but not what it showed. Only Luna did. Because only Luna had received that thread once, without knowing. It hadn't been enchanted. It had been intentional. Her mother hadn't given her a prophecy. She'd given her a memory that knew how to wait. Luna's breath caught. Her fingers rose to the shell pendant at her collarbone. She hadn't worn it for months, not since the mark had bloomed beneath it. She'd almost stopped thinking of it as hers. But now, touching it, it pulsed. Softly, not in answer to magic. In recognition, she turned from the mirror. The spindle in her satchel warmed again. Ellis watched her closely. "There's something here for you," he said. "Isn't there?" Luna nodded. She followed the path between the hanging threads, turning once, twice, until she reached a thread different from the others. It wasn't golden. It was silver and sea blue, braided, slightly frayed at one end, wrapped around a small, round object. She reached for it. The thread curled back. Not resisting, inviting, she cupped the object in her hand. It was the shell. Not hers. Not physical, but woven. A perfect twin, soft as breath. And when she held it, it sang. Not aloud, not to the room. To her, she listened. No words, only the sound of her mother's hum, looping once, then fading, then waiting. The thread-shelled memory rested in Luna's palm like something long exhaled. Its hum wasn't persistent. It didn't tug or whisper. It waited, like all threads that know they're meant to be finished by the one who was never ready to carry them before. She closed her eyes and let the sound inside her fill the silence. The tune returned, not perfectly, not fully, but enough. Soft, circular, a lullaby with no end, only the feeling of one. Alice didn't speak. He sat on the floor across from her, knees drawn up, hands folded, gaze quiet. He could hear the hum too, though dimmer, like listening through water. When Luna opened her eyes again, the room had changed. Not in structure. In attention, all the threads had stilled. Every object hovered in still suspension, and from the ceiling above, a single strand of gold descended, unattached. Offered, Luna stood, the shell thread still in her hand. She walked toward the descending strand. It lowered as she neared, curling slightly toward her fingers. She reached up, touched it. The gold thread brushed her fingertip and wove itself into the silver blue one already coiled around the shell. For a breathless second, nothing happened. Then the two threads pulsed. Together. Completed, Luna inhaled deeply. Not in surprise. In relief, her mother's hum faded softly. And beneath it, a memory not of words but of presence. Hands holding hers. A voice saying nothing, only being there. The unfinished thread was hers now, but not to finish. To carry forward in her own shape, she turned to Alice, held out the newly woven thread. He didn't take it. He just reached forward and touched it once. It pulsed between them. No magic, no prophecy, just a shared truth. That some threads don't end. They become pathways. Behind her, the chamber's mirror no longer showed a child. It showed Luna, threadwalker, not spiral bearer, not knot keeper. A weaver of beginnings that ask nothing except to be given freely. It began with a name that vanished mid-sentence. Not in a book. In a conversation, a seventh-year Ravenclaw had been recounting a story, half boast, half nervous retelling of a misfired enchantment in the Transfiguration Wing, when he paused mid-line. And then she said, "You've cast it backwards, just like..." The word didn't come. He blinked, tried again, laughed. I can't remember who I was talking about. The laughter didn't reach his eyes. Luna, passing by with her journal clutched to her chest, paused. The hum from her spindle, quiet all morning, tightened. Not louder. More focused. That evening, she checked the roster of current students. No name was missing. She checked last year's records. Nothing unusual. But when she looked at the house records from 4 years ago, the pages blurred. Not magically, not physically. Like the page itself had forgotten it was meant to hold a name. Ellis stood behind her in the library, arms crossed. "You think someone's been, what? Erased?" Luna shook her head. "No, not removed, unthreaded." The words settled into the room like dust after a breath held too long. Ellis looked at her. "That's not something the castle lets happen." Luna's eyes didn't leave the page. "I don't think it did." Later, she returned to the corridor outside the thread chamber. The spindle stirred as she approached, but dimly, like a memory wrapped too tightly in silence. Inside, the walls were unchanged. The threadkeeper waited in the center, as always, still and watchful. Luna didn't speak at first. She stepped close, held out the incomplete name, half-inked, blotted, and asked, "Who is this thread missing?" The threadkeeper lifted their gaze, not startled, not cold, just tired. "You found a name the castle doesn't want to remember," they said. Luna's breath stilled. "Why?" The keeper didn't answer immediately. Then, with voice low as thread through cloth, "Because some names unraveled themselves, and the castle couldn't bear to say them twice. Some threads are buried. Others are hidden. But the ones that silence themselves, those are the most dangerous. Not because of what they reveal, because of what they take when they go." Luna left the thread chamber with the name fragment pressed inside her journal. It wasn't inked, she hadn't written it. The page simply remembered where the word had once been. A gap in the margin, a hesitation in the fibers. Ellis followed her through the quiet halls, the spindle wrapped and tucked away, for now. "You think this person chose to disappear?" he asked softly. "No," Luna said. "I think they asked not to be spoken of." "Why?" Luna paused at the window near the second-floor corridor, the one that overlooked the greenhouses. Dusk had begun to settle, and the glass shimmered with condensation and late light. She tapped the pane once. The spiral remembers everything. Then she looked at him. But some people don't want to be remembered by what they left behind. They began searching. Not for the person. There was no trail, no face, no memory left behind to follow. They searched the castle itself, the places that listened too hard, the stairwells that turned even when no one walked them, the portraits that blinked one moment too late. Everywhere Luna had once felt the spiral pulling, she now felt absence. Not emptiness, avoidance. It was in the second-floor astronomy alcove, behind the long-disused telescope gear, where Luna found the first thread. Not glowing, not warm. Woven into the stone, black, frayed, and curled into a symbol not of spiral, not of knot, but closure, a single line, bent into a circle, sealed with a single stitch across its center. A thread cut. Luna reached toward it. The air trembled, not in warning, in grief. Ellis stopped beside her. "I don't like how it feels," he whispered. "You're not supposed to," she said. Then added, "The castle didn't forget them. It's mourning them." The thread was delicate. Not in strength, in memory. It wasn't stitched with magic or intention. It had been left behind like the final breath of a story that didn't want an ending. A signature written without ink. Luna touched the edge of the circle. The seal didn't break. It opened. Not outward, inward. And behind it, the wall pulsed once, not in welcome. In release, a fold of stone shifted aside, revealing a narrow slit in the masonry. Inside, dim and dustless, lay a scroll wrapped in gray ribbon, worn to the color of ash. There were no runes, no sigils, just a mark at the end, a spiral stitched closed, its mouth bound with a single horizontal thread. Luna reached for it. The spindle stirred in her satchel, not urgently, not afraid, but like a wind passing through thread that had hung undisturbed too long. Alice stepped forward. "Are you sure?" Luna nodded. "We can't keep remembering only the ones who wanted to be remembered." She unwrapped the ribbon. The parchment unrolled without resistance. Inside, a single line, written in charcoal and faded nearly to dust. "I was the voice, and I spoke until I became the echo." Below it, a name, crossed out. Not magically, not violently, carefully, as if the person who wrote it had done so with their own hand, not to erase themselves, but to release others from needing to speak it again. Luna traced the line. "I think they were the first," she whispered. "The first to carry the spiral as more than memory, as voice." Ellis sat slowly beside her, knees drawn up, and it hollowed them. She nodded. Until there was nothing left but the echo. Silence settled around them like fog. The castle didn't breathe. No torches flickered. Even the floor refused to creak. Then, a shift. From deep beneath the stone, a tremor like a sigh long held. A second scroll unfolded on its own, tucked behind the first, forgotten by even the spiral itself. Luna lifted it. This one bore no writing, only a thread. Uncut, dark green, woven in a loop, not closed, waiting. Luna cradled the second scroll in both hands. It didn't hum like the spindle. It didn't glow like spiral markings once had. But the thread it held, a single loop of deep green, felt alive in a way that didn't ask to be used. It asked to be placed. She stood, the weight of it pressed gently into her chest. Not heavy, earnest. Alice rose with her. "Where are we going?" Luna didn't answer with words. She turned toward the castle's foundations, toward the place beneath the threads, beneath the names, beneath the memory-storied halls. The first hall, the one no student was ever taken to, the one the castle itself whispered around, the one the spiral had grown from. They descended in silence. 3 flights below the dungeons, past the sealed wine cellars, past the torchless arches, past even the spell-thick echo vaults where old incantations were kept asleep. At the base of a narrow stair, they came to a door. It wasn't locked. It didn't need to be. No one came here, because the door didn't call. It waited. Luna placed her hand against the wood. It was warm. It opened. The chamber inside was circular, smaller than she expected. Stone walls, no windows, no enchantments. Just a single pedestal in the center. And across it, spirals. Hundreds. Etched faintly into the stone, layered over each other, spirals of all sizes. Some open, some closed, some incomplete, none glowing, all still. She stepped forward, unrolled the scroll, and gently laid the green thread atop the pedestal. It pulsed once, and stayed. Not to be lifted, not to be passed on. To remain, the castle sighed, not around her, through her, as though it had been holding this nameless thread in its chest too long, and now, with it placed, could finally exhale. The pedestal shimmered faintly, and behind Luna a new spiral etched itself into the wall. Not in light. In thread, a memory made visible. She turned to Alice. "Now no one has to carry it alone." He nodded, quiet, and they left the chamber hand in hand, the castle shifting gently behind them. Not in grief, but in relief. It began with a vibration in the floor. Not tremor, not movement. A resonance. Luna felt it just past midnight as she stepped barefoot through the common room. The others were asleep. The stars had drifted low in the enchanted dome above. The castle was supposed to be resting. But beneath the flagstones, something was awake. Not the spiral. Not the knot. Something deeper. Something older. She knelt beside the hearth and pressed her palm to the stone. The warmth didn't rise from heat. It rose from attention. Something was listening. And for the first time, it wasn't listening to her. It was listening for her. She rose and dressed quickly. Robes over sleep clothes, wand and spindle tucked into her belt, journal hugged to her side. The moment she stepped into the corridor beyond the common room, the floor beneath her feet stilled. Not with silence. With focus. Every corner she turned, every stair she descended, the resonance returned. Thread thin, woven beneath her steps, like a song no longer being played aloud, but remembered. She passed a corridor she didn't recognize. Its torches were unlit. The air smelled of smoke, but not recent. Old fires. Ash long gone cold. Luna followed it. The corridor narrowed. Stone gave way to slate. The resonance thickened into sound, but just barely. A low hum. Not magic. Memory. At the far end, a stone arch, half buried in ivy that shouldn't have been able to grow underground. Above it, carved into the lintel, echoform nullum. Luna traced the words. Latin. She knew the meaning without needing a translation. The echo that wasn't. She stepped through. Inside, a low-ceilinged chamber. Round, dustless, still. No light source. No visible threads. Only a single column in the center, hollowed at the top. Inside it, a shell, black, glossy. Humming so softly, it made her ribs vibrate. Luna stepped closer. She recognized it instantly. Not by sight, by feeling. It matched the one her mother had once hummed into. But this one was different. This one had never been sung to. The shell didn't move. It didn't glow, didn't shift, didn't unfold like a magical artifact from a forgotten age. But it hummed. Not out loud. Inside her, Luna stepped close, knees brushing the edge of the column, and placed both hands on the sides of the shell. It was warm. And waiting. She inhaled through her nose. Slow. Steady. Let the weight of the room settle. Let the air flatten. Let the castle's stillness wrap around her shoulders like quiet hands. Then, without speaking, she lowered her forehead until it touched the curve of the shell's spiral. And it began. Not sound. Intention, not memory. Voice, but not her voice. And not the voice of any threadbearer, not holder, or spell echo. This voice was structural. Old as the first stone laid, layered in dust and design. A hum made of choices. And it spoke. Not in words. In understanding, she felt the first phrase as a wave in her bones. You are the first to ask where the echo never landed. Then a second. Before spiral, before not, there was the listening. And it was meant to answer only once. Luna's throat tightened. She didn't move. The shell continued. I kept the words sealed. Not out of cruelty. But because no one had asked with silence. Until you. Then came a sound. Barely audible. A breath. A phrase formed slowly behind her teeth, not in her own mind, but given. What was never meant to echo. The shell pulsed beneath her fingers and answered. A name not spoken. A voice unformed. A thread that knew it would break the world if pulled too early. Luna opened her eyes. The shell stilled and nestled in its hollow. A ribbon, the color of fog. No shimmer, no heat, just weight. Neutral, balanced, bare. A thread not meant to remember. A thread meant to warn. The ribbon didn't resist when Luna picked it up. It was soft, light as mist, and cold in a way that felt deliberate, not lifeless. It coiled loosely in her fingers, not like a thread waiting to be woven, but like a warning remembered too well. Ellis would have said it felt like a held breath, but Luna thought it felt more like an unfinished question. She turned the shell in its cradle. No runes, no glyphs. Only the resonance remained, a hum now retreating into stillness, like a voice that had spoken the only thing it was ever meant to say. She tucked the fog-colored ribbon into the lining of her journal, pressing it flat between two empty pages, not hiding it, just keeping it separate. When she stepped back through the archway marked echoform nullum, the corridor beyond had changed. No longer ash-scented or dim. It was brighter now, cooler, but more real, as though the castle had adjusted itself around her, acknowledging something unspoken had been carried out, something it had waited decades, maybe centuries, to give away. Back in the Ravenclaw common room, Alice was already awake. He looked up from the hearth as she crossed the carpeted floor and set her journal down between them. "You went somewhere," he said softly. "I think I found something," Luna replied. He didn't press, just waited. She flipped open the journal, revealing the pale ribbon where it lay between pages. No name attached, no emblem, just stillness. And something else, balance. She tapped the page beside it. "I think this is the piece the spiral left behind," she said. Alice leaned closer. "Why?" "Because it doesn't remember," Luna murmured. "It was never meant to. It was made to remind the rest of us what not to pull too soon." They sat in silence, the fire crackling low beside them. Then Luna added, almost absently, "Some threads aren't meant to be passed on. They're meant to be guarded." The ribbon didn't pulse, didn't glow. It simply rested, like a seal not yet broken. And Luna knew this wasn't her thread to give. It was hers to keep. The castle was still when Luna walked the path back to the thread chamber. Not silent, just listening again. Not to her footsteps, not to her thoughts, but to what she carried. The fog-colored ribbon in her journal weighed almost nothing, but every stone she passed beneath seemed to notice it. Doors didn't shift, paintings didn't stir. Even the air stepped aside. The ribbon was not forbidden. It was sacred. The threadkeeper stood waiting in the center of the chamber. They didn't bow, didn't speak. But when Luna stepped into the room, they looked directly at the spot where the ribbon lay pressed in her book. Their voice, when it came, was quiet and taut. "You were given the unformed thread." Luna nodded. "The castle gave it, not the spiral." "No," the keeper said. "Because this thread was not meant to spiral. It was meant to still the spiral, should it ever forget itself." Luna stepped closer. "Is that what it is?" she asked. "A stop thread?" "No," the keeper whispered. A pause. Then they turned and gestured toward the western wall, where no thread had ever been stitched. A shallow alcove had appeared, empty, framed by 3 words etched in silver. "When they are ready." Luna approached it slowly. Her breath caught, not from fear, from understanding. This wasn't a thread for her. Not now, not yet, but she had been trusted to place it. She opened the journal, unfolded the ribbon, and placed it inside the alcove. It didn't glow. It didn't vanish. It simply settled, as if it had always been meant to rest there. The alcove sealed. No sound. Only the words beneath shifting slightly. "Left in trust." The threadkeeper bowed. Luna didn't. She only said, "I hope they won't need it." The keeper smiled, faint and tired. "So do we." As Luna stepped from the thread chamber, the spindle at her side pulsed once. Not summoning, not pulling, just gently reminding her her hands were still open, and there were more threads yet to give. Some threads didn't vanish when given. They circled, they softened, they waited, and then, when least expected, they came back. Not as burdens, as beginnings. Luna entered the great hall long before most of the castle stirred. Morning light barely touched the ceiling. A few house elves flittered along the far edges, refreshing the fruit bowls and wiping the condensation from the goblets. The sky above was mist gray and streaked with pink, clouds moving like breath over parchment. She sat near the end of the Ravenclaw table, just beneath a soft gap in the ceiling's enchantment, where stars still flickered faintly. Her spindle was quiet in her satchel. But her journal, it had pulsed once before she left the tower. A low thrum through the fabric of her cloak, like a thread twitching in the dark. She knew the feeling. Something was returning. It wasn't long before she saw him. Rowan, the boy she'd once found curled behind a shelf, afraid of a voice no one else heard. He wasn't hiding now. He stood just inside the entrance to the hall, blinking sleep from his eyes, his robes twisted, hair unruly. His satchel hung open at his side. In his hands, a single folded note, creased and worn. He looked across the room and met her gaze, then walked straight to her table. He didn't sit at first. He just held out the parchment. Luna took it gently and unfolded it without question. It was the one she'd given him weeks ago. The open spiral, drawn in black ink, one loop unfurling toward the corner. But someone, not her, had traced the edges again. In gold. Delicate. Exact. Alive. I woke up and it was warm, Rowan said quietly. Not burning, just like something was waiting. Luna turned it over. On the back, a single word now shimmered faintly. Return. She ran her fingers across the page. The ink didn't smear. The thread mark wasn't enchanted. It was remembered. I thought it meant I was supposed to bring it back to you, Rowan continued. But when I tried, it felt wrong. Like I was walking away from something, not toward it. Luna nodded slowly. Her journal was already in her lap. She flipped to the spiral map. The new threads had been subtle these last few days. Quiet curls, suggestions, not demands. But now, a sharp line of gold flared outward from one of the middle rings. It curved back, not to Luna. To Rowan. He stared at it. That's my name, he whispered. It's your thread now, Luna said. I thought it helped me, he said. I thought that was the point. It did, she replied. Then, softly, but the spiral only heals when it echoes forward. Now it's your voice that matters. Rowan hesitated. He looked down at the gold-trimmed paper, then to her, and said, What if I don't know what to say? Luna smiled. You don't have to say anything. You just have to listen until someone says something they thought no one would hear. The spiral thread didn't vanish. It tucked itself into Rowan's palm and waited. The thread didn't pull him. It invited. Rowan stood outside the great hall long after Luna had gone, parchment folded in his palm like something living. He could feel the warmth of it even through his sleeve. Not hot, not magical, just present. Like holding someone's hand in a dream and realizing they never actually left. He didn't speak to anyone on his way out. Didn't stop when a third year waved or when the fat friar gave him a puzzled glance. He just walked, letting his feet take him where the thread quietly wanted to go. Past the moving staircases that barely stirred for him. Past the 7th floor landing where the paintings all watched but didn't blink. Past the broken banister outside the old divination room. The gold ink didn't glow in his pocket, but it pressed gently against his leg every time he slowed down, like it knew he wasn't doubting the direction, only hesitating at the shape of what waited. He stopped at a hallway he didn't recognize. Or maybe he did. But not like this. It wasn't secret, just quiet. Long, narrow. One window at the far end. There was someone already sitting beneath it. A girl. Small framed, knees drawn to her chest, chin tucked behind crossed arms. She wasn't crying, but she was compressed, like breath in a too small room. Rowan didn't speak right away. He walked halfway down the corridor and sat across from her. Not close, not far, enough that she'd feel his presence without needing to name it. Minutes passed. The wind outside shifted. Finally, without lifting her head, she said, Do you ever feel like the world hears everyone else louder than you? Rowan looked down at his hand. Opened the parchment. The gold spiral gleamed softly in the half-light. Yeah, he said. I used to think it meant I was saying everything wrong. She blinked once, fast, then looked up. Eyes soft, wet, but sharp. You don't sound wrong. I'm not, he said quietly. Then he extended the paper between them. Neither are you. She didn't take it, but she leaned forward. And the moment her fingers hovered over the spiral, the ink pulsed, gold blooming out into a second spiral just beside the first. Twinned, not overlapping, together. The parchment lay between them like something alive. The twin spirals didn't pulse now. They glowed steady, their golden threads faint as candle smoke but undeniably there. The girl, Mira, watched them with narrowed eyes, as if blinking too hard might send them vanishing. Rowan said nothing more. He'd learned from Luna that sometimes silence was not the absence of support, just the space someone else needed to find their own footing. I used to talk, Mira said. The words came without warning, without preamble, like thread unwinding in a forgotten drawer. Not like speeches or anything, just small things. Questions, jokes. Rowan listened. Her voice barely carried over the corridor's hush. But one time I spoke and it made things worse. For someone else. I didn't mean it. I didn't even know. She looked up. The way people looked at me after I stopped knowing where my voice ended. Rowan nodded slowly, like it got stretched too far out of shape. Yeah, she whispered. He didn't ask for details. Didn't need to. pain wasn't always in the story, it was in the echo that followed. Mira leaned forward and tapped one of the spirals. The ink shimmered, not brighter, deeper, as if acknowledging her story not with light but with acceptance. Rowan watched her closely. Do you want it back? I don't know. You don't have to carry it, he said, not right now. She nodded once. Then again, slower. No one ever said that before. The corridor around them shifted, not physically, not magically. Just enough that Rowan felt the stone beneath his back soften, the air stretch, the pressure behind his ribs, the one that had followed him since the day Luna handed him the thread, lifted. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a second sheet of parchment. Blank, except for a spiral drawn in pencil, half-formed, waiting to be finished. This one's yours, he said. Mira stared. I didn't draw that. You don't have to. Just trace it when you're ready, or don't. He placed it gently in her lap. Mira held it like a leaf, something weightless, delicate, but real. I thought the thread was just something Luna gave you, she murmured. Rowan smiled. So did I. He paused, then looked down at the twin spirals still pulsing softly between them. But I think she gave me a question instead. Mira tilted her head. What question? Rowan looked back at her, eyes steady, voice certain. Who do I want to give the thread to? And Mira, without answering, lifted her pencil from her pocket and began to trace the spiral. Not in gold, not in silver. In her own shade of gray, Luna felt the thread before it touched her. She was in the library, the edges of morning still stretched thin across the windows, sunlight pooling like tea in a quiet cup. The journal lay open on her table, the spiral map exposed beneath her fingers. She hadn't added to it in days. She hadn't needed to. The threads were writing themselves now. A new line appeared, not dramatically, not glowing, just gently, a curve that spun outward from Rowan's circle, then doubled back, not to him, but toward someone else. No name yet, no anchor, just a beginning. And then a second thread, slimmer, softer, wove alongside it. Twinned again, not overlapping, not joining, moving together. Luna smiled. She closed her eyes, let her hand drift to the spindle in her satchel. It was warm again, but not hers. It was Rowan's now. She found him later that evening, seated on a bench just outside the great hall. His satchel open, the twin spiral parchment folded neatly in his lap. The blank spiral Mira had traced was tucked inside a protective sleeve. He looked up when she approached. There was no ceremony. He just held the parchment out. I think it gave itself away before I understood what it meant. Luna didn't take it. She didn't need to. Instead, she placed a small strip of vellum on the bench beside him. A new spiral, small, inked in silver, and beside it, a third line, curved toward a name not yet written. You don't have to wait to be asked, she said. Rowan looked at the mark, then back at her. Does it always come back? No, she said, then smiled gently. Only when it's ready to begin again. Later that night, in her dormitory, Luna unrolled the spiral map once more. It had grown vast, not tangled. Connected, each thread a note in a melody only just starting to form. And in the far corner of the page, where once had been silence, two spirals pulsed, gray and gold. The castle had always known her name, even before she spoke it aloud in the sorting chamber, even before the sorting head had whispered, Ravenclaw, yes, curious, deliberate, thread-sensitive, even before she'd stepped onto the train with a satchel full of her mother's notes and no one to sit beside. But it had never said her name. Not entirely, not truly. Until now, it began with the map. She was alone in the Ravenclaw common room, the fire low, the orrery above the hearth ticking faintly as it mapped moons that no longer orbited anything. Her journal was open in her lap. The spiral map had grown vast, now, edges feathering like the wings of something about to take flight. She traced one of the older spirals, Rowan's, then Mira's. She paused at the one marked Lunera. Her given name was Luna, but the thread had always whispered that longer shape, Lunara, and tonight it pulsed. Not gently, not warmly. It opened. Lines unfurled from it, tiny spirals, hundreds of them drawn outward in careful clusters, forming a new shape along the margin. A bloom, petal thin, layered, spiraling toward a single center rune. Dove. She didn't recognize it. It wasn't Latin, not Greek, not arithmetic, not even her mother's. But it felt placed, deliberate. The journal's edge grew warm under her fingertips. Not the page, the binding. She turned it over, ran her hand along the inner spine, and something clicked. A soft crackle of torn glue, a hidden seam. Her breath caught. She pried it open, careful, slow. Inside the cover, a slip of vellum, folded thrice, inked in a spiral she'd never seen before, deeper, shadowed, carved inward like a question that didn't want to be answered. And on the bottom, in thin silver ink, to the one who carries the name that was never given, but always heard. She unfolded it. The name was there. Not Luna, not Lunera, but something older, something buried. Lunathiel. And the moment she read it, the wall behind her chair pulsed. Once, and opened. The wall behind her didn't shift like a door. It yielded. Stone softened into light, folding inward like pressed fabric, the outline of an arch, revealing itself not through movement, but through memory. It had always been there, waiting for the word that would recognize it. Lunathiel. The name hovered in her chest like a tuning fork struck gently against bone. Luna stepped through the opening. She expected cold. Dust. The usual stillness of forgotten rooms in Hogwarts. Instead, she was met with warmth, and a sound she had never heard inside the castle. Not exactly a song, not speech, not wind, but something like a chorus humming behind a closed door. It faded the moment she entered. The chamber was circular, with no corners, no shadows. Every surface was made of woven threads, walls, floor, ceiling. Not like the thread chamber in the lower levels. These weren't placed by hand or magic. They had grown here, thread that remembered itself into form. Some spiraled inwards, others looped in curves so fine they vanished into one another. In the center stood a tall mirror, surrounded by a low braid of silver wire. It didn't reflect her face, only her outline, and within it, a sequence of names. Luna stepped forward, eyes wide. They faded in and out, layered like memories spoken under breath. Lunara, Lunathiel, Lune, Luin, None. The last one remained longest, then blinked out. "What is this place?" she whispered. The room didn't answer, but the threads around her pulsed gently, not in response. In recognition, as if they'd waited a long time to feel her weight on the floor, she looked down at the plate of silver wire around the mirror's base. A notch had opened at its center, the exact width of her spindle. She reached into her satchel. Her fingers curled round the wooden shape. It was warm, calm, but it vibrated, gently, like it knew where it was, and that it had returned. The spindle settled into the notch like it had been carved for it, not forced. Not clicked, just placed. And the moment it rested, the silver wires circling the base of the mirror pulsed once, bright, then dim. The threads woven into the walls shifted, unfurling just slightly, like breath expanding after a long-held pause. Luna stood still, hands folded before her, eyes on the reflection that wasn't hers. The mirror shimmered and began to show not images, not memories, not even time, names. They bloomed one by one across her outline, drawn in silver light along her shoulders, her chest, her palms. Some familiar, Luna, Lunara. Others ancient, carved in runes she didn't know but somehow felt were hers. And one, at the center of her chest, lingered longest. Lunathiel. It shimmered with a deeper glow, threaded not just with identity, but with origin. And then came the voice, not from the mirror, not from the spindle. From within the walls, the threads hummed, not in vibration, but in understanding. Before the spiral had speakers, before the knot had keepers, there were the listeners. And before the listeners had names, they had echoes. You were one. Luna's breath caught, not in fear. In memory, a kind of recognition so old it had outlived its context. She took a step forward. The room didn't darken. It didn't flare, but the mirror split. Just down the center, no crack, no shatter, like water parting. And behind it, revealed not a chamber, but a pattern, a weave. Thousands of threads stretched into a spiral, not drawn, but grown, living and breathing through time. Each thread bore a name. Most she didn't recognize. Some she couldn't read. One pulsed brighter than the rest. It curved at the center of the spiral and shimmered in the same ink her name had been written in on the vellum. Luna Feel. And beside it, a single glyph, smaller than a fingernail. A listening ear, not a symbol of power, not command, just presence. Luna stood before the living spiral, not drawn, not enchanted. Grown, a weave of names and threads, curved in layers that shimmered between time and silence. Each one pulsed with something different. A memory, a moment, a choice. She could feel it under her ribs, how they breathed not in sequence but in rhythm. She reached toward the thread, bearing her name. Not to touch it, to listen. The spiral's hum deepened. The threads shifted in slow arcs, rotating without motion, revealing another pattern hidden beneath. Not a web, not a snare. A circle. The names curved inward, yes, but none ended at the center. Each one looped back outward, creating paths, not destinations. And at the heart of the spiral, where no thread met completely, a hollow space, not empty, inviting. The ear-shaped glyph at her name glowed, then uncurled. The thread bearing her name moved, not away from the others, not separate, but between. She followed it. The floor of the chamber responded beneath her steps, not shifting, not rising. It resonated. Each step sent a wave outward. She realized she wasn't being welcomed into something old. She was becoming something new. The space at the spiral's heart opened. No seat, no altar, just air. And in that stillness, Luna spoke, not aloud, not in magic, but in presence. I'm here, the threads responded. The walls rippled once with gold, and then settled. No light flared. No echo rang. The spindle in her satchel pulsed softly. And from its base, a single golden thread unwound itself, without wand, without voice, and drifted to the center of the spiral. It joined the others, wove itself in, and the spiral pulsed, not with completion, but with continuation. Luna turned. The mirror had closed. The walls now bore her name alongside all the others, not as a title, not as a role, but as a thread laid open, one that could now be followed, and would not hide. She left the chamber without sound. The stone closed gently behind her, and the castle, so often full of riddles and whispers, did not speak. It simply breathed. With her. Chapter 8. The Bones of What Was Buried. The Ravenclaw dormitory had gone still. Not quiet, still. Luna sat cross-legged on her bed, back pressed to the cold stone wall beneath the round window. Her roommates were long asleep. A constellation globe floated lazily across the ceiling, casting loops of stars onto the blue hangings of the other beds. Somewhere below, the castle sighed in its sleep, but the spindle in her satchel was awake, not glowing, not humming, listening. It had been doing that more often lately, less like a tool, more like a companion. It didn't pulse at everything. It didn't respond to ordinary threads, only when something old was stirring. When the walls seemed to think back. Tonight, it felt heavier, as if it were tethered to something deeper than even the spiral map could trace. Luna opened her journal anyway. The map wasn't pulsing, but there was a shift. Not a new spiral. A hole. A blank space forming beneath Ravenclaw Tower. Not white, not gray. Black. She traced the edge with her finger. It wasn't ink. It wasn't drawn. It had grown there. Like the map itself had forgotten something, it was suddenly trying to remember again. And beneath it, in the margins, a phrase she hadn't written. The bones know what the mind forgot. The words didn't shimmer, didn't pulse. They simply remained. Luna closed the journal and stood slowly. She moved barefoot across the room, silent as a drifting thought. At the base of her bed, her satchel leaned against the trunk. She reached in. The spindle was warm, but not outwardly. That was pulling down. She dressed quickly. Robe over night clothes, no shoes, wand tucked into the sleeve. She didn't take her runestone, didn't need it. The thread beneath her feet was enough. She left the dormitory and crossed the Ravenclaw common room in silence. The fire had burned down to embers. The tall arched windows showed only mist. The portrait of Lady Eleanor was absent. Her frame shimmered with latent awareness. But she did not speak. At the base of the spiral stair, Luna turned. The door to the rest of the castle waited, but that wasn't where the pull came from. She turned instead to the old tapestry on the back wall, the one of a rook unfolding into feathers. She touched its edge. The wall behind it was cool, hand soft, and not stone. It responded. A breath pulled inward, then exhaled. A seam appeared, not a door, a fold, and beyond it, a stair, narrow, earthen, downward. The stairwell smelled of soil and iron, not damp like a cellar, not ancient like the crypts beneath the great hall. This was different, intentional. The steps were uneven, not stone, but compacted earth woven with thread-thin lines of copper and pale green mineral. Luna ran her fingers along the wall as she descended. It pulsed faintly beneath her touch. Not magic, not memory, but presence. The spindle had gone still in her hand, not asleep. Waiting. She counted the turns. 7. Each one tighter than the last. The air thickened the deeper she went, not with heat, but with pressure, as if the castle were pressing its weight into this space, forcing thought into form. At the bottom, the stair gave way to a short corridor carved into bedrock, a low ceiling, no torches, but thin strands of light laced the floor, glowing lines, etched with exacting care. She followed them. The corridor ended at a door. No handle, just a flat slab of dark stone embedded with a symbol. Not a spiral, not a rune, a knot. But not the kind she'd seen before in Ellis's books or the knot-keeper's sketchings. This one was open on one side, unfinished, like a loop that had never been pulled taut. She reached forward and touched it. The door didn't open. It unwove. The stone softened into ribbons of gray and copper, unraveling upward like mist pulled into thought. What remained was not an entrance. It was a threshold. And beyond it, a room shaped like a broken bell. The space pulsed once, not loudly, but as if recognizing her not by face, not by wand, not even by the spindle, but by thread. She stepped inside. The air felt heavier here, not oppressive. Expectant. At the center of the room stood a single table, low and square, made of polished slate. Upon it, parchment, but not aged, not blank. Drawn with precision. Blueprints. Schematics. Not of towers or dormitories, but of thought. The slate table was cold beneath her hands. Not warded, not enchanted. Just steady, like a breath held beneath mountains. The parchment spread across its surface had edges cut so clean they felt fresh, not ancient. But the ink had faded with time, softening into a rust-colored whisper. It wasn't ordinary ink. It shimmered, faintly. Resonance thread ink. Used in ancient runic cartography and mind map design, something her mother had once studied obsessively. Luna leaned over the page, and stilled. It wasn't a floor plan. Not exactly. The diagram depicted the castle's memory pathways. Not corridors, not classrooms. Thought corridors. Labeled and curved in ways no builder's hand would design. This was architectural sentience, rendered in logic glyphs. And in the center, between curling lattices and mirrored chambers, was a single name. Rowena or primary voice mapping. Just below that, secondary sequence, LN the ink smeared there, as if someone, Rowena herself, had paused. Not unfinished, uncertain, Luna ran her fingers over the name. The letters sparked beneath her skin, not painfully, just enough to say, this was meant to be read, but not yet. The spiral map in her journal buzzed in her satchel, like a thread being pulled from afar. She turned the page. More diagrams, more intention. and a final note scrawled sideways in Rowena's unmistakable hand. If the voice outlives the echo, she will walk the bones, and the castle will finally listen back. Luna's heart beat once, twice, then louder. The phrase echoed through her ribs. Not prophecy. Permission. She closed her eyes, pressed her palm to the center of the table, and the room responded. A hum rose beneath her feet. The knot etched into the doorway behind her pulled itself whole, no longer unraveling. And in the far wall, a panel opened. Not wide, just enough to let in a draft of air that shouldn't have existed this deep underground. She turned toward it and saw stairs, not downward, up. The stairwell beyond the wall wasn't carved. It was woven. Luna ran her hand along the inner curve as she ascended, fingertips brushing thread-etched stone that pulsed not with magic, but with memory. Each step hummed beneath her weight like a string plucked in tune with her breath. The air grew warmer as she climbed, not humid, alive. It smelled faintly of old vellum, lavender, and silver ink. And something else, salt. At the top of the stairs, a small platform opened into a chamber rounder than Ravenclaw Tower. Its walls arched inward like the inside of a shell. No torches, no portraits, no furniture, only a single design etched into the floor. A spiral, curled inward, threaded with names. Some she recognized. Some she'd only seen on the spiral map. Some that hadn't appeared yet, faint, curled under layers like seeds, and one near the center glowed faintly. Not her own, not Luna, but the older one, Luna Thiel. The room recognized her before she could speak. The spiral shimmered, and from its core, a thread unwound, not from the floor, but from the air itself. It drifted toward her hand like a feather falling upward. She held out her palm. The thread touched her skin and paused. Then, gently, it wrapped once around her wrist. Not binding, not claiming, just joining. A memory passed through her. Not a vision, not a voice. A feeling. Hands ink-stained with resonance thread. A tower not yet built. Rowena standing at its edge, whispering not to a person, but to the wall. And somewhere inside her words, a name that didn't exist yet. A name shaped like a question. Luna Thiel. Luna blinked. The thread dimmed, then tucked itself into her spindle. No glow, just stillness. She stepped backward, breath calm, the spiral shrinking behind her until it was just a symbol on the floor again. The walk back up through the tower felt shorter, the air steadier. When she emerged back into the dormitory corridor, morning had just begun to lighten the window. No one stirred, but the castle, somewhere deep inside its waking bones, remembered. Alice had seen rooms forget themselves before. A window-shifting location, a corridor shortening by a pace and a half, a portrait blinking in the wrong direction. But he'd never seen a whole wing of the castle vanish from the map the moment you looked at it directly. That was new. He and Luna stood at the edge of a narrow landing on the 5th floor, tucked between the astronomy stairwell and a mostly unused wall of cabinets labeled telescope lenses. Rejected. The stairwell had curved too tightly on their way down from the upper turret. Luna had said nothing at first, only pressed her hand to the stone and tilted her head like she was hearing someone call her from another room. Then the spindle had moved. Just slightly, enough to show a spiral appearing on the inner seam of the wall. Now, a new thread curled across Luna's journal, drawn not by hand, but by recognition. The map had begun sketching over itself in silver ink, reshaping the floor plan of this tower wing in real time. Luna stared at it. "It's not new," she said. Ellis peered over her shoulder. "What is it, then?" "It's rewriting what we remember, not what's here." The landing ahead of them flickered at the edges, not disappearing, shifting, like it couldn't decide how it had been built. One second it was flat. The next, the floor curved gently inward, like the lip of a bowl. Then the railings vanished, then reappeared with different carvings. Ellis rubbed his eyes. "It's mapping us." Luna nodded. "It's remembering where we are, not where it is." They didn't move forward right away. She crouched, opened her satchel, and retrieved 4 thread-marked glyphs from a pouch. Hers, Rowan's, Ellis's, and Mira's. She laid them on the floor in a crescent arc. The moment the fourth glyph touched stone, the flickering stopped. The corridor ahead settled. Still strange. Still half-breathing, but stable. Luna stood. "We need Mira and Rowan," she said. This part of the castle was meant for more than one voice. Ellis looked at the corridor ahead. The silver glyphs carved into the floor began to hum. They weren't calling. They were waiting. Mira arrived first. She always did. Not because she rushed. She didn't. But because she moved like someone who already knew where she'd be needed before the need arrived. Her boots scuffed softly against the corridor's edge. As she stepped into view, Rowan just behind her, clutching a folded parchment in one hand and a half-eaten apple in the other. "I thought we were meeting near the tapestry hall," he said, pausing mid-bite. "We were," Mira replied, not looking at him. Then the castle changed its mind. Luna stepped back from the threshold, gesturing silently toward the glyphs on the floor. Mira crouched and added a fifth. One she'd begun to trace on her own, shaped like a needle's eye wrapped in a ring of thorns. Rowan hesitated. "Mine's still changing," he said. "I don't think it's finished." Alice looked up. "That might be the point." Rowan frowned. "How can a thread be unfinished?" Mira gave a half smile. "Maybe it's not unfinished. Maybe it's listening for what happens next." The corridor shimmered again, this time in rhythm, not in reaction. The floor's shimmer became directional, stretching outward like ripples around the five-place glyphs. Each wave passed into the stone ahead and returned slightly altered, as if the castle were tuning itself to the presence of not one, but many. Luna watched it with a kind of breathless curiosity. "It's responding to us as a unit," she said. "Not to any one of us." Ellis's brow furrowed. "That's new." Rowan's eyes widened. "Wait, it's thinking about how to show us itself?" They stepped forward as one. The moment their feet touched the new section of corridor, the walls shifted. Not away, but aside, not just expanding, but reinterpreting. The light changed. Sound softened. The ceiling folded upward like the petals of a flower uncurling for the first time in years. The castle wasn't opening a room. It was revealing a mind. Luna whispered, "This isn't a corridor at all. It's a thought." The space beyond the threshold was impossibly large. Not in physical terms. The room wasn't towering or grand, but the feeling of it, like stepping into a memory the size of a cathedral, made every breath feel stretched. It wasn't a room designed to be occupied. It was a room designed to listen. The walls weren't stone anymore. They looked like them at first, lined with old blockwork, shallow alcoves, vaulted ribs of familiar architecture. But the longer Luna stared, the more the surfaces wavered. Not like illusion, not like enchantment, like parchment shifting beneath water. Runes fluttered across the walls in brief, half-formed glyphs. Some glowed, some didn't. Some Luna recognized from the blueprints in the chamber beneath the tower. Others didn't belong to any system of magic she'd seen. Rowan stepped to the center of the room. The moment his foot crossed an invisible circle, a slow pulse of light rolled outward from his shoes, touching the walls, the glyphs, the floor beneath them. The runes stilled and rearranged. Mira approached next. Where her foot passed, the floor responded in kind, new markings appearing beneath the old ones. A faint spiral tucked beneath the bones of what had been there before. Ellis followed. He stepped softly. The walls didn't react to him as strongly, but the light changed, softened, deepened. Luna was last. When her foot passed the threshold, the entire chamber breathed in. Not wind, not voice, just presence. As if it had been waiting for her weight to complete the thought. She whispered, "It's asking something." Rowan blinked. "Asking what?" Luna crouched, her hand brushing the stone. It felt warm, not magically. Emotionally, "It wants to know if we'll continue it," she said. "Continue what?" Ellis asked. Luna stood and turned slowly in a full circle. "The castle's original spellwork," she murmured. "The part Rowena never finished." Behind her, the walls shifted again. This time, forming not runes, but glyphs of intention, and they weren't written at the group. They were being written with them. The chamber grew quiet. Not empty, just attuned. Every breath, every blink, every subtle shift in their weight was echoed somewhere on the walls. Glyphs no longer hovered for attention. They nested, curled, folded inward like petals settling at dusk. The room was no longer asking if it would be continued. It was asking how. Luna stepped into the center where the light had rippled outward from Rowan's feet. The stone here was smoother, polished not by tools, but by use. She knelt, pulled her journal from her satchel, and opened it across the floor. The spiral map didn't update. It waited. The black void beneath Ravenclaw Tower remained unmoving. But here, where the castle had shaped itself not in stone, but in response, there was movement. A line appeared in the margin of the page. Then another. Thin, unfinished arcs. Not a spiral. A thread in freeform. Mira stepped beside her and looked down at the shapes. "That's not architecture," she said. "It's syntax." Rowan frowned. "Syntax for what?" Ellis answered without looking up. "Thought that doesn't need words." The room pulsed again. 3 more glyphs formed along the wall, one directly across from each of them. Each matched the pattern of the person it faced, not in name, but in feeling. Mira's glowed sharply, full of angles and recursive curls. Rowan's shimmered softly, like a line drawn in breath. Ellis's flickered, stable, uncertain, aware. The 4th glyph, opposite Luna, remained dark. Not absent. Dormant. She stared at it, then said, "I think it's the last part of the blueprint." "You mean the missing section?" Rowan asked. "No," Luna said quietly. "I mean the part Rowena didn't want to draw alone." The spindle at her side pulsed. Not brightly. Not urgently. Just steadily, like a heart. She placed it gently on the floor beside the map. The unfinished glyph opposite her began to flicker, not filling itself in. "Listening," Mira whispered. "What does it want us to do?" Luna looked around at the others, at the walls that waited, at the runes that no longer spoke but invited. She smiled, soft and certain. Draw it together. They didn't start drawing. They started remembering. The unfinished glyph on the wall opposite Luna shimmered faintly, its outer curve already echoing the rhythm of her breath. Mira crouched beside her, pulling a scrap of blank parchment from the inner fold of her satchel. She laid it flat and uncapped a bottle of ink the color of burnished slate. "We don't draw a spell," she said quietly. "We draw what we are when we're together." Luna nodded. Ella sat across from them, knees pulled in, watching the walls with that distant, half-awake look he always got when the castle was doing something it hadn't done in centuries. Rowan stood, pacing, not aimless, just mapping. He was watching how the room responded to their voices, even their silence, how the light dimmed or flared with each new shape of thought. "It's not just feeling," he said eventually. "It's intention," Luna finished. "And resonance," Ellis added, now tracing his fingers lightly through the air. "Memory," Mira whispered, not looking up. They all stilled. The glyph pulsed once. Rowan came back to the circle and sat beside Mira. The blank parchment between them began to shimmer at the edges. Not magically. Not with any spell. Just ready. Luna opened her journal again, turned past the spiral map, past the dream sketches, past even the notes her mother had written on spectral lattices. She stopped at a blank page. Creased and smudged from days of being passed over, she touched her quill to the parchment, but didn't draw. Not yet. Instead, she closed her eyes and let the room ask its question. It wasn't spoken. It wasn't shaped. But she understood. What does this mean? This you together? She opened her eyes and began the first line. A curve. Shallow. Steady. Open. Not a spiral. Not a knot. Just a beginning. The line Luna had drawn shimmered faintly, barely a breath of silver against the parchment, but it held. Not glowing, not pulsing, just anchored. Mira studied it, then added her own. A downward stroke, sharp at the base, curling back just slightly before it met Luna's line. Where they touched, the ink deepened. Not blending, but harmonizing. A tone shifted in the room. Not sound, not air, tension, tuned. Rowan watched them both. He didn't rush. His line came next. A slow, arching hook from the top corner, looping wide across the parchment, like a wind circling before finding its center. It didn't meet the others directly. It hovered near, like a question folded alongside an answer. And suddenly, the walls responded. The glyph on the chamber wall flickered. Not copying, echoing. The three lines they had drawn formed a shape that felt at once ancient and never before seen. It wasn't a rune. It was a memory glyph, an impression of a moment shared, not invented. Ellis hadn't moved. He sat cross-legged, elbows on his knees, gaze locked on the parchment. Then, slowly, he reached forward and touched the space they'd left open. He didn't use ink, just his finger. And the moment his fingertip grazed the paper, the room breathed. The spiral at the edge of the floor pulsed in time with his heartbeat. A low line of glyphs formed along the far wall, small ones, soft. Curves, loops, moments. Luna understood them not as symbols, but as recognition. The castle wasn't watching them work. It was joining them in it. She looked down at the paper again. What they'd made wasn't symmetrical, wasn't even complete. But it didn't need to be. It was the first glyph shaped not by spellwork, but by relationship. And the moment they stepped back from it, it began to write itself into the walls. The glyph began to move. Not literally. Its lines remained fixed to the parchment, but the room around them shifted, almost imperceptibly, in response to what had been drawn. The walls softened. The ceiling rose, not by height, but by distance, as if gravity itself had leaned back slightly to give them more space. And the light changed. Not brighter, not dimmer, just truer. Ellis stood slowly. He walked to the far end of the chamber, where the wall had shimmered with the earliest flickers of glyphs. Now they glowed in full. Soft-edged shapes woven from lines too fluid to be rigid language. They curved and recurved, folding back on themselves like thoughts revisited after a long silence. "It's not just echoing us," he murmured. "It's mirroring us." Mira crossed to his side. "They're reflecting our shape," she said, tilting her head. "But not our forms." Luna joined them. "They're reflecting our meaning." Rowan remained at the center, turning slowly in a full circle. His eyes tracked the lines forming on every wall. They never repeated exactly, but they shared rhythm. And in that rhythm, memory. "This is what Rowena was trying to build," Luna said quietly. "Not a place for knowledge," Mira added. "A place for understanding it together," Ellis finished. The glyph they had drawn on parchment had now formed in 5 places across the walls, slightly different each time. In one version, Rowan's line curved wider. In another, Mira's mark tilted just enough to suggest movement. Luna's first stroke remained unchanged in all of them. A foundation. A thread. She looked down at her spindle, resting beside the parchment. A single golden strand had unfurled from its side. It wasn't moving outward. It was winding in, tightening, collecting, as if the thread wasn't connecting them outward to more paths. "But bringing this one home, this glyph," Luna said, turning slowly, "it isn't a spell. It's a memory," Rowan echoed. Ellis touched the wall. "It's a name." Mira looked over her shoulder. "A name for what?" Luna's gaze returned to the parchment, and softly, without needing to explain, she whispered, "Us." The chamber didn't close behind them. It folded. The glyph they had drawn remained etched into the walls, not with permanence, but with continuity, like a line written on water that somehow refused to fade. The moment they stepped back into the corridor that had once flickered with instability, the stone felt different. Not more solid. More remembered. Luna led them in silence. Her journal pressed to her chest. The pages were still warm, the spiral map softly pulsing behind the cover like a heartbeat layered beneath another. She hadn't opened it yet. She wanted to wait. She needed to see if the castle would acknowledge it first. As they reached the base of the astronomy stairwell, Rowan stopped and turned back. His eyes traced the length of the hallway behind them, still warped slightly at the edges, but no longer flickering. "It's settled now," he said. "No," Mira corrected gently. "It's settling." Alice knelt beside the wall and touched a small spiral that had appeared near the baseboard. Not a thread marker, not a name. A glyph. There's... smaller than the palm of his hand. It glowed once. Only once. Then vanished. But not entirely. Luna opened her journal. The spiral map shimmered, then bloomed. A new curve had formed on the outermost ring, nearly imperceptible until it wasn't. It branched inward, then curled tightly into a note of silver, stitched not into the path she had walked, but into a space where 5 paths now converged. And in the center of that convergence, their glyph, not labeled, Not named, just present. She smiled. Not because it was beautiful, not because it was hers, because for the first time since the castle had begun responding to her, it had responded to all of them, together. Behind her, the others had gone quiet. The corridor was empty, but something deeper, beneath the stones, inside the weight of the walls, felt lighter. Luna closed the journal, tucked it beneath her arm, and whispered, "Now you remember us." The castle said the word in silence. No voice spoke it, no glyph formed it, no wall echoed it aloud. But Luna felt it the way one feels a storm before the clouds arrive, low in the ribs, behind the eyes, in the hair just beginning to lift along the back of the neck. A word without syllables, a presence without name, and yet familiar. It came in the evening, 2 days after they drew the glyph. Luna sat alone on the Ravenclaw Tower landing, her back pressed to the cold stone windowsill. The sun had dipped below the western turrets, and the sky had gone the color of worn parchment. Neither gold nor gray, but something hushed in between. She wasn't waiting for anything. She wasn't thinking, and that's when it arrived. The air thinned around her ears, her heartbeat slowed, the world narrowed, and into that stillness, a pulse, not of sound, of meaning. A single impression unfurled into her chest, like a name remembered in a dream. No letters, no spelling, just shape, tone, intention. Luna blinked. She pressed her palm to the journal at her side. The map didn't move. The spindle didn't glow. But she knew something had entered the spiral. She opened the journal slowly, turned to the newest ring of threads, the one that held their glyph at the convergence of 5 paths. It was still there, still resting. But now, a line had formed to just beneath it. Short, deliberate, too precise to be accident. She leaned closer and saw the impression of a single glyph she hadn't drawn. A mark shaped like an open circle with a breath inside it. Not a letter, not a rune. A voice, Alice's voice echoed in her memory. "It's not reflecting our forms, it's reflecting our meaning." Luna stared at the mark and whispered the only word that came to her. "Who?" The castle didn't answer. But somewhere far below, she felt the faintest thread tug against her spine. An invitation, not to follow. To hear. Luna didn't descend immediately. She stayed seated on the cold stone sill of Ravenclaw Tower, listening. Not for the voice again, but for the space it had left behind. Some magic came like sound, like heat. But this had been different. This had arrived like a subtraction. A space made where something had never been before. And that space was still there. Open, weightless, pulling gently downward. By the time she stood, the sky had deepened into indigo. The constellations were soft tonight, unfocused, as if the dome itself were reluctant to sharpen into pattern. The orrery in the common room ticked faintly as she passed, its gears half lit by lunar brass. Her satchel hung light on her shoulder, the journal inside it heavier than usual. Not with weight, with expectation. She didn't take the direct route. Instead, she followed the quiet paths. Those side passages the castle offered only when it knew she wasn't in a hurry. The curved hallway behind the old dueling gallery. The narrow service stair beside the portrait of Madame Whisperwell, who always warned, "Don't linger if the hall forgets you." Luna paused there. Whisperwell's portrait was empty. That was new. At the base of the stairs, she passed the tapestry of the wolf that dreamed in gold thread. It was wagging its tail slowly, though the wolf was asleep. She touched the edge of the cloth, and the tail stopped. The wolf breathed out. She reached the thread chamber without seeing another soul. The stone wall at its entrance pulsed the moment she arrived, not like a spell welcoming her back, but like something relieved. The threads embedded in the floor flickered faintly, weaving into place. The door unraveled. The chamber exhaled. She stepped inside, and the voice returned. Not in words, not in thought, but in shape. It settled across her shoulders like the memory of someone calling her name before she had one. The glyph on the far wall, a shape she hadn't placed, was glowing now, dimly, pulled inward, a circle that almost broke open at the top. Luna stepped toward it. It wasn't written by wand or ink. It was formed in silence. The spindle at her side vibrated once, so softly she nearly missed it. She took it out and set it gently on the altar stone near the chamber center. A thread unwound. Not gold. Not silver. Not color at all. Absence. It reached from the spindle across the floor to the glyph on the wall, and touched it. The moment the thread made contact, Luna's breath caught. Because the glyph did not flare. It did not spark. It responded. A second line curled from its base. Not a spiral. Not a thread. Just a mark. Like the beginning of a name no one had ever spoken aloud. She didn't move. She let it form. And when it stopped, she understood. This voice, this who, wasn't just someone else. It was inside the spiral now. A part of it, woven through what they had drawn, and it had chosen to speak by reshaping what they thought was already finished. The glyph had changed. Not dramatically. Not in a way that would catch the eye of someone skimming the lines, even someone fluent in pattern dialect or rune sequence. But Luna saw it immediately, because she felt it first. It was no longer just their glyph. The one she, Mira, Ellis, and Rowan had drawn in fragments of silence and shared intention. It had been joined, not altered, not overwritten. Completed. She moved closer to the wall. The added line curved beneath the rest. Subtle, like the crease in a folded page. It gave the entire glyph weight, not physical weight. Conceptual. As if this version could now carry memory in a way the original never could. She reached toward it, stopped, and instead let her hand hover just above the surface. The thread linking it to her spindle pulsed once, then dimmed. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of something waiting. Not presence. Not absence. Just recognition. Luna whispered, "You're not trying to speak." She tilted her head. "You're trying to be heard." A light flared behind her eyes. Not painful, not blinding. Just a shift, as if her attention had been rotated slightly. She turned back to her journal. The spiral map had changed. Her hands trembled slightly as she opened to the new page. The glyph they'd drawn now appeared within the spiral itself. Not on the margins, not as a peripheral node. It had moved. Inward, drawn like a tide toward the center ring, toward the memory layer she had never dared approach. The layer closest to the name Luna Thiel, and there, beside it, a second glyph, the same one from the wall, the same one formed from silence. But now it had an arc, a tail, an echo line. It answered Lunethiel's glyph. Not in language, not in spell. In structure, Luna's breath caught. "I didn't write that," she murmured. The castle didn't reply, but the air thickened around her. And then, in the quiet between thoughts, a phrase landed fully formed inside her mind. "You are not the first to listen." It wasn't memory. It wasn't magic. It was truth. Simple, unavoidable. Alive, Luna sat cross-legged on the thread chamber floor, the journal open across her knees. The map no longer pulsed gently in response to her presence. It called inward, drawing her attention to the space closest to the map's unseen center. Not the origin spiral, not the outer paths, but a ring she'd never touched. Until now, the glyph that had appeared beside Lunethiel was simple, but intentional. It mirrored the glyph her group had drawn together. Subtle changes, subtle differences, but one curve diverged, a gentle spiral to the left, not the right. A stroke that didn't close, that invited continuation. And beside it, barely visible, was a marking she had almost missed. Not a name, not a date, just two characters half-faded. R.S. Luna frowned. Rowena? No, Rowena never signed that way. Her writings always bore full inscriptions, sealed with layered glyphs and mirror runes. This was someone else. Someone who had listened before her, and tried, just once, to draw an answer. She flipped back through her notes, past the Whispergrass records, past the dream sketches, back to her earliest entry in the castle. A page marked only with one note from her mother, looped in silver ink script. Some echoes do not return until the next voice calls their shape. She hadn't understood that then. She did now. The glyph in the spiral pulsed again. This time, Luna didn't wait. She reached out with her spindle. touched it to the ink on the page. A thread unfurled, dark as ink, fine as ash, and traced a path across the map. It moved counter to every spiral she had seen. Inward, then sideways, then into a blank spot just beneath the lunathiel curve. There, the thread stopped. Not vanished. Just waiting. Luna whispered, "You tried to answer her, didn't you?" The chamber didn't reply, but the stone beneath her warmed, and the silence deepened. She flipped to a new page in the journal, drew the glyph they had made as a group. Then, beside it, she traced the second glyph, the one that had formed without their hands. Then she added a third, just a line, a breath, a continuation. The page shimmered faintly. The thread from the spindle tucked itself into the spine of the book, and on the far wall of the thread chamber, beneath the name Lunathiel, the unfinished glyph grew one final mark, a closing arc. Not an end, just a return. Luna closed the journal, rose, and whispered into the room, "I hear you." The thread on the floor glowed once, then vanished. There were 3 places in Hogwarts that didn't appear on any map. Not because they were hidden, but because the castle had forgotten how to describe them. One was a corridor that rewrote his own stair count. One was the well behind the greenhouse that always faced the moon. The third was a room behind a mirror that reflected only sound. Luna had only heard whispers about it. Mira once called it the room that reads back. Rowan had said it didn't exist. Ellis had drawn a sketch of its outline during breakfast 2 weeks ago, without realizing. But now, the glyph in Luna's journal, the one with the mark RS, was pulling her toward it. Not just through feeling, through thread, a literal line, pulsing under her skin like a current humming toward an unfinished word. She followed it through the northern wing, past the unlit staircase that led nowhere, past the narrow antechamber with no doors. At the end of the passage, she paused at a flat, empty wall. Plain stone, no markings, no enchantment. But the air here didn't echo. It absorbed. She opened her journal. The glyph flared once on the page, then dimmed. The spindle tugged gently in her satchel, vibrating in rhythm with her breath. She reached forward and placed her palm against the stone. It was warm, but not with heat. With held sound, a word that hadn't been spoken yet, and had been waiting for years. The wall responded, not by opening, but by folding itself backward, edges vanishing into a seam that had never been cut. A narrow hallway emerged, unlit and low-ceilinged, woven with faint glyphs made from echo silk, a spell thread once thought to be extinct. Luna stepped through. The glyphs didn't glow. They resonated. Each footstep she took revealed only the step ahead. The rest remained dim, not because of shadow, because of uncertainty. She reached the chamber at the end of the hall. It was small, circular, no furniture, no ceiling torches, only a mirror in the center. Tall, oval, black. It did not reflect her face. Only the shape of her breath as it hit the glass. The room did not remember faces, only voice. Luna stood in the center of the chamber, surrounded by silence, so complete it felt woven. The mirror before her didn't reflect, didn't shine. It drank in the space. Every sound she didn't make seemed to press gently against her ribs, asking to be let out. But she didn't speak. Not yet. She waited. She listened. The mirror did the same. The floor beneath her was smooth and bare, save for a thin circle etched in copper, tarnished at the edges, slightly scuffed in places where shoes or knees had paused for too long. A listening circle. She'd seen one like it in her mother's notes. They were used not to amplify sound, but to trap its intention. Not what was said, but what was meant. Luna stepped inside it. The copper warmed. She took a breath, pressed her hand to the center of her chest, and said, quietly, simply, "Luna Lovegood." No echo, no shimmer. But something on the mirror surface shifted. It was not her reflection, not an image at all. A pattern, fine as thread, pale as breath. A glyph began to form, not drawn by light or ink, but by remembered voice. It was not her glyph. It was older. The name she'd found in the thread chamber. The glyph marked RS. Only now it was whole, finished, and alive. A voice followed, not aloud, not inside her head. It came through the mirror. A woman's voice, low, unhurried, waited with something that wasn't age, but had waited as long. You are the one who spoke it. Luna didn't answer. Not yet. The mirror continued. The thread was drawn. The glyph was shaped, and the answer almost came. Luna stepped closer. Her breath fogged faintly against the glass, but the mirror didn't show her. It showed a faint outline, a spiral drawn from the outside in. One Luna had never seen before. At its center, RS, and beneath it, only one word. Not a name, not a spell, just almost. Luna pressed her palm to the mirror. I heard you, she whispered. I think you almost heard me back. The glyph pulsed once, and the mirror opened a seam in its center, not revealing a room, but a voice, still waiting to finish what it began. Luna did not hesitate. She stepped through the seam in the mirror as if it had always been a door, one left slightly ajar by someone too polite to assume they'd be followed. The light inside was low, violet-hued, as if twilight had been trapped in silk. The space was small, not a corridor, not a chamber. More like a folded thought, left unfinished between one page and the next. And there, sitting cross-legged in the center, was a figure. Not ghost, not echo. Memory. A memory that knew it was being remembered. She wore robes woven with the same unfinished glyph Luna had seen in the thread chamber. Her hair was pinned high with 3 silver threads that had begun to fray at the edges. She looked young, but her voice, when it returned, was not. I thought the spiral had gone quiet forever. Luna stepped closer. She didn't speak. The figure looked up. Not quite at her. Through her. I was not supposed to shape it alone. But the others left, or forgot. Or became what the castle needed them to be. Luna's fingers tightened slightly around her spindle. The thread inside pulsed. The memory turned its head slowly. That I remember. She nodded at the spindle, her voice quieter now. It belonged to the one before me. She walked the path too. Her name was never spoken here. Luna took one step closer. Your glyph. It never finished. The figure smiled. Small. Sad. Because I was still listening. Silence again. But it wasn't empty. It was shared. Luna lowered herself to the floor, mirroring the figure's shape. The air between them held the weight of pages that had never been read aloud. Finally, Luna asked, what does RS stand for? The memory tilted her head, not answering, but her breath curled into a glyph between them. One Luna knew, but couldn't say. It wasn't sound. It was offering. The figure reached forward, not to give, to receive. Luna held the spindle gently in both hands. It was quiet now, not humming, not warm, still, but not dormant, like it knew what she was about to do. The figure across from her didn't move, didn't reach. She simply waited, palms open, breath measured, gaze steady on a point just above Luna's shoulder, as if the room itself were more important than the people inside it. Luna leaned forward. Her bare hands brushed the silkstone floor as she placed the spindle between them. Not in offering, not in surrender. In recognition, the thread coiled softly outward. One loop, then another, then a third. Each curve nestled into the glyph, hovering in the space between them, like a key folding into a lock that had waited too long to remember how it opened. The figure inhaled, not sharply, not in surprise, but like someone remembering what breath felt like after centuries of quiet listening. She reached toward the thread but didn't touch it. Instead, her fingers wove near it, a motion of shape, not of contact, as if guiding a thought back into place. And then, the thread pulsed. Once, twice, then shimmered with a soft note of sound. Not a word, not music, but the sound of pages turning in the dark. Luna felt it in her chest before she saw it. The spiral map in her satchel unfurled on its own, rising into the air with silent motion. It flipped to the central ring, the one nearest Luna Thiel, and formed a new line, a curve of silvered ink that bent outward from the center and wrapped, impossibly, around the outer layers of the spiral, a single thread making contact with everything. The figure smiled, and her voice came not from her lips, but from the thread itself. The spiral was never a map. It was a memory, waiting for someone to speak and not need an answer. Her hands folded over the spindle. The glyph between them dissolved, and the seam in the mirror began to close. Luna rose. She didn't look back. She didn't need to, because now, beneath her ribs, deep in the map, woven into every echo that had gone unanswered, the memory of RS no longer lingered as silence. It resonated, and the castle listened, and remembered, and whispered, one more thread, now woven whole. The entrance to the archive didn't have a door. It had a gap, a seam in the stone that didn't look like anything until you tried to unremember it. Ellis had been the first to sense it, on the third floor, near a gallery no longer listed in the castle's floor plans. He hadn't meant to find it. He'd simply lost his place in the stairwell, turned left instead of right, and stumbled into the sort of quiet that made your heartbeat feel intrusive. He'd turned around and walked straight to Luna. "I forgot something," he said, eyes wide. "But I don't know what." She didn't ask him what it was. She asked him where it stopped being. Now they stood together outside the gallery of wandless portraits, beneath a vaulted arch no taller than either of them. The light inside was dim and wet with dust, though no air moved. "Do you see it?" he asked quietly. "No," Luna said, "but I feel where it isn't." That was enough. They stepped into the seam. The air changed immediately. Heavier, not warm. Just felt, not like being watched, like walking through someone else's paws. The archive was small at first. A narrow hallway, too cramped for proper shelving, lined with wooden boxes stacked at uneven angles. None were labeled. A few had half-formed runes scrawled across the lids, but most bore only fingerprints. Some so deep they looked like the wood had once been soft. Ellis ran his hand along the edge of a nearby crate. It shivered under his palm. "Did you feel that?" he asked. Luna nodded. It's remembering being remembered. The corridor opened into a chamber the size of a study hall, low-ceilinged and round, like the bottom of a drained cistern. Dozens of shelves lined the walls, but none held books. Instead, scrolls, loose parchment, small memory, vials wrapped in listening thread, crystals shaped like teeth, and silence, not forced. Requested. Luna stepped forward, careful not to disturb the center of the room, where no dust had gathered despite the weight of stillness. "There's no catalog," Ellis said. "There couldn't be," Luna replied. "This archive doesn't collect knowledge." "Then what?" She knelt by the nearest shelf and pulled out a faded sheet of parchment. The ink was faint, smudged, unreadable, until she looked away. Ellis saw it too. He picked up a brittle journal with no name on the spine, held it, blinked, and saw, just for a second, a map, not of geography, but of decisions. A record of paths taken and left behind. "It's like a memory you have to forget to know," Luna finished. This wasn't a place of answers. It was a place for what the castle had let go of, and still loved too much to leave. Luna crouched near the shelf again, her fingers brushing along a row of thin scrolls, held not in bundles but in loose spirals. Paper curved gently inwards, not tightly rolled, as though waiting for someone to unfold them slowly, reverently. She reached for one. The parchment resisted at first, not physically. It weighed almost nothing, but the air around it seemed to pull backward. A hesitation, a warning. No, not danger. Just fragility. Luna hesitated, then whispered, "I won't read you all at once." The scroll uncurled. Ellis watched from across the room. He'd found a low chest filled with flat stones etched in negative relief. Grooves where letters once were, now erased into symbols that couldn't be translated. He ran his hand across one and felt an emotion he didn't recognize settle low in his chest. Not fear, not sorrow. Disappointment, not his own. The stone remembered being misunderstood. Luna sat back on her heels. The scroll she now held was blank. She blinked, looked away, and blinked again. The words appeared in the corner of her eye, angled, trembling, faint as breath on glass. Written not in sentences, but in impulses. Phrases like, "Four voices drawn before the fifth. The glyph cannot hold what the spiral doesn't understand. We tried to fold it inward. It tried to fold us apart." She stilled. These weren't notes. They were regrets. Not hers. Someone else's. Someone who had tried to rewrite the spiral from inside. Alice had drifted closer now, One of the stone tablets held lightly in his hands. "This place is wrong," he said softly. "Not in a bad way, just unresolved," Luna finished. He nodded. She turned back to the scroll and asked aloud, "Who tried to change it?" The parchment twisted slightly in her hands, just once. Then a new phrase appeared, not written, but whispered into the curve of the paper. Not a name, a memory that changed its mind. Luna closed her eyes, let the words settle, and realized something she hadn't until now. This archive wasn't for preserving the past. It was for holding what the castle chose not to remember, until someone needed to carry it forward. At the far end of the chamber, where the walls curved too tightly to allow shelving, Luna found a space that didn't seem to belong. It wasn't empty. It was unfinished. The stones in this corner didn't match the rest of the archive. Older, rougher, marked by faint chisel strokes that hadn't worn smooth with time. The mortar was newer, the dust thinner. Someone had returned here, and left something behind that wasn't supposed to stay. She crouched near the base of the wall. There, half buried beneath a collapsed stack of blank scribing sheets, lay a slate panel no larger than her hand. No frame, no thread mark, no edge glyphs. But centered in its surface, a glyph drawn in negative space. Not scratched. Not carved. Just absent. Luna didn't touch it. She sat, watched, waited. The air around it felt narrow, like it had pulled itself inward for protection. A memory wrapped tight around a core of silence. Ellis stepped behind her. "That's the same shape," he said. She glanced back. "As what?" He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out one of his old sketches. Creased, graphite smudged, drawn months before either of them had seen the full spiral. The glyph in his sketch wasn't identical, but it echoed this one. Luna looked again at the slate. The shape wasn't quite spiral. Not knot, not thread. But it had tension, direction, and a gap. One space deliberately left unjoined, like a thought paused too early. She said more to herself than to him, "It's unfinished." Ellis nodded. Or hiding. A hum passed beneath their feet, so faint it felt imagined. But the spindle in Luna's satchel twitched in response. Only once, only briefly, but it recognized the glyph. Or the space around it. Luna reached out, hovering her fingers just above the slate. A pull. A soft one. The way thread tugged from beneath the surface of fabric you didn't realize was fraying. And then, beneath her palm, a pulse. Not of magic. Of remembrance. She whispered, "Is this mine?" And the glyph answered not with light, but with the memory of something once erased. The slate tile pulsed again. Not stronger, clearer. Luna leaned closer, breath fogging slightly in the cold curve of the chamber. The negative glyph on its surface didn't light up or shift. It remained exactly as it was, a shape defined by what had been removed. No magic triggered, no sound echoed. But she felt a truth form quietly at the edge of her thoughts. This glyph had once belonged to the spiral, and had been taken out. Ellis crouched beside her. "She erased it," he said, voice low. "Someone erased it from memory, not from record, from the actual design." Luna didn't look up. "She didn't erase it," she murmured. "She removed it, intentionally." Ellis blinked. "Why?" "To see if the spiral would survive without it." The spindle twitched again, harder this time. Luna opened her satchel and took it out. The thread wound inside it had dimmed to a deep bronze, barely glowing. But the closer she held it to the slate, the more it responded. A tendril of thread unspooled, drifted toward the glyph, and paused. Then, a word formed in Luna's chest. No voice. Just shape. Wait. A name that hadn't been spoken in the castle for centuries. Valera. Not a person. Not entirely. But a presence. One that had shaped the inner spiral long before Luna. And then stepped out. She sat down fully on the stone. The air in the archive changed. Not colder, not darker. But aware, Luna pressed the spindle to the slate's edge. The moment the thread made contact, the glyph rippled. Faint, like breath across a mirror. And a shimmer passed across the map in her journal, deep within its center ring. A ring she had never touched, never dared to explore. Until now, A blank space began to fill. Not completely, just begin. A spiral within a spiral. A name she hadn't drawn, a memory that hadn't finished becoming hers. Ella stepped back, watching the shape unfold. Luna whispered. She left the spiral willingly, before it could claim her, before it could forget her too. Why? Ellis asked. Luna closed her eyes and spoke the words without meaning to, so someone else could return when it mattered. And in the silence of the archive that isn't there, the castle remembered what it had been allowed to forget. Luna hadn't meant to open the center ring. She hadn't even touched the page. She'd simply rested the journal in her lap, seated in the east alcove beneath the castle's oldest arched window, a window that didn't look out onto sky or ground, but into time. Its panes shimmered not with light, but with a reflection of where you had almost been. She'd opened the spiral, like always, letting her eyes settle on the newest curve near her name. But this time it moved. The ring inside the ring, the one she had always felt but never reached, unfolded. And the path appeared, not a thread, not a map. A spiral within a spiral, drawn so tightly she almost missed it. It was formed not of silver ink or resonance lines, but something far simpler. A loop of choices, each one tucked inside the next. Each one shaped not by intention, but by what Luna had chosen to carry. She ran her finger along the first arc. It pulsed beneath her skin. No magic flared. No vision spilled from the page, but her breath caught in her chest as the line bent upward, and then again, curving tighter with each loop until it stopped at a name she hadn't written. Valera. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. The journal was listening now, not like an object enchanted to obey, but like a companion who remembered more than she did, and trusted her to return at the right time. Luna rose from the alcove and let the journal float open beside her. The spiral hovered in the air, turning gently, slowly. The new path shimmered faintly inward, its line marked by one consistent shape repeated every few inches. A half-finished glyph. Each one just shy of being whole, each one waiting to be walked. She followed it. Not physically, not at first. She let her thought step first, then her breath, then her memory. With each imagined step, a weight lifted from her shoulders. Not burdens, but stories. Pieces of herself she hadn't realized she'd gathered. Whispergrass echoes. The feather in the wall. The mirrored silence of RS. And now, Valera. Each memory settled into the ring behind her, like stones dropped into a well with no bottom, only depth. And as she reached the spiral's heart, a voice returned. But not someone else's. Not the castle's. Not Rowena's. Her own, speaking a truth she hadn't yet given shape to. The spiral isn't a path forward. It's how I remember who I've become. The air round her thickened. Not like fog, not like dust. Like a quiet that had been waiting for her to breathe. The spiral hovered in the space beside her, ink suspended on invisible thread. Luna didn't walk the path so much as feel it unfold. Backward, inward, deeper. Each loop wasn't a step, but a memory she hadn't fully lived yet. She moved without moving, thoughts aligning with the glyphs she hadn't known she'd drawn. And the spiral responded. The first echo returned as smell. Lavender and burning parchment. The moment her mother's notes caught fire in a lab accident that wasn't supposed to happen, Luna had been 7. She hadn't cried. She'd watched the runes curl and blacken and thought, they're just trying to go home. Now the spiral replayed the silence after the fire. The way the air hung too still. The way no one spoke her name. The way she didn't feel alone, only unseen. The second echo was sound. A boy's voice. Ellis saying, "Some things draw you before you know what they are." She hadn't realized until this moment that he wasn't talking about the glyph. He was talking about her, about being drawn to someone who moved like the castle's walls had already accepted her. She let the sound settle into the spiral. A new line formed. Then came a shape. A spiral drawn in the dirt of Greenhouse 3, one she doodled without thinking as Professor Glassmeyer explained spore rhythms. Only now did Luna see it match the inner thread of the journal perfectly, nearly glyph for glyph. A memory her hands remembered before her mind did. The spiral folded again. The loops curled tighter, and the center began to draw near, but not as a point on the page, not as a destination, as a moment, a time she hadn't remembered yet. a promise she hadn't yet made. The journal glowed faintly, not bright, just steady. She turned the page, though there was no page. And there it was, a single glyph, drawn not in silver, not in ink, in space, waiting for her hand to close it. But Luna didn't reach out. Not yet. She understood now. The spiral didn't fold inward to end. It folded inward to begin. And the center wasn't hers. It belonged to everyone she'd carried with her. The glyph at the spiral center waited, not with urgency, not with expectation. Just a stillness so complete, it trusted her to arrive in her own time. Luna stared at it. A crescent arc left just shy of closure, a loop that curved inward, never quite touching itself. It looked like a sigh, a held breath, a half-spoken name, Valera. The name echoed in her chest, but not as someone else's voice. This time, it felt like hers. Not ownership, inheritance. Like finding a thread buried in your own thoughts and realizing it had been there since before you had words. She raised her quill, but paused again. The glyph wasn't asking to be finished. It was offering her a choice. To finish it meant closing Valera's thread, folding a memory that had never been meant to end, committing to the truth that this spiral wasn't hers alone. It belonged to all who had chosen to carry it, and to the ones who had let it go so that she could. She knelt, set the journal on her knees, and reached out with 2 fingers. No ink, no wand, just presence. She traced the final line slowly. It was simple. A small curve, a breath made visible. When her fingers touched the last arc, the glyph shimmered. Not with light, with recognition. The spiral pulsed outward once, not from the journal, but from her. Luna gasped. She saw herself sitting in the whisper grass, hands cupped around a trembling stem. Alice whispering a name he hadn't drawn, watching it come alive in shadow. Mira's hand brushing a silent wall, asking nothing, hearing everything. Rowan bending over the desk in the common room, drawing patterns he hadn't learned. Each moment flickered through the spiral like notes in a chord. Not separate, not layered, interwoven. And then, Valera. A glimpse, a silhouette of someone turning away from the spiral's edge centuries ago, not out of fear, out of grace. She hadn't finished her path. She'd stepped aside, so that Luna might find it. The glyph burned gold, then folded itself closed. And the spiral spun once, then stilled. When Luna opened her eyes, the spiral was no longer a map. It was a memory. Not just of the paths she'd walked, but of the ones that had walked her. She didn't rise immediately. She sat in the stillness, letting the final curve she'd traced settle into her skin. The gold of the glyph still lingered faintly in the space above the journal, now closed and humming with a quiet so complete it felt like the castle itself had held its breath. Then, a breeze. Soft, specific. It came from nowhere and everywhere all at once, carrying the scent of dust, lavender, and old vellum. A smell she'd come to associate not with books, but with listening. She stood. The moment her feet touched the floor, the spiral shifted in the air, folding once more, not inward, but upward. The map didn't shrink. It unfurled. A new layer peeled outward from its center, forming a ring that hadn't existed seconds before. Its threads glowed faintly, not as lines, but as questions. Will you hold what was once let go? Will you listen without needing to understand? Will you carry what cannot be finished? Luna didn't speak. She didn't need to. The glyph on her spindle answered for her. It burned gently, then threaded itself back into place, sealing its new path. Somewhere far below, in a corridor that no longer made sense to geography, a wall pulsed once with soft gold. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was respect. And then, the castle spoke back. Not in language, not in echo. In form, stone shifted beneath her toes. Just slightly, but enough for the spiral center, now completed to tilt. A seam appeared behind the page of her journal, a fold she'd never seen. She touched it. The page turned and revealed a room drawn not in ink or thread, but in recognition, at its center, a chair. And on it, nothing. Not yet. Because that seat, Luna realized, was not for Valera. And not for Rowena. It was for the one who could carry the thread without needing to finish it. The thread keeper. Luna closed the journal, tucked it to her chest, and whispered, not a spell, not a name, but a truth. I'm still listening. Luna stood in the center of the Ravenclaw common room, watching the constellations shift across the dome. She hadn't told the others yet. Not because she didn't trust them, but because the spiral hadn't asked her to. Not with urgency, not even with certainty, just with timing. The kind of timing the castle knew how to keep better than any clock. But tonight felt different. The stars moved in slow harmonics, trilling light that bent in curious patterns, refracting once, then twice, before folding into the ink-black curve of the sky. She touched her spindle. The thread inside wasn't warm. It was steady. She turned. Ellis sat near the arched window, sketching a curve he claimed he'd dreamed twice. Mira lounged against the bookcase, pretending to read while one hand traced a rhythm against the spine of a book titled The Cartography of Thought. Rowan paced. She waited until he stopped walking, then said simply, "It's time." No one asked what. No one needed to. It just looked at her, and rose, down through the halls that whispered, past the passage with the staircase that turned back only if you doubted. They moved like a group who had learned not to lead, but to listen. The thread chamber opened before they reached it, its walls parting not like a door, but like an invitation being unrolled across a table set for more than one. Inside, the spiral hovered in the air. Luna stepped forward and opened the journal. The pages turned themselves. Each loop glowed, one for each of them. And in the center, the glyph she'd finished. Not hers. Ours. Mira inhaled softly. It changed. Ellis nodded. No, it's ready. Rowan crossed the room, tracing the spiral in the air. Is not showing us a path anymore, Luna said, because we're not being led. She turned the page. We're being invited. The final page of the spiral unfolded. And for the first time in Hogwarts' long memory, the spiral didn't draw inward. It reached outward. The spiral didn't extend like a hallway. It bloomed. A curve of silver unfolded from the journal's last page, lifting into the air between them. It didn't hover like a spell. It rested, weightless, waiting, threaded between thought and form. The air smelled of dust warmed by candlelight, and something softer beneath it. Ellis took a half step forward. It's building space between what was and what might be. Not future, Rowan said. Not memory either. Mira's voice was quiet. It's becoming. The spiral stopped. Not abruptly. Not like a map reaching its edge. It stopped the way a song rests at its final note. Not because it ends, but because it doesn't need to say more. In that space, the thread began to weave something new. Not a room, not a chamber. A shape. Unfolding between them, Luna saw it first. A circle, she whispered. But it wasn't perfect. It had 5 points. 5 threads winding in from different angles, none symmetrical, none polished. All honest. Where they met, the air shimmered. A 6th point waited. Unspoken. Not a person. Not a name. A question. What does a spiral remember? Mira asked without expecting an answer. And yet, the spiral pulsed once. A slow ripple of thread light moved through the curve they'd drawn. It passed over Luna's glyph, over Ellis's breath sketch, over Mira's thorns, Rowan's unfinished mark. Each responded. Each flickered with a fragment of something unwritten, not secrets. Truths unspoken until now. Luna turned the journal one final time. Where there should have been a closing mark, there was only an opening loop. A thread left untied. And across it, drawn faintly in silver. Will you carry the spiral forward, without knowing where it leads? No one answered aloud. But one by one, they stepped into the circle, and the spiral began to hum. The hum of the spiral deepened. It wasn't magic. Not in the way spells were taught or cast. It was something quieter, older. A kind of recognition that moved through the space like sound traveling through bone. The circle they'd formed wasn't a symbol anymore. It was a lens. A way for the castle to see them as they saw each other. Not as students, not as bearers of forgotten threads, but as something newly woven. Luna felt it first. Not in her hands or her head, but in her chest. A weight she'd carried since the moment the first whisper called her Lunathiel. She hadn't realized it had shape until now. The spiral asked her nothing, but it waited. And so, without speaking, she breathed. I carry what I was never given, the names that were not mine, and the ones that are becoming. Across from her, Mira's shoulders shifted. Not in discomfort, release. I carry the silence I once tried to control, she said. Rowan was next. I carry all the ways I wanted to be right, and the one time it mattered more, to ask instead. Alice didn't look up. He didn't need to. I carry everything I saw too early, and the courage to not explain it. The spiral pulsed once, not outward but inward. It heard them. More than that, it remembered with them. A shimmer passed through the air above the circle. Threadlight arced from one mark to another, Luna's to Mira's, Mira's to Rowan's, Rowan's to Ellis's, Ellis's back to Luna's, and in the space between them all, a sixth thread began to spin, not drawn by a wand, not woven by hand, spun by the very act of naming what had no anchor until now. It looped once, twice, then paused. The spiral did not close it. It simply asked, "Will you carry this, even if it never becomes a spell?" Luna stepped forward. "No," she said gently. "I'll carry it because it's real." And the sixth thread spun into form. Not a name, not a destiny. A thread only visible when shared. The spiral held steady. 6 threads now arched through the air. Light, not luminous, motionless, yet full of intention. They didn't weave into a symbol or knot. They simply stood, suspended in the space between the 4 of them, as if asking, "Is presence enough?" And the answer came not from wands nor words, but from who they were becoming. The air shifted, not colder, not brighter, just aware. The spiral folded inward once, slowly, not collapsing, closing a thought. A final curve drew itself around the circle, not sealing it but completing it, like the moment a hand stops writing because the sentence no longer needs another word. And then, a shape appeared in the air just beyond Luna's shoulder. A door, not real, not physical, but remembered, drawn from the spiral itself, shaped out of the 6 threads and the silence between them. Luna stepped forward. The others didn't follow, not because they weren't meant to, but because they didn't need to. She reached toward the doorway, and the journal in her satchel pulsed. Pages turned. 1, 2, then stopped on a new sheet that hadn't existed until this moment. Blank, except for a small spiral drawn in the bottom corner, and a line beneath it, not in silver, not in ink, but in memory. I listened too. Her hand trembled slightly. She passed through the doorway. The world on the other side was not Hogwarts. And yet, it was. The stones looked younger. The ceilings taller. But it wasn't architecture that felt strange. It was absence. No echo. No portraits. No footsteps. Just one room. Round. And at its center, a chair. Empty. Except Luna approached and saw a shell pendant resting on its seat. Familiar. Hers. But older. She reached out, and as her fingers touched it, a voice whispered, low and close, "Finish only what needs to begin again." The spiral folded shut behind her, and in the thread chamber, the 6 threads settled into stillness. Not ended. Entrusted. Chapter 9. The 7th thread. The end of the year arrived not with fanfare, but with hush. The castle was quieter now, its halls washed in the warmth of early June, windows thrown open to let the summer in, staircases creaking like they too were stretching toward rest. Students buzzed with exams, with farewells, with the loud joy of nearly being gone. But not Luna. Luna walked the corridors like she had on her first day, silent, barefooted in the early mornings, touching walls that had once felt unreachable. They didn't whisper now. They remembered. In the common room, the orrery no longer turned. The stars had paused, not broken, resting. The books, once curious or haughty or muttering, had settled too. A few still blinked sleepily when she passed. One hiccuped. Luna smiled at it. She understood the weight of silence now. It wasn't absence. It was invitation. Her journal sat closed beside her on the window bench. The spiral within it had not changed in days. No new lines, no new echoes. But she knew that meant something else. Something was waiting. Not ahead. Below, Alice joined her just before dinner. He didn't speak. He never needed to. He handed her a folded scrap of parchment, a sketch of the thread chamber. But different. Its walls drawn thinner, the spiral marked with a seventh curve. She frowned. I haven't drawn this. I think I have, he replied. But not yet. Mira found them by the lake, after dusk. She carried a small jar of glowing thread, its light dim and pale green, the color of memory when it turns peaceful. Rowan came last, half covered in sawdust from trying to repair a broom someone had enchanted to loop only backwards. They stood in silence. Then Luna spoke. The spiral isn't finished. Rowan sighed. I was afraid of that. Alice only nodded. She showed them the journal. The last page hadn't turned since the door had closed. Until now, a breath of wind caught its edge. And it moved. Beneath the 6 threads, a 7th had appeared. Small. Flickering. Not drawn. Beckoning. The 7th thread didn't shine. It shimmered. A soft, elusive pulse that blinked not with light but with uncertainty, as if it only existed in the moments Luna chose to believe it did. She watched it now, spiraling gently across the page, never quite anchoring to ink. The others stood around her, each silent, in their own way. It doesn't lead anywhere, Rowan said. No, Luna murmured. It asks. They followed it anyway. Not down into the familiar depths of the thread chamber, nor through the remembered folds of the spiral's known rings. The thread didn't guide by line. It moved in suggestion, a brush of thought between arches, a curl of air near half-forgotten alcoves. It led them past corridors that had once bent toward the castle's heart, now closed, and instead toward the stillest place Luna had ever known. There was no door, just a downward stair behind a collapsed tapestry, a mirror they hadn't remembered until Ellis had yawned beside it. The tapestry depicted a moonless sky. Underneath it, nothing. No figures. No beasts. No names. Just absence. The moment they touched it, the wall behind shifted. Stone side open, softly, like it had been told it was allowed to let go. The stairs beyond dropped in silence, their angles too shallow to be natural, their turns too slow. They descended. No torches lit, but they could see, or rather, they could sense. Each step tuned their breath closer to the hum of something beneath language. Not magic, not memory, origin. The stairs ended in a corridor. No carvings, no echoes. Only walls lined with bare thread, raw, brittle, coiled in unspun loops that pulsed when you stepped too close. They didn't glow. They didn't pull. They simply waited. Luna paused. This isn't part of Hogwarts, she whispered. Mira ran a hand gently along the wall. Then where are we? Rowan looked back the way they came. Nowhere a map would draw. Ellis exhaled slowly. Or maybe where map tries not to go. Luna stepped ahead. The 7th thread shimmered once inside the journal, and in front of her the corridor opened. Not into a room, not into a hall, into a space that had never been named, because it had never asked to be. The space beyond the corridor was quiet in a way Luna had never encountered. Not silent, hollow. The kind of quiet that existed before ideas, before sound, before shape. The stone beneath their feet didn't echo. The walls didn't reflect light. And the ceiling was too far or too close. She couldn't decide. She only knew they had entered a place the castle did not claim as its own. The air pulsed once. Not pressure, recognition. Luna stepped further into the space. The others followed, but slowly. Drawn, not pulled. Respectful. Like stepping onto a page you hadn't yet earned the right to read. The 7th thread shimmered again. This time forward, not just within the journal. A line of soft light extended across the floor, bending just slightly toward the room's center. At its end, a pedestal. No runes, no carvings. Only a slab of unmarked obsidian. Luna approached and saw it, a spiral, etched faintly, not complete, just the outer rings. 5, 6. No center, no glyph, only the beginnings of something held back. She reached toward it, and her spindle vibrated violently in her satchel. She stepped back. Alice moved beside her. He studied the incomplete spiral. "It's older than the others," he whispered. Rowan frowned. "Older than Hogwarts?" Mira shook her head. "Older than what Hogwarts knows about itself." The thread in Luna's journal pulsed again, and a single loop of text appeared across the empty spiral. This was never for one voice. Beneath the line, 5 names faded into view. Not names exactly. Initials, patterns, glyphs that shimmered like breath on frost. Each one incomplete. Each one waiting. And beside them, a 6th thread, untouched. "Drawn in absence?" Luna whispered. It was left open. "For someone who hadn't arrived yet," Mira said. Alice looked at Luna. "You," he said. She didn't answer. She simply stepped forward and pressed the tip of her spindle against the blank stone. The spiral shimmered and turned. The moment Luna's spindle touched the stone, the spiral turned. Not on the pedestal, inside her. A shift behind her sternum, like a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding for months, suddenly exhaled all at once. Her vision flickered. Not blackness, not light, but thread. Threads coiling through memory, pattern, space. The room around her fell away. She didn't fall with it. She stood in the same chamber, but it was not the same. The others were gone. The walls had changed, etched now with glyphs that pulsed faintly, responding not to her movement, but her knowing. And ahead, where the pedestal had once held an empty spiral, it now showed a form. Not a person, not a portrait. A presence. It didn't speak aloud, but Luna heard it all the same. "We began this path together, but together was never meant to end." The spiral turned again, and Luna saw a memory not from her past, not even from the castles, but from the spiral's own becoming. 6 figures. Unnamed, unaligned, standing in a circle of threads drawn by shared listening, their glyphs burned briefly, each one pausing before they wrote the 7. But they never finished it. One had stepped back. Another had stayed behind. 2 had been lost. One had turned away, whispering, "It is not for us to name the one who will arrive last." And now she had. Not to finish it. To begin it again. Luna reached forward. Her glyph shimmered. Not from her hand, but from the memory the spiral had held for her since her very first breath in the castle. It hovered above the stone, and instead of drawing inward like all the others, it unfolded out. Not a spiral, a thread bridge, leading not to power, not to prophecy, but to a question. Who listens next? The room returned. The others were with her again. Mira's eyes were wet. Rowan was still. Ellis touched the spindle and nodded once, as if he'd been waiting for the world to catch up. Luna closed the journal. Not because it was done, because it had opened enough. The castle had changed, not visibly. Not in a way anyone else would mark in a map or corridor chart. But Luna felt it with every step, beneath her soles, in the air that reached her ears before voices did. The stones didn't shift anymore. They responded, as if the spiral's final arc hadn't just echoed inside her. It had been heard by the castle itself. She stepped through the narrow stair behind the broken sundial, the one that never aligned with real time. As she climbed, a low vibration stirred the arch above her. Not a hum, not wind. A tone she'd heard only once before. The sound of a thread finding its listener. At the 3rd landing, the portrait of Lady Eleonora of Winds Deep, silent for weeks, blinked into view. Her dark eyes narrowed. "Well," she said, "I suppose it's time." Luna paused. "For what?" "You've stepped into the space we all tried to name and never could." The portrait's voice softened. "It isn't meant to be closed, you know." "I know," Luna said. "It's meant to be carried." Eleonora tilted her head. "Then go softly. The castle listens more carefully now." At breakfast, nothing looked different. The enchanted ceiling showed a sky full of feathered clouds. First years wrestled toast into shapes and failed spectacularly. An owl dive-bombed the Slytherin table with what looked like someone's missing journal and a dead puffskein. But Luna felt the difference. The threads between things tugged gently. Not outward. Not inward. Forward. When she returned to the Ravenclaw common room that afternoon, the ceiling dome above the orrery flickered. For the first time in months, it began to turn again. But not in its usual perfect pattern. It stuttered, shifted, then drew a slow curve in the stars. A spiral that opened, paused, and did not close. Luna wandered the castle like a question moving through its own answer. She didn't try to steer her steps anymore. The floors had stopped pretending they needed guidance. Doors opened not when she reached for them, but when she stopped reaching, and the stones had begun to respond before she arrived. Near the old tapestry of the Dreaming Wolf, the corridor bent in a way she didn't remember. Not dramatically, just enough to make the light fall wrong, as if a curve had been drawn inward from somewhere else. She turned down it, quiet. No footsteps echoed. Not even hers. The walls here were different. Same stone, same age, but something beneath the surface had changed. A vibration. A pattern without rhythm. She paused and pressed her hand flat against the wall. No hum. No heat. But the texture of the stone shifted, just slightly. Like it was adjusting to match her palm. She whispered, "You remember me now, don't you?" The stone pulsed once. Not as magic. As recognition. Further down the corridor, the light curved again. And that was when Luna noticed it. Her name, etched into the mortar. Not carved. Not spelled. Threaded. Not Luna. Not Lovegood. Not even Lunathiel. Just the shape of her thread. Coiled, paused, midweave. Ellis had once sketched it without knowing what it was. Now it shimmered every few feet, like a breath caught in the castle's chest. She knelt beside one mark, ran her finger along the edge. It wasn't warm. It wasn't cold. But it moved, just enough to curl beneath her touch like a living line. And behind her, the wall whispered, still listening. She smiled. "You don't need to remember me forever," she said softly. "You only need to remember how I listened." The corridor brightened, just for a moment, then stilled. At the end of the corridor, the thread vanished. Not abruptly, not by fading. It simply stepped out of the stones, as if it had never belonged to them fully in the first place. Luna stood still for a long time, her fingers hovering just above the final mark. The unfinished curve of her name, drawn in thread light, paused before closure. She did not trace it. She simply nodded to it, and moved on. The space beyond was not a room. Not really. It was intent. Shaped air, potential made visible. The walls shimmered like cloth held too long in sunlight. The floor whispered underfoot, soft, not stone, not earth. And the ceiling? There wasn't one. Only dark velvet sky with no stars, no moon, only a slow-breathing question hanging above her head. If not you, then who? She stepped forward. The journal in her satchel shifted. The spindle vibrated once, then went still. A circle of air folded open ahead of her. In its center, a shape. No object, no book, no tool. Just waiting. Luna didn't try to name it. She listened. And in that listening, something formed. A thread line. Not drawn from her, not drawn for her. A seventh line. Drawn by her. It floated, weightless. A question in thread form. And as she reached toward it, she understood. This wasn't a message. It was a place to begin one. A thread she could weave into the castle. Not for memory, not for prophecy, but so someone someday might stand where she was and say, I was not alone. Behind her, footsteps. Ellis, Mira, Rowan. They didn't speak. Each carried their own thread. Each one slightly different. Each one waiting to be offered. And the castle breathed them in like a wind it had forgotten how to hold. Luna stood within the spiral's quietest chamber, the knot room where memory paused just before it became future. The seventh thread hung before her, not suspended by magic, not spun by spellwork, but balanced on invitation. It didn't move. It didn't pull. It simply was. And that was its message. Ellis approached first. He didn't speak. He never needed to in these moments. His sketchbook remained tucked beneath one arm, half open to a page of strange, spiraling geometry that he would later swear he had not drawn with his own hand. He nodded once to the thread. then took a small piece of parchment from his coat pocket, folded in quarters, the corners softened by time. He set it at the base of the shimmering line, not as offering, not as answer. As witness, Mir followed. She bent beside the thread and unpinned a small, narrow charm from her collar, a glimmering sliver of blue crystal wrapped in iron wire. It hummed faintly when touched. "This was for shielding," she said quietly. "But I think now it can be for remembering." She pressed it gently into the air beside the thread, where it hovered, weightless, trembling. Rowan arrived last, slower. His fingers brushed the thread once, then withdrew. He did not leave anything behind. Instead, he looked at Luna and said, "I didn't come to finish anything. I came to help make sure it doesn't get finished too soon." And Luna understood. The seventh thread was not a seal. It was an unfolding, a thread that asked not for fate, not for closure, but for continuity. She stepped to its center, reached into her satchel and drew out the spindle. It had stopped glowing days ago, but it wasn't dormant. It was waiting. Luna turned it once in her hand, then reached forward, slowly, and touched the tip to the air just below the thread. No flash, no wind, no surge of power, just a soft click, like a lock being unlocked from the inside. The thread responded. Not by glowing, by rooting. Not downward, outward. It spiraled into the edges of the chamber, into the castle's seams, into the places no one charted anymore, into silence, into song, into the pause in thought between doubt and belief. And then, it vanished. Not gone, simply woven. Luna exhaled, long, gentle, and whispered, "It's not about who carries the spiral next. It's about how." The others nodded. No one spoke as they left. The path back to the upper corridors waited, unchanged but somehow softer, as if the stones knew she was not returning the same way she had come. In her journal, the final page had no spiral, only a single line of threadlight curving outward from the edge of the paper, unfinished, unspelled, unclaimed, and beneath it, 5 words she had not written. "When it's time, you'll know." The last week of term arrived like a hush layered in sunlight. The castle softened. The wind through the upper turrets hummed a scale too low for most to hear, and the staircases took their time shifting, as if they were reluctant to let the students go. In the dormitory, trunks opened with sleepy clicks. Robes were folded into bags half full of letters and half-finished sketches and the smells of new friendships. Luna washed it all quietly. Not removed, not above it, just adjacent. She had always lived slightly to the left of ordinary things. Now the castle seemed to have tilted with her. Everywhere she went, the spiral followed. Not visibly, not in thread light or shimmer, but in breath. When she inhaled, she felt it. Soft, steady, like thread drawn over fingertip. When she exhaled, the world moved gently out of her way. Not to defer, to make room. At breakfast, her spoon bent into a perfect spiral when she touched it. At lunch, a third year asked her what day it was and paused halfway through the question, then said, "Never mind, you're already past it, aren't you?" She blinked, smiled faintly, didn't answer. That evening, she found herself in the library, not looking for anything, just remembering it existed. The bookshelves rustled as she passed, like trees in windless woods. She touched the edge of a worn atlas, one that had once tried to bite her, and it stilled under her fingers. "Thank you," it whispered. She tilted her head. "You're welcome." In the farthest corner of the library, beyond the alchemical indexes, she found a table that hadn't been there before. No chair, just a single slip of parchment resting in its center. She picked it up. No ink, no title, only a press of breath in the page, the shape of a word that had never been spoken aloud. She held it to her chest and felt the spiral move again. Not in the castle, not on the map. In her ribs, the Ravenclaw common room greeted her with a question, not a riddle, not words spoken by brass knocker or enchanted door. The moment Luna crossed the threshold, the air shimmered, softly, quietly, like breath caught in a throat too polite to interrupt. She stopped. The blue glass dome above flickered, and in the pause that followed, the room itself asked, but not aloud. In feeling, in shape, Who do you belong to, if not the house that gave you a door? Luna didn't answer. Not at first. She moved slowly toward the fire, where a pair of second years had dozed off under star charts. The chessboard beside them had reset itself but refused to play. A rook glared at her as she passed. She settled into the high-backed window seat. The journal hovered open in her lap. The final thread still glowed softly, no longer pulsing. Now simply being, the room's question returned. This time it took shape in the firelight. The flames bent, arched, curled into the shape of a listening ear. No mouth, just ear. No demand, just presence. Luna closed her eyes. Her hands rested lightly on the journal's open pages. And when she finally spoke, it wasn't an answer. It was a memory. I don't think I was meant to belong, she said. Not to a house, not to a thread, not even to myself. She looked up at the fire. But I think the spiral knows that, and it keeps making space anyway. The room listened, and then, to her surprise, answered, not in firelight, not in books, in the dome above. Stars, artificial, enchanted, false but true enough, shifted position. They formed a spiral, not perfect, uneven, flawed at the edges, but it was hers. Mira appeared in the stairwell a moment later. She didn't say anything, just tilted her head at the sky above. That's new, she said. No, Luna replied, smiling. It's finally remembering something it forgot to finish drawing. The brass knocker didn't riddle her when she left again that night. It simply opened. The castle had always had more doors than it needed. That was just its way. Corridors that looped back on themselves for no reason, staircases that landed on floors that didn't exist, closets that became caverns and classrooms that were never found again. But some doors were consistent. Luna had passed one of them nearly every week. A narrow oak panel near the astronomy tower's base, tucked between two tall windows that didn't open. No plaque, no lock, no enchantment she could detect. Just a door that never opened, and never asked her to try. Until now, the morning of the last day of term, she passed it again. Except this time, the wood beneath her fingertips pulsed, not magically, not actively, reflexively. Like it was breathing. She looked down. A small spiral had formed in the dust beneath the door, barely visible, etched not into the floor, but in the places the dust refused to settle. She crouched, traced the shape. No warmth, no movement. But the line responded to her touch by curling back into itself. A loop that didn't close. She stood again. This time, she didn't knock. She didn't speak. She simply placed her hand on the wood and waited. A pause. A click. Not a latch. Not a spell. A yes. The door opened inward. Behind it, a single step down. A room not marked on any map. Not forgotten. Unincluded. It held no books, no portraits, no sound, just an open window. And a mirror. The window overlooked nothing. Just a stretch of sky that didn't match the weather outside. Cloudless, silent, vast. And the mirror? It was blank. Not like other enchanted mirrors. Not waiting for truth. Just waiting. Luna stepped to it. Her reflection showed nothing new. Except, in the very corner of the glass, something shimmered. A thread. Thin. Golden. Unspun. Waiting to be named. Luna did not speak. She simply stood before the mirror, breath soft in her throat, eyes drawn not to her reflection, but to the glint of thread in the corner of the glass. It didn't move. It didn't call to her. It simply waited. And somehow, that made it harder to touch. She reached forward. Not to claim. To listen. Her fingertips hovered just above the shimmer, not brushing the glass, but the space beside it. The edge of invitation. A warmth bloomed across her skin. Familiar. Thread-born. Then, not a voice, not a vision, but a presence. Like a page turning behind her without wind. You saw it, came the whisper. The unfinished glyph, not spoken aloud. Inside her, beneath her ribs. It wasn't the castle. It wasn't Valera. It wasn't even memory. It was potential. Luna kept her hand still. The thread in the mirror pulsed, just once. and a second shimmer appeared beside it. Smaller, palace silver, almost not there at all. Two threads, neither woven, neither pulled, waiting for something more than a single voice. I left mine behind, the whisper continued. So the next wouldn't walk alone. Luna's eyes burned, but she didn't cry. Instead, she whispered back, "You didn't leave it unfinished. You left it open." The mirror didn't change, but the shimmer at its corner split and arced. A curve, not a spiral. A circle that never closed. Luna saw it in her chest before she saw it in the glass. The glyph of the seventh thread, now echoed beside another. Together, they didn't form a pattern. They formed a space, a place to begin again. She stepped back. No spell, no crack of light, just stillness. And a breath that hadn't been drawn in centuries, finally released. Luna turned, left the room as she had entered, empty-handed, but full. That night, in her dormitory, she opened her journal one last time before summer. The final page was blank, except for a single line written in threadlight at the bottom. "You are not the last thread." And for the first time, Luna knew she never had been. The last morning of Luna Lovegood's first year at Hogwarts arrived quietly. Not with trumpets or whistles, or even the usual flurry of owls streaking across the great hall like living ribbons. There was bustle, of course. Trunks levitating unevenly down staircases, voices calling out half-goodbyes through yawns, a half-dozen cats meowing in protest from baskets and coat pockets. But beneath it all, there was something more subtle. A pause, a feeling that the castle, for all its quirks and shifting stairwells, did not actually enjoy saying goodbye. It simply allowed it. Luna rose early. She always did. But this morning felt different. Not urgent, not sentimental, just open. Like the day had woken without a script. She dressed slowly, folding each item into her trunk with quiet care. Her robe still smelled faintly of ink and lavender. Her specter specs were wrapped in a bit of whisper cloth. The spindle, no longer warm but no less watchful, rested at the very top. The journal she tucked last. It hummed faintly as it settled into place, as if confirming, "We're not finished." Luna smiled. "Neither am I." Downstairs, the common room glowed in the pale pre-dawn blue that always made the orrery look like it floated on sky. No one else was awake yet, save for the chess rook, who was aggressively losing to himself. Luna crossed the room and paused in front of the fireplace. The embers were cold, but the mantel above them bore a trace of something new, a curve of chalk that hadn't been there the night before. A spiral, drawn in the shape her thread made when she listened. She didn't erase it. She nodded to it, touched the wood once with her fingertip, and turned for the door. The halls were hushed. A few portraits stirred, nodding in polite farewell or muttering about another year gone by without proper dueling, or how no one respects proper bedtime corridors anymore. She descended the grand staircase as it tilted politely into place. And there, waiting for her at the third landing, was Ellis. He held something in his hands. A piece of paper, small, folded in quarters. When she reached him, he handed it over. No explanation, no fanfare. She opened it. Inside, in graphite, smudged soft with overuse, was a spiral, drawn twice. Once with 7 arcs, once with 8. The 8th was unfinished. "I don't know who it's for," he said. Luna didn't answer. She folded the paper and slipped it into her sleeve. The Hogwarts Express shimmered in the morning light like a memory too vivid to be real. Steam curled around its wheels in slow, lazy spirals, catching the sunlight and twisting it into silver thread. Students crowded the platform, voices lifted in laughter, reminders, last-minute trading of sweets and charms and borrowed books that hadn't been returned. Owls hooted from their cages, trunks rattled on their own toward the train's open compartments, and the red engine hummed like it knew every name whispered on every journey home. Luna stood just beyond the edge of the bustle, not apart from it, just listening. Ellis had found a seat by the window. Mira sat cross-legged beside him, scribbling thoughts into a notebook without looking at the page. Rowan leaned into the corridor, chatting with a pair of older Hufflepuffs who were comparing wand-polished brands like connoisseurs. Luna climbed aboard slowly, feeling the rhythm of the floorboards beneath her shoes. The wood wasn't creaking, it was pulsing. Softly, faintly, almost like a thread. She reached their compartment and paused before stepping in. turned, and looked back down the corridor. At first, there was nothing. Just movement, voices, the scent of peppermint and owl feathers. But then, she saw her. A girl. New, or rather, unfamiliar. Small, pale, eyes dark as weathered runes. Sitting 2 compartments down, pressed against the window like she was listening to something outside the glass that no one else could hear. Luna tilted her head. The girl looked up. Their eyes met, only for a moment. But it was enough. The girl didn't smile. She nodded. Once. Luna stepped into the compartment. Ellis looked up. "You saw her, didn't you?" he asked. "I think so," Luna said. Mira raised an eyebrow. "Someone you know?" "Not yet." The train jolted forward, slow and steady. Outside, the castle leaned back into the mist, letting itself fade. But the spiral didn't fade. It watched, listened, and gently, softly, opened again. The train had been moving for an hour when Luna drifted into sleep. Not suddenly. Gently. The kind of sleep that folds around, thought like gauze, letting just enough light in to keep the dream from feeling like a dream at all. She sat curled against the window, journal in her lap, the spindle tucked neatly beneath her arm. Mira read quietly beside her. Ellis watched the fields pass by, eyes distant but alert. The compartment was hushed, not by silence, but by presence. As though whatever Luna had carried with her this year now blanketed the air, soft and real and recognized. And then, the dream, not of Hogwarts. Not of home, but of a room made of breath. She stood within it barefoot, the floor warm beneath her toes, though no sun hung overhead. The walls weren't stone or wood. They were thread, suspended, unspun, woven between memories she hadn't lived but somehow knew. And at the room center, a spindle. Old, cracked, still. She approached it. Each step echoed not in sound, but in memory. Whispers of names she didn't know. Glimpses of spirals drawn in soil. Hands reaching, offering, never taking. She knelt beside it, reached for the thread, and just as her fingers brushed it, a voice whispered, "You are not its end. You are its echo becoming form." Luna gasped and woke. The train rattled gently beneath her. Outside, the countryside blurred past in golden stripes of wheat and green. Inside, her journal sat open. The final page, still blank. Except now, a thread, drawn faintly in the margin, curved, split. 2 lines, neither complete. "Luna," Ellis said quietly. She looked up. He was watching her. She blinked, heart still quick. "I think someone gave me their memory," she said. He nodded. "I think they knew you'd return it when it's ready." And somewhere 2 compartments down, the dark-eyed girl stared out the window still. Her hands were empty, but her lap held a journal that hadn't belonged to her that morning. And on its cover, a single spiral in silver. The train pulled into the station beneath the sky gone soft with summer. Luna stepped down from the carriage with her satchel over one shoulder, her trunk gliding behind her on barely whispered levitation. The wheels hummed faintly, not with spell work, but with habit, like they remembered the path home and needed no prompting. The crowd spilled onto the platform in waves. Parents waved from the barriers. Friends tangled in last-minute goodbyes. A toad escaped and was chased by a 5th year's levitating shoes. Somewhere, a camera flashed. Someone laughed too loudly, and a breeze carried the scent of toffee and dust. But Luna stood still in it all. Not overwhelmed, not overlooked. Just right where she was meant to be. The girl from the train, the dark-eyed one, was gone when Luna glanced back. Not vanished, not hidden. Just not meant to be seen again yet. Luna didn't look for her. She simply pressed her hand to the folded sketch in her sleeve. Elsa's unfinished spiral with the 8th line, and felt the page breathe. Luna. Her father stood a few paces ahead, wearing 3 scarves and no shoes, as if the weather hadn't yet made up its mind and neither had he. He waved enthusiastically. "Did you bring any explosive powder back this time?" "Only if you count stardust," she said. He looked delighted. "Excellent. We've got at least one beetle who needs reminding who's in charge." They turned from the crowd, making their way toward the edge of the platform, where the trees whispered in slow green hushes and the wind had forgotten to hurry. Her father launched into a long description of a badger sighting that had turned out to be a Kneasel pretending to be a badger for tax reasons. Luna nodded, but her mind drifted, not to Hogwarts, not to Ellis or Mira or Rowan, but to the journal in her bag, and the soft, unfolding spiral still writing itself into the corners of her thought. At the edge of the path home, she stopped, closed her eyes, listened. No castle, no ceiling of stars, no magical corridors, only birdsong. And the wind, which whispered, "We heard you," and from far, far away, from walls that didn't forget, a spiral turned in silence. Not forward, not backward, just open. The countryside blurred past the train window in golden folds, stitched with hedgerows and stone fences, threaded with soft rivers that curled like ribbon dropped from a wand. But Luna wasn't watching it. Her eyes were closed. Her journal rested in her lap, heavy not with weight, but with what hadn't been written yet. The hum of the Hogwarts Express beneath her feet was steady, rhythmic, almost a lullaby. But in her chest, something remained slightly out of tune. Not wrong, just unfinished. Across from her, Ellis stirred. He hadn't spoken in some time. Mira was tracing shapes into the condensation along the glass, lost in her own spirals. Rowan, unusually quiet, had fallen asleep with his head leaned awkwardly against the compartment door. It felt like the end of a story that refused to put down the pen. The thread hadn't settled. Luna could feel it. In the weight behind her breath, in the places her name wanted to echo, but now hesitated. She opened her eyes, and there it was. At the far end of the carriage, a compartment that shouldn't have existed, not unmarked, not hidden, just unremembered. Every student who passed it seemed not to see it. Even Ellis, when he stood to fetch a sweet from the trolley, moved past the door without blinking. But Luna saw it. The handle was brass. The wood was darker than the others. And faintly etched into its center was a spiral. Incomplete. She stood, slid her journal into her satchel. The hum beneath her shifted. Subtle, not nervous, but attentive. She made her way down the corridor without a word. The train didn't jostle. No bump or tilt or whistle disturbed her. It was as though everything had paused to let her walk. She reached the door, paused. The brass handle was cold, not with chill, but with memory, like it hadn't been touched in years, or longer. She pressed her hand to it. No spark, no pull, just a quiet thought. This isn't for you. But she opened the door anyway. Inside, a single mirror. No seat. No curtain. No dust. Just a mirror, round and perfectly smooth, resting against the back wall like a moon set too low in the sky. Luna stepped in. The door closed behind her with the quiet grace of a memory deciding to be remembered. She looked at the mirror. Her reflection stared back, then blinked, but she hadn't. Luna took a step closer to the mirror. Her reflection did the same. But something was wrong. It didn't hold her posture. It mimicked her movement, but not her presence. The shoulders were tilted at the wrong angle. The breath fogged too slowly against the glass. This wasn't a mirror designed to reflect. It was a mirror designed to listen. She blinked, and her reflection didn't. Not immediately. Just a half-second delay. Enough to catch, like the mirror was consulting something before it responded. "Hello?" she whispered. The girl in the mirror opened her mouth a beat later, but said nothing. Her lips moved differently. Wrong word, wrong breath. Not Luna's, not quite. And then, the reflection shifted entirely. Hair darker, eyes sharper, a slight ridge at the nose that Luna didn't have, but still her robes, still the same quiet hush to the way the girl stood. The same stillness. But this girl was not Luna. She didn't smile. She just watched. Then, she lifted her hand and pressed it to the glass. Luna followed suit. Their fingers did not align. Close, but wrong. Like a spiral drawn with a different wrist. And behind the girl, in the faint haze of the glass, a thread hung in the air like smoke. Not hers. Not yet. Not entirely. "I know you," Luna said softly. And the girl finally spoke. You will. Her voice wasn't echoed. It wasn't remembered. It was new. Like she was saying it for the first time, now, in this moment, only because Luna had arrived. A whisper bloomed behind Luna's ribs. Not from the castle. Not from the train. From the thread, you didn't carry it to keep it. You carried it to hand it off. And in the mirror, the girl reached into her pocket, drew out a spindle. Not Luna's. Smoother, silver, unworn, and still unclaimed. The girl in the mirror didn't move again. Not at first. She stood there with the spindle held carefully in both hands, as if it might unravel if she breathed too deeply. Her expression was neither fearful nor expectant. It was something else. Something Luna knew too well. Listening, not with ears, with presence. Outside the mirror, Luna remained still. She didn't ask who the girl was, didn't press for names or dates or reasons. Those were the kinds of questions you asked when you feared something might slip away before you understood it. But this was meant to remain mysterious, until the thread chose to say otherwise. The girl blinked, and in that breath, the mirror shifted. Not a shimmer, a folding. The surface curved inward, not breaking, not warping, just deepening. And the girl in the mirror stepped backward, revealing more of where she stood. It wasn't Hogwarts. Not the part Luna knew. There were arches, but they were thinner. There were windows, but they didn't face sky. The stones behind the girl glowed faintly, not from enchantment but from use, like they remembered being walked. And on the wall above the girl's shoulder, a spiral, drawn in chalk, smudged, incomplete. Luna's breath caught. It wasn't hers, but it was hers. The way a phrase passed between mouths becomes slightly different in each voice. The girl turned, looked directly at the chalk mark, then reached up. She didn't erase it. She completed it. One more loop. A quiet curve, drawn slow and sure, like a promise she didn't realize she was keeping. And when she finished, the spiral glowed. Not brightly. Just enough. Enough for the glass between them to hum. Enough for Luna's journal, still pressed to her side, to shift. Enough for the air to say, she's begun. Luna touched the mare and whispered, "What's your name?" The girl didn't answer, but she smiled and disappeared. The girl vanished without a sound. No fade, no flicker. Just the slow erasure of presence, like breath evaporating from glass. The mirror, once deep with echo, stilled. It reflected again. Nothing strange. Nothing new. Just Luna. Alone. Looking at herself. And yet, she knew something had changed. Not in the glass. In the thread between them. The spiral was no longer quiet. Not humming. Not glowing. But aware. The journal at her side shifted faintly in its satchel, a soft rustle like pages adjusting themselves to make space for something still becoming. Luna placed her hand against the mirror one last time. No warmth. No message. But a feeling like a door had been opened. Not to her. To someone else. She turned away from the mirror, stepping back into the narrow corridor of the train. The hum of the wheels returned. Voices spilled faintly from other compartments. Someone sneezed 2 carriages down, and a window slammed shut with a gust of wind that carried the scent of treacle and fern. The ordinary world was back. But she carried the spiral with her now as absence, not presence. Not because it was gone, because it no longer needed to be near to be real. When she reached her compartment, Rowan was awake, Mira was still sketching, and Ellis had his eyes closed, lips moving in silent count. They didn't ask where she'd been. She sat quietly and rested her palm on her lap, felt the rhythm of the train, and listened. Later, when they stepped from the train onto the platform, and the first heat of summer rose in waves from the stone, Luna looked back just once. Only once. To the carriage she had left behind. Its window glinted. Nothing unusual. Just light. But she smiled. Because the spiral didn't wave goodbye. It was already somewhere else. The Lovegood house did not hum like Hogwarts. It rustled. It creaked. It sighed. It whispered in floorboards and stair rails and the soft wheeze of books rearranging themselves without asking. It smelled like thyme and sea salt. like parchment warmed by sun and the ghost of rain. Its ceiling was too low in some rooms and too high in others. The chimney had a tendency to cough feathers in spring. Luna loved it entirely. And yet, on her first morning back, she awoke with a sensation that something was missing. Not in her chest, not in the house. In the air, she moved through the kitchen barefoot, her nightdress trailing behind her like a forgotten spell. Her father had left early to hunt for moon frogs that had allegedly migrated out of season. He'd left a note. If I'm not back by lunch, I've either found something fascinating or been turned into lichen. Either way, help yourself to tea. She made the tea. Clairvoyant chamomile, just like the castle had offered her once. It still tasted like stars. Sadder ones. At the windowsill, her journal lay open. She hadn't written in it since the train. The final page still held its breath, the last thread coiled and waiting. Not to be finished, but to be witnessed. She didn't touch it. She let it sit, like a letter no longer addressed to her. Instead, she turned to the small bowl resting beside it. Something glinted inside. Folded paper, pale blue, tucked under a single feather. Not owl post, Ellis. She picked it up gently, her thumb running over the seal, not wax but a pressed spiral, faint, sketched in pencil, soft enough to smudge. She didn't open it. Not yet. Instead, she sat on the floor and held it in her lap. It was the kind of letter that wasn't meant to be read all at once. Maybe not even now. Maybe not until something stirred. But still, Luna could feel the words inside it. Waiting. Listening. She reached out, touched the edge, closed her eyes, and the letter pulsed. Softly. Not like spellwork. Not like a charm. Like a thought remembering itself. Luna unfolded the letter slowly, careful not to tear the paper. It was thick. Not expensive parchment, but something handmade. Fibrous. Soft at the corners. The sort of paper that held scent as well as ink. It smelled faintly of charcoal, wild mint, and something colder. Something like the dust in forgotten stairwells. The handwriting was Ellis's, but not the one he used in class. This wasn't careful, tight, exam-prepared script. This was the looser, almost rhythmic scrawl he used when sketching, when thinking too fast for his hand to keep up. Some lines curved back on themselves, some trailed off. It wasn't messy. It was listening to itself. Luna, it began. You told me once that threads aren't meant to bind, that they're for remembering where we've been and letting go of where we haven't. You didn't say it like that, of course. I'm not sure you said it at all, but I heard it. She smiled faintly. Outside, wind moved through the trees. The wind chimes on the roof made a low, tinny song. Somewhere in the distance, something howled, but politely. I don't think I ever understood the spiral. Not the way you did. I always tried to see it, trace it, draw it like a thing that had to be mapped. You never mapped it. You walked it. Her thumb brushed the edge of the paper. Ink smudged where he'd paused too long. A fingerprint, maybe? Maybe not. You didn't give me the spiral. Not really. You gave me the silence it trusted. You gave me room to listen to it. Luna closed her eyes, let the letter rest on her knees. She could feel him in the words. Not explaining, not guiding, just being there, like he always was. I think the spiral knew your voice before you were born. I think it left space for it. And I think you left space for mine. The final lines were shorter. Paused, as if written at night, under a blanket, when the train was too loud and the heart too full. When the thread pulls again, I'll be listening. E. She folded the letter, pressed it once against her chest, and whispered, So will I. The woods behind the Lovegood house had always been peculiar. Not magical in the way Hogwarts was, not shifting staircases or trick doors, but old in a way that trees sometimes remember. Paths curved gently without ever leading back where they started. Roots grew in spirals around hollow stones. Moss didn't spread, it listened, clinging only where the air turned still. Luna knew these woods like dreams she hadn't told anyone about. And now, days after her return home, they began speaking differently. She stepped through the edge of the garden barefoot, a satchel slung over her shoulder. No wand, no pendant. Just her, and the woods and the folded letter Ellis had written, tucked into the inside of her shirt like a pulse not her own. The first bird call came from the sycamore. Not high-pitched, not melodic, but measured. 4 notes. A pause, then 7. Luna tilted her head. She said. You're starting with questions now, are you? The tree didn't answer, but a breeze passed through the branches and a feather fell, spiraling once before landing at her feet. She walked slowly, let the ground choose where it rose and where it didn't. She passed the knotted ash tree with the bark that looked like a closed eye, past the crumbled wall that bees had claimed as a fortress, past the stone slab where, once, long ago, her mother had etched symbols with the tip of her wand and told her, "Some things you learn by touch." The spiral wasn't here. Not drawn, not summoned, but it existed. In the way the undergrowth bent where she walked, in the pattern of the insects, in the hush between gusts of wind, even the soil seemed to breathe differently. Not loudly, but like it recognized her steps. She paused in a small clearing, kneeled, pressed her palm to the earth. No pull, no vibration, just a hum so quiet it might have been imagined. And in that hum, thread, not spun, not woven, just present. She whispered, "I didn't bring you with me, did I?" And the wind answered, "No, but you listened well enough to hear us here too." Luna returned to the house just after dusk. The woods had followed her home, not with steps, not with sound, but in the way the air inside the cottage seemed softer, more spacious, like the rooms had widened themselves to make room for something unseen. She washed her hands in rainwater, lit the candle with a match instead of magic, and sat at her desk with the journal open before her, the blank page waiting. Not expectantly, but willingly. She had not written in weeks. Not truly. She'd sketched, marked, doodled the spiral's curvature on a window pane with her breath. But this was writing again, not to record, but to make space. Her quill hovered, then moved, slowly, one word at a time. I used to think the spiral was a place, a shape, something old that I was lucky enough to find before it vanished again. But it isn't, not really. It's a way of listening that leaves the world slightly more open than it was before. The candle flickered. The wind chimes outside clicked once. The house creaked, not as complaint, but in acknowledgement. I think it never wanted to be held. It only wanted to be heard. And passed on. She paused, ran a finger along the edge of the page, felt the grain of the paper shift, not physically, but with thought. Like the journal had sighed in relief. She wrote one final line. Not as ending, as permission. When you're ready, speak. I'll be listening. Then she closed the book, stood, and left it open on the desk. The candle burned low, casting shadows that curled at the corners of the pages like drawn thread. Her window stayed unlatched, open to stars she didn't need to name. And somewhere in the quiet woods, a spiral turned in fern shadow, not summoned, not seen, but not alone. The Lovegood house had always had its oddities. Cabinets that whispered when left open too long, a clock that ran not on time, but on mood, wallpaper that shed its patterns like dreams once a season. Luna had grown up with these things, had accepted them the way most people accept gravity or the changing of the moon. But something had shifted since her return, not changed. Listened. It began with the staircase. On the first morning of Midsummer Week, Luna padded down the steps barefoot, tea steam trailing behind her like a second presence. The steps did not creak as they used to. They exhaled, softly, each one, as if remembering. She stopped on the 5th stair, looked down, a spiral, drawn not in dust, not in chalk, but in gray. The wood itself had warped, gently, naturally, into the shape of a listening curve. She crouched, ran her fingers over the spiral. It wasn't raised, it wasn't enchanted. It had grown that way, like the house had taken something inside itself and decided to remember. In the kitchen, the teapot whistled without steam. She turned the knob, lifted the lid. Inside, the water shimmered faintly, not with heat, but with pattern. Tiny bubbles formed along the edge of the ceramic in a perfect arc. 1, then 3, then 5. Then the center blinked. A rhythm. 1 beat silent, then another, like a pulse. She didn't stir it. She poured it into her cup and whispered, "Thank you." The tea didn't reply. but the steam curled upward in a spiral before vanishing. That afternoon, while tidying her bookshelves, she found a notebook she hadn't seen since she was 6. It had once been blank, covered in glitter and crescent moons. She opened it, not expecting anything. But the first page now read, "Are you listening?" in her mother's handwriting. She closed the notebook slowly, held it to her chest. The house groaned gently in the rafters. Not old age. Recognition. The door wasn't new. That was the strange part. Luna knew every inch of the house. Its secret panels, its groaning beams, the cupboard beneath the stairs where the numbskulls muttered in their sleep. She could map its odd angles by feel alone. But this door, it had always been there. She was sure of it. A slim panel of sun-bleached birch nestled between the hall bookshelf and the hanging wind chime made from snargleuf stems. No knob, no latch, just a spiral, not carved, not painted. Pressed into the wood like a thumbprint from a hand that had never aged. She stood before it in silence. The hallway light fell slantwise across the floor. Dust drifted in the air, caught in slow orbit. Somewhere nearby, a beetle clicked once and then stopped, as if remembering its place. Luna placed her palm against the wood. The grain warmed beneath her skin. Not heat. Not charm. Familiarity. It didn't open with sound. It yielded. The wood bent inward, like breath, and she stepped through. Behind it, a stairwell. Narrow, shallow. The walls were bare. No family photographs, no framed drawings, not even the strange crawling ivy that had once crept to the pantry ceiling. Just plain plaster, aged and uneven, as though the house had grown it in haste and then forgotten to tell anyone. She descended slowly, her fingers brushing the wall. Each step held a different texture, some grainy, some smooth. One that buzzed faintly when she paused on it. The air below was warm, not heavy, not stale, like a memory being kept alive on purpose. At the bottom, a room. Round, low ceiling, sloped beams, no windows, a table at the center, and on it, her mother's wand. Luna stopped breathing, not in fear. In recognition. It had been gone for years, lost in the accident, lost in the grief. Her father had never found it. And yet here it was. Perfect, unworn, resting on a coil of driftwood and linen thread, as if someone had placed it down only moments ago and meant to return any minute. The walls whispered. She couldn't hear words, but they moved, just a little, a tremble in the grain. She stepped forward, placed her fingertips beside the wand, and felt it. Not magic, not power, just presence. Luna didn't reach for the wand. She simply sat, cross-legged beside the driftwood circle, palms resting on the wooden floor. The quiet of the room wasn't empty. It was full, like the hush that follows the final word of a song no one wants to forget. She could feel it beneath her hands. Not just the wood grain, not just age, but intention. Something had been left here. Something deliberate. She closed her eyes, breathed in slowly through her nose, let her mind still. No thoughts, no questions, just listening. And then she felt it. The floor, a pattern beneath the dust. Not raised, not carved, pressed. The faintest indentation beneath her right hand. A curve, then another. Her fingers traced outward, careful, slow, as though brushing spider silk. It wasn't a room. It wasn't a spell glyph. It was a spiral, drawn wide, interrupted halfway through, restarted, curved inward again, but never closed. Her eyes opened. The light hadn't changed, but the feeling had. This wasn't a room. It was a recording. A place her mother had made not to hide something, but to hold it long enough to be heard. She reached forward, not for the wand, for the space beyond it. And as her hand passed over the center of the spiral, a single thread of light rose from the floor. Then, pale blue, silent. It curled once above the driftwood coil and began to hum. Not a song, not a message. A tone, low and quiet and almost familiar. And then, beneath it, words formed. Soft, faint, written in flickering memory. If you hear this, then you found where I tried to leave something that wouldn't break. Something meant to wait. Luna didn't speak, didn't move. The thread of light turned once more, and the voice, her mother's, returned. Not strong, not clear, but warm. I think this place is listening. I don't know what it wants, but it's not cruel. It's not empty. It's just waiting for someone who knows how to listen back. The spiral hovered between Luna's hands, trembling gently in the quiet light of the room. Her mother's voice flickered, neither loud nor soft, but the kind of voice that knew it wasn't being heard right away. The kind that spoke not for presence, but for eventual discovery. You're not alone, the voice said. Not if you're here. Not if this thread found you. The house knows. It always has. I think I taught it. Or maybe it taught me. I never knew which came first. Luna swallowed gently. The spiral of light curled once, paused, then flared brighter, just briefly, like breath caught on memory. I tried to draw it once, on the window with my wand. It melted the frost before the spell took. The shape was still there afterward. That's when I knew. Some patterns don't need to be cast. They just remember how to return. Luna placed her hand flat against the floor. The spiral responded. Not pulsing, not glowing, but settling. Like it recognized her not just as a bearer, but as something older than a voice. A continuation. Her mother's voice dipped lower. Not sad. Just distant. Like it had always been whispering from beneath time. If this is Luna, love, I hope you found it through wonder, not grief. If this isn't Luna, then listen well anyway. The spiral never needed our names. It only asked for hands to carry it a little further. And then it faded. Not disappeared. Not ended. Just rested. The thread of light sank slowly back into the wood, leaving no mark behind. Only warmth. Only stillness. Luna sat there a long time. The wand remained untouched. The floor no longer glowed, but something in the beams above her head creaked once, softly, like a heartbeat remembered by the house itself. She rose, not with urgency, not with sorrow, just with the quiet weight of someone who has been given something precious and understands she doesn't have to hold it tightly for it to stay with her. When she reached the top of the stairs again, the hallway seemed brighter. Not from sun, from acknowledgement. The house had heard her too, and she, finally, had heard it. Summer softened everything. The air hung slow and warm, heavy with lavender and fern dust. Bees moved like old clocks between wildflowers. The garden walls were ivy like memory, and Luna moved through it all with bare feet and sun-warmed shoulders, letting the days stretch wide without demanding anything from them. She wasn't waiting for the spiral anymore, but it hadn't left. It was in the pause between wind chime and bird call, in the curl of mist on her morning tea, in the way the rain one afternoon fell only in a circle around her favorite tree, leaving its roots dry as if they remembered her sitting there in winter. It no longer asked for her attention. It simply existed, waiting. That morning, she wandered into the orchard behind the old greenhouse. The apple trees there didn't grow straight. Her father claimed it was the magnetite vein buried beneath the hill. Luna suspected the trees had simply grown tired of pretending to be anything other than themselves. Their trunks bent gently, and their branches curled inward, as though listening. She sat beneath the largest one, closed her eyes, and listened too. The grass whispered in the heat, not in words, not in spell work, but in space, the way a hush knows when not to break itself. She reached down, fingers brushing the sun-dappled clover, and stopped. There it was, not a drawing, not an enchantment, a shadow, spiral-shaped, cast not by the branches, not by the trunk, by nothing she could see. Perfect, small, turning gently with the breeze. She didn't move, just whispered, "You don't need me to name you anymore, do you?" The spiral flickered once, and remained. Luna didn't reach for the shadow. She simply leaned closer, her palms flat against the warm grass, letting her breath settle into the rhythm of the orchard. Soft, slow, expectant without urgency. The spiral of shadow didn't shift with the sun. It didn't darken. It didn't fade. It waited, like an old song held just behind the tongue. She tilted her head, listened. No words came. No hum of magic. No echo of her mother's voice. Not even the quiet sensation of threadlight like she'd felt so often within the castle. What came instead was rhythm. A pulse in the soles of her feet. A beat just behind the rustle of leaves. The feeling of something repeating itself without needing to be understood. Like heartbeat. Like tides. Like existence remembering itself. She placed her hand over the shadow, and the spiral didn't grow colder or warmer. It recognized her. Or, more precisely, it recognized that it did not need to be recognized anymore. It would stay whether she was watching or not. It would echo even if unspoken. The wind moved through the branches, not rustling, turning, a slow spiral of motion above her head, mirrored perfectly in the shape of the shadow at her feet. She felt no pull, no call, no weight of destiny. Only this truth. The spiral is not a power, it is a space. And now, it had rooted itself not in wands, not in stone, not even in stories, but in quiet things. Things like the way moss grows in curves when no one's disturbed it for years, the pattern of cracks and old paint on her bedroom ceiling, the silence between two people who understand each other completely. Luna lay back in the grass. Let the sun warm her knees, her fingertips. The spiral-shaped shadow curled just beside her temple. Not touching, just near. And she thought, this is what it feels like, when something bigger than you no longer needs to remind you it's there. The sun filtered through the apple leaves in a way that made time forget itself. Luna drifted into sleep as gently as a thought unspoken, her breath slowing, limbs softened. The spiral shadow curled nearby like a hush that had found shape. The ground beneath her was warm, and the grass shifted only to make her more comfortable, as though the world had remembered how to be kind in stillness. In her dream, there was no castle, no journal, no glyph, no voice calling her name. Only a field. Tall grass, waist-high and sun-dazzled, full of bees and burrs and the scent of warm nettle. A child walked through it. Not Luna. Younger, unfamiliar, barefoot. The child didn't hum, didn't skip. She walked with intention, though her eyes wandered to every butterfly, every twist of wind, every bird that called from the hedgerow. Around her feet, the grass parted in curling arcs. Spiral upon spiral, not drawn but invited by her steps. She paused once at the center of a slow-turning patch of earth, bent down, brushed her fingers against the soil, and there it was, threadlight, not like Luna had ever seen, not blue, not silver, not glowing, just present, like the color of shadow beneath eyelids, like memory before it's remembered. The child whispered something. Luna didn't hear it, didn't need to, because the spiral turned anyway. And in that moment, Luna felt it not in her hands or thoughts, but in the world. The spiral had outgrown its carriers. It was everywhere now. She gasped softly in her sleep, smiled, and the dream began to fold itself back like paper slipping in a pocket. The child vanished. The field faded, and in its place, the hush of the orchard, the warmth of the grass, the quiet curve of shadow still beside her cheek. Luna opened her eyes, spoke aloud, not loudly. "You're not waiting anymore, are you?" And the spiral didn't answer. It breathed. The journal waited for her on the windowsill. Its cover had faded slightly in the sun. The clasp had loosened, not from wear, but from familiarity, as though it knew now it no longer had to keep its secrets tucked tightly away. Luna sat cross-legged on her bed, knees beneath her chin, the scent of summer rain still clinging to her sleeves. She opened the book to its final page, still blank, still listening. She didn't start with words. She placed her palm over the paper first, just for a moment, and waited to feel the faint warmth that always came now when she was quiet enough. Not magic. Memory. Welcoming. Then she picked up her quill, dipped it once, let the ink run slow, and began to write. Not as a record, not for instruction, but as a gift. If you are holding this, it means the spiral hasn't finished echoing. It means something heard you, not because you asked it to, but because you listened first. A breeze stirred the pages behind her. She didn't turn. The wind had always been curious. Now it was kind. "I don't have directions. There is no map. But if you follow where the silence bends, if you step carefully between what is forgotten and what has not yet been named, you'll find it again. Or maybe it'll find you. Luna paused. The page wasn't full. It didn't need to be. The spiral was never a spell, never a task. Just a space where meaning had time to grow its own language. She wrote one final line, small, tucked in the lower corner. Leave the next page blank. It listens best that way. And then she closed the journal. Not forever. Just long enough for someone else to pick it up. The spiral would wait, not in need, but in trust, because now it lived in quiet things. Chapter 10. The Thread Between Hands. Elora Crow had never heard of the spiral. Not in class, not in books, not in any of the strange little lessons her father mumbled when he thought she wasn't listening. About trace charms and river mud, about the way old clocks remember time differently in thunderstorms. She had never drawn it, never read it, never spoken its name aloud. And yet, she had dreamed of it for years. It came in pieces. A line curled inward but never met itself. A pattern in the frost on her window that vanished before she could trace it. A tug in the chest when she walked past the cracked stone pillar behind her grandmother's shed. Her first wand had sparked not during a spell, but in the moment she'd paused, perfectly still, on a summer path and whispered to no one. That doesn't belong here, but it isn't wrong. The owl post came late that summer. Not with parchment, not with a Hogwarts seal. Just a folded page tucked into the spine of a library book she hadn't borrowed. Inside, one word, written in faded silver ink. Listen. Now, Elora sat at the edge of her family's new garden, wild, overgrown, half swallowed by bramble, and stared at the loose earth beneath the old walnut tree. She hadn't meant to dig, but her fingers had followed a thread of roots and found a place where the soil crumbled more easily than it should have. Beneath it, a pebble, smooth, oval, slightly warm, carved with a single shape, a spiral. It wasn't scratched. It wasn't etched. It had been pressed by something with patience. Elora turned it over in her hands, felt the groove beneath her thumb. Not magic, memory, or maybe something older than both. She looked up. The house creaked faintly behind her. Not wind, not weight, awareness. Elora stood, held the pebble against her chest. Didn't speak, didn't need to. Something in the air curved around her, gentle as a breath. And far away, in a house full of tea and spiral-shaped shadows, Luna Lovegood paused beside her window, turned toward the hills, and smiled. Elora didn't tell anyone about the pebble. She tucked it into the inside pocket of her cardigan, the one lined with stitched stars that glowed faintly in moonlight. It wasn't because she feared someone would take it. It wasn't that kind of secret. It was because the pebble didn't feel like it belonged to her. It felt like it was waiting. That night, she couldn't sleep. The house made new noises, not the kind that came from settling beams or clumsy plumbing. These were shifting sounds, soft as breath, as if the walls were listening for something they hadn't heard in a long time. She lit a candle, opened her notebook, and turned to a blank page. Her quill hovered for a long time. Then, without thinking, she drew a curve. Gentle, looping inward. Not a spiral. Not yet. Just a beginning. She paused, then drew the next turn, and the next. When she finished, her hand ached faintly, not from the drawing, but from something else, like the shape had pulled through her instead of from her. She stared at it. The spiral she'd drawn shimmered slightly where the ink dried, barely perceptible, like light through glass. And around it, no border, no frame, but the faintest impression of something old, a pattern just beneath the paper. She flipped back through her notebook, past her sketches, past class notes, past her attempts at transfiguration glyphs and half-spelled diagrams. And there they were, tiny spirals, in the margins, in the corners, in the dots of her lowercase eyes, unconscious. Repeated, echoed, she whispered. You've been here longer than I knew. The candle flickered once, then stilled, and across the countryside, in a drawer in Luna's desk, her old journal pulsed once, not in light, but in recognition. The next morning, Elora didn't speak much at breakfast. Her father was reading the back of a cereal box aloud, as if it were an academic thesis on charm theory. Her mother was making toast float mid-air to cool before it hit the plate. Everything felt normal, except it wasn't. Elora kept glancing toward the hallway. She'd seen something, not directly, just a shimmer, a curve of light where light shouldn't have been. She excused herself before the jam could start singing again. The hallway was empty. Plain wood floor, pale green walls. But her gaze moved toward the small window by the coat rack. It was too narrow to see out of clearly, just wide enough to catch the morning sun, which painted amber streaks across the carpet. And there it was, a spiral, carved not into the glass, but beneath it, inside it, faint, subtle, like a bubble caught in the pane, except this one had shape, form. A single curl, open-ended, tilted slightly clockwise. Not decorative, not random. She leaned closer. The light bent around the shape in slow motion, like it didn't want to disturb it. A warmth pressed faintly against her cheekbone. Not heat, not magic. Just the sensation of being near something that knows you're watching. She didn't breathe. The window didn't hum. But the spiral tightened, just slightly, just once, as if nodding. Elora stepped back. The hallway brightened. The dust in the air caught in slow orbit again. Nothing changed. But everything had. The spiral was not just in her notebook. It was in the house, in the structure. She turned slowly on the spot, began walking, past the sitting room arch, past the coat rack, toward the stairs, and there, on the bottom riser, a knot in the wood, curled, deliberate. She crouched, rushed her finger across it, and whispered, "You're not random." It didn't glow, didn't hum, but the house creaked, ever so gently. And upstairs in her room, the spiral she had drawn the night before had begun to flake, as if it were letting go of the page. The door wasn't there. And then, it was. Elora stood at the end of the upstairs hallway, staring at the smooth wall opposite her bedroom. It had always been unremarkable, a stretch of faded wallpaper, a framed photograph of someone else's ancestors. But now, there was a seam, barely visible. A vertical line where the paper wrinkled slightly differently, where dust gathered just a touch more thickly, where her eyes didn't want to look, but couldn't stop. She stepped closer. No handle, no keyhole, no knob, just the spiral, pressed faintly into the wall, so delicate it looked like it might have been drawn in breath. She raised her hand, not her wand, not her voice, just her hand, placed her palm against it. The wall exhaled. The seam unknotted itself, folded inward quietly, and there, behind it, was a narrow stairwell. Descending, the air beyond the door was warm, dry, and full of something Elora couldn't name. Not scent, not sound. Just expectation. She hesitated. Not from fear. From knowing this wasn't a door to a hidden room. This was a door to something that had waited for her. Not for days. Not for years. For as long as it had needed to. She stepped through. The door closed behind her without a sound. The stairs curved downward. Not in straight angles, but slow loops, like walking inside a question. At the bottom, a room. Small, circular, empty. Almost, on the far wall, drawn in deep blue chalk, was the spiral. Not hers, not Luna's. A new hand, a new thread, a shape echoing the others but not bound by them. This spiral had been drawn freely. Elora approached, kneeled, and placed the pebble from her pocket in the center of the floor. It made no sound, but the spiral shimmered, faintly, like light brushing over water. She didn't ask what it meant. She just whispered, "I think I've heard you before." And the room replied, not with voice, but with belonging. The spiral never spoke in words. It didn't whisper riddles into dreams or burn its name into bark. It didn't offer guidance like a professor or commands like a spell. It didn't need to. It echoed. And Elora was beginning to understand. Echoes are not instructions. They are spaces left open, and you are asked to fill them with your own voice. The room beneath the house remained the same in shape, but not in feel. Every time she returned to it, and she had now, 3 mornings in a row, it shifted, just slightly. The air moved differently. The dust gathered in different corners. The spiral on the wall faded and brightened, like it was tied to breath. This time, she didn't bring the pebble. She brought silence. She sat cross-legged in the center of the room, palms up, eyes closed. Listened, not for sound, but for weight. She felt it, almost at once. A soft pressure against the backs of her hands, like warmth passing through stone. It didn't pull. It didn't push. It asked nothing. It just said, "Here." Elora didn't answer aloud. Instead, she thought of her dreams, of walking barefoot through fields that changed shape behind her, of reaching into the soil and finding smooth stones that hummed without vibrating, of a page she'd never seen, whose corner she kept trying to turn. And with those thoughts, the spiral in the room changed. Only slightly. A single curl thickened in the chalk. A breath passed through the floor beneath her. And something in her chest unfolded. Not knowledge. Not magic. Not a spell. A readiness. Like something she'd been trying to remember her whole life had finally stopped running. And turned around. She opened her eyes, looked again at the spiral. And this time she didn't trace it with her fingers. She let it trace her. Not shape. Not power. But intention. A pattern without command. A rhythm without center. And she smiled. Because she finally understood. You don't follow the spiral. You walk beside it. The first thing that changed was the wind. Not the way it blew. There were still breezes and stillness, an occasional summer gust that threw petals from the garden like confetti. No, it was how the wind responded. It stopped when she stopped, shifted when she turned. And once, as she stood quietly beneath the old walnut tree, it curled around her, not cold, not harsh, just attentive. Like the spiral had folded itself into the world's breath, and now it was exhaling with her. She began noticing other patterns too. The house had always been odd, but now its strangeness seemed tuned. The creak in the second stair only sounded when she wasn't thinking. The back door swelled shut if she entered the kitchen with frustration in her steps. The floorboards beneath her bedroom window grew warm when she set her journal down beside them, like they'd remembered paper and were glad it had returned. It wasn't magic. It was recognition. One morning, she left a bowl of water in the garden. Not for animals. Not for scrying. Just in case something needed to see itself reflected. When she returned hours later, a single seed pod had fallen into it. Split. Revealing a tiny spiral of root beginning to grow. She held the pod in her hand for a long time. Didn't replant it. Didn't keep it. She set it down in the soil near the far fence and whispered, "Only if you want to." And didn't look back. That night, her dream was different. She was in a room made of nothing but listening. No walls. No sound. Just awareness. And in that space, she wasn't holding the spiral. She was the spiral. On the fourth morning, the spiral was gone. Not erased. Not hidden. Gone. Elora stepped into the small round room beneath the house, with her usual breath held lightly in her chest, expecting the familiar curl of chalk on the far wall. But the wall was bare. No smudge, no outline, no shimmer left behind. Only stillness. She didn't panic. Didn't speak. She only stood in the center of the room, closed her eyes, and pressed one hand to the floor. The wood was warm. The dust hadn't gathered. And in the silence of that closeness, she felt it. The spiral had moved. Not elsewhere. Inward. She opened her eyes again, slower this time, and looked up. The ceiling beams curved slightly more than she remembered. The seam of the floorboards had bent, not misaligned, but gently spiraled outward from where she knelt. And the shadows, it didn't fall as they should. They bent around her, not to follow, to witness. Elora stood, took one step backward, then another. Every motion of her body became a line. Every pause, a turn. By the time she reached the far edge of the room, she realized she had drawn a spiral by standing still. The spiral hadn't left the wall. It had become the room. She whispered, "You were never the mark, were you?" The floor didn't tremble, but something in the air settled. The way tea settles into the shape of a cup after being poured. the way breath finds its rhythm after a long silence. She sat again, this time not at the center, but at the spiral's outer curve, and for the first time she didn't wait for a message. She just sat. Because the spiral didn't want to be spoken to. It wanted to be present with. That evening, the orchard was full of moths. Not the plain ones. The sleepy, dust gray sort that blink against windows. These were bright, veined in gold and silver, flickering like runes made of flight. They circled the trees in slow arcs, never touching, never bumping, each one tracing a curve. Laura watched them from the back porch. Didn't speak, didn't reach, just listened. She felt the spiral beneath the floorboards, felt it in the corners of her breath, but she didn't go back to the room that night. Instead, she took a pebble from the garden path, a smooth one, sun-warmed, unremarkable, sat down at the outdoor table, and with the gentlest stroke of her quill, she wrote one word, here. She let the ink dry in moonlight. No enchantment, no sealing charm. She didn't carry it with intention. She just walked, barefoot, quiet, to the edge of the orchard where the walnut tree leaned a little too far and the wind always spoke in low vowels. She placed the pebble at the base of the trunk, tucked it between root and clover, and whispered, not for me. Then she walked back without turning. The moths drifted higher. The wind changed direction. The tree remained still, and the pebble said nothing. But across a field, in a different house, on a different windowsill, Luna Lovegood's dream journal fluttered open. Not to a new page, to a blank one she'd left behind on purpose. And the page breathed in, like it had just remembered what listening felt like. It started with Mira, a letter, folded small, tucked between the pages of an old herbology text she was rereading during a thunderstorm. Alora hadn't sent it, hadn't written anything since the pebble. But the note was there, scrawled in a tight, hurried hand she didn't recognize. You heard it too, didn't you? Sometimes I feel it humming beneath the page, like the paper's breathing. Mira had added nothing else. No name, no return address. Just a smudge of charcoal spiraled faintly in the lower corner. Alora traced the shape with her fingertip. It wasn't exact. Not the spiral, as she knew it, but it was close. Close enough to be true. The next day, a second thing happened. Rowan. He'd sent a package, odd in itself, because they weren't exactly in the habit of exchanging summer parcels. Inside, a strand of black thread tied in a loop. No note, just the thread tucked inside a box lined with tissue and wrapped in the corner of a page torn from a Transfiguration journal. The page wasn't folded. It had been curled, spiraled. Laura didn't need to ask if it meant something. She felt it the moment her fingers closed around the thread. Not a spell, not an enchantment, just belonging, like the spiral had moved. Not from her, through her. She stood in the middle of her room, held the thread in one hand, the letter in the other, and turned once, slowly, in place. Not by decision, by rhythm. When she stopped, the floor creaked beneath her right heel. A single curl of dust shifted in the sunlight, and from the corner of her bookshelf, a beetle crawled out, paused, and curled its path in a perfect spiral before vanishing again behind the baseboard. Alora exhaled, spoke softly. You don't travel, do you? You grow. That night it rained, not with thunder or drama, just a long, soft hush, like the clouds were pouring stories instead of water. Alora sat by her window with the thread still looped around her fingers, the letter folded and resting beneath a smooth stone from the garden. She wasn't waiting. She wasn't even listening. She was simply being. The spiral wasn't tugging anymore. It was just near, like it had settled itself into the air, folded between her breath and the floorboards, content to exist quietly where she existed too. But something changed as the rain deepened. A rhythm against the glass. Too even. Too deliberate. Not rain. Not wind. Elora stood. Leaned in. There. On the outside of the window pane. A spiral. Drawn in fog. As though someone had pressed a warm finger to the glass from the other side and traced it slowly. The lines weren't shaky. They weren't blurred. They curled inward, loop by loop, ending not at the center but just before it, like an invitation unfinished. Alara pressed her own fingertip to the opposite side of the glass. The moment she touched it, the spiral vanished. Not smeared, not wiped. Withdrawn, she stared. The yard was empty. No footprints in the wet grass. No cloak swinging around the fence post. No shimmer of a disillusionment charm. Just her garden. Just the rain. Just the stillness. And the quiet feeling in her chest. She had been seen. Not watched. Not studied. Seen. She sat back down. This time, not with thread in her fingers or letters nearby. Just her. And the memory of a spiral that wasn't hers. One she hadn't made. One she hadn't invited. But one that had said, in shape alone, "We know where you are. We're listening too." She returned to the room beneath the house just after dawn. The garden was still wet, the dew clinging to her ankles like silver thread. The stairs to the spiral room creaked once, like breath caught between sleep and waking. Alara carried nothing with her. No quill, no stone, no questions. Only the quiet certainty that something had changed. Not around her. Within, the door opened on the first touch. No resistance. No need for spells. She stepped into the room and stopped at once. The spiral had not returned to the wall, but it was here. Somehow deeper now. Like the room had drawn it inward, made it structural. The beams above her curved slightly more. The boards beneath her feet hummed. Not musically, but with memory. And then she saw it, a mark at the base of the far wall. Not painted, not chalked, not carved, grown. The grain of the wood had curled. Not damaged, not twisted, just shifted. As if over time, a thread of warmth had passed again and again over that spot, until the fibers changed shape to remember it. The spiral lived there now. Not as art, as evidence. Alara knelt before it, ran her fingers along the pattern. No raised edge, no difference in texture, but she could feel it, like touching the inside of a song, a rhythm pressed into silence. And then she noticed something else. A groove in the floor beside the spiral. Small, shallow, round, the shape of something once placed there, and now gone. Something the room had held, and then released. She whispered, "It doesn't stay, does it?" The room didn't answer, but the groove warmed faintly beneath her palm, and the spiral's curl deepened by a fraction, just enough to be sure. The spiral moved, not by walking, not by spell, by being carried. Alara sat beside the spiral in silence. No candle, no incantation, no journal entry to etch into memory. The moment didn't ask to be remembered. It asked to be left open. She ran a finger once more over the groove in the floor, the place where something had once been, where a presence had rested long enough to leave shape behind. It felt like permission, not instruction, not inheritance. An echo offered gently, saying, "You don't have to keep me. Only carry me as far as you wish." She stood, not slowly, not with reverence, but simply, like someone who had nothing more to ask. The spiral would remain. She didn't need to guard it, didn't need to decipher it, because it wasn't a lesson. It was a door that opens itself from both sides. At the top of the stairs, she looked back once. The room was dim now, plain, just wood and dust and age. But she knew, without question, someone else would come. Maybe not soon, maybe not here, but they would come, and they would find the spiral already waiting. Alara closed the door. The seam vanished behind her, not sealed, just paused. The way a breath can linger between sentences. She pressed her hand to the wall where the spiral had been drawn long ago, and whispered, "Whoever you are, I've left space for you." Outside, a single moth curled in a circle near the porch light and flew on. The wind didn't rise. The sky didn't darken. But the ground beneath Alara's feet was listening. The day was warm and overcast. Not the heavy gray of storms or the thin light of fog, but that soft, dulled kind of summer sky where the sun hides just enough to make everything seem closer, like the air itself was leaning in to listen. Luna sat cross-legged on the window seat in her bedroom, the pale shell of her mother's pendant resting against her collarbone, and her journal unopened beside her. A cup of peppermint milk cooled quietly at her elbow, untouched since the steam had vanished. She hadn't meant to write anything today, but the house had been too quiet, not silent, waiting. Downstairs, something shifted in the pantry. A single soft knock like a jar had moved itself an inch closer to the edge. The pipes didn't rattle, the floor didn't creak, but Luna knew it was time again. She ran a finger over the edge of her journal's cover. The leather was worn in the corners. The fabric thread along the spine had frayed just slightly since she'd returned home. She hadn't noticed before, but today she did. The spiral mark on the front wasn't drawn. It had emerged. The way frost forms patterns across windows that no one could plan. She opened the journal to the very last page with ink on it, then turned once more. Blank. And humming. Miles away, Alora woke from a dream she couldn't quite remember. There had been a forest, no birdsong, and a sound like someone turning a page not made of paper. She sat up slowly in bed. The early light through the curtains made the dust in her room look like mist, and something about it, the softness, the stillness, felt not empty, but expectant. She crossed the room without thinking. Her journal lay open on her desk. She had left it there 2 days ago after writing nothing. The page had been blank. But now, there was a single mark, a spiral, so faint she wasn't sure it was ink at all. It shimmered slightly in the sunlight. And beside it, not alone. She hadn't written it. She didn't recognize the hand. But her pulse slowed in her chest, instead of quickening. Not fear, not even wonder, just certainty. And in Luna's room, the same words began to form. Not with pen, but with presence. The letters glimmered, not silver or blue, but pale sea glass green, like something written on the underside of a wave. Luna watched them curl into shape. She didn't smile. She softened. That was all the spiral asked of her now. Alora didn't hesitate. She sat down at her desk, quill already in hand before she knew she'd moved. Her fingers shook. Not from nerves, but from that strange tension that comes when you realize something is about to begin, and that you're already part of it. She dipped the quill once, let the ink settle, then wrote, "I felt you before I saw the word." She paused. Not because she was unsure, because she wasn't. Luna, on the window seat, began writing at the exact moment. The air in her room felt slightly denser now, like the kind of stillness that settles just before snow. Her fingers moved gently, carefully, as if the ink might bruise the page if pressed too hard. The word was already there, she wrote. I only opened the page it was waiting in. Alora's hand moved again. It doesn't feel like we're meeting. It feels like we've always been walking toward the same curve, and we've both just reached it. Luna blinked, tilted her head, then answered, like turning a corner and recognizing someone you were never told to expect, but always hoped would be there. The spiral between the lines shimmered slightly. Neither knew the other's words. There was no enchantment binding the journals, no spell to create a magical channel. This wasn't Hogwarts magic. This wasn't old family magic. This was thread, drawn not with ink, but with attention. Alora felt the weight of that attention now, like something was watching her hands move, not critically, not possessively, just present. She looked at her last line, then slowly, carefully added, I haven't said my name aloud since the first spiral. It feels like it belongs to the world differently now. Luna, at that same moment, closed her eyes and wrote, there are names I've stopped wearing, not because I've lost them, but because they've softened into something that listens more than speaks. A breeze stirred the pages of both journals at once. No windows were open, no enchantments cast, but the spiral had begun to turn again, not outward this time, inward, toward a center that neither girl had drawn, but both were now becoming part of. Luna set down her quill. Not because she was finished writing, but because she wasn't sure what to write next could be written in words. She turned to the edge of the page, ran her fingers through the small pot of crushed pigment she kept beside her desk. Bluebell dust, powdered lichen, a shimmer of stardust she'd collected from a forgotten ceiling mosaic at Hogwarts. She mixed them lightly on a scrap of parchment until the color reminded her of moonlight seen through mist. And then, gently, she began to draw. The first stroke was a curve. Soft, unhurried. It wasn't a spiral. Not yet. It was a path. A line that turned, then breathed, then returned not to itself, but beside itself. A shape that invited without enclosing. She added a second line, a ripple. The echo of the first. Then a third, turning downward like a root finding water beneath stone. At the same moment, Elora looked down at her page and gasped softly. A mark had appeared in the margin. She hadn't touched her quill, hadn't moved her hand, but there it was, a faint, shimmering curve, so light it seemed burned into the paper rather than drawn. Not a line from Luna's drawing, but its memory, as though the shape Luna had pressed into her page had rippled outward, settling gently into Elora's journal like a whispered hum beneath the ink. Elora didn't speak. She turned the page and waited. Luna's drawing now curved wider, its third stroke branching, not in loops, but in threads, like the edges of roots, like veins in a leaf. Not symmetrical, not mapped, but intentional. She paused, then added a final mark at the base of the shape. A dot, no larger than a teardrop, where the breath of the spiral settled, and Elora's page warmed. Just slightly, not enough to glow, but enough that she reached toward it instinctively, brushing her fingers across the parchment just as the final dot appeared on her page. Perfectly mirrored, but reversed. She whispered, "Is not copying, it's responding." Luna sat back. The ink shimmered on her page, not wet, but alive, as if the pigment had accepted its shape with purpose. She looked at the image and softly said, "I think someone answered, and I don't think it was me." Neither of them wrote again that night. Luna closed her journal with slow hands, the pigment still shifting faintly on the page. She placed it back on the window ledge, not like a book being put away, but like a message set in a bottle and released into tide. The shell pendant at her throat warmed. She didn't touch it. She didn't need to. Down the coastline, in a house where the floorboards had begun to hum when no one spoke, Elora stepped outside barefoot. The evening had fallen into the kind of quiet where sound waits rather than speaks. She held nothing in her hands. The journal lay open behind her on the desk, and the candle beside it had gone out not in a flicker, but a breath. The page glowed faintly. Not with ink, with presence. In Luna's garden, a feather landed on the spiral stone she'd left weeks before. It wasn't a quill, not magical, just a feather. But when it touched the spiral, the shadow of the stone turned, only slightly, only once. But the shape beneath it responded like water drawn to tide. Elora walked to the edge of the walnut tree, the stone she had left days ago. The one with the word "here" was gone. In its place, a curl of grass. Natural, uneven, but unmistakably a spiral. And far above them both, above houses, trees, threads, ink, and breath, a slow pulse began to turn through the corners of things. The spiral in the knot of a cupboard handle, the curl of smoke from a neighbor's pipe, the crack in the plaster of a forgotten stairwell, the stitching pattern in the robes of a traveling witch neither girl would meet for years. The spiral was no longer traveling. It was no longer echoing. It had settled, not as a power, not as a secret, but as a way of being. Luna looked up at the sky and whispered, "I hope she heard it." Elora stood beneath the same sky, miles apart, and thought, "I didn't hear it." I became quiet enough for it to answer. The letter began with no name. Elora didn't sit down to write it. She found herself writing it. Her hand had moved almost before she'd unrolled the parchment. The words didn't tumble. They arrived, one by one, like small, careful footprints being laid through the fog. "You won't know me. You may never know I existed. But I think something we both listened to remembered us at the same time." She paused. The room was still, the window open. Outside, a tree branch tapped gently against the frame, not rhythmically, but in a way that made her think it was hesitating, like it didn't want to interrupt. She wrote, "I don't know your shape. I don't know your voice. But I felt the space you made when you stepped aside and let something older speak through you. I heard it like you left the door open just long enough for someone else to wonder what the air inside felt like." There was no address, no seal. She didn't even sign her name. The ink dried quickly, as if the parchment had been waiting for it. Elora folded the letter, didn't tuck it into an envelope, didn't mark it for owl post. She placed it between the pages of her dream journal, between two entries that had never made sense before. One about stairs that folded backward, and one about a handprint pressed into the wall of a corridor she didn't remember walking. She whispered, "This is yours, even if you never read it." That same night, miles away, Luna felt the journal on her shelf shift. Not fall, not shake, just adjust itself, as though it had made space. And nestled between two old pages, she would later find a folded letter. No name, no mark, but the paper would feel warm, like someone had written it near a fire that never needed logs. And she would know it was hers, even before it had been written. The letter wasn't in her journal. It was between it. Luna found it 3 days later, not while searching, but while listening. She'd been sitting beneath the rafters of her father's study, watching the light bend in the dust as the old telescope turned slowly to no sky in particular. She'd heard the faintest sigh, a breath of parchment, a soft shift of pressed fiber, and known. It was there, tucked between two entries she hadn't opened since winter. Her hands moved carefully, like turning over a sleeping bird. She unfolded the parchment. There was no ink left on her fingertips. No sudden glow, no name. But the page was warm. Not from sun, not from spell, from intention. She didn't read it right away. She held it, felt the faint curve of the folded seam like a second heartbeat. There were marks in the paper, small, trembling strokes where a quill had been lifted mid-thought. A pause after a word, a hesitation at the edge of a line. The spiral didn't speak in letters, but Luna could feel it here. Not in the words, in the spaces between them. She finally looked down, read the first lines. Her lips didn't move, but her breath aligned with the rhythm of the lines as if someone had written them while breathing just like this. You won't know me. You may never know I existed. But I think something we both listened to remembered us at the same time. Luna closed her eyes, not from overwhelm, from recognition. It was not the letter's truth that mattered. It was the acknowledgement that something else had heard too. Outside the tower window, wind curled around the chimney like ribbons spun through water. Inside, Luna sat cross-legged on the rug, the letter in her lap, and said aloud, "You were never meant to arrive. That's why you matter." The page didn't pulse. It simply stayed, offered, and in a drawer on Alara's desk, the dream journal shifted again. Its binding stretched, its thread flexed, not to draw attention, but to balance. Two listeners, two threads, still separate, but beginning to hum in harmony. Luna didn't usually write in her mother's rune book. It wasn't that it felt sacred, though it did. It was that the pages responded, not always visibly, not always kindly. The book had moods, and sometimes, when touched in the wrong order, it closed itself with a quiet finality that made the air feel colder for hours. But tonight, the cover yielded. The spiral etched into the lower corner had warmed just slightly, like copper left in the sun. She opened to a page near the middle. Blank. Or it had been. A single faint curve had appeared near the edge since spring. She hadn't drawn it. Now it shimmered like a ripple on a still lake. Luna took up her quill. Not her usual one, but the white feathered quill she'd used the day of the whispergrass lesson. Long since tucked into the back of her satchel and forgotten, yet somehow still whole. She dipped it once in moon milk ink, and beneath the faint curve on the rune page, she wrote just one line from the letter. I felt the space you made when you stepped aside. The ink didn't smudge. It didn't soak in. It sank. Slowly, word by word, it dimmed, not as if erased, but as if drawn downward, like seeds being pulled into fertile soil. The page shivered and went still. Luna leaned back, watched. Nothing else appeared. No reply. No rune. No hum of magic. But her chest felt lighter, like the page had inhaled for her. She whispered, I think it knew that line wasn't mine, and I think it took it anyway. She closed the book gently, but didn't return it to the shelf. She placed it beside her window, and left the white quill resting on top, pointing east. That night, Alara dreamed of a book she had never seen, bound in sky-colored leather, edges silvered with something older than ink, and when she reached toward it, it turned a page on its own, blank. But listening, Luna didn't reread the letter. After copying that single line into the rune book, she folded the parchment once more, carefully, precisely, as if the creases themselves mattered, and placed it on the windowsill. She weighed it down with a small blue pebble she'd found in the garden the summer before. She whispered nothing. The night was full enough with quiet. The stars were hidden that evening, not by storm or cloud, but by a soft haze that seemed to rise from the earth itself, as if the world had chosen to hold its own breath for a while. Luna left the window cracked, just enough to let the air move in slow spirals. She went to bed without her journal, without her pendant, without the feather. She slept as if nothing was waiting for her at all. And in the early hours before dawn, the letter was gone. Not blown away, not magicked, not stolen. Gone. The blue pebble remained, sitting slightly to the left, as if nudged by careful fingers. And beneath it, a page, unfolded. No writing, just one thing, a feather, pressed flat, pale gray, soft-edged. Not one Luna recognized, but one she understood. She lifted it gently from the paper. It shimmered faintly in the light, not enchanted, just known, like it had been carried not through air but through memory. The page beneath it remained blank. She didn't write on it. She placed it in the back of her journal, let it stay empty. That was enough. Across the hills, Alora sat by her garden fence, brushing her fingers along the edge of a petal that had curled itself into a spiral overnight. She didn't know why the air smelled like lavender now. She didn't know who had left the stone at the base of the tree. But in her lap, her journal shifted once and settled. And in two houses far apart, one windowsill empty, one page untouched, and one feather passed softly from hand to world. The spiral breathed. Threadlight, she'd always believed, was something quiet. Something for the in-between moments. Twilight and breath holds. The hush before dreams or the silence after snowfall. Alora had learned to feel it most when the world around her felt paused. Stilled. She hadn't expected to see it in daylight. But when she opened her eyes that morning, it was there. Not flickering, not hidden, waiting. Her bedroom was full of sunlight, warm, gold-edged, streaking in through the high windows in clear bands. Motes of dust turned in slow orbit, and the edge of her rug glowed faintly where the rays caught in its frayed fringe. And along the wall above her desk, spirals. Not drawn, not etched, shadowed, perfect curls, faint as breath on glass, turning just once before vanishing into the soft grain of the light. Not cast by objects, not tricks of reflection. They were just there, drifting across the whitewashed wall in shapes that knew their own shape. She sat up slowly. Didn't speak. Didn't blink too hard, afraid they might dissolve. But they didn't. They pulsed ever so faintly with the rhythm of the house's breathing. And hers. She stood, approached the wall, raised one hand, not to touch, just to listen with her palm. The air didn't move, but her bones heard it. Like the low chime of a bell struck far away, whose note still found its way home through the stone of the earth. Alora whispered, "You don't only come at night anymore," and the spiral nearest her fingertips widened by a breath, then narrowed again. Across the hills, at the edge of a shadow-dappled path beyond her garden, Luna felt her steps pause. Not halted. Held. She looked up from the trail of ivy she'd been following and saw her, just for a second. A girl. Dark hair. Bare feet on sun-warmed stone. Smiling. Not at Luna. With her. And then she was gone. No pop of apparition. No rustling footfall. Just a single indentation left in the moss. One footprint. Spiraled at the heel. The footprint remained. Luna crouched near it, brushing aside the fern leaves that curled protectively over the moss. The imprint was delicate. Toes splayed slightly outward, the arch clear. And at the heel, unmistakable. A spiral, not carved or pressed, but woven into the moss's growth. As though the earth had not been stepped on, but persuaded. She reached for it with slow fingers. Not to disturb. To witness. The moss was warm beneath her fingertips. Sun-kissed, damp around the edges, but firm in the center. The spiral felt as though it belonged there. Not as a sign, but as a choice. A message spoken in root and soil, not language. Luna looked up. The forest path ahead twisted sharply to the right, descending into older trees. She followed. The woods here had always been strange, even before the spiral. But now, they felt attentive. The branches leaned inward, forming not a tunnel, but a rhythm, an architecture of listening. Every few steps, the pattern repeated. Curved roots, arched ferns, hanging vines like question marks dangling in the breeze. Luna moved without rushing, letting the path decide her pace. After the third turn, she saw it, a ribbon, tied loosely around the low branch of an ancient oak. Frayed at the edges, the color of wet stone, it fluttered once in the wind and then stilled. The spiral had been burned into it. No brighter than the bark behind it, but unmistakable. The heat of the mark still lingered in the air. She stepped closer. Didn't touch it. Instead, she whispered, "I don't need to know who left it. Only that they meant to." Behind her, the wind shifted direction. Not a gust. Just the kind of adjustment a forest makes when it's finished saying something and wants you to move on. She nodded once, and continued walking. Back in her room, Alara turned away from the shadow spirals as they began to fade into the walls. She wasn't afraid of their vanishing. She knew now. Threadlight doesn't vanish. It rests. The forest deepened. Not in shadow, but in texture. The bark grew darker, thicker, as though the trees had been holding stories too long to let their rings stay smooth. Luna stepped carefully now. Not because the path was narrow, but because the air had changed. She noticed it first when her foot struck a loose stone. There was no sound. Not silence. Something more. Muted resonance. Like the earth had caught the noise and kept it. She crouched and tapped the stone again with her wand. The vibration moved through the ground like a ripple, but the noise didn't echo. It folded inward, like breath held behind a closed mouth. She stood slowly, eyes narrowing. There was magic here, but not spellwork. Memory. She walked a few more steps, then stopped. The clearing opened gently, a circle ringed by 4 stone pillars, worn, moss-covered, and mismatched. The tallest bore an etching, shaped like a loose feather. Another had a single hollow in its top, as if something had once rested there. And in the center of the clearing, nothing. Just soil, threadgrass, sky. But as she entered the space, sound changed. Birdsong outside the circle grew distant. Her own breath took on the quality of something half underwater. When she cleared her throat, it rang faintly, like speaking inside a seashell. Luna didn't fear it. She smiled, because this wasn't a trap. It was a space made for listening. Far away, Alora moved past her desk, crossing toward the mirror on the inside of her wardrobe door. She paused. Because the girl in the reflection had already turned, not by much, just a second ahead, as if she'd known what Alora would do and wanted to remind her she was part of it. Alora tilted her head. So did the reflection. But again, slightly before her, she didn't gasp. She whispered, "I think you know where I've been." The spiral, somewhere between their worlds, turned again. Not fast, not louder, just closer. Luna stood in the center of the clearing. The stillness pressed against her skin. Not heavy, not cold, just present. Like a second atmosphere wrapped gently around her frame. She didn't try to cast a spell. She didn't even reach for her wand again. She did something quieter. She breathed. In through her nose, out through her mouth, once. Then again, and on the third breath she hummed. Just a note, low, even unformed. It wasn't a song, it had no name, no key. But the clearing took it in. The stone columns didn't glow, the grass didn't stir, but the space between things changed. The note didn't echo, it folded. It was as if the clearing had tasted her sound and was waiting for the next bite. She let the hum rise slightly, added a second pitch beneath it. Not with voice, just with thought. And still, she stood motionless. Until she felt it. A pulse. Not hers. Not the clearing's. But shared. Far away, Alara pressed her palm to the mirror's edge. She felt it in her ribs. A rhythm. Slow. Low. It didn't match her heartbeat, but it aligned with it. Like someone else was breathing beside her quietly across a very long, very old bridge. Her journal, left on the windowsill, fluttered open. No wind. No spell. Just one page. And on it, in ink so faint it looked like moonlight caught in fabric. She listened. Back in the clearing, Luna let the last hum fall silent. She didn't bow. She didn't leave a token. She simply turned and walked slowly back toward the edge of the trees. Where the wind returned, and the sound of the world began again. The spiral stayed behind, not dormant, not distant, just woven into a clearing where silence knew how to remember. The book was shelved in a crooked little shop at the edge of Diagon Alley, not in the main stretch, where wands were weighed and cauldrons gleamed, but down the third side lane, past the apothecary with the mossy windows, around the corner from the enchanted comb shop that only opened on Thursdays. The sign read, Recollective, rare tomes, soft-bound curiosities. The shopkeeper didn't advertise, didn't speak unless spoken to, didn't restock in the usual way. Books simply appeared. The girl who found it wasn't looking. She was 12, maybe 13. Her robes didn't fit quite right, and her satchel was too heavy for how easily she walked. Her hair was dark, her eyes unreadable. She didn't ask for a price. She didn't even read the title. She just reached to the back of the third shelf near the floor and pulled the book free, like someone pulling a thread out of a tapestry they didn't know they'd been part of. It was a thin volume, bound in soft green leather. No embossing, no spine text. Only a faint spiral etched into the upper corner of the front cover. She opened it to the center. Nothing. Then, one page back. A single mark, drawn not in ink, but in pressure. A curl, pressed into the parchment. Not cut, not written. Impressed. She ran a fingertip over the spiral, felt the shape without seeing it, and smiled. Not with wonder, with recognition. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper looked up, nodded once, said nothing, and went back to counting blank envelopes. In her satchel, the book settled between a charmed map and a dog-eared poetry pamphlet. It would not be opened again for 3 days, but the spiral on the cover had already begun to fade. Not from age, from arrival. Luna didn't know about the book. She didn't know about the shop with the creaky sign, or the girl with dark eyes who never asked questions. She'd never walked that alley, never passed that window where the light looked like melted brass. But that night, she dreamed of dust that had waited too long to settle. In the dream, she stood in a narrow aisle between two shelves that stretched impossibly high. The air smelled of scorched ink and dried mint. No books had titles, no spines were labeled. But they all faced her, like watchers, like listeners, like things that had been shelved not because they were finished, but because they were still listening for someone to finish them. She ran her hand along the shelf. Stopped. There was a book with a spiral on the corner. Soft green cover, cool to the touch. She didn't open it. She only said, I think I left you somewhere I hadn't been yet. And the shelves exhaled. Miles away, Alara sat in her garden with a dull quill and a sheet of scrap parchment. She hadn't meant to draw. She'd only gone outside to feel the evening. But her hand moved, not with decision, with response. A spiral emerged, pressed in faint strokes. One loop, then another. Then a shift, where the curl hooked inward and paused. It wasn't hers. It didn't feel like hers. But it arrived. She finished the mark and stared. Her heart stilled, because it matched. Not just the shape, but the motion. Inside her journal, tucked between two older pages, a folded note had begun to soften at the edges, as if the paper itself had started to breathe again. Alora didn't touch it. She simply whispered, That was yours, wasn't it? The spiral on the parchment shimmered, then stilled. The girl waited 3 days to open the book again, not because she forgot, because the book had told her in its weight and silence that it wasn't ready. It sat untouched in her satchel, spine never bending, pages never fluttering when she dropped her bag or shifted her coat. The spiral on the corner faded each night, but never completely. It waited, and so did she. When she finally opened it, she was alone. The room was small, square, windowless, her favorite place to disappear. She set the book down on the stone floor and let the silence in the space gather, heavy but not unkind. The pages crackled faintly when she turned them, then stopped. There, center fold, no page number, a sentence. Only one, written in a hand she recognized without knowing why. You remembered it before you read it. The ink was pale brown, not old but weathered. The strokes had weight but lacked haste. The letters curled just slightly, like whoever wrote them had been thinking of spirals while they worked. She ran her finger under the line, not touching it, just beneath it, and her breath hitched. Because she had written this once. Not here. Not on paper. But in a dream she'd woken from, with her hand pressed to her chest and her throat aching from something unsaid. She whispered, "You came back through me." And the spiral on the corner of the book, so faint now it could barely be seen, reappeared, not darker, but deeper, pressed from inside the cover, like the book was breathing in. Somewhere distant, Luna's dream shifted. Shelves turned sideways. Alora's journal warmed in the sun despite lying in shadow, and a dandelion in the field behind the house curled in on itself, just once before letting its seeds scatter. The echo had never belonged to one voice. It had waited to be heard by anyone who could carry it further. She didn't mark the page, didn't fold a corner, or tuck a ribbon between the leaves. When she finished reading the single sentence, "You remembered it before you read it," she closed the book softly, as if returning something to sleep. The spiral on the cover pulsed once beneath her fingers. Not light, not magic, just a knowing. She stood, carried the book back down the narrow side street where the bricks always felt slightly rearranged and the lamps swayed on windless days. The bell above the shop door didn't ring. It sighed. The shelves were as crooked as ever. The air smelled of pressed violets and old thunder. And the same spot, bottom row, third shelf back, was waiting. She knelt, ran her fingers along the shelf until they paused in a curl of dust, and placed the book back. No tag. No sign, but the space it landed in gave a soft, low click, like the shelf had accepted the weight of something not returned, but rerouted. She didn't look around. She didn't speak. But as she turned to leave, she whispered toward the ceiling, "Thank you for holding it until I was ready." Behind the counter, the shopkeeper smiled without raising his head, and a small wind spun through the corner of the room, spiraled once through the dust, then vanished. That night, in Luna's window, her dream journal opened itself to the page, with no writing, and on it appeared, not a word, not a drawing, just the shape of the spiral from the book. No ink, no pressure, only shadow, only memory. And in Alora's garden, the clover grew in a curl she'd never planted. At the center of it, a seed she didn't recognize, still closed, still quiet, but waiting. The room book had shifted again. Luna noticed it not by sound or sight, but by absence. The shelf where it rested had always creaked softly when she passed, a small wooden sigh she'd come to expect. But today, nothing. No sound, no give. Just stillness. She turned to look. The book was tilted outward by a single feather's width, not pulled, not dropped. Offered. She stepped forward, ran her fingers along the soft blue leather of the cover. The spiral in the lower corner had faded almost completely. No longer a mark, but the memory of one. Luna opened the book, not to the beginning, not to a ribbon or charm. She let her fingers move on instinct, and the pages led her. Near the end, between two thick chapters of sigil transpositions and harmonic coils, there was a page she'd never seen. Not blank, not written, pressed. The page held no ink, no title, no diagram, but it held a shape, a faint depression in the parchment, as though something had rested there for a very long time, then been gently lifted. The indentation was narrow, curved. Luna ran her fingers along it. The groove deepened beneath her touch. Not by magic, by recognition, and then she saw it. A name, not written across the page, but curled within the spiral itself. Small, soft, folded in, Lunara. It wasn't a nickname. It wasn't a secret. It was something before her, and something she'd been slowly returning to all year. She whispered it aloud. Once, the air in the room shifted. The book didn't hum, the spiral didn't glow, but the pendant at her throat warmed, gently, then deeply, as if remembering something it had waited her whole life to tell her. She closed the book, not to hide it, to keep it safe. She didn't need to speak the name again. Not yet, but she would, and when she did, the spiral would answer. Alora was dreaming, though she didn't know it. The dream had begun not with images, but with a weight, a quiet gravity pulling her downward through soft earth, like she'd been tucked into the roots of a tree that hadn't grown yet. No sky, no ground, only warmth. Only depth. Then, a breath. Not hers. It moved through the dream like fog through a low valley, and when it passed, the space around her shifted. Threads of light opened in the dark, thin, coiling paths that didn't move like beams or strands. They spiraled, not outward. In. She followed them with her eyes. Not walking, just aligning herself with the way they moved. And then a name rose through her like water drawn up a well. Lunara. The sound wasn't spoken. It arrived, fully formed, fully known, like something that had been resting at the base of her spine and had only now remembered how to reach her throat. Ilara whispered it aloud. Lunara. The dream paused. Not ended, not broken. Paused, like a door left ajar in a stormless house. And something listened. She couldn't see it, couldn't feel it. But the air around her in the dream leaned inward, as though the whole shape of sleep had bent its head slightly closer to hear. The name didn't echo. It settled. And then, just as Ilara tried to speak again, the threads of light folded in on themselves. And she woke, her mouth still forming the name. Her heart slowed, not racing, not shaken, just steady. She didn't ask how she'd known it. She only said, "You've always been here, haven't you?" The mirror in the corner caught no light, but a single curl of dust moved across its surface and traced the shape of a spiral before vanishing. The sea was quiet that morning. Not still, there was always movement, but the waves moved in wide, slow curves, like they were thinking between each breath. Luna walked the narrow path that ran along the clifftop behind her house, the grass damp against her shoes, the wind brushing gently at her collar. She hadn't meant to come here. Her feet had moved without asking, and the spiral in her chest had simply agreed. The trail led to a wide stone outcrop, worn smooth by wind and time. Fishermen never came this far. Birds only circled overhead, never landing. Her mother had once called it a listening place. Her father said it made the compass spin in circles. Luna stood at its edge now, looking down at the sea. She didn't speak, but the spiral inside her stirred. She knelt without knowing why, brushed a hand along the stone, and there, nearly invisible, was a name. Lunara, etched into the rock. No spells shimmered, no magic flared, but she felt it. The way a letter feels before it's opened, the way a room feels when someone's just left it. It wasn't recent. The stone around the letters was old, softened by salt and weather. It had been there before she was born. Maybe before her mother, maybe longer. Luna traced the letters with her finger. Each one curved like part of the spiral. The L sloped into the stone like a question. The A at the end closed like a whisper. This wasn't a message. It was a marker. Not of who she would become, but of what had always waited beneath the name she thought was hers. "You weren't made," she whispered. "You were remembered." Behind her, the wind shifted. A gull cried once overhead, and the spiral in her pendant pulsed, faint but firm, like a finger tapping lightly on the inside of her ribs. Not calling, not warning, just reminding her to listen. The house was warm and Luna returned. Not in temperature, though the sun had begun to fill the east windows, but in feeling. The kind of warmth that hums through floorboards and along banisters when a home recognizes its own. She didn't go upstairs. She walked straight to the sitting room where the light fell in slow-moving bands through the tall glass. Her journal was still on the table, closed, undisturbed. But the page inside it had already changed. She opened it, not quickly. Just when the moment was ready, the parchment was blank, save for the faintest shimmer of pressure in the lower corner. Not ink, not charcoal, just a quiet indentation, like a thumbprint left by breath. And then, slowly, as if arriving through the page rather than on it, the name appeared. Lunara, drawn in her own handwriting. But she hadn't written it, not consciously. Miles away, Alora sat on the back steps of her house, her journal balanced across her knees. She'd opened it to a blank page with the intention of writing a dream fragment. Instead, her hand moved sideways. Wrote a name. Not one she'd ever spoken aloud. Not one she'd read, but one that had been pressing itself gently against her ribs for days. Lunara. She looked down at it. Felt no confusion, no surprise. Just a quiet feeling of rightness. the way footsteps match cobblestones in a place you've never walked before. And as the sun passed the edge of the house, its light curved inward through the glass, casting a perfect spiral in gold across Luna's page. The name glowed once, then faded, not erased, just complete. In both houses, one near cliffs, one tucked beside wild trees, the spiral pulsed once in silence, and rested, not ended, not gone, present. Chapter 11. The Thread Beneath the Quiet Things. The letter from Hogwarts arrived with less ceremony than usual. No owl at the window, no tapping beak or dramatic entrance. Just a soft thump on the doormat. A plain envelope, pale parchment, Luna's name written in a hand that wasn't quite McGonagall's and wasn't quite unfamiliar. It wasn't sealed with wax. Just folded, held shut by its own edges, as though it trusted itself not to fly open until the right hands touched it. She knelt to pick it up. The air around it was still. No trace of spellwork, no pulsing charm. But the moment her fingers brushed the edge, something in her chest clicked. Not open. Just aligned. She opened it in the kitchen with her tea going cold beside her. A second-year supply list. A welcome note with no signature. One sentence at the bottom in faint, curling ink. Some threads don't need to be tied to hold. She read it 3 times. The ink didn't fade, but it settled. She looked up from the letter. The light in the room had shifted. The kettle hadn't boiled. The windows hadn't steamed. But the whole house felt as though it had just exhaled. Luna rose. Not quickly. Not with urgency. Just with the awareness that something was ready to begin again. She moved through the house like one returning from a long walk, gathering the pieces she hadn't known she'd set down. The journal, the quill, the rune stone, the feather. Each one waited in its place without needing to be called. Upstairs, the trunk sat open at the foot of her bed. Not packed, but neatly expected. Inside, her robes had already begun to unfold themselves. Not magically, just eagerly. She smiled and whispered, "All right then." And the shell at her throat gave the smallest, most contented pulse. Outside, the wind picked up once, curled through the trees, and passed. The spiral didn't speak, but it didn't need to, because Luna was no longer following it. She was carrying it. Alar didn't receive a letter. She didn't expect one. There was no owl. No note tucked into the doorframe. No seal, no flourish of magic in the air. The world outside her window stayed exactly the same. And yet, she knew the spiral had moved again. Not ahead, not beneath, but into something. Something she wore. She felt it first in the weight of her coat. The one she always left on the back of the door, half forgotten through the warmer months. It had hung there since spring, faded a bit more around the seams, the inner lining rubbed soft from long walks. That morning, it felt different. Balanced. Like someone had pressed a single coin into the hem and let it rest. She lifted it down slowly, ran her hand along the lining. There, on the inner edge of the right sleeve. A stitch. New, pale thread. Coiled into a spiral no larger than a fingernail, half hidden in the fold. Not embroidered. Grown. The thread hadn't been sewn with intention. It had become... Alora didn't flinch, didn't gasp. She only brought the sleeve to her lips and breathed against it, like sending warmth through glass to watch what shape it took. The thread didn't glow, but it pulsed. Soft, warm, answering. She whispered, "You chose this way back, didn't you?" Before I even looked toward the path, the spiral didn't answer aloud. But the coat shifted in her hands, like a mat folding to the page you'd already been wondering about. And when she put it on, the fabric settled against her skin like it remembered her. Not just her form. Her thread. She walked outside barefoot, the coat too large for the day, the hem brushing through the long grass. The wind passed her once. Didn't pull. Didn't push. Just moved with her. Luna hadn't packed the parchment. She was sure of it. She knew every item in her trunk, had placed each robe, each journal, each softly clinking vial with care. Even the loose page of pressed whispergrass had been tucked inside her dream book, sealed between 2 protective layers of rune-stamped vellum. And yet, there it was, resting quietly atop her traveling cloak, Folded once, edges worn as though carried for some time. No name. No mark. Just a feeling in the air around it that made the rest of the trunk seem slightly quieter. Slightly held. She lifted it with both hands. Unfolded it slowly. Inside, a spiral. Drawn in thin graphite strokes, smudged near the center as if touched too soon after sketching. Below it, in her own handwriting. Stay. Her breath caught. Not from fear. From the kind of stillness that knows it has found the center of something that never wanted to be the center. Just the next quiet step in a longer walk. She sat down cross-legged beside the trunk, the parchment in her lap. Ran her thumb along the graphite. It didn't smear. It settled. Stay. Not a command. Not a plea. A promise. She hadn't written it, but she had, not today, but some version of her, a version that had known, even before the spiral ever showed itself, that some things aren't meant to be followed to the end. Some things are meant to be lived beside. She folded the parchment again. This time along a different line, slid it into the inside pocket of her cloak, where the thread lining had begun to curl, on its own, into a soft coil. Not a spiral, but a resting thread, one that no longer needed to move to be meaningful. And as she closed the trunk, she said gently, "All right, I'll stay with you." And she felt the spiral echo. Not around her, but within. Elora stood at the edge of the hill behind her house. The grass was tall, brittle at the tips, silvered from the sun. No path marked the slope. No tracks from boots or beasts. Just open green spilling downward into woods she didn't recognize. She could have turned back, but the spiral in her coat sleeve was warm again, warmer than it had been all day. Not urging, just aware, she took one step forward. Nothing happened. No stone rolled, no light shimmered, no magic curled in the air, but the grass bent beneath her foot in a perfect curve. One that didn't lead, just welcomed. She stepped again, and with each pace, the hill didn't become clearer. She did. The spiral wasn't drawing her somewhere. It was remembering her forward. She reached the edge of the tree line. Stopped. The light through the canopy was gold-flecked and soft, casting thin spirals between the leaves as though the forest itself had breathed a name she hadn't yet spoken. Elora let her eyes close and whispered, not to the woods, not to herself, but to something older than both. "I'm not following you. I'm just walking near the rhythm you left behind." The spiral in her coat pulsed once. Not a thrum, not a signal, a shared acknowledgement. Back at her house, the wind moved gently through the chimney, and on the windowsill she'd forgotten to close. A single thread of hair curled into a loose spiral, caught on a nail. It glimmered briefly in the light, then let go. The corridor hadn't changed. Luna could tell before she turned the final corner. The way the light pooled against the far wall, the hush and the stones underfoot, it all remained exactly as she remembered from her first year. But the air held something different now. Not tension, not resistance, completion. She stopped before the wall, the same one she had touched months ago, when the spiral had glowed softly beneath her fingers and pulsed as if remembering her back. Now, it was still not cold, not sealed, just closed. She reached out anyway, pressed her palm gently to the place where the spiral had once lived. Nothing stirred. No hum. No warmth. No faint response in her chest. Only the feel of smooth stone. And a silence that did not mourn. It took her a long moment to understand. The spiral hadn't locked her out. It had left this place. Or more truly, it had finished here. She sat down cross-legged on the flagstone, resting her back against the wall. The castle's breath moved around her, a slow creak of timbers above, the soft shifting of dust in the high corners, a distant stairwell rotating somewhere overhead. Luna closed her eyes, listened, not for magic, not for memory, for what wasn't asking anything anymore. Sometimes, things don't vanish. They simply become part of the next thing. She reached into her cloak pocket and withdrew the folded parchment, unfolded it slowly. Stay, it still read, beneath the graphite spiral. The graphite hadn't smudged. The edges of the paper hadn't curled. But something about it had changed. It no longer felt like a question. She folded it again and whispered to the wall, "Thank you for knowing when you weren't needed anymore." then stood, and walked back the way she came, not waiting for the spiral to move, knowing now it would meet her wherever she already was. Ilara walked beneath the trees without looking down. She didn't need to. The ground knew where she was going. It didn't unfold into a trail, not a neat path of stones or packed earth. It simply received her. The leaves bent without breaking, the grass parted without sound, and the moss beneath her steps gave just enough to soften the press of her heels. It felt less like she was making progress, and more like the woods were welcoming back a shape they'd already memorized. She passed under a crooked bough, rushing her hand across the rough bark. It pulsed faintly under her fingertips. No spell. Just a reminder. This is where you paused last time. She hadn't remembered until now, but her bones did. Her stride slowed to match the pace of her breath, and the woods responded. Light dimming gently, sound drawing inward, birdsong turning distant. The spiral wasn't waiting. It was walking alongside. A few minutes later, the trees widened. Not into a clearing, not yet, but into a kind of pause. The canopy broke just enough to let a thread of sun fall in a perfect ring across a low rise in the earth. She stepped into it, felt the warmth curl beneath her chin, between her fingers, across her ribs. The hem of her coat moved, and she heard it, not in her ears. In the space between her ribs, you didn't need a door either. The spiral hadn't been leading her to an opening. It had been teaching her how to keep walking without one. She looked up through the trees. The light above twisted in the breeze, leaf shadows dancing in gentle spirals across her coat sleeve. And beneath her feet, the moss curled once at the toes of her boots, as if sighing with recognition. Luna didn't seek the spiral that afternoon. She hummed, just a thread of melody. Something soft and tuneless, the kind that appears when thought grows quiet and your hands are busy packing the last few objects into your trunk. She didn't realize she was doing it until the kettle on the stove let out a high-pitched note in harmony. She paused, smiled, hummed the line again. This time, the floorboard near the fireplace creaked in rhythm. Not a full step, just a nod, as though the castle, or something within it, had leaned in slightly to say, "Yes, I hear it too." The melody had no lyrics, but it knew her. It passed through her teeth like breath between shells, shaped by nothing but memory and air. She moved through the lower rooms of the house, with her coat slung over one shoulder, the journal tucked into the crook of her arm, and with every quiet note she released, something responded. A cupboard door she hadn't opened all summer swung gently ajar. The clock in the hallway ticked once, then paused, then ticked again on a new beat. Her mother's old runestone chimed softly in the drawer. None of it was magic. Not exactly. It was familiarity, not her memory of them. Theirs of her. She reached the front hall, let the melody trail off into silence. And the silence echoed back. Just once. No sound. But the feeling of a note finishing its arc somewhere else. Maybe in a forest. Maybe across the hills. Maybe in another girl's chest, rising like warmth between ribs. The spiral didn't hum with her. It had become the hum, and all she had to do was keep breathing through it. Ilara's boots brushed against something hard. Not a root, not stone. Something smooth, round, half buried in the moss near the slope where the trees leaned back like watchers exhaling after a long wait. She crouched, brushed the moss aside with careful fingers. A stone, palm-sized, flat, gray with soft veins, and etched into its surface. Faint but visible, a spiral. Not carved, not cut, pressed, remembered. She reached to lift it, but it moved. Not away from her fingers, not out of reach. Just sideways. Rolled. One slow turn, then another. Like a marble set loose on a perfect slant, obeying gravity that didn't exist until it chose to. It stopped after 3 turns. Not far, but just enough. And where it had lain, something glimmered. She leaned closer, brushed the moss back fully, and saw it, a mirror, set flat into the earth, its frame barely distinguishable from the stone around it. No shimmer of enchantment, no silvering along the edges, just a circle of stillness, catching the light in quiet spirals. She saw herself in it, not sharply, not like glass, more like water that had memorized her shape long ago, and was now offering it back. In the reflection, she wasn't smiling, but she wasn't still. Her chest moved slowly. Her eyes met her own, and in the far corner of the mirror, where no reflection should reach, a second spiral began to curl outward. Not drawn, not placed, just forming. She didn't reach for it. She didn't need to. She only sat beside the mirror, placed the spiral stone next to her knee, and said, quiet as moss beneath a step, "You didn't hide anything. You were always just waiting to be seen." In Luna's house, the glass of her window shimmered once. No reflection, just light folding inward. And somewhere in the castle, a feather lifted from a bookshelf, spun once, and rested again. The dream didn't begin like the others. There was no spiral, no hump, no corridor folding gently around her steps. It began with a window, one she didn't recognize, set into dark stone, streaked with frost. A pane warped ever so slightly, so the stars beyond looked stretched, like they were trying to become rivers. Luna stood before it barefoot, the air around her too quiet for any real place. Then she turned and saw the mirror. It wasn't hers. She knew that immediately. The frame was taller than she was, crooked in its mounting, as though it had grown there. Vines had curled around its base, not binding it, but choosing it. And yet, when she stepped toward it, it didn't reflect her. It showed a girl, older maybe, her face half-shadowed. She was sitting at a desk, quill in hand, head tilted slightly as if she'd paused mid-thought. Not asleep, not quite awake, watching. But not the mirror, watching Luna. Luna's breath stilled. She didn't move. The girl in the mirror blinked once, slowly, deliberately, and set her quill down. Luna stepped closer, and the image didn't shift. The mirror didn't mimic. It maintained. This wasn't a dream of memory. It wasn't even her dream. She was inside something. A thread line that wasn't hers. A room built of someone else's waiting. The girl in the mirror leaned forward, closer to the surface. Close enough that Luna could see a faint spiral at the hollow of her throat. Not drawn, not glowing, just present. Like breath, like heartbeat, like a name that hasn't yet been spoken. And then, the girl whispered something. Luna couldn't hear it. But the spiral on the girl's neck pulsed once. And in her own dream, in the cold, silent air of a place she had never seen, Luna felt warmth bloom behind her ribs. She didn't need to understand the words, because she had already believed them. Luna reached toward the mirror, not to touch it, not to see if it was real. She only wanted to know if the girl would reach back. Her fingers hovered just above the surface. The air didn't feel like glass. It felt thinner, like standing near a window left open too long, or beside the moment just before someone speaks. She didn't press. She didn't need to, because the mirror changed. The girl vanished. Not faded, gone. The vines at the edge curled slightly tighter, and the surface rippled once like breath over calm water. Then, a new image. Not a person, a place. Stone steps, carved deep into the earth, worn smooth, half sunk into moss. Light flickering above as if from a ceiling that wasn't there. No walls, no sky, just a path downward, surrounded by the sound of silence that had listened too long. Luna tilted her head. She had never seen this place. Not in dreams, not in visions, not in any half-whispered memory tucked inside her mother's journals. And yet, her bones leaned toward it. Her ribs lifted as though the spiral had inhaled and brought her with it. She didn't recognize the carvings on the walls. Not entirely, but one of them, a shape curled in the edge of the stair, looked like the first rune she'd ever sketched by accident. And at the base of the last visible step, just barely illuminated, a feather, dark, whole, curled like a comma at the end of a sentence that hadn't been finished. She stepped back from the mirror, and the image followed her. It didn't vanish. It waited, as if to say, "This isn't a vision, it's a direction." Luna woke without opening her eyes. The memory of the mirror still curved behind her eyelids. She whispered, "That's where you are now, isn't it?" Not a door, not a voice, just further in. And the spiral in her chest, not the pendant, not the runes, just the sense of it, gave a long, slow answering turn. Elora hadn't moved in hours. The mirror at her feet still held its shape in the soil, framed by curling moss and the heavy hush of trees too old to whisper. She sat beside it now, coat pulled beneath her, spine bent slightly forward in a posture more like listening than waiting. She hadn't expected it to change again, but it had. The spiral had returned. Faintly etched in the glass, circling the edge of her reflection like breath on cold water. And in its center, not her face, not her eyes. A girl, sleeping, not just any girl. Luna. Elora didn't know how she knew the name. She'd only heard it in the dream once, and still it rested in her mouth like something warm and unfinished. Luna lay in a narrow bed, face tilted toward the window, a shell pendant resting on her collarbone. Her hair was half twisted in sleep, one hand curled loosely around the edge of the quilt. She looked peaceful, and yet awake somehow, not in body, in presence. Elora leaned over the mirror, heart catching in her throat. Luna stirred slightly. Not to wake, to acknowledge. Her lips didn't move, but her face softened. A small smile, the kind that knew someone was watching and allowed it. The spiral in the mirror brightened just slightly, not glowing, not pulsing, just acknowledging its own arc. And Elora whispered, without knowing why, "Thank you." Not to the spiral, to the girl in the glass. Luna's breath slowed, and in the space between their reflections, the trees around Elora deepened in shade, as though the mirror had drawn them closer, not in threat, but in witness. She sat back, tears neither hot nor sad on her cheeks. Only there, like dew left by a dream. The mirror dulled. The spiral faded. But Elora did not move, because the silence left behind was still listening. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them heard. But somewhere, threaded between forest and stone, between a mirror nestled in moss and a dream fading behind a bedroom window, they moved in unison. Luna sat up in bed, not startled, not shaken, as if the waking had waited patiently for her to reach it. She looked toward the window, then toward the small mirror tucked into the corner of her shelf. It didn't reflect her, not anymore. Just the pillow where her head had rested, the spiral pendant still warm at her collar, and in its surface, soft, almost imagined, a whisper of green light, as if something remembered watching. Elora stood. The leaves shifted gently behind her, like breath exhaled through old wood. She brushed her fingers once over the edge of the earth-set mirror. It no longer held Luna's face, but the place where Luna had been, that shape of stillness, remained. A softness in the silver, a quiet curve in the glass. Elora stepped back, paused, and turned around just once, not to find herself, to be certain the other girl wasn't imagined. They mirrored each other without knowing. Luna stood. Elora turned. Two hands brushed against two pockets where folded pages still waited. Neither reached for the paper. Not yet. They simply stood still, present. And as the spiral thinned behind them, its echo not fading but receding into memory, they whispered the same thing on opposite sides of the world. You were real. I saw you. And the spiral, in places unseen, curved inward. Not ending, but beginning again. The hillside above Ottery St. Catchpole was overgrown with foxglove. Tall spires of violet, honey thick in the air, humming faintly with bees. Luna moved between them without brushing a petal, her boots damp from the late morning dew, and her coat slightly too warm for the season. She wasn't following anything. Not today, not the spiral, not a sound. Just a quiet pull beneath her ribs, like the stillness in a song before the last note is played. She reached the edge of the slope and paused. Below, beyond the sun-drowsy fields and crooked fences, stood a boy. Alone. Hands in his pockets, satchel slung over one shoulder, a notebook dangling loosely from one hand. Ellis, Dawlish. He didn't look up, just raised one arm and let the notebook flutter open in the breeze. Luna made her way down the hill, slow but sure, until the wind carried her voice to him. I didn't think I'd see you this summer. Neither did I, he replied, still not turning. But I think the spiral left something unfinished. She stepped beside him. They stood in silence for a long moment, the breeze circling their ankles. Then he handed her the notebook. Inside, not writing. Just lines. Curved. Layered. A spiral, yes, but looser. More fluid. More like a memory that didn't want to be remembered too sharply. Luna traced one arc with her fingertip. This one looks like the walk behind the greenhouses. And this one, he said, pointing near the center, is where the wall didn't open. They didn't speak again for some time. The bees moved through Foxglove. A cloud passed overhead and drifted on, and the spiral between them curled just a little tighter. Not in warning. In recognition. I wasn't going to come here, Ellis said at last. He was watching the sky now, as if it might explain itself. Luna sat beside him, knees tucked up, her cloak spread out over the grass like a tide. She glanced at his notebook again, still open between them, the spiral drawing slow breath in the paper's folds. Then why did you? She asked. I followed the lines, he said. From the dream? No, he said, quieter now. From the sketch. The one I started 2 days ago. He drew a finger in the air, tracing one curve from the margin inward. It wasn't a place I recognized. Not at first. But it started pulling. Luna didn't question him. Not because it made perfect sense, but because it made sense in the way spirals always do. Gradually, quietly, without demand. She reached into her bag, pulled out her journal, set it gently beside his. It fell open on its own, pages fluttering, stopping just before the final fold. There, in the seam between parchment and spine, a faint etching had begun to darken. Not ink, not graphite, just pressure. A spiral so fine it looked like a crease. Until it turned. Ellis leaned closer. His breath caught. I've drawn that before, he murmured. I know, Luna said. She turned the journal slightly, let the sun catch it. The spiral shimmered once, then stilled. They sat together, not speaking, while the air around them began to hum again, softly, faintly. The kind of hum that lives in the bones of birds just before they lift off, and the hinges of gates that know when to open without being touched. The spiral didn't ask them to walk, but it didn't let them forget they could. Luna traced one line backward, from edge to center, then asked, Do you think it's a message? No, Ellis said. I think it's a memory. Whose? He looked at her. Didn't smile. Didn't frown. Just answered plainly. Ours. Luna took the quill from her satchel. It wasn't her mother's. That one she kept wrapped in velvet. Never used, still feather soft and tipped in silver. This one was ordinary. Short, ink dark, the kind of quill that never made a fuss about what it was writing. She dipped it once into a jar of pale gray ink and touched it to the edge of Ellis's spiral. Her hand didn't hesitate. It didn't plan. It simply responded. She didn't redraw his shape. She didn't correct or complete it. She just added a second line, curving in toward his, sometimes crossing, sometimes shadowing, sometimes slipping underneath in gentle tension. The paper didn't glow, but it breathed. When she lifted the quill, Ellis leaned in to see. The new spiral wasn't identical. It moved differently, dipped more steeply near the center, paused at 2 points in ways that weren't architectural. They were emotional. The lines met in a curve near the bottom right. Not touching, just close enough to feel like they had a reason to belong together. He exhaled. That wasn't just a drawing. Luna didn't reply at first. She pressed the side of her thumb against the paper, gently, just over the place where the lines kissed once, then parted. The parchment warmed beneath her skin. It was a remembering, she said softly, of something we haven't reached yet. He looked at her then, not startled, just certain, and said, I think I saw you in the mirror. Luna didn't ask which one. She didn't need to. The spiral in her journal turned once, so faintly the pages didn't shift, but the shadow near the binding curved. Inward, the wind passed over the hilltop. Neither of them moved, because movement wasn't the thing now. Presence was. Luna closed the journal. Not quickly, not softly, just with the kind of finality that doesn't end a thing, only hold it still for a while. The cover made no sound as it shut. The spiral inside didn't glow, but she felt the echo of both settle through her chest, like warm water being poured into a stone bowl. She tucked the journal into her satchel. Ellis didn't move. The wind had shifted again, now moving inland from the far edge of the field below. It carried the scent of bramble and loam, and the dry sweetness of hay cut days ago and left out under sun. They stood side by side, not touching, not turning, just knowing they were both facing the same place now. Ellis slung his satchel back onto his shoulder. We didn't make this together. Luna tilted her head. No, but we remembered it in the same direction. They didn't speak again as they stepped off the slope, walking through the foxglove. Each step flattened nothing. The stalks bent, breathed, and stood again after they passed. Like even the flowers had agreed not to break anything today. Luna didn't hum, but the shape of the air around her carried rhythm anyway. A half tune, a slow echo, not a song. A thread. They reached the fence line. Paused. He looked at her once. Do you think it's still moving? She nodded. It always was. They parted without ceremony. Not as goodbye. Just space, a necessary curve in a larger shape, the kind of turn you make not to leave, but to keep walking without untangling the thread between you. And the spiral, somewhere inside the earth beneath them, turned once more. Slow, deliberate, whole. The sky was the color of wet wool. Not storm dark, but weighted. The kind of sky that made the trees hold still and the birds lower their songs. Luna sat on the floor of the study, legs tucked beneath her, her mother's spellbook open on the rug before her. She hadn't looked at this volume in weeks. It hadn't called to her. Until this morning, the book had slid slightly sideways on the shelf. Not fallen. Just inclined, as if something inside had leaned closer. Luna had noticed, and the spiral inside her had turned once, softly. Now it lay open on her lap, spine bent gently, pages still faintly smelling of rosemary oil and old vellum. She turned to a page she didn't remember marking. There was no header, no chapter number. Just a hand-drawn symbol. Not quite a rune. Not quite a word. A spiral made of feather lines, curved as if drawn by breath alone. Below it, a title written in her mother's script. On thread walking, she ran her fingers across the ink. It didn't smudge. She began to read. The red walking is not travel. It is not divination. It is not sight. It is not memory or dreaming or curse. It is a rhythm made of place, person, and pause. It is what happens when someone becomes so attuned to a pattern that they no longer need to follow it, because they have begun to move within it. Luna's breath slowed. She turned the page. Children may inherit the thread, but they do not always recognize it until it loops through them. Threadwalkers are not chosen. They are remembered. And in being remembered, they begin to remember themselves. Below the final line, her mother had written a single word in the margin, not for instruction, for emphasis. A word underlined once, faintly. Lunara. Luna did not cry. She didn't smile either. She only placed her hand gently over the spiral on the page and felt, not magic, not clarity, just a widening stillness. Like a door not opening but finally acknowledging it doesn't need to. Luna turned the page slowly, the weight of the ink still warming her fingers. There were more passages now, diagrams she couldn't name, notes in her mother's looping hand. Some sharp with certainty, others left mid-thought, as if the words had gone quiet before finishing their shape. At the center of the next spread, something shifted. Not on the page. In it, she leaned forward. There, between the two leaves, pressed so lightly it hadn't creased the paper, lay a feather. Not owl, not quill, something smaller, darker, shot through with faint lines of silver and gray, like it had once belonged to something that moved through starlight. She lifted it carefully. It weighed almost nothing, but her fingers tingled where it touched skin. Not pain, not magic, recognition. She hadn't placed this here. She was sure of it. And yet, the book had never felt entirely hers, not the way notebooks or sketchpads do. This one had always felt like a conversation paused mid-sentence, waiting for her to grow into the moment when she could listen. Now, it was answering. Luna turned the feather slowly in her hands. The light caught on a faint spiral pattern near the quill's base. Not dyed, not carved. Grown, built right into the shape of it. She brushed her thumb once over the spiral. The feather gave the softest, slowest twitch. And in the quiet that followed, she saw it. Her mother's initials, written in the bottom corner of the opposite page. 2 overlapping curves. E, L, no spell attached. Just presence. Luna whispered, You walked this too. Did you find her? Did she walk you back? The spiral in the feather shimmered, not glowing, just catching the memory of light. Luna set the feather aside with reverence, placing it atop her journal as though the two objects already understood each other. Then she turned back, not forward, not toward new pages or untouched spells, backward. Each page revealed a note she hadn't seen before, not because it hadn't been there, but because she hadn't been the right distance from the spiral yet. Now, the margins whispered, not words, herbs, tiny arcs of ink, notations shaped like half spells and half music. Phrases like return by resonance, or bind the pause, not the pull. She traced one of them with her nail. It curled in the same direction as a spiral etched on the feather. The spells weren't linear. They weren't even instructional. They were remembered movement. One page held a charm she had once dismissed as nonsense, a binding for scattered thoughts drawn with 5 concentric circles. She had assumed it was metaphor. Now she saw the outer ring connected to another spell 3 pages earlier, an incantation for echo containment annotated with, "Do not seal the sound, invite it to walk." Luna flipped again. Another connection, again and again, each spell a step, each note a gesture, each mark a turn inward, until finally, she reached the beginning. Page 1. No table of contents, no dedication, just a single hand-drawn spiral, and beneath it, if found, follow backward. She walks you forward. She closed the book, held it in her lap, and for the first time since she had opened it that morning, it felt whole. Not because it had given her an answer, but because it had returned her to a question her mother had once asked herself: what waits in a path that no one drew, but everyone remembers? Luna did not speak. She did not move. She only placed her hand once more on the closed cover, and in the air around her, not inside the house, not outside, just a rat, the spiral turned. The afternoon had stilled. Even the trees, usually restless this time of day, seemed to pause, leaves motionless in the warm hush, as if something just beneath the world had taken a long, slow breath. Luna carried the book to the windowsill. The old wooden ledge still held faint scratches from her mother's vials, her own quills, and one tiny groove shaped like the letter O, where her father had once absent-mindedly carved a ring while thinking. She placed the book beside the shell pendant, let them rest together. The pendant shifted, not with magic, not with weight, just alignment. Its curve nestled perfectly against the book's spine, as if it had waited years for that angle, that moment. Luna didn't open the journal. She didn't reach for her quill. She didn't need to write anything, because the spiral didn't need words anymore. Not from her. Not today. It had spoken through books and feathers, dreams and glass. Through Ellis and Alora. Through hallways that didn't open and mirrors that didn't reflect. It had spoken enough. Now it was listening. She sat beside the window, chin resting on her knees, and stared out across the fields. The wind moved once, softly, through the long grasses, a pattern only the air would remember. And she whispered, "I won't ask you to stay. I'll stay with you instead." Below, her father emerged from the workshop, holding a cup of tea in each hand, humming off-key. A small moth landed on the outer pane, folded its wings into a spiral, and rested. Luna didn't reach for it. She only smiled, and let the moment settle. Some stories don't end when the book closes. They quiet. The spiral didn't vanish. It didn't fade. It curled inward, wrapped itself gently between one hand and another, and waited for the next name to remember it. Alora sat cross-legged in the tall grass behind the house, notebook unopened in her lap. She hadn't written in days. Not from forgetfulness. Not from fear. Just stillness. The kind that comes after a dream that doesn't fade, but settles, like dust choosing where to rest. The last thing she'd written was a name. Not her own. Not anyone's, really. Just a shape and sound she hadn't known she knew. Lunara. The ink had dried before she realized the quill was still in her hand. Now the notebook sat closed, its edges warm from the morning sun, and she sat with it, not trying to write again, just waiting to see if the name would shift. Because names weren't always things you were given. Sometimes they were things that grew out of you. She'd asked her father once why she was named Alora. He'd said it was the name of a moon, one that orbited far from home, one that moved around something massive, invisible, always pulling. She'd nodded, then asked what the name meant. And he'd said, "It doesn't have to mean, it just gets closer, over time." Now, the name Lunara sat like a shadow beside hers, not replacing, not answering, just echoing, like two threads tied not by hand but by rhythm. She didn't know if she liked that, but she wasn't afraid of it, because what mattered more than the name was the shape it left behind. Alora opened her notebook again, not to write, to look. The name was still there, but fainter now, as though it had shifted backward into the page. She ran her thumb across it, felt nothing, but she whispered anyway, "You're not mine." But I don't think I was ever just me either. And in the grass around her, the wind passed once, then folded quietly into stillness. Again, the picture frame on Alora's shelf had always leaned a little to the left. She'd straightened it dozens of times, even wedged a folded bit of parchment behind the lower edge to hold it steady. Today, it leaned again, but when she reached to adjust it, the parchment fell free. It wasn't the scrap she remembered. It was folded, heavy, cream-colored, ink smudged at the edges, like it had been handled more than once. She didn't remember writing it, but she recognized it. Her name was scrawled on the outside, not in her own hand, in the same soft, tight loops that filled her dreams sometimes. The ones that weren't quite cursive, weren't quite symbols. A thread language, not meant to be read, meant to be felt. She opened it, slowly. The handwriting inside was hers, but she couldn't remember putting the words down. Not all of them. Some phrases she knew. Some she felt like she was reading for the first time, and yet her bones already knew what came next. I don't know who this is for yet, but I know the thread is leading me through it. There's someone waiting where this curve meets another. Someone who doesn't know they're missing a shape. And when I meet them, I'll feel it like a name I never said out loud. Maybe it's a girl. Maybe she dreams through stone. Maybe she hums the spiral back to sleep. Elora stared at the ink. One line pulsed faintly darker than the rest. The one she hadn't meant to write at all. I think her name is mine, too. The wind moved through the open window. It didn't rattle the glass. It didn't flutter the letter. It simply passed. And Elora whispered, "I didn't send this because it wasn't ready. Because I wasn't." She folded it again. Not tightly, not neatly, just with care. And this time, she didn't tuck it behind anything. She left it on the desk, visible, waiting. Not for her. Not anymore. Luna's dream journal had not been touched in days. Not because she had nothing to write, but because the dreams had begun speaking in shapes rather than scenes. Spirals of breath and color that didn't quite fit into the language of ink. And she wasn't sure the journal was the right place anymore. But today, she felt it. Not a pull. Not an idea. Just the certainty that something had arrived. She opened the journal. Pages flipped of their own accord. Past sketches, runes, fragments of whispers she'd barely remembered writing. Past the raven with the changing eye. Past the feather that once spelled her name in air. They stopped halfway through. At the center of the spread was a spiral, drawn in graphite. But not by her. It turned the wrong way. Not backward, not forward, inward. Not a spiral that pulled, a spiral that revealed. Each curve mirrored its twin on the opposite side, like the drawing had folded in on itself from both ends and met somewhere in the middle. She touched the center, and the page was warm. At the bottom corner, in tiny, careful writing, was a second signature. Not her own. It was a name she didn't recognize, at least not fully. But her chest tightened when she read it, as if something there had already waited too long to be seen. Elara. Luna blinked, not surprised. Just seen. Like a name echoing through the spiral and curling around to meet itself again. She didn't ask how it got there. She didn't wonder when it had arrived. She simply whispered, "You're real. You've always been real." The spiral shimmered once under her fingers. Not glowing, just turning. Quietly toward her. Luna didn't reach for a quill. Not at first. She let the spiral sit there, its mirrored lines folding toward each other in silence, the name Alara resting at the edge like a thread that had been waiting to be picked up. Then, slowly, she opened to the opposite page and began to draw. Her own spiral was simpler, less intricate, less symmetrical, drawn not with precision but with presence. Each curve softer, each turn a breath, and when the lines reached the center, she let them pause. Not to finish, but to listen. Then, gently, she reached across with her thumb, touched the center of Alara's spiral with one finger and the center of her own with the other, and closed the book. On the touch. She didn't trap them. She didn't seal them. She simply allowed the contact to remain within the fold. So when the pages met, the spirals overlapped. Not perfectly. Not evenly. Just enough. Just true. The journal didn't glow. The ink didn't shift. But the weight of the book changed in her hand, as if it was carrying not one name now, not one memory, but a conversation too old for paper. And still not finished. Luna set the journal back on the windowsill. She didn't open it again. Didn't need to, because the spiral wasn't in the book anymore. It was between them, where no page could hold it, where no name had to prove it, where one thread met another, and unwound quietly into trust. Outside, the wind turned once more. Not forward, not back, just inward. The path along the cliffside wasn't on any map. Luna didn't discover it. She recognized it. A curve in the hedgerow behind the village, just past a crooked stile, where the wind always seemed to shift direction. It wasn't a trail anyone talked about, but it was there. A narrow thread of stone and earth winding between the bramble and the sea. She hadn't walked it since early spring. Today, it pulled at her like a tide she'd already agreed to follow. She moved quietly, not cautiously, just aware. Her boots brushed loose stones into the grass. The cliff fell steep to her right, where the sea rolled in soft ribbons of foam, too far below to be heard but still felt in the chest. The wind wrapped around her shoulders and pulled strands of her hair loose from their braid. She didn't resist it. Some winds weren't weather. They were memory. Halfway up the path, she stopped. There, nestled against a curve in the hill, stood a stone, not large, not carved by wand or chisel, just a flat piece of slate, propped between root and soil, barely taller than her knee. At first glance, it looked like nothing. Then, the light shifted, and the names revealed themselves. Lunara, Ilara. No date, no spell, no explanation, just the two names, etched shallow into the surface. Not freshly, no gleam of newness. The moss had already begun to curve around the base. A tuft of sea-pale grass leaned toward the edge, as if listening. Luna knelt. Her hand hovered over the carving but didn't touch it. She didn't need to, because she remembered not making it. And still, somehow, she had left it here. She whispered, "You already knew I'd find this. Before I knew your name." The sea breathed below. The wind didn't answer. But the stone seemed just a little warmer now. Luna stayed. She didn't mean to sit for long, but time slipped differently here. The wind moved in soft patterns. The sea below held its rhythm. And the stone beside her felt less like an object and more like a pause made physical. She tucked her legs beneath her coat and leaned back on her hands, watching the sky turn. The clouds thinned. The light deepened. Evening didn't fall. It settled. She hadn't brought her journal. She hadn't brought a watch. There was nothing here to measure the passing of time, only the feel of the world exhaling, the kind of silence that isn't empty, but full of things that know not to speak yet. She tilted her head upward and saw the first stars. They came in slow, like candles being lit one by someone with patient hands. No rush, no ceremony, just presence. She counted them, not for number, but for placement. Because something was arranging them, not the sky itself, the spiral within her. The stars weren't forming constellations. They were forming curves. Two of them, not circles, not glyphs, just slowly arcing spirals of starlight, neither touching, but bending toward each other like threads in a loom not yet drawn tight. One spiral turned clockwise, the other counter, Neither dominated. They moved with the rhythm of something shared, something remembered, not imposed. Luna didn't gasp. She didn't smile. She just blinked once, slowly, and said aloud, "You're here too, and you've always been." The wind stilled for a moment. Not gone, just listening. And the two spirals above her pulsed faintly, not glowing, but becoming visible to anyone who'd already known where to look. The footsteps didn't come from the path. They didn't shift gravel, didn't press grass. They came from behind her, but not from anywhere the body could trace. They came through the thread, a memory of movement, not hers. Not now, but near. Luna didn't turn. She didn't need to, because the feeling wasn't fear. It wasn't even surprise. It was recognition. She reached her hand toward the stone, not to touch it, to ground herself against something already known. And as her fingers hovered above the moss-lined name, she heard it, not in the wind, not in her ear, but in the space between heartbeat and breath. "I see them too." It wasn't a voice, not quite, but it carried weight, the way water carries sound from shore to shore, gentle but certain. Elora, not near in miles, but close. Thread closed, somewhere, across a country neither girl could name. Elora stood at her own windowsill. The same wind brushed her shoulders. The same stars curved in slow arcs above her. She reached a finger to the pane, traced a spiral in the mist her breath had left behind, and whispered, "You're not far. You're just folded differently." Back on the cliff, Luna smiled. Not from joy, from affirmation. She pressed her hand gently to the stone. The names didn't glow, but the curve between them did, and in the spaces where the thread had once only hummed, now it resonated. Not loud, not deep, just true. Luna stood, not abruptly, not as if leaving, just rising into a different shape of stillness. The sea had darkened now, indigo laced with foam. A few stars had vanished behind slow-moving clouds, but the twin spirals above remained, like soft etchings in a sky that hadn't yet decided to sleep. She turned once in place. The cliff behind her, the sea below, the stone with two names before her, and beneath it, a soft basin in the earth, curved, like a waiting bowl, or a forgotten note. She knelt, slid her hand into the grass, felt not roots or stone, but sand. Wind carried, tide brought, years gathered sand, too fine to belong here, and yet, here it was. Luna scooped a palmful, let it run through her fingers. Then she pressed her hand gently into the basin beside the names. Not to carve, not to draw. She simply let the sand settle, grain by grain, into the shape the thread already knew. No incantation, no tool, no intent except presence. And when she lifted her hand, there it was. A spiral, crude, uneven, but true. Drawn by weight and stillness alone, she sat back on her heels and watched the wind pass over it. It didn't scatter. It held. The grains leaned into one another like they'd been waiting for this motion all along, not to remain, but to be witnessed. Luna whispered, "You're written now, but you were already here." She rose again, brushed her hand off on her coat, and left the stone without turning back, because she knew the spiral would hold, not in shape, but in the memory of someone choosing to shape it. Behind her, the wind passed once more over the basin, and the sand didn't shift. It sang, quietly, briefly, almost without sound, as if the spiral had turned its final curve into rest. The dream came without sound. No beginning, no entry, just presence. Luna stood in a room with no ceiling. The walls reached high above her, taller than the astronomy tower, taller than any tree, and shimmered with a soft, humming sheen. Not gold, not glass, not stone. Something older, something remembering. The air wasn't warm or cold. There was no light source. And yet, she saw perfectly. The walls curved, not inward, but together, like an unfurling shell, spiraled, yes, but subtle. Not architecture, more like breath given shape. In the center of the room, a pedestal. It bore no object, just a single carved line spiraling inward, unfinished. Luna stepped forward, not because something called her, because something stilled her. And in that stillness, her foot moved. Then the other, then breath slow as silk through fingers. She stopped at the pedestal. No inscriptions, no symbols, no spell work. But the spiral line carved into its top shifted under her gaze, just slightly. Not alive, not enchanted, just responsive, like a memory that had been waiting to be seen in the correct light. She placed her hand near the spiral. Not on it. She let her fingers hover a moment above the curve. And that was when she heard it, or felt it. A name, not hers, not Elora's, not Ellis, not spoken, not written, just held. Like the first note of a song so old, it could only exist in a room like this. She whispered nothing, only stood still, and the spiral beneath her hand began, gently, to complete itself. The spiral wasn't drawn, it was revealed. Beneath Luna's hand, the carved line deepened, curling inward with impossible grace, not scratching, not etching, but unfolding like something that had waited for the exact angle of her breath. Each curve completed itself as she watched, not all at once, but with purpose. Like the spiral was listening to her presence and shaping itself around what it found. She didn't move. She didn't need to. This was not a place for action. This was a place for recognition. When the final art connected, something changed. The room didn't brighten. The pedestal didn't rise. But the walls, their subtle hum shifted pitch, from resonance to response. The space around her vibrated in the chest, not in the ears, like a string plucked far beneath the floor. Then she heard it, a whisper, not a word, a returning. The spiral at her feet pulsed once, and in that pulse came understanding, not in sentences, not in vision, but in knowing. This was not a place built to receive her. It was a place built from her, or someone before her, or someone still to come. But she belonged to it, and it belonged to her, in a way no key or spell or bloodline could explain. A seam opened in the center of the spiral, tiny, almost invisible. Luna leaned in, heart steady. Inside the seam, a glint of something buried. Not treasure, not power, just a piece of her own name. Not Luna, not Lovegood, not even Lunara. Something deeper, something the spiral had waited to show her. When she stopped asking, she reached toward it, but didn't touch it yet. She simply whispered, "I'm not ready." And the spiral answered back, not in sound, but in the soft stillness that means, "You will be." Luna stepped back, only a little, enough to feel the change. The spiral did not vanish, but it quieted, like a bell still singing long after the strike. The hum of the walls shifted again, lower now, deeper, the kind of tone that lives in the ribcage. Not a warning, a reminder. The room didn't grow darker, but something inside it began to move. Not with footsteps, not with wind, with curve. The walls, once distant, impossibly high, began to fold. Not down, inward, not collapsing. Turning, they didn't close in on her. They spiraled past her, forming soft lines of motion where moments before there had only been space. No bricks, no mortar, just the suggestion of passage. And with every turn, the memory of a corridor began to bloom. She turned in place, slowly. No part of the room was threatening, but the direction had changed. Where there had once been stillness, now there was shape. A hallway unfolded without walls, made not of stone, but of remembered movement. Each step she took solidified the curve behind it, not forcing a path, but following something that had already been walked long ago by someone who had known how to listen. Luna didn't question where it led. She didn't need to, because this was not a corridor of progress. This was a corridor of return. And behind her, the pedestal remained, not abandoned, but grateful. The corridor bent softly, without angles. Each curve was an exhale, each step a heartbeat. Luna moved slowly, not from fear but reverence, as if the path beneath her feet was folding itself open by memory alone. There were no torches, no doors, No signs. Just that slow, unfolding sense of arrival. And then, the spiral ended. Not with a wall. Not with a threshold. With a pause. Ahead of her. Space. Open, quiet, gently lit from nowhere. It wasn't a room. It was a center. The innermost curl of something old, unfinished, and waiting only for one thing. A name. Not any name. Not her name. The name that had waited in the corners of runes and dreams, mirrors and feathers, echoes and grass. The name that wasn't meant to be claimed. Only spoken. Only remembered. She didn't say it aloud. She didn't have to. Because it wasn't new. It was a return. And so she closed her eyes, placed a hand over her ribs, and let herself whisper, not from voice but from presence. I remember how to begin. The spiral didn't answer. It didn't glow. It didn't vanish. It settled, like breath returning to a lung that hadn't filled in years. And Luna smiled. Not because she knew everything. Not because the thread had ended, but because now she knew where it always starts. She stepped forward once. The spiral behind her did not close. It stayed open. For whoever and whatever came next. Chapter 12. The summer between threads. The morning didn't begin. It unfolded. Softly, deliberately. The light that spilled across Luna's windowsill wasn't the bright gold of July, nor the pale silver of spring. It was the kind of light that had listened. She lay awake in bed, eyes half open, one hand curled near her collarbone where the pendant rested warm against her skin. Not glowing, not pulsing, just present, like something remembering how to rest. The dream hadn't faded. It lived behind her eyelids still. Not in flashes, not in fragments, but whole. A room with no ceiling. Walls that sang without words. A spiral that had not offered power, but permission. She sat up slowly. Not to chase the memory. To carry it. There was no rush to move. Because today, nothing was pulling her. Everything had already arrived. Downstairs, the house hummed in its usual way, floorboards speaking in their sleep, the kettle creaking before anyone asked. Her father was in the garden, talking softly to a Kneasel who refused to stay out of the chive patch. The world was ordinary, but she was not the same. Luna crossed to her desk. The journal was open, not where she left it, but precisely where it had chosen to land. In the center of the page, two spirals, not drawn, pressed, soft indentations in the parchment, as if the weight of memory had finally left a shape. She traced them once, and smiled. Then she turned the page, and wrote nothing, just a dot, at the center of a clean sheet, a point not of punctuation, but overturned. The page didn't react, but the wind outside the window lifted a single corner of parchment, as if something unseen had exhaled. The woods behind the house were older than the village, older than the stone path, older than the field walls, older even than the memories wrapped in the beams of the Lovegoods' home. Luna didn't walk them with purpose. She walked them the way one walks a sentence they already know how to finish. The branches swayed high, overhead some thick with summer green, others worn thin from wind and age. The light filtered down like ripples across a pond, and the path beneath her feet made no sound. Even the birds kept their distance, not out of fear. Out of respect, she stepped between two leaning birches, turned at the crooked elm, and ducked beneath a hanging vine. There, beneath the roots of the oldest tree, something waited. Not hidden, not buried, simply placed. A stone, no larger than her palm, curved with time, smoothed by wind, or fingers or thought, carved into its face, a spiral, but not the ones she'd traced before. Not mirrored, not even complete. This spiral began from the outside, and never touched center. Luna knelt, ran her fingers along its edge. The carving was crude, dug, not drawn. A tool had made this. A hand had shaken, but the line was true. She turned the stone over. No name, no mark, just one line of tiny, trembling script. I saw you first. Her breath caught, not sharply, just enough to pause the air, because she knew, without question, This stone was not for her. It was for the spiral itself. And whoever had left it had once followed the same path she was now learning to walk. She didn't take it, didn't pocket it. She placed it back exactly where it had rested and whispered, "Thank you for waiting. You don't have to anymore." The tree creaked. One long, low breath through bark, and the spiral in the stone did not fade. But it softened, like a name, finally laid to rest. The sun had begun its slow descent by the time Luna returned home. The light had thickened amber gold now, soft at the edges. The kind of light that clings to skin and windowsills like memory. The wind had quieted. Even the trees had stilled, as though listening for something not yet said aloud. The garden gate creaked once. She let it. Some sounds didn't need to be silenced. The laundry line stretched between two old posts behind the shed, its rope sagging gently with the weight of linen and breeze-washed cotton. And there, half hidden between a long gray shawl and a patchwork skirt, hung her mother's cloak. Luna paused. She didn't remember it being there. She hadn't seen it in years. Her father never wore it, never moved it, never said why it stayed tucked away in the back corner of the wardrobe like a sentence never finished. But today, it swayed in the sun. Waiting. She stepped forward, fingers brushing the hem. The fabric was softer than she expected, not dusty, not cold. Carried, like it had remembered her, somehow better than she had remembered it. She ran her hands along the sleeve. Stopped. Something inside. She reached in, pulled out a folded piece of parchment, old, crisp, creased at the edges. The ink on the outside had faded, but the name remained. Not Luna, not Lunera, just a single symbol. A spiral, drawn in her mother's hand. She opened it. Inside, "One day you will walk a path that remembers more than you do. Don't be afraid of it. You are not behind. You are not early. You are exactly where the thread begins again. No signature. No date, just the spiral again, smaller this time. Drawn at the bottom, curling inward." Luna didn't cry. She didn't need to. The message wasn't goodbye. It was arrival. And the cloak wrapped lightly around her shoulders without her asking it to. Night came without warning. Not sudden, just seamless. The sun's warmth slipped gently from the garden, leaving behind the hush of evening, the kind of quiet not born from absence, but from reverence. The house glowed softly through the windows behind her, but Luna didn't go inside. She stood in the yard, her mother's cloak draped gently over her shoulders, its edges heavy with the memory of old wind and even older spells. She looked up. The stars had returned, not the same as the night before. Tonight, they did not arrange themselves into spirals. They simply watched, a sky full of patient witnesses, each one holding a thread of light strung out across the dark. She stepped barefoot into the grass, closed her eyes, listened, not for voices, not for prophecy, not even for the spiral. She listened for herself, and then, softly, she spoke. Evelyn, her mother's name, spoken aloud for the first time in a year, not in mourning, not in pain. In return, the name didn't echo. It settled, sank into the roots beneath her feet, into the threads of magic that ran deeper than any ward or bloodline, into the very breath of the place that had held them both, even after one had gone. A warmth pulsed through the earth. Faint, steady. No voice answered, but something shifted like a weight being gently set down after too long being carried. Luna opened her eyes and said nothing more, because nothing else needed to be said. She stood there a long time, not waiting, not wondering, just there. A thread returned, not tied, not cut, not named, understood. Far off in the deep grass behind the house, a single feather turned once in the breeze and landed in the shape of a spiral. Elara didn't sleep that night, but she dreamed. The kind of dream that lives in the bones, not born of sleep, but of silence, finally deep enough to echo. She lay curled in her window alcove, a quilt tucked beneath her chin, eyes half-lidded against the stars. Her journal rested beside her, unopened. The pages knew she wasn't ready to write. Tonight wasn't for words. It was for remembering. The dream wasn't clear. It wasn't loud. It wasn't strange. It was a corridor. Familiar, but not known. Not Hogwarts. Not her home. Somewhere between, she walked it barefoot. The stone under her feet was warm not from heat, but from recognition. Like someone else had walked it before her. Recently, softly, and the warmth hadn't left yet. The corridor curved in spirals. No walls. No destination. Just breath. Just thread. And in the center of one slow bend, she stopped. There, pressed into the mortar between stones, was a mark. Faint, worn, a spiral. But not Luna's. Not hers. One she had never seen. And still, she knew what it meant. Not a message. A meeting place. The kind made of pause, not plans. Alara sat in the curve of that spiral. Cross-legged, eyes closed, and she breathed, not to fall deeper into sleep, but to rise towards something waiting. The spiral didn't answer, but it stayed, and she did too. The corridor curved behind Alara, gentle and endless, a path with no forward or back. And then, from somewhere just beyond the spiral's bend, a sound arrived. Not footsteps, not wind. A name, not shouted, not even spoken, just exhaled. Alara. It wasn't unfamiliar. It wasn't startling. It was like hearing her own name for the first time from someone who had always known it. And the voice was Luna's. Not as Alara remembered it, not as she imagined, but as if it had come through the thread itself. A voice folded in spiral-shaped breath. She didn't move, didn't taste it. There was nowhere to go. Because the spiral was no longer a path, it was a presence. And her name, drifting through its center, didn't vanish after it was spoken. It rested. Alara reached out and pressed her hand to the floor beside the carved mark. Not to cast. Not to connect. Just to say, I heard you. Somewhere unreachable but not far, the spiral pulsed once in return. And something behind her ribs softened. Not pain. Not joy. Just the weight of being known before being found. She let her head fall gently to her shoulder. Eyes closing again. Not because she was tired. Because the spiral was turning inward now. And some threads are meant to be felt in quiet. Alara woke with her hand resting over her heart. The room was still dim, the sky beyond her window just beginning to trade violet for gray. The air was cool and dry, the kind that slips in before the day remembers to warm itself. She didn't stir, didn't stretch. The weight of the spiral still lay beneath her ribs, not heavy, not sharp, just present, like something folded and resting. She sat up slowly. The quilt fell from her shoulders in a hush. And that's when she saw it. Her palm, right in the center, a spiral, drawn not in graphite, not in ink she could smell, not even in pigment, just there, faint, dark as sleep, and shaped exactly like the mark in the dream. She ran her thumb over it. No smudge, no pain, just the texture of skin over meaning, like someone had whispered a thread onto her hand while she slept, not to mark her, to remind her. It wasn't Luna's spiral. She knew that much. It was hers. The spiral she'd always carried, but hadn't known the shape of until now. She whispered to no one. So I didn't imagine it. Or maybe I did, and that's how I found it. The spiral on her palm pulsed once beneath the skin, felt not seen. She closed her fingers gently, let the hand fall to her side, and sat there in the morning quiet with nothing but her breath and the knowing that she'd walked a dream that hadn't belonged to her and was still hers anyway. Alara stood at the window. The house was quiet, save for the low creak of floorboards beneath her feet and the distant stirrings of birds debating whether to sing yet. The sky was a pale sheet of breathless morning, and her own reflection hung faintly in the glass barely there, as if not wanting to intrude. She lifted her hand, the one with the spiral, pressed it gently to the pane. The cold kissed her skin. Not biting, just honest. The warmth from her palm met the window, and mist began to bloom around her fingersoft at the edges, ghost pale, shaped not by pressure, but by presence. And there in the center of that bloom, the spiral appeared. Not perfectly, not clearly, but enough, enough for someone looking, someone listening to recognize. It wasn't a message. It was a signal, not a calling, not a plea, just a shape left behind in case someone else knew to look for it. Alora stepped back, let the mist fade on its own. She didn't trace over it, didn't anchor it with spell or charm. The spiral would vanish soon, and that was right, because some signs weren't meant to stay. They were meant to be seen once, and remembered fully. She turned from the window, left the curtain open, and as the sun finally crested the far ridge and poured pale gold into the room, Alora whispered, "Now you know where to find me." Not to anyone in particular, just to the thread, the one already turning back. Ellis hadn't touched the sketchbook since the train ride home. It lay exactly where he dropped it, between the bed frame and the trunk, half pressed against a stack of folded socks, spine slightly warped from a spill of ink 2 terms ago. He didn't forget it. He just hadn't felt ready. Until this morning. The light came in sharp through his window, slanting across the floor in long gold lines. Dust turned in the air like falling spells. Somewhere downstairs, a kettle shrieked. His father muttered something about weather charms and wand polish. But none of it mattered right now. Ellis crouched, pulled the sketchbook free. He thumbed through the pages. Each one was familiar. His drawings weren't perfect, some rushed, some half-finished. Rooms and stairwells, twisted passageways, eyes in corners, shapes he couldn't name, a few he didn't even remember sketching. And then he found the page. He hadn't drawn it, not like this. The lines were too fluid. The spiral at the center wasn't one of his even too confident. At the bottom corner, in ink that shimmered only when turned toward the window, was a name, not sign. Just placed, Luna. His breath caught, not hard, just enough to shift the moment into focus. He ran his fingers along the edge. The spiral pulsed once beneath the paper, barely a sensation. Not magic, not charm work, just a rhythm echoing something already present in his chest. He turned the page. The next was blank. The one after that blank, too. Then, halfway through the book, he found a second spiral. But it had changed. Drawn again, refined, turned inward slightly. And beneath it, in Luna's hand, I didn't leave this. I just found where it had already been. He stared at it for a long time, then whispered, "So did I." Ellis turned back to the spiral, ran a finger along the curve, not pressing, not tracing, just following it in the air. There was something about it that felt familiar in the bones, like a song hummed quietly behind the ribs. He didn't remember learning it, but his hand remembered the shape. He reached for a pencil, not to redraw it, to follow it. The lines came easily, not perfectly, but with rhythm. Spiral, then taper. Taper, then tilt. He moved slowly, letting his hand remember what his mind could not. By the time he finished, the paper looked nothing like Luna's spiral. It looked like his, but this time, it was listening. Something slipped beneath the back cover. He hadn't noticed it earlier. A folded square of parchment neatly creased, stiff at the corners. He opened it, and stilled. It was his dream journal, or a page from it, not copied, removed. He knew this page. He remembered writing it, but this one was different. His words filled the top half, but the bottom was Luna's. 2 handwritings, 2 voices, neither side acknowledging the other, but both writing to the same place. It wasn't a message. It was a meeting. His words, "There's a room that hums, but only when I breathe out. I don't think it's mine, but it waits for me anyway. I don't think I found it. I think it remembered me first." Luna's, some names echo before they're spoken. Some halls remember before they're walked. You're not behind. You're just listening from the other side. He closed his eyes and let the paper rest in his lap like a thread returned. Not tangled. Not cut. Just waiting. Ellis stepped outside, sketchbook in hand. The grass was warm beneath his bare feet, the kind of warmth that lingered from yesterday's sun, not scorched, not sharp, just held. The sky overhead was cloudless, blue not like ink, but like something that had forgotten it ever needed to hold rain. He sat on the back step, notebook in his lap, spiral open to the wind. He didn't know what he was doing, not exactly, but he felt it. A pull. Not outward, not forward. Inward. He turned to the page, the one with both their hands on it. Luna's words in silvered ink, his in graphite soft strokes. The spiral between them was neither signature nor message. It was a listening space. A breeze moved through the garden. Not fast, not playful, deliberate. It passed over his knees, across the book, and caught the edge of the page. The spiral lifted. Just barely. The paper curled. East. Alice blinked. Watched it settle again. The page didn't flap, didn't twist. It simply turned, like a compass that didn't point to north, but to recognition. He stood, held the book in both hands, turned in a slow circle, but he faced west nothing, south nothing. But when he turned east again, the page rose, just a fraction, just enough. As if the spiral inside knew, she's there. He didn't know where Luna was, not exactly. But the thread did, and that was enough. Ellis sat again, carefully, quietly. He looked at the page with both their handwritings. It didn't feel sacred. It didn't feel fragile. It felt ready. He ran his fingers along the edge. The paper was thick, creased from its time in hiding, but still whole. He didn't rush. He tore it. Not violently, cleanly. The spiral sat at the center of the half sheet now, still intact, still listening. He folded the corners, one edge inward. Then the other, tucked the point, bent the wings. Not with precision, with memory. He'd made birds like this when he was small, folded from homework scraps and ink-stained charms practice, released into the Hufflepuff common room to drift lazily down stairwells. But this one was different. He held it up. The paper bird rested in his palm, wings curled from the warmth of his fingers. At the center, along its spine, the spiral. Ellis stood, faced east again. The wind was soft, not strong enough to carry, but that didn't matter, because it wasn't wind that would guide it. He opened his hand, let go. The bird didn't soar. It drifted, tipped, righted itself midair, then caught the smallest curl of motion and turned east. It rose once, dipped low, and vanished over the garden hedge, toward the hills, toward the trees, toward something waiting. He watched until there was nothing left to see. Then he whispered, "You'll know what to do when you find it," not because he needed her to, but because he knew she already would. The garden was awake before Luna. She felt it before she opened her eyes. The weight of the air, the softness of the ground beneath the house, the way the morning moved without asking for attention. By the time she stepped outside, her father was already at the far corner, sleeves rolled past his elbows, coaxing a stubborn patch of hyssop to settle without arguing with the mint. He didn't look up when she joined him. He didn't need to. They moved in tandem, like two hands remembering how to plant silence. The tools were worn with kindness handles dark from years of grip, metal dulled not by rust but by weather and use. Luna took the small trowel and knelt by the rosemary bed. The earth crumbled like warm bread. Not dry, not damp, just ready. Evelyn had always favored rosemary, said it kept memory from unraveling, said it knew how to carry voices between years. Luna brushed her fingers along the sprigs and felt the scent settle behind her eyes. She dug gently, not deep, just enough to clear the top layer, loosen the roots, whisper permission. And there, beneath the rosemary, something new had taken root. It wasn't a flower, not a weed, just a curl of green, a soft spiral of vine no thicker than thread. Luna paused, touched the stem. It didn't hum, didn't shift, but it leaned toward her fingers like it knew her. Her father's voice drifted from the other row. Quiet, that wasn't there last week. She glanced over her shoulder. He didn't meet her eyes, just said, almost to himself, she used to press her palms into the soil there, every spring. Luna nodded once, pressed her hand gently to the earth, right where the vine curled. The ground was warm, not from sun, from remembrance. Luna didn't speak. She didn't need to. The silence between her and her father wasn't distance. It was shared breath, the kind that carried years inside it, He moved from row to row, pulling weeds that barely protested, humming something tuneless under his breath. A garden rhythm, an old habit. When he reached the edge of the time bed, he knelt, rested back on his heels, and said, without her asking, "Your mum used to believe things stayed, you know. Not just stones and spells, but voices, thoughts. The shape of a name said with meaning." Luna didn't move, still crouched beside the rosemary, her hand still near the small spiral vine. Her father kept his eyes on the soil. She said, "Places remember, that the ground listens if you let it." He dug his fingers into the dirt, turned a patch lightly, then brushed it smooth again. Sometimes she'd kneel right there, where you are now. Not to plant, just to speak. He paused, but never out loud. Luna tilted her head. "Why not?" He smiled faintly. Didn't look at her. Said the garden didn't need sound. It needed presence. The wind moved through the rosemary. A low rustle. Not reply. Not instruction. Just witness. Luna pressed her other hand into the soil beside the spiral vine. Not to channel. Not to reach. Just to let it feel her. And she whispered, "I think she was right." Her father didn't say goodbye. He simply stood, brushed the soil from his hands, and walked back toward the shed. The creak of the gate was the only sound he left behind, swinging once before settling into place. Luna remained kneeling by the rosemary. The air was still, but not empty. The kind of stillness that feels like something holding its breath. She lowered both palms flat to the earth, fingers open, shoulders loose, eyes closed, and waited. The spiral vine did not move right away. It didn't shimmer or glow or stretch toward her like a summon charm. It simply turned, slowly, deliberately. One curling tendril reached toward her left hand and brushed the outermost joint of her pinky. The touch wasn't cold. It wasn't warm. It was aware. Luna exhaled. A long breath, drawn not from lungs, but from underneath everything. The soil beneath her fingers shifted. Just slightly, she opened her eyes, watched, as the spiral vine began to trace, not upward, outward. It curled across the garden bed, drawing a shape in the soil around her hand. Not a trap, not a ring. A spiral, loose, wide, expanding, as if her hand had become the center of something older than instruction. She didn't pull away, didn't speak, only blinked once and whispered, "You remember her." The vine stopped, not as if finished, as if listening. Then it pulsed, once, and where the soil had shifted, the spiral held. Luna leaned forward, not to inspect, to witness. The spiral traced by the vine was complete now, wide and deliberate, looping once around her hand before tapering off like a thought allowed to finish without interruption. It hadn't moved with speed. It hadn't moved with magic. It had moved with memory. She cupped her hands gently around the vine, didn't lift it, didn't pull, just created a space as small, curved and warm where it could rest if it chose. The tendril paused, then curled inward. At its center, something began to shift. A bud, tiny, tight. She hadn't seen it before, hadn't noticed it tucked beneath the spiral's twist of stem. But now, it unfurled. Petals. 5, not large, not showy, pale as parchment, veined with silver. Edges tinged in soft green. At the heart of the flower, a flicker. Faint, not light. Something quieter. Like moonlight that had forgotten how to glow. She didn't ask it to bloom. Didn't name it. But the vine had waited until she listened. And now, it had offered her something. Not a gift. Not a reward. A return. She breathed in. The scent was unlike anything in the garden. Not floral. Not herbal. More like memory. Pressed into soil and left for someone who knew how to kneel without asking. She lowered her hands. The vine remained curled, flower open, a shape she would not find in books, a name no spell could coax into language. And still, true, Luna stood, left the spiral undisturbed, and stepped back from the bed, her cloak rushing the rosemary as she passed, the scent trailing behind her like a thought not yet spoken. She didn't turn around. She didn't need to. Because some things weren't planted. They were remembered into being. Luna didn't decide to walk. There was no moment of intention, no gathering of satchel or chart or cloak. The garden had fallen quiet, the breeze had shifted, and she had simply stood up and started moving barefoot, through the grass, past the shed. Beyond the stone gate, her father always reminded her to close behind her. She didn't close it. The latch clicked softly as the wind pushed it shut. She didn't follow a path. Not because there wasn't one, but because this wasn't a walk for arriving, it was a walk for listening. The hills beyond Ottery were still green in midsummer, but the kind of green that had learned softness. Not young, not wild, just still enough to be old. She passed beneath the shadow of a hawthorn tree that hummed faintly with bees, then down a slope where the nettles kept to one side, as if bowing. At the crest of the third rise, she paused, and saw it. A waystone, small, crooked with moss. She didn't recognize it, didn't remember it, but her feet had brought her here like they'd always known. She approached slowly. There was no inscription, no direction, no arrow or rune, just a single carving, almost erased by time, a spiral. Faint, but hers, not because she remembered making it, because it felt like remembering. Luna knelt beside the stone, brushed a few strands of grass from its edge. The spiral was shallow, only just visible, but it pulsed with the kind of stillness that meant something had been waiting. Not for her to find it. For her to remember, she'd already left it behind. Luna lowered herself until her knees pressed into the earth beside the waystone. The grass bent softly beneath her weight, no crunch, no break, just a gentle shifting, like the land remembered how to hold her. She leaned forward, rested her forehead against the stone. It was cool, not cold. The kind of cool that comes from shade and age, not distance. She closed her eyes, and the world didn't vanish. It gathered, a breath, a hush, a ripple through something deeper than memory. And then, a flicker, not a vision, a feeling shaped like one. Hands, not hers, palms pressing to stone, soil under fingernails. Breath quickened not by effort but urgency. And a voice, not heard, not even spoken, just left behind. She saw it happen. From inside the stone, a woman kneeling, hair wind-blown, eyes wide, one hand trembling, but not from fear. From knowing, she carved. The spiral was shallow, imperfect, but each line drawn as though it mattered more than sound, more than spell work, more than anything else the world might try to forget. The woman leaned forward, pressed her brow to the center, just as Luna had, and whispered, "For the next 2 walks." The memory faded, not erased, just folded back, and Luna opened her eyes. The grass hadn't moved. The stone hadn't changed. But beneath her ribs, something had turned. Not a revelation, just a thread rejoined. Luna remained still, not out of awe, not hesitation, but because something inside her was shifting quietly, deeply like a tide moving beneath the surface of still water. She lifted her hands, placed them gently on either side of the waystone. The moss was soft, the stone firm beneath, and the spiral, though shallow, pressed into her palms like a pulse beneath ancient skin. She didn't try to remember the vision. She didn't try to hold it. She simply let it pass through her, the curve of the spiral, the curl of the grass, the hands that had pressed the same place long before she was ever born. And then, very softly, she said her name. Not to Mark, to return, Evelyn. The stone didn't answer. No echo stirred the air, but a small gust of wind passed over the hilltop, brushing the hair from Luna's face, and the grass to her left shifted in a slow, curling motion, spiral shape. She smiled, not from joy, from completion. A thread followed, not to its end, but to the place where it loops back inward again. Luna leaned forward once more, pressed her brow to the same place the vision woman had, and whispered, "She came. That was all." No spell, no wand, no promise. Just truth left in the earth. She pulled back, laid her hands flat on her knees. The sky above her was still pale, still quiet. But something in the shape of the day had shifted. Not turned, not broken, just spiraled once more. Luna sat with the stone a little longer, not waiting for a sign, not hoping for an answer, just letting the thread finish its breath. The spiral beneath her hands had no voice, no glow, no shifting of time or space. But it held, and she understood that was the point. She stood slowly. The soil clung to her robes in small specks. The sun had risen a little higher, its warmth now brushing gently against the back of her neck like a farewell with no pressure to leave. She didn't brush the dirt from her knees. Some things are meant to be carried home. She looked once more at the waystone. The spiral was nearly invisible again, faded by shadow, softened by lichen, but she didn't need to see it, because it had seen her. Luna turned away, took no map, left no mark. She walked down the other side of the hill, barefoot, cloak loose around her shoulders, and said nothing. Because some spirals don't need narration. They only need another step. Behind her, the wind curled softly around the stone, and for a brief moment, the grass at its base bent into a perfect curve. Not an ending, not a message. Just an invitation left open. The castle never quite left Elora. Even in summer, even in sleep, even far from its staircases and slow-turning ceilings, it waited in the corners of her thoughts like dust on the edge of a map, something quiet, familiar, unfolding when not watched too closely. She dreamt of it again that night. Not the great hall, not the towers. A stairwell. Narrow. Tucked behind a bookshelf. Impossible. Unless you had the right kind of memory. She walked it barefoot. The steps didn't creak. They hummed, not with spellwork, with recognition. Her fingers traced the walls as she descended, stone warm beneath her touch. No torchlight, no shadows, just the pale blue glow of her presence, trailing like a thread pulled loose from silence. She didn't question it. She didn't try to direct it. She just followed. At the bottom, a single alcove, small, no door, no markings, just an open space carved into the wall. And inside it, not a book, not a scroll, a stone tablet. It sat on a shelf that shouldn't have been wide enough to hold it. Smooth, unadorned, except, at the center, a spiral, not etched, pressed, like something had leaned into it once long ago and left a breath behind. Elora stepped forward, not carefully, with certainty. She had been here before. She had never been here at all. She reached out and touched the edge of the tablet. The spiral pulsed once beneath her fingers. Not magic, not illusion. Recognition. The spiral beneath Elora's fingers did not glow. It didn't shift or hum, but something in the air changed. A stillness deepened, as if the room had exhaled. She pressed her palm flat against the tablet. Warm. Weighted. Not heavy, but held. Like it was meant to be there. Her hand and the stone. Together. She lifted it. It didn't resist. The tablet rose smooth from the shelf. No scrape of grit. No sound at all, only the soft lift of presence made known. And beneath it, a second spiral. Smaller, etched directly into the shelf. But this one wasn't alone. Beneath the spiral, carefully carved into the stone in a hand she didn't recognize but somehow trusted, were 4 letters. Elra. She stared. It wasn't misspelled. It wasn't incomplete. It was exactly what it needed to be. Her name before it was hers. The way she must have spoken it once, before she remembered the shape of her voice, the way the thread might carry it when spoken without language, the way the castle would have heard it first. She didn't blink, didn't breathe. She just knew. The spiral on the shelf pulsed once, and in that pulse, a memory she never lived flickered behind her ribs. Wind in a corridor. A stone stairwell. A girl with no shoes and no need for questions. Her, not now, before. She set the tablet gently back in place, ran her fingers over the spiral, and whispered, "You remembered me first." Alora's fingertip hovered just above the carved spiral. The name beneath it still echoed softly in her chest. Elra, not incomplete, but unfolded. A version of herself the castle had held in stone long before she found it. Long before she asked for it, she pressed lightly, and the spiral shifted. Not outward, not in form, in meaning, like something else had been resting underneath the name beneath even the quiet of this shelf. A second spiral, finer, etched around the first in a pattern so delicate it barely caught the light. It circled once, twice, then bent inward, and curved into another name, Lunara. She didn't flinch, didn't speak, but her breath slowed, as if her lungs had recognized the shape before her mind did. Luna's name, not the way she signed it in letters or books. The way the spiral knew her, the way Alora had once whispered it in sleep, and woken with a hand over her ribs. Two names, not paired, not linked, reflected, a mirror that did not match, but resonated. She sat back on her heels, traced the second name with the back of her knuckle. "We were never strangers," she said softly, just unwound. The spiral didn't move. The names didn't glow, but the shelf felt warmer, like stone that had been holding sunlight all this time, waiting for someone to come and remember how to read it. Ilara stared at the two names in silence, not as labels, not as people, as threads, woven by time, woven by silence, curled beside one another in a space the world had forgotten how to listen to. She didn't feel the need to mark herself. She had already been remembered. But something stirred in her chest. Not longing, not ownership. Invitation. She drew her wand, not raised it, just held it gently in both hands. Then, with the softest flick, no words at all, she traced a curve. Not a name, not a rune. A line, beginning to bend, not yet spiraled. The shape of something just starting to listen. It didn't glow, didn't hum, but the surface accepted it. Not engraved, not cast. Pressed. The way breath is pressed between the lips before a name. 3 marks now. Elra, Lunara, and the third, not spoken, not chosen, just a shape. For someone yet to come, Alara placed her hand over all 3, closed her eyes, and said nothing. Not out of fear, out of trust, that whoever came next would know how to listen. She stood. The spiral on the tablet was still faintly warm, the carved names still hidden from the world. And yet, she knew they would not fade, because the thread had waited this long, and it knew how to wait again. The sea had always been close to the Lovegood house, but it had never quite been near. It waited beyond the woods and fields, past the crumbling stone stile and the long hill that dropped away in a hush of bracken and wild heather. You couldn't hear it from the house. You had to walk to it, let it decide when you arrived. Luna made the journey at twilight, barefoot, cloak unfastened, shell pendant cupped in her hands like it might dissolve in full daylight. She didn't tell her father where she was going. She didn't know herself, only that she needed to bring something home to where it began. The wind off the water was cool, not sharp, but honest. It didn't try to impress her. It simply moved, and she moved with it. The tide was low. Flat stones mottled the sand, slick with salt, dark at their edges where memory clung in moss. Seaweed sprawled like script left by a giant hand. She didn't rush. Each step was quiet. At the edge of the water, Luna stopped. Not at the waves, at the foam, the place where water decided whether it would return or not. She knelt there, held the pendant to her ear, not like a child listening for waves, not like a witch listening for omen, like someone listening for a breath they'd heard once, long ago, and forgotten they'd ever trusted. The shell was silent. Then, a hum, not from inside, not from magic, from shape. The spiral inside the shell curved like the ones she traced in dream. But this one was older, more patient. It didn't sing, it echoed. A single tone, soft, low, turning back on itself, like the sea remembering its own name. Luna closed her eyes, and the tide sighed. Luna opened her eyes. The tide had crept a little closer. It wasn't racing. It wasn't reclaiming, just returning. She lowered the shell to the sand, gently, not as an offering, not as a relic. As a listener, she placed it flat on its back, the spiral mouth facing skyward, and sat beside it. The wind moved past them both. Salt clung to her skin, but the shell didn't move, not until the first curl of foam reached its edge. Then, it turned. Just slightly, the current wasn't strong enough to pull it. The shell didn't float, and yet, it rotated. Once, twice, forming a faint circle in the sand around itself, no deeper than a thumbprint, no wider than a breath. And the foam receded. The circle remained. Luna pressed her fingers to the wet sand just beside it. Not inside, not across, beside, and felt a hum, not from the sea, not from the shell. From the ground, a spiral, beneath the waterline, drawn not in ink, but in waiting. She whispered, "You remember this place." And the tide came forward again. This time, when it touched the shell, it didn't turn it. It stilled it, as if to say, "We've arrived, not back." Inward, Luna reached out and lifted the shell. It was cool from the water, slick with salt and tide foam. A strand of seaweed clung to its underside like a forgotten signature. She turned it slowly in her palm. The spiral inside was no different. Still curved, still hollow, still silent. Except, now, something shimmered in its mouth. A trace of sand, not piled, drawn. A thin line had formed along the inner wall of the shell's spiral, not dumped by wave or wind, not random. Placed. Luna leaned close. Her breath stilled. The grain line curved in perfect arcs. Not precise like spellwork. Not symmetrical like glyphs. Natural, but impossible. The sand inside the shell had drawn a spiral, not traced the shell's shape, spoken through it. She blinked, not in disbelief. In recognition, this wasn't a message. Not from the sea, not from her mother, not from magic. It was the spiral itself, answering, not loudly, not even clearly, just there. Like something old and nameless remembering it, had been waiting for someone with hands gentle enough to lift the tide's breath and not ask it to explain itself. She pressed the tip of her pinky into the sand spiral. It didn't scatter. It held, and a single pulse moved up her hand, through her wrist, into her ribs. Soft, like a yes. Luna held the shell between both hands. Not as an object, as a vessel, a silence shaped into listening. She brought it to her lips. Didn't speak, didn't name, didn't ask. She simply exhaled. A slow, steady breath, not from lungs, from memory, from under the ribs, from the places where echoes wait before becoming sound. The breath moved through the spiral, and the shell responded, not with a tone, not with music, with movement. The air passed through and came out soft, twisting like mist, curling like thread, shaping itself around her in the space between breath and tide. The wind stilled. The waves paused, and for a moment the whole shoreline seemed to lean forward, listening. The spiral didn't return her words, because she hadn't given it any. She had given it breath, and breath doesn't echo. It returns. Luna lowered the shell, held it against her heart. The sand inside hadn't shifted, still spiraled, still whole. She stood. The tide touched her toes. The shell warmed in her hand. And for the first time in weeks, she didn't wonder what it meant. She simply walked, back toward the path, back toward the fields, back toward home. Not to bring the spiral with her, to let it follow. The final morning of summer came without ceremony. No grand light, no wind full of secrets, no owl at the window, just stillness, and the quiet certainty that something had come to rest. Luna woke before the sun. The room around her was painted in blue shadow, the air soft with that particular silence that only comes when the world is holding its breath, not in fear, not in anticipation, but in completion. She sat up slowly, swung her feet over the edge of the bed. The floor was warm beneath her soles. Her dream had already vanished, but one word remained, not said aloud, not written, not even remembered, just present in her mouth like a name she hadn't spoken in years, and not hers. She stood, took her shell pendant, and left the room. Downstairs, her father was already awake. He didn't ask where she was going. He only looked up from his tea and said, "You'll want your cloak." She nodded, took it from the hook, stepped outside. The sky was still the color of ash. The fields whispered with dew. She didn't follow a trail. She didn't need to. She walked until the hill crested, until the wind changed, until the grass parted, and the world opened in front of her like a page she'd read before but only now understood. There was no spiral waiting in the earth, no carved stone, no glowing rune, no echoing voice, just a clearing, open, unclaimed, alive with listening. Luna stepped into the center, closed her eyes, took a breath, and exhaled. The name left her lips before she knew she was speaking. Lunara. Not like a secret, not like a spell, like a returning. The name hung in the air for a moment. Not echoing, not answering, just staying. Then softly something stirred. Not outside, inside, as if the spiral beneath her skin had finally curled inward one last time, and settled. She sat. No ritual, no rite, just the presence of her presence. Somewhere deep in the trees behind her, an owl stirred. A feather fell. A breeze passed through the clearing and shifted the grass in a long, slow spiral. She touched the pendant at her throat and whispered, "I remember." Not what, not why, not how, just that she had come through the year as a thread made of light and question and silence, that she had listened, that she had been heard, that the castle still dreamed of her, and that she now dreamed back. Somewhere Alara would feel this moment. Somewhere Alice would look up from his window and know the spiral had turned again. But Luna didn't need them to feel it now, because this part, this last quiet, belonged to her. She stood. The spiral wasn't in the earth this time. It was in her steps. One forward, then two more. She didn't look back. There was nothing behind her she hadn't already returned to. And ahead, only stillness, and the sound of a name that wasn't hers, but that she had made space for by remembering who she was becoming. Luna, Lunara, neither name was wrong. Neither name was final. They were the same thing, heard at different moments in the spiral. And above, the sky began to change, not with sunrise, with breath, the first breath of the next year, the first thread of the next spiral. But for now, only stillness, only her, only the name that remains.